In this ordinary reincarnation, is it too much to possess a spatial golden finger? Yet, the whims of life declare, not sufficient. Thus, at the tender age of 10, she discovers that her parents are a pair of smiths. Is this where it ends? How naive. This is a world of magic akin to Harry Potter during the timeline of his father. However, before she could meet Harry Potter's father, she first became related to his rival. Anna and Severus are a pair of little adults living independently. One is absent-minded, while the other is perpetually discontented. One is terrifyingly strong, while the other invokes fear in others. They support each other through countless adventures, growing together. Ultimately, they triumph over the Dark Lord and become the most significant individuals in each other's lives. Chapter 1. Liaren, take care of yourself from now on. London Financial District, Commercial Street, Mr. Lee's Bakery. Anna stands outside the shop, peering through the glass window, her white handkerchief wiping away invisible dust. The reflection in the glass reveals a face reminiscent of the SD dolls she collected in her past life. With jet black bangs, porcelain skin, large gray-blue eyes, a prominent nose, and slender lips. If she does not become disfigured in the future, she could awaken with a smile even in her dreams. Until yesterday, she had believed she had won the lottery of reincarnation. The personas of her parents in this life are nothing short of perfect. One is a wealthy private entrepreneur, and the other is a financially savvy housewife. They are erudite, emotionally stable, valuing not only family relationships, but also the quality of life. Although she is unaware of the family savings, they own at least one shop and 2 houses in London, along with a country villa in Kent. So, what reason does she have to be discontent? None, save for the realization that her parents' personas have collapsed. 5 minutes ago, her parents were bickering over their identities. One is KGB, the other is Fable. Exciting. Her parents are a pair of smiths. Is that all? There's more to the thrill. She is their adopted, abandoned child, and at this moment, they are squabbling inside the shop. She has a premonition that this establishment is about to close down. Hey, when did the shop hire a child laborer? Is the bakery so profitable that all the money is being earned by these yellow-skinned foreigners? Across the street from the bakery, a disheveled man in a suit muttered curses under his breath. Are you blind? That child, clad in an unremarkable white shirt and black trousers, with nothing but ordinary leather shoes, is entirely bespoke. The entirety of his attire could easily purchase all the goods in the bakery. He is not a child laborer, but rather the offspring of the proprietor, indulging in play. Goodness, even that glass cleaning cloth costs 10 pounds. The suit-clad man's companion, resembling a detective, scrutinized Anna and the bakery with piercing insight. Anna scoffed at this. Such nonsense. That cloth merely cost 7 pounds, and her mother had purchased 50 of them. Alas, perhaps this was the spark that would ignite the revelation. The bakery had long been in financial distress, yet their household was never short of money, maintaining a steady standard of living. Her father recognized the issue and gradually became more reserved. Unfortunately, his acting skills were lacking. She could discern subtle hints, not to mention her mother, who was as perceptive as a Buddha. Certainly, her mother's acting was even poorer. Purchasing 50 promotional handkerchiefs. Was that reasonable? 2 spies of different nationalities had established a family in a foreign land, raising a child together for 10 years without exposure, only to be unmasked due to the financial crisis of 1970s Britain. Alas, such melancholy. Liaren come in. A handsome man with brown hair, fair skin, and high cheekbones spoke fluent Mandarin upon opening his mouth. This man was her father, Joseph Lee, a blend of Chinese, Soviet, and British heritage. He upheld the Chinese legacy and prided himself on his profound grasp of the language, thus assigning her the Chinese name Liaren, which is a meaningful interpretation of her English name, Anna Blackley. Were it not for her emotional stability, she would have made him retake his Mandarin lessons. Sweetheart, come to your mother. The voluptuous beauty with black hair and blue eyes was her mother, Jill Black, of British and French descent. She placed immense importance on their family's century-old tradition, insisting that her child's middle name must bear her surname. Had she not known that was her stage name, she might have truly believed it. Anna wore a melancholic expression. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would soon confront the age-old dilemma of choosing between her father or her mother. You know we both love you, It's just that the world of adults is far too complicated, and circumstances are often unpredictable. Her mother clasped her hands anxiously, her fingers turning red from the pressure. Your mother and I will be separated for a while, so... Her father tried to maintain composure, but the subtle tremor of his throat revealed his inner turmoil to Anna. Understand, you don't want me. Anna nodded. I will stay with my mother. Over the past decade, her father had treated her well, yet it was her mother who had spent more time with her. If she had to choose, it would undoubtedly be her mother. No, her mother wailed, holding her tightly as tears streamed down her face. She gently patted her mother's back, offering solace. Do not cry. Even though father is leaving, you still have me. Anna, her mother sobbed, tears flowing unabated. In truth, her father's eyes were filled with sorrow. Anna's gaze flickered, her retracted fingertips growing cold. She understood. Neither of them wanted her. Regardless of how much they had loved her over the past decade, the money spent, or the joyful moments shared, once they no longer desired her, she was rendered inconsequential. It was akin to those cherished pedigree cats. No matter the initial investment or the affection once lavished, at the moment of abandonment, they became mere burdens. She wiped her mother's tears away. Do not cry. I can take care of myself. Memories of her past life gradually faded, yet the love of this life remained vivid. She silently chanted to herself, do not force it. Forcing is foolish. Tears and pain are merely the byproducts of conscience, ephemeral in nature. She had learned through experience that time would heal all wounds. Ultimately, amidst the sorrowful tears of the woman and the pained smile of the man, they unanimously decided that Mrs. Charles's boarding school would be her sanctuary until she reached adulthood. 2 hours later, she stood at the entrance of the boarding school with her luggage in hand. Aaron, take care of yourself from now on if... Joseph's eyes glistened with unshed tears. There are no ifs, she said coldly, turning away. Hearing the sound of his footsteps, she immediately cast aside her luggage and dashed to the second-floor window. She fixed her gaze on the man's retreating figure, her eyes unwavering. This was the best arrangement they could provide for her, and she felt a sense of gratitude. Huh! Her gaze pierced him like a knife, silently cursing. May your left foot trip over your right and send you sprawling. Oh dear, she gasped, covering her mouth, and rushed downstairs. Her handsome father had received a nosebleed from a collision. Upon seeing her rush towards him, he was not moved but instead fled in panic. Huh! She paused, letting out a cold laugh, internally cursing. Gained 30 pounds in a year. A woman may not love, but a man will. Meow. A tabby cat approached unsteadily. Anna lowered her gaze, and their eyes met, for eyes locked together. Your little paw is hurt, she said, kneeling down to investigate. The cat tilted its head and leapt into her embrace. Its soft little paws pressed against her hand, sending a wave of warmth through her heart, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She is all alone and injured. She cannot run far. This is a muggle school. It is currently summer vacation, and there are not many people around. Her breath has vanished from this place. Suddenly, several figures clad in black robes and masks appeared, each wielding a slender rod. Anna cradled a cat in her arms, her face contorted in a squinting grimace of pain. The seemingly ordinary reincarnation concealed such an unexpected surprise. She lowered her gaze to the cat in her embrace and mused. Are you Professor McGonagall? Surely, we cannot simply return like this. The rod in the hands of the masked figure danced erratically, glowing green and dazzling to behold. The flames raged fiercely. Within Anna's horrified gaze, the Charles Mrs. boarding school was engulfed in flames, and not a single soul managed to escape. The cat in her arms made several futile attempts to leap forward, only to retreat, hissing and puffing at her. Confirming that there were no survivors and no traces of magical activity, the ruffians arrogantly departed. After a few minutes, Anna emerged from the space, still clutching the cat. The feline transformed into a beautiful witch with black hair, a large gash bleeding on her arm. Her deep, dark eyes fixated on Anna, scrutinizing her with intensity. While the innate magic of a young witch is enigmatic and capricious, what you possess is unprecedented. Anna replied, Magic? I thought it was a superpower. At the age of 3, she discovered a personal space the size of a basin, capable of storing and retrieving items. Subsequently, the space expanded slightly each year. By her birthday in May of this year, it had grown to a volume of 2 cubic meters. From that day forward, she could enter and exit the space at will. Curiously, upon entering, the space became transparent, rendering the contents within invisible, though she could still access them freely. Intriguingly, while standing inside the space, she could see the outside world, yet she was situated in a different dimensional plane. "How old are you?" the witch inquired, twirling her wand. 10 years old, Anna replied with a wry smile. "The school was burned down, my belongings were incinerated, and my father." 3.5 sentences, half of which were lies. She was not truly 10 years old, and her suitcase contained only children's books. Yet, her desire to enter the magical realm necessitated her alliance with this witch. A sorceress opposing the Death Eaters could not be a malevolent individual. "I witnessed it." The witch waved her hand dismissively. "You saved me. I shall not abandon you. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Celeste Prince. I am Anna Blackley." Chapter 2. Aunt Eileen, deeply affectionate. "Blake?" Silas furrowed her brow. Sensing her concern, Anna began to elucidate. "I am an orphan. My adoptive mother bears the surname Blake. And she is an ordinary woman." Silas pondered for a moment and inquired, "Would you be willing to adopt my surname formally?" Anna hesitated, her fingers brushing against her identification card in her pocket, before nodding in agreement. Silas produced a parchment from her robe, waved her wand, and murmured an incantation, causing a flicker of green light to illuminate the scroll with a radiant golden hue. "How delightful!" Silas exclaimed, shaking the parchment with mirth. Anna leaned closer to observe, discovering it to be a family tree. The name connected by golden threads beneath Silas Prince was Anna Blake Prince. After carefully storing the parchment, Silas took Anna's hand, declaring, "Let us depart." Anna's heart raced as she queried, "Where to?" 19 Spider's Tail Alley, Corkworth, Devonshire. With a flourish of her wand, Silas conjured a whirlwind of magic, and Anna felt herself spiraling as if caught in a washing machine. Once she regained her footing, she was confronted with dilapidated houses and a foul-smelling ditch. "So this is where I am now," she mused, contemplating how her new surname, Prince, would make her related to the professor. Merlin above. Is this truly a place for habitation? Silas's expression was laced with disdain, akin to that of someone poisoned. As expected, she soon heard Silas assert with unwavering certainty, "The air here is toxic. Severus, there is someone at your doorstep." Turning around, Anna beheld a striking girl with red hair and green eyes, her face reminiscent of a fragrant lily. Beside her stood a slender boy with shoulder-length hair, skin pale, and eyes narrow like a serpent's, his angular face adorned with a prominent, hooked nose. Anna internally whistled. This was the half-blood prince adored by countless fans, along with his unrequited love. "Hello," Anna approached, offering her warmest smile. Lily gazed at the elegantly attired boy, her cheeks flushing. "Why you, hello." He was undeniably beautiful. His gray-blue eyes sparkled like gemstones. "Thank you. You are as lovely as a lily, the most exquisite bloom in my mother's garden," Anna replied with a smile, only to see Lily scamper away like a startled rabbit. She turned to the younger professor, receiving a glance that could pierce through her very soul. "I was just about to introduce myself to the professor. After all, we are to be family." "Forgive my rudeness. I am Lily Evans," the Lily returned, her expression one of chagrin. That look was unmistakable. Oh dear, how could she be so infatuated as to articulate it? Anna's eyes sparkled. "I am leave." The words hissed forth like a serpent's tongue, prompting Anna to silently applaud. Despite being in his formative years, the professor's aura was undeniably commanding. "Severus, what troubles you?" Lily inquired, uncertainty lacing her voice. "You should return home. I shall bring books to the park tomorrow and await your arrival," he replied, casting a gentle glance at Lily. She walked away, glancing back thrice, his gaze softening with each glance. Anna found herself captivated. That tender exclusivity, where one can unleash venom upon the world yet retract their fangs for you, was utterly enthralling. Silas, who had been observing quietly, suddenly interjected, "Are you Eileen's son?" "I am your mother's sister, Silas Prince. This is my daughter, Anna Prince." Severus's eyes flickered momentarily, his brow knitting in confusion. "I have not heard of you." Silas's smirk flattened as she waved her wand, summoning a translucent tabby kitten that dashed inside the house. "Do not." Severus's expression shifted drastically as he rushed through the door. Moments later, an angry roar and the sound of shattering glass reverberated from within. Anna followed Silas inside, closing the door behind her. "Have I not warned against practicing dark magic at home? I have become this way because of you," the man bellowed, his face contorted in rage as he swung his fists wildly. "You bring misfortune upon yourself, dragging me into it, and now you have spawned a wretched child. My life is ruined because of you." Exhausted from swinging his fists, he resorted to kicking, shouting, "I will kick you all to death." Eileen, her face ashen, observed her husband Tobias thrashing about like a rabid dog, then turned to Silas, saying, "Have you finished playing? If you have, then leave." Silas shook her head, indicating her injured arm. "I am wounded. Dark magic. Prepare me a potion, or I may perish in this game." Eileen's eyes widened as if only just realizing the extent of the injury. "What trouble have you stirred? Do not involve my household." Silas narrowed her gaze. "Indeed, I have stirred a significant trouble. I had hoped you might assist in raising the child. However, your own son is nearly at death's door due to your neglect. I shall procure the materials." Eileen averted her gaze, discomfort evident. "Be discreet. The streets are perilous these days." Silas tossed her a pouch of coins. Once Eileen departed, Silas turned to Severus with a cold tone. "Does he always treat you this way?" Severus lowered his gaze, remaining silent. "And Eileen, deeply affectionate," Anna began, only to be ensnared by Severus's serpent-like gaze. "What I mean is, addressing the symptoms is insufficient. We must tackle the root cause," she pointed at Tobias. "This is merely treating the symptoms. Severing Aunt Eileen's emotional ties is the true remedy." Silas appeared pensive upon hearing this, while Severus's eyes brightened slightly. The more Anna pondered, the more fervent she became, pulling out a bread roll to snack upon. The sweet aroma of red beans enveloped the bread, filling the cramped space with the sounds of two growling stomachs. Here, Anna produced 2 red bean buns, offering them to Silas and Severus, who both consumed them with lingering satisfaction. Anna smiled and produced more, 3, then another 3, and yet another 3, until they were all filled, her stock of bread entirely depleted. Space does not preserve. She typically only stocked 2 days' worth of bread, as anything longer would lose its taste. This time, she had prepared extra for her stay at the boarding school. Otherwise, it would not suffice. Severus discreetly observed the empty-handed Anna, clad in a fitted shirt and tailored trousers. Without even a backpack, he pondered where she had procured the bread. Silas's lips curled slightly as she softly inquired, "Severus, do you know you are a wizard?" Seeing him nod, Silas continued, "Anna is also one. Each young wizard possesses unique magic. Hers is particularly extraordinary. Can you keep a secret?" "I can," Severus nodded solemnly. Anna thought, she knows hiding individuals is rare. How can concealing them within sleeves not be an extraordinary magic? Anna's inquisitive gaze led Severus to suspect that perhaps this newly discovered relative was somewhat naive. When Eileen returned, she found Tobias sleeping soundly beside the garbage bin, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Silas scoffed, "Are you afraid I might kill him? Taking a life comes at the cost of a fractured soul. Is such a wretch worth it?" Eileen lowered her gaze in silence, proceeding to the kitchen. An hour later, she emerged with a bubbling bowl of deep purple potion. As Anna grimaced in discomfort, Silas drank it in one swift motion. The gash on her arm healed visibly, transforming into a ghastly scar. Tobias stirred awake with a grunt. Eileen shivered, saying, "You may leave." Silas suddenly remarked, "Eileen, Severus is a wizard. Do you wish for him to grow up in such an environment? Are you not concerned about him being parasitically afflicted? What are you implying?" Eileen's gaze turned icy. "If Tobias does not want him, and you do not wish for him either, I shall take him back to the prince household," Silas declared, pulling out the parchment. Eileen scoffed, "Carrying that parchment with you. Has Prince Manor vanished?" "Indeed," Silas replied with a rueful smile, "but I remain, the parchment remains. Now there is Anna. And with Severus, one day we may yet rebuild Prince Manor." Eileen's eyes brimmed with scorn as she opened her mouth to speak, only to be abruptly halted by Tobias grasping her arm. With a visage steeped in sorrow, he implored, "Eileen, do you still love me?" A choked sob escaped her lips as she covered her mouth with trembling hands. By Merlin, she had awaited this moment for far too long. "Of course, Tobias. I would do anything for you." Chapter 3, A Windfall of Galleons. Eileen threw herself into Tobias's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Had she possessed beauty akin to that of Celis, Anna would have likened her to a rain-drenched pear blossom. "Hush." Tobias exerted considerable effort to detach her, his voice heavy with mirth. "You need only do one thing for me." "What is it?" Eileen smiled through her tears. "Come with me to finalize the divorce." Tobias laughed unabashedly. "I have found a new love, and she is carrying my child, a legitimate child. If you truly love me, set me free so I may live a normal life." "No," Eileen screamed in anguish. "I beg you, this is my last chance. I do not wish to dwell beside a stinking gutter, nor drink inferior wine. And I certainly do not want to face you and your monstrous progeny." Tobias knelt in abject humility, tears streaming down his face. "Eileen, this is my last chance. I implore you." Heartbroken, Eileen finally nodded through her tears. They hurried to the Civil Affairs Bureau before it closed, completing the divorce formalities. Tobias, clutching a suitcase, fled Spider's Tail Alley as if escaping a great calamity. Watching Tobias's retreating figure, Eileen felt as though she had lost half of herself. She swayed back into the house, only to be struck by the transformation of the living room. The polished, fragrant large floor, the sumptuous high-backed sofa, the intricately carved wooden table adorned with a fragrant lily. "Did you curse Tobias?" Eileen demanded, her eyes fixed on the unyielding Celis. Did you not check? Celis replied with indifference, cursing comes at a price. Is such a wretch worth it? Eileen, utterly despondent, collapsed onto the sofa. Mother, Severus squatted before Eileen, look at me. Eileen, as if in a trance, stared vacantly into space. Seeing her in such a state, Celis was filled with disdain and harshly asked, Eileen, do you consent to change Severus's surname? Tell me, what have you done? Eileen covered her eyes. Celis, with a resigned wave, gestured for Anna to speak. Severus stood up, interjecting, Tobias is a bloodsucker, finding a better host. Abandoning us is his instinctual choice. Eileen sat up, gazing at her son softly, do not speak ill of your father. He has given you half of his blood. Not really, Anna interjected bluntly. He merely provided a sperm. Severus is born from your 10-month gestation. Throughout that time, from embryo to birth, he absorbed your very essence. A child's respect and love for a father should not stem from bloodline. That is utterly worthless. The trio, Severus, Eileen, and Celis, were all taken aback by Anna's astonishing proclamation. A father's love is likened to a mountain, one that shields a child from the tempest, rather than crushing them under its weight in the name of paternal affection. In your family, there is little shelter from the storm, with the father often being the source of the tempest. Eileen lowered her gaze, as though struck by a heavy blow, gradually collapsing back into the sofa. Celis smirked, laughing heartily. Eileen, we are better off than a mere child. As wizards, the strongest species in the world, why confine ourselves? Come with me. I need your help to care for the children. You lack money, and I lack assistance. Together we can rebuild Prince Manor, our own estate. Eileen opened her eyes, her voice steady. Regardless of the circumstances, Severus cannot change his surname. Why not? Celis exclaimed, clearly dissatisfied. That is my love. Even if it fades, it cannot be erased, Eileen declared with resolute eyes. This statement struck a chord with Anna, recognizing that Severus had undoubtedly inherited this trait from his mother. Very well, Celis rolled her eyes, producing a pocket watch. Let us depart. Eileen started to rise. I shall gather a few things. Just take your wand. Leave the rest behind. Celis grinned like a fox. I have cast a concealment charm on this house. No one will come here. Even if Tobias wishes to return, he will not find the door. Eileen's glimmer of hope was utterly extinguished as she reached out to Severus, catching a glimpse of her son's relieved smile, and managed a reluctant smile in return. The pocket watch Celis produced was a key. In an instant, they found themselves in a quaint countryside villa. There was no dizzying sensation of a tumble dryer, only a brief, slight feeling of weightlessness. Anna thought the key was far superior to apparition. There was a reason for its expense. To live comfortably in the magical world, one must be quite wealthy. Gazing out at the corner store's lottery advertisements, she mused, may a windfall of galleons fill my pocket space. How did you acquire this muggle house? Eileen inquired as she explored the surroundings, ultimately discovering Celis and the two children in the basement. Celis and Anna were whispering beside a mound of galleons. Enough to bury them. Nearby were piles of books that could easily engulf Severus, who was engrossed in reading. By Merlin, Celis, you better come clean. What trouble have you stirred? Eileen's voice was low, her teeth clenched. Prince Manor had long since fallen from grace. It was inconceivable that such a sum of galleons could be scavenged from its remains. The trouble must be considerable, but worth it, Celis replied, raising her chin defiantly. Tossing Eileen a hefty bag of galleons. Living expenses for a week. Buy something nice. Severus is looking rather gaunt, his nose larger than his face. Eileen was rendered speechless, clutching the pouch of money as she turned to leave. Anna stifled a laugh, stealing a glance at Severus, who discreetly elevated his book by an inch. She's gone. You may speak now. Severus set down his tome, his cheeks still flushed. Celis wiped her face and confessed, this money is stolen. You're a thief, Severus exclaimed, his expression a mirror of Eileen's fury. Anna was not surprised. This was a common trope in dramas. Illegitimate funds were typically hidden in vehicles or basements. I think grand thief is more fitting, Anna chuckled, gesturing to the vast sum of galleons. Not just any petty thief could manage this. Celis beamed with pride, nodding, Severus. Speaking is an art. You need to cultivate this skill. No rush. The professor's tongue is as swift as a Chicago typewriter, Anna replied with a smirk. Celis, if you still possess your wits, you must realize that anyone who loses such a fortune will not let it go easily. That scar you bear had better not be connected to this pile of galleons. Severus's words fell upon Celis like a heavy shroud, silencing her, while Anna's smile faded. I am deeply sorry, Celis finally uttered, her voice strained. As Anna had surmised, these galleons were the operational funds for the Death Eaters. Prince Manor had been besieged, becoming a stronghold for them. Celis had been overpowered and feigned surrender, performing menial tasks for them, orchestrating a black market scheme. The Death Eaters, loyal to that Dark Lord, had learned many profound dark magics from him. They could obliterate a small family with ease. The Ministry of Magic was but a mere facade before them. I once thought of surviving at any cost, Celis cursed. Did you encounter that Dark Lord? Severus's eyes gleamed with admiration for the powerful. Celis nodded, her gaze steely. I stood at a distance, witnessing him brand a wizard with the dark mark. At that moment, I resolved to escape, much like your mother did when she fled from Prince Manor, taking all she could carry. Chapter 4. She is indeed a Slytherin. Severus had never heard his mother speak of her past. The timid and cowardly mother. Could she truly possess such a valiant side? He found it hard to fathom. Silas smiled, urging not to underestimate her. After all, she was a Slytherin. Our father was a dictator, treating his children as mere possessions. Every action, every thought, he sought to control. Erin, in her naivety, mistook a man slightly stronger than their father for her lifelong beloved. I, however, am different. To secure my sustenance, I can both perform and endure. I could outlive the old man and relish a few years of freedom. Silas regarded the bright-eyed children, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a large scar, saying, "Look, isn't this scar unsightly? Yet, I remain unchanged. To follow that dark lord would brand one with a magical mark, a curse etched upon the soul. In such a case, would you still be yourself?" Anna felt a pang of empathy. The black mark was the one thing she could not accept. No matter how handsome the youthful Voldemort might be, it could not erase his malevolence in treating others as mere livestock. Who would willingly accept such a mark? A farmer brands his livestock to assert ownership. Why would a good person choose to become a beast of burden? Better to die than to live in bondage. Anna's words struck a chord with Silas, who erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Precisely. What does it matter if one masters the darkest of magics and becomes invincible? They would still be a slave, groveling at another's feet. Without the autonomy over life and death, what is the essence of existence? What comes next? Our adversary is a figure whose name cannot be uttered." Severus's gaze darkened. Silas nodded, acknowledging that he too was not invincible. Standing before him was a great wizard. The headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. "Understood," Anna responded, nodding in agreement, suggesting they befriend their enemy's foe to gain his alliance. Silas smiled. "You will undoubtedly be a Slytherin in the future." Anna blushed, thinking it nearly impossible. The Sorting Hat seemed to allocate houses based on character. Even with her attempts online, she failed to secure a place in Slytherin. Silas's demeanor turned serious, suddenly stating, "Remember, this matter must not be disclosed to Erin. She is out shopping and must not exhibit any unusual behavior." Upon seeing Anna and Severus nod in agreement, she added, "Put these books away for now. If Severus wishes to see anything, present it to him." "Understood," Anna replied, feeling a sudden flush of embarrassment, stammering, "What about this pile?" Severus, listening nearby, wore an expression akin to seeing Tobias in a dress, his hand gripping the books tightly, knuckles whitening. Silas laughed heartily. "Just pretend. Take as much as you can manage." Anna's initial excitement waned as she realized her space was already filled with objects. After packing away 2 stacks of books, only a few awkward items remained. Perhaps she could stash some galleons, but taking out the books would inevitably reveal them. Severus, observing her distress, whispered, "Start with the Herbology Compendium and Origins of Spells, Potions Origins. Focus on these first." Anna handed him the Herbology Compendium, calmly stating, "One cannot overindulge. Finish these before I provide you with more." Extracting 10 books wouldn't accommodate much, and it would make her seem greedy. After a moment's contemplation, she began rummaging through her existing belongings. Severus's serpentine gaze nearly burned a hole through her forehead. Yet her mind was entirely preoccupied with galleons, rendering her oblivious to her surroundings. Silas watched the 2 children fumble for a considerable time before shaking her head, remarking, "The value of these books far exceeds mere galleons. Even wealth may not suffice to acquire them. I shall step out briefly to purchase a couple of coin pouches. When I return, each of you shall have one for your own storage." Upon hearing this, Anna's heart warmed once more. As soon as Silas departed, she grasped Severus's arm, declaring, "The pouches can be stored here. I 1T charge a storage fee." Severus scoffed, shrugging off her hand and returning to his book. Seeing Severus so absorbed, Anna reluctantly left the basement, pushing open the villa's grand door to explore the grounds. As she walked, stopping intermittently, the surroundings became increasingly familiar, and a sudden thrill surged through her. This was Kent County. Her family's country villa was just a block away, a walk of roughly an hour. The day was waning, leaving insufficient time for a round trip. Tomorrow, she must return to take a look. Passing by a corner shop, she spent £1 on a lottery ticket, silently praying, "May I win a little, or a lot, just something." Upon her return to the villa, the dining table was laden with food, and Severus had already seated himself with a book. Silas had yet to return, but Erin was home. "Let us eat first." Erin beckoned Anna. Upon seeing the spread of cold dishes, Anna suddenly lost her appetite. "Not to your liking?" Erin sighed, discerning Anna's previous life had been quite luxurious. Wondering where Silas had found her, Anna quickly shook her head, taking a hefty forkful of chicken mixed with vegetables. then stuffing a piece of dry bread into her mouth. Nearly choking. Perhaps some hot tea? With a flick of her wand, the teapot soared into the air, pouring a rich, reddish-brown tea into Anna's cup. She took a large sip of the steaming beverage, feeling it soothe her stomach, the sweetness lingering on her palate, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Aunt Erin, what kind of tea is this? It's delightful." Erin smiled. "It's a blend I created during my school days." With another wave of her wand, a piece of parchment floated gracefully before Anna. "This is the recipe. Once you attend Hogwarts, you can attempt to brew it yourself." Anna solemnly tucked it away, thanking her aunt. Once the children had finished their meal, Erin waved her wand, and the remnants of food vanished as the dishes soared off to the kitchen for cleansing. In that moment, she appeared brimming with confidence. Even with her weary visage, the aura of a witch restored to a great extent. Anna felt that facilitating Erin's divorce was the most prudent course of action. Rescinding her offer to help, she turned to Severus, extending a feigned invitation. "Shall we watch television?" "Very well." The screen displayed the classic film Gone with the Wind, and while Severus was completely engrossed, Anna found her mind wandering. She covertly observed Severus, internally scoffing. Can a 10-year-old wizard truly comprehend Muggle love? Erin emerged from the kitchen, stating, "You may play at home, but do not venture outside. I'll be out momentarily and shall return swiftly." As soon as Erin left, Severus promptly rose, preparing to follow her. Anna called out, "Where are you going?" Severus hesitated, retracting his hand from the door. He wished to find Tobias, still clinging to the hope that he might regret his actions and reconsider. Tilting her head to glance out the window, Anna noticed Erin wasn't too far away, prompting her to swiftly push the door open and declare, "Let us go." They stealthily trailed behind, only to lose sight of her at a street corner. "She must have used disapparition," Severus lamented, cursing his own powerlessness. As Anna was about to offer emotional support to win Severus's friendship, she suddenly spotted a group across the street, their typical attire consisting of black robes, masks, and wands. She firmly grasped Severus's arm, warning, "Don't approach, they are Death Eaters." "Mother." Severus shook off her grip, attempting to rush forward, only to be halted by an invisible barrier. "If you go, you'll only complicate matters," Anna said, her voice tinged with despair. After tonight, she would undoubtedly be the person Severus despised most, without exception. Chapter 5. Tonight, she was destined to play the villain. The Death Eaters were parading a disheveled man through the streets. It was Tobias. They hurled spells at him, as if he were a mere magical object. "Huh. He's grown a pig's tail. Wow, it's on fire. Cut it off, cut it off. Oh no, wrong cut. You severed the wrong part. Ha ha. He's even squealing like a pig." Erin was the first to notice Tobias. She appeared behind the assailants, slowly raising her wand, declaring, "All of you, petrify." The four black-robed figures, once brimming with arrogance and mirth, suddenly froze in place. Tobias, having been spared further torment, turned back in bewilderment. "Tobias, we must leave," Erin urged, attempting to support her beloved. "Wretched creature. Deceiver." Tobias frantically clutched Erin's right hand. "I've caught you." Two masked figures in black robes suddenly appeared. "Disarm her." Erin managed to utter a spell with great difficulty. One of the black-robed men laughed heartily. "What a disgrace to Slytherin." "Disarm her." Erin's wand flew across the street, landing at the feet of Anna and Severus. Anna reached to pick it up, only to have it snatched away by Severus. "Who?" A black-robed figure materialized at the spot where the wand had fallen. Surveying the empty ground, he cast several spells in the surrounding space, shattered to pieces. The barrier was struck, and Anna's complexion turned ashen. Severus steadied her, asking softly, "Are you all right?" She shook her head, remaining silent. "Enough of this." Another black-robed figure stepped forward, stepping on Erin's right hand as he approached to conduct his business. Once the black-robed man departed, the two remaining in the space exhaled in relief. Severus, gripping his wand, murmured, "Let me out." Anna shook her head. "To go out is to die?" Tears welled in Severus's eyes as he turned his gaze away from her, fixating intently across the street. The black-robed man brandished a 10-pound note, thrusting it into Erin's face. "Where is she?" Erin replied coldly, "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Tobias shouted from the side, "Wretched woman, you promised me 100,000 pounds, but it was all a ruse. Speak. Where is she? Do you want me dead?" The black-robed man sneered. "If it weren't for his incessant shouting in the street, we might have forgotten that Prince has such a despicable sister." Erin remained silent, her eyes closed. Seeing her refusal to speak, the black-robed man grew agitated. That master possesses the art of capturing thoughts, yet they have refrained from reporting the theft of the galleons. After all, the punishment from that master is feared by all. "If you are of no use, you may as well die." The black-robed man raised his wand towards Tobias. In a fit of terror, Tobias cried out, "She had a child. If you capture her, she will tell you everything." Erin opened her eyes, looking at Tobias. "You've lost your mind. He is your son as well. Is that child with her?" The black-robed man sighed. "Fool, Now she will say even less. Crucio. A green light struck directly at Erin's chest and abdomen. She writhed in agony, curling into a ball. Tobias laughed maniacally. Serves her right. Kill her. Kill her. Severus turned to Anna, pleading, let me out. They can have the galleons. I cannot bear to watch my mother die. I beg you. Anna coughed up blood, slowly responding. Even if they acquire the galleons, they will not spare us. I beg you, let me out. Severus wept. Anna wiped the blood from her mouth and asked, do you know the levitation charm? I do. Anna pulled out a piece of paper and folded it into an origami airplane. She wrote a message on its wings. 135, Melanxy Street. Bring people to exchange for galleons. Spotting several passing muggles, she took Severus's hand and stepped out of the space, blending in with them. As she tossed the paper airplane, Severus grasped his wand and cast a spell. Whoosh. The paper airplane, aflame with urgency, hurtled directly towards the black-robed figures. Seeing the black-robed man holding the paper airplane, Severus asked Anna, what is 135, Melanxy Street? It's where we just had dinner and watched television, Anna replied, pulling him towards the villa. Don't look back. Severus wiped away his tears, walking stiffly with a rigid neck. If luck were on their side, Hellies would return with reinforcements. Anna swallowed hard. If they come, it will be a trap. If luck is against us, will we perish together? Severus choked. Anna remained silent. How is that possible? 6 Death Eaters are at full strength, while we are 1 against 3, and that one is merely defensive. Indeed, the one referred to was herself. Erin had already been gravely weakened. Anna pressed her hand against her chest, exhaling quietly. Severus slowed his pace, glancing at her. Does it still hurt? She nodded gently. This night, she was destined to play the villain. Her fervent wish was for them to return home on their own legs, for those people had already departed. As for Erin, she could only hope for Merlin's favor. Either Hellies would arrive with Dumbledore, or those people would acquire the galleons and leave, sparing Erin's life. They had magic and would undoubtedly arrive before them. Severus suddenly came to, ready to dash forward, but upon hearing Anna cough, he was compelled to slow down once more. Anna observed Severus's anxious expression, secretly deriding him. She was a cowardly individual, unworthy of ever gaining the professor's friendship. That night, Merlin favored them, yet did not extend his grace to the other two. When the Death Eaters secured the galleons and prepared to kill Erin, Hellies and 2 Aurors arrived just in time. A fierce battle erupted, spells flying in every direction, as Erin shielded Tobias with her own body, while Hellies suffered severe injuries in her attempt to protect Erin. By the time more Aurors arrived, the Death Eaters had already vanished into thin air. Hellies, spotting Anna approaching, thrust a sheepskin scroll into her hands, sighing, Anna, take care of yourself from now on. Her hand was growing cold, and as Anna touched the scroll, her eyes burned with pain. A sharp pang in her chest causing her to cough up blood. Behind her, Severus wept uncontrollably. Anna turned to see Erin's hand slipping down from Severus's back. The Aurors whispered among themselves, and she overheard one say, there is a guardian. That muggle man is his father. He is still alive. Everything faded into nothingness. The Aurors proceeded with their duties, concluding their work. They respected the requests of the 2 children and left the mothers' bodies behind. In the empty villa, Anna and Severus knelt on the floor, tenderly tending to their mother's remains. Time passed, and suddenly, Tobias gasped and sat up. He had been subjected to memory modification by the Aurors, and upon awakening, the first thing he did upon seeing Severus was slap him across the face. Severus, wielding his mother's wand, retaliated fiercely, Obliviate, Obliviate, Obliviate. He could only perform the levitation charm. Obliviate was something he had just learned. Weakened and feeble, he could no longer utter any spells, merely waving his wand at Tobias, shouting, get lost. Anna watched as Tobias, bewildered, rose unsteadily and stumbled out the door. Her resentment towards this source of misfortune peaking. Go die. Do not show your face again. The night was perfect in the garden. Anna found a spatula in the kitchen and went to dig a grave in the garden, with Severus following behind, holding another spatula. They dug all night, finally unearthing a pit. Hellies and Erin were buried together beneath a small mound of earth. They gathered many stones to lay atop it, glimmering under the sunlight. Anna looked at Severus and said, this is temporary. Once Prince Manor is rebuilt, we will move them there. Is that even possible? Severus scoffed coldly. He had asked his mother if the galleons in the basement were sufficient to rebuild Prince Manor. His mother had replied that it was far from enough. Although Prince Manor could not provide that many galleons, the cost of rebuilding a magical manor was several times that pile of galleons. He surmised that Anna was not Hellies' biological child and realized she had previously lived a life of privilege in a muggle household. She had never known hardship and had no idea how difficult it was to earn money. Chapter 6. But why do you want to drag me into this? After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Anna noticed Severus still clad in dirty garments, sitting in the living room in a daze. She urged, hurry and take a shower. Leave me be. I want to be alone. Severus's voice was icy. Anna's eyes were red-rimmed as she choked out an apology. She genuinely felt remorseful towards Severus. Her first intervention, though it saved Silas's life, had inadvertently brought danger to Eileen. Her second choice led Silas to encounter Death Eaters, ultimately resulting in his demise. Eileen's premature death left Severus to face the loss of his mother at an even younger age. Why are you crying? No one blames you. Severus's voice was low, chilling to the bone. If my mother hadn't sought out Tobias, those people would never have found us. If she hadn't tried to save Tobias, she wouldn't have died, and Silas would still be alive. Anna felt a lump in her throat, desperate to convey that she didn't think that way. Severus's gaze was dark. I don't know if you think that, but I have. She always prioritized Tobias over me, even to the point of sacrificing herself, completely disregarding my existence. I despise her. As he spoke, he kept his eyes locked on hers, and his piercing stare intensified her guilt. As she thought about apologizing, but the words eluded her. At that moment, anything she could say felt like a mere attempt to soothe her own conscience. But I love her. I don't want her to die. I want her to be with me always. So, I also think that if Silas hadn't come to my house, life might have been miserable. But at least my mother would still be alive. Severus's sorrowful gaze twisted Anna's heart in knots. I shut up. Severus's voice was thunderous, his eyes venomous. A paper airplane flew from his palm and landed on the table. Anna stared at the bloodstains on the paper airplane, a chill running through her. You saved me. And I am grateful, even now. You devised a method to buy time. I know it may not have been effective, but it was the best option at that moment. At least, I had no better alternatives. He suddenly stood up, roaring, but you shouldn't have feigned illness to deceive me. I thought you were injured, and it gnawed at my conscience. Do you have any idea how worried I was when I remembered the bloodstains on the paper airplane? A wizard possessing your blood can make your life a living hell even from afar. Anna staggered back, her face as pale as a ghost. Severus sneered. What are you afraid of? Wasn't that blood fake? How foolish of me. In that moment, I realized that your paper airplane and your coughing up blood were all strategies to buy yourself time, waiting until they were all dead before you reappeared. Not only does no one blame you, but I owe you my gratitude for saving my life. I wasn't waiting for them to die. I was just, Anna weakly interjected, feeling a sense of inadequacy. Afraid of death? Standing by while others perish? That's your choice. But why did you have to drag me along with you? He knelt and screamed, resembling a wounded creature on the brink of death. I'm sorry, Anna's head throbbed, swallowing the metallic taste in her mouth. Get out. He hurled his wand to the ground. She staggered out, murmuring, I just wanted you to live. Anna walked unsteadily towards her former home, the villa she cherished most. Before the age of 6, she had lived there with her mother, while her father visited 2 or 3 times a week. Though he always brought surprises that delighted her, when night fell, she invariably sought out her mother. She understood Severus's attachment to his mother because she felt the same way. The garden of the villa was overgrown with weeds, the windowsills coated in dust. They had not returned. Extracting a brass key, she unlocked the door and gazed at the disarray within. Recalling Silas's words about taking everything they could carry when they left, she murmured to herself, that's a splendid idea. First, she headed to her father's study, where lay her most coveted possession. Pulling out a leather-bound Bible from the shelf, she discovered a Browning handgun and 3 magazines hidden within. This was her 5th birthday gift. She had thought firearms were merely her father's hobby, unaware they were his livelihood. He had taught her about guns and gifted her a pistol, hiding it here to prevent her mother from discovering it. Anna carefully stowed the Browning and crouched beneath the desk, prying open a section of the floor to retrieve a sealed package. This was her father's prized possession, a Remington. Space was limited, and to take the Remington, she had to part with some of her belongings. A family photo was preserved, the frame discarded but the picture kept. A handmade doll received a gentle kiss, destined to accompany the photo in the frame. With a heavy heart, she stuffed 86 frames of varying sizes, along with 10 dolls, into the pit. Extracting these 2 items left ample space for the Remington. Indeed, decluttering allowed for a more abundant space. After restoring the floor, she whispered, if Dad comes back looking for his prized possession, he'll know I'm still alive. Will he be surprised? A smile crept onto her face as she crawled out from under the desk. Since she had taken her father's prized possession, she might as well seize his little treasure trove too. She opened a drawer, pulling out a music box, unscrewing the bottom cover. With a swift motion, she revealed 2 rolls of 50-pound notes. Counting them yielded a total of only 1,000 pounds. Determined to find more of her mother's, she knew there must be more hidden away. Her mother's hobby was sniffing out pounds, not a metaphor, but a reality. Whenever insomnia struck, she would sniff the notes until sleep overtook her. Anna pressed the notes to her nose, recoiling at the musty odor, quickly tossing the money into her concealed space. She wiped her hands on the curtains. Pushing open the door to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, she spotted a silk robe draped over the bed. She lunged for it, rolling around in delight. Covering her face with the garment, she inhaled the faint perfume, her mother's scent. As long as she returned here, she felt as though she was sleeping with her mother. Her father had protested against this on many occasions. Clutching the robe, she rose and rummaged through the bedside drawer. A strong scent of freshly printed banknotes wafted up. It was filled to the brim with 50-pound notes, 20 bundles, each containing 5,000, 100,000 pounds, 100,000 pounds. She lifted the robe, furrowing her brow in contemplation. This defied logic. Extracting a bill from her mother and another from her father. She compared them side by side. Counterfeit. Now that made sense. With a flick of her wrist, she stashed the fake notes away. Since she was here, she might as well take everything that fit. Swinging her legs off the bed, she sauntered into the living room. She unearthed her mother's jewelry box. It contained no valuable pieces, only small earrings, modest rings, and a few animal brooches. Examining each piece, she realized they were all gifts from her father, which her mother seemed to disdain. However, she did not share that sentiment. Each little trinket, no matter how cheap, could at least fetch 10 or 20 pounds. Scooping the jewelry into the box, she took the entire box with her. The box felt heavy in her hands, and upon closer inspection, she discovered a hidden compartment. Nestling into the sofa, she fidgeted until it finally opened. Inside lay a set of tailor's tools, custom-made in 1954. Every year, her mother would buy a doll for her and sew clothes for it, claiming that once she perfected her skills, she would make clothes for Anna too. Recalling the exquisite garments for the dolls, she felt betrayed. What a liar. She never intended to make anything for me. Tossing the jewelry box into her space, she felt a surge of urgency to leave, not wanting to linger for even a moment longer. She stumbled out of the villa, uncertain of where to go next. Chapter 7. Let us go. Head of the house. Anna stood at the corner supermarket, staring at the winning numbers posted on the sign, her heart racing with exhilaration. Second prize, 10,000 pounds. With this sum, she would have enough to last until adulthood. If Severus was willing, she could support him openly. If he was not, she could do so anonymously. The supermarket owner was an elderly man with a punk hairstyle and elaborate tattoos, resembling a character from a crime film. You've arrived. I've been waiting for you. He grinned menacingly, exuding the aura of a scheming mobster. Anna drew out her Browning, greeting the old man with a casual hi. The old man erupted into laughter, subsequently raising his hands in mock surrender, suppressing his mirth as he quipped, "Take whatever you desire. I have insurance, so I fear no robbery. Time to cash in," Anna exclaimed, frustration evident as she slapped her lottery ticket on the counter. With a resounding thud, a stack of pounds was flung onto the countertop. "I had it prepared for you. I remembered you from yesterday when you made your purchase and even added a little extra," he said, raising a hand to signify the amount. 50,000. Anna gasped, feeling as though she had missed out on a fortune. "When you walked in yesterday, I was suddenly struck by a divine calling," the old man continued, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Anna's joy diminished, and she silently accepted the cash. Clad in a tracksuit with ample pockets, she easily tucked away the 10,000 pounds. "A gift for you," the old man said, producing a box of chocolates and calling out to Anna as she turned to leave. Suddenly, a flash of green light erupted, shattering the counter before the old man. 3 figures in black robes materialized at the supermarket entrance, rushing inside and wreaking havoc with their wands. Fortunately, the supermarket was empty save for the owner and Anna. They raided the cash register, then opened several bottles of liquor, imbibing while they chattered. "I had my eye on this place since yesterday. Muggle money holds little value, yet it can still be exchanged for some galleons. I had no time back then. Wasn't it because I was being chased by Aurors? Let us go. The Aurors will be here soon." "Halt," the old man shouted, blood streaming down his face as he brandished a hunting rifle. "Take what you will, but leave the money." Their laughter echoed. "Accept your weapon." The rifle was sent flying by a green bolt, and the old man's expression turned to one of sheer terror. "Ah, my hand." Who suddenly? 3 bullets whizzed through the air, shattering 2 wands and piercing one of the assailant's hands, causing his wand to drop, only to be seized by Anna's foot. When did this child arrive? The 3 Death Eaters, now wandless, were intrigued rather than alarmed. "You should leave quickly. I've already called the authorities," the old man shouted. With a wave of their hands, the dark-robed figures petrified him. The old man fell rigid, and Anna vanished. "What is happening? Did you clean him up?" one of the Death Eaters exclaimed. "Fool, that child is a wizard. He possesses magical artifacts." The incanting figure growled, his temper flaring. "Come out, or I will kill this old man." With a wave of his hand, the situation escalated. Bang! Anna emerged, wielding a Remington, and blasted a hole through the stomach of one of the black-robed figures. He struggled to cast a spell, and his wound began to heal, albeit poorly. Anna retreated momentarily, sighing to herself. The resilience of wizards is astounding. Such close-range buckshot only managed to leave him severely weakened. By Merlin S. Trousers. This little toy is quite interesting. That's quite a gaping hole in your belly. One of the assailants remarked, recalling that he had seen this child with Prince yesterday, accompanied by a rather large-nosed boy. Wow, this is going to be fun. Find them. We must leave. He has magical artifacts. Hey, you're being cowardly. This isn't like you. The weakened Death Eater's words sent a chill down Anna's spine. They must not escape, not a single one. Bang, bang. 2 more blasts rang out. The 2 laughing wizards each lost a leg, and with swift reflexes, Anna collected the severed limbs into her space. Kill this brat. Kill him. The 2 incapacitated figures lay on the ground, unable to rise. The weakened ones contemplated fleeing, but felt apprehensive facing the empty door. Though they were low-ranking, they were still adult wizards, and to fall at the hands of a mere child was humiliating. Anna reloaded her weapon and re-emerged. Bang. She missed. The weakened wizard teleported in front of Anna, seizing the gun with one hand and choking her with the other. You don't need magic. I can strangle you just the same. Obliviate. 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 Came Severus's voice from behind. The weakened wizard appeared disoriented, loosening his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Anna reclaimed the Remington and fired a haphazard shot before dragging Severus into her space. Seeing the figure blasted away, Severus shouted furiously, "Have you lost your mind?" Anna interjected. "He said he saw us yesterday. He specifically wanted to kill us. We must capture them." Severus, gritting his teeth, growled, "Why keep them alive? Do you wish to end up in Azkaban? Well then, let us get out first. Obliviate. Obliviate. Obliviate." Severus cast the spell at the 2 incapacitated figures. Fearing that low magic might yield poor results, he continued casting until he was exhausted. By the time the Aurors arrived, they believed they had apprehended 3 fake Death Eaters. Had it not been for the dark mark on their arms, they might have been mistaken for victims, given that their wands were all broken, their minds dazed, and severely injured. 2 of them would require prosthetics in the future. Anna and Severus stood at the street corner, observing the Aurors coming and going. "Let us head back. We cannot return." Both spoke simultaneously, their thoughts diverging. "All right," Anna conceded, then proceeded to bombard him with questions. "Does Obliviate have a time limit? Will he remember? How many years might they be imprisoned?" Severus shot her a glance, his eyes narrowing as he retorted, "Have you stored your brain in that space of yours? 6 yesterday, and today we've only caught a few? Can he see them while others cannot?" "Yes, you do think comprehensively," Anna replied dismissively, her peripheral vision catching sight of Severus's attire. He had bathed and changed into clothes she had prepared, dark blue trousers and a cream-colored shirt. He looked quite dashing, exuding an air of intelligence reminiscent of a character from a crime drama. Her mother had always provided her with 2 styles of clothing, youthful trousers and vintage long skirts. Severus was of similar height to her. Though his frame was broader, he still fit into her garments due to his slender build. However, his shoes were an issue, being a size larger. "Oh, and I need to buy him underwear as well. What are you staring at?" He snapped, his cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Anna produced a thick bundle of cash, exclaiming, "Look, are you a thief?" Severus shouted in shock, pushing her hand and money back into her pocket. Anna shook her head, smiling, "I won second prize in the lottery. I was just about to cash in when I stumbled upon the Death Eaters robbing the place." Severus's expression softened slightly, and he replied coolly, "Save your money. It will suffice for your adulthood. Don't you care about me anymore?" Anna asked, her eyes filled with longing. Severus's dark eyes grew colder. "I struggle to take care of myself. How can I look after you? Then I'll take care of you. Come with me. You won't have to worry about food and drink." Anna smiled brightly. "Do you think that because I saved you earlier, I have forgiven you?" He retorted sharply. "I owe you nothing in return." Anna lowered her gaze. "Don't you want vengeance? The murder of my mother is unforgivable." Severus's voice, tight with anger, made Anna shiver slightly as he continued. "I will have my revenge. Did you see that gun? I retrieved it from my former home. This was merely a trial, and the results were unsatisfactory. Dealing with wizards requires magic." Severus's eyes flickered, and he replied, "The Prince family's spell book is with me. If you disregard me, don't expect to see it." Anna feigned indifference, her hands shoved in her pockets. Noticing Severus's lack of response, she persisted, according to the parchment. "I am now the head of the Prince family. Naturally, those who wish to eradicate the roots are also my concern. I can understand your desire for self-preservation." Severus smirked slightly. "Let us go, head of the family." Anna felt a surge of joy. "Would you like to change your surname? I can add you to the family tree." "No." Severus swiftly rejected, his gaze laced with mockery. "You cannot even wield a wand. Thus you have no hope of tracing your lineage." Chapter 8. What is she up to? Anna, who lacked wand proficiency, offered a strained laugh before suddenly exclaiming, "You have a date with Lily today?" Severus paused, his expression softening. "Yes." Anna, feeling emboldened, could not resist a jab. "This is Kent, hundreds of kilometers from Devon. You haven't even mastered apparition. Lily might be left waiting for you all afternoon." Severus's eyes flickered with the intensity of a serpent's tongue as he shot a glance at Anna, then turned to stride back towards the villa. Weren't you just saying we couldn't go back? Anna trailed behind, chattering. Actually, I have a way. Severus emitted a cold snort from the back of his head. She rolled her eyes and retrieved the chocolate given by the elderly shopkeeper. Just as she took a bite, Severus abruptly collided with her, knocking it from her grasp. A wand flew through the air. Anna recognized the sound vividly. It was the same Death Eater who had nearly obliterated her yesterday, though separated by distance. The memory still caused a dull ache in her chest. Grabbing Severus by the back of his robe, she pulled him into the space, rapidly apparating 5 meters away. This was a new technique she had grasped during their skirmish at the supermarket. Obliterate. A green light struck the spot they had just vacated. After 2 consecutive apparitions, Anna and Severus found themselves behind the assailant. She drew her Remington, preparing for a sneak attack, only to be restrained by Severus, who pressed down on the barrel. The moment you reveal yourself, he will be aware. His speed of apparition surpasses yours. Anna hesitated. How do you know his speed exceeds mine? Severus's dark eyes remained fixed on the figure ahead, whispering, he is far more powerful than those at the supermarket. Anna gasped. Is he truly that formidable? How accurate is your perception? Severus's lips pressed into a thin line as he replied. Those at the supermarket were akin to half-filled bottles, but they were grievously injured. In their prime, they should be much stronger. This individual is like a well. Anna exclaimed in astonishment. Is he really that impressive? Are you sure about your feelings? Severus's impatience flared. How can I ascertain their accuracy? It is merely a sensation. Why are you shouting? With such a temper. It would be easy for Lily to be whisked away by another. Anna attempted to impart wisdom to the professor. Severus's features twitched as he growled. Have you thrown your brain into another dimension? Lily and I are friends, not mere playthings. Anna found herself chastised by the youthful professor. The innocent friendship perspective of a 10-year-old wizard was pure, while her preconceived notions had nearly tarnished it. What were you planning to do back at the villa? She redirected the conversation. Severus murmured, my books and my mother's purse. They must be retrieved. Anna smiled sweetly, extending her hand. Severus reached out, and she placed the chocolate into his palm, saying with a grin, I only had a bite. The rest is yours. Severus narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate it. Anna chuckled nervously as they made their escape. In a mere 100 meters, they had to apparate 21 times before reaching the villa. Exhausted, Anna collapsed onto the sofa, waving her hand. Hurry up, I'll be waiting here. Severus felt a twinge of insecurity, but seeing Anna truly fatigued, he hurried upstairs. As he descended with his belongings, he spotted 2 Death Eaters already at the door. Severus shouted in terror, run. Alhamra. The door exploded. As debris splattered onto Anna's face, she slipped into the space. After 3 consecutive apparitions, she reached Severus's side. Pulling him into the space, she had no strength left to move even an inch. That brat possesses spatial artifacts. Has not Prince fallen so low as to be liquidated by Gringotts? This was directed at Anna by the obliterating Death Eater. Humph. Even a broken ship has 3,000 nails. After all, it is a pure-blood family. This was a remark aimed at Aaron by the heart-piercing Death Eater. One of them produced a pouch of golden powder, waving his wand to sprinkle it evenly throughout the villa. What is this? Anna felt a sense of foreboding. Would touching that powder prevent them from entering the space? Severus shook his head. It is best not to come into contact with it. Silently, Anna and Severus stood at the staircase, observing as the 2 Death Eaters searched back and forth. Failing to find anyone, they began to hurl vile insults at Prince. The language so foul it would require censorship anywhere. We're out of food in the space, Anna lamented. If they don't leave, we'll starve. The beginning and end of apparition would reveal them. Although the duration was negligible and imperceptible to the naked eye, the golden powder was omnipresent, and Anna could not control it. Go ahead and eat, Severus offered, producing the chocolate. Anna shook her head in refusal. I'm not hungry. You eat. It was her mischievous inclination to give the fallen items to others. Now, fate had issued her a yellow card warning. Severus remained silent, returning the chocolate to his pocket. Upon looking up, he noticed Anna once again brandishing the gun. Do not do anything foolish. Severus pressed down on the barrel. Anna shook her head. I won't harm anyone. Just the wall. Feigning distraction? Severus's eyes glimmered briefly before dimming. The moment you exit the space, you will come into contact with the powder. We do not know what effects this magical powder may have. Anna countered. I will see if I can extend just the barrel, without aiming, and let whatever happens occur. Severus deemed it unwise but had no better alternatives, so he acquiesced to the experiment. Click. Inside the space, Anna squeezed the trigger. The extended barrel hovered for a moment without response, only to see the golden powder slowly adhering to it. Haha, a bullet shot through the intersecting space aims for recklessness. Anna chuckled nervously. Indeed, Severus was not surprised in the least. The 2 Death Eaters swayed as they descended from the second floor, their curses exhausted, faces darkened, wands occasionally emitting sinister green light. Anna and Severus swallowed hard in trepidation. The extended barrel was now coated in gold powder. She dared not retract it into the space. Silently repeating, "Invisible. Invisible. You too cannot see. What is that?" The two Death Eaters slowed their pace, eyeing the staircase where a small section of the barrel protruded a meter above the ground. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted. Though the Remington's shout was delayed, it ultimately arrived. The bullet soared from behind the two Death Eaters. They reacted swiftly, avoiding a direct hit. The bursting steel pellets only injured their eyes. After a brief cry of pain, the two immediately began casting spells around them. Sleep now. All petrified. The two half-blinded Death Eaters, one collapsed, the other petrified. The sudden turn of events left Anna and Severus in disbelief. Could this be a ruse to lure us out? Anna hesitated. Severus too was uncertain. Perhaps I should go out first. Absolutely not. Anna waved her hand in refusal. If it's a charade, your presence would be akin to delivering yourself as a meal. The first half of her statement pleased Severus, while the second made him wish to wipe someone's memory clean. Anna was oblivious to the darkening expression on Severus's face as she continued to chatter. Why aren't they using spells like obliteration or heart-piercing? Because Death Eaters possess intellect as well, Severus scoffed. Oh, Anna's voice was dismissive, causing Severus to feel frustrated. Hearing rustling sounds, he turned to look. What on earth is she doing? Anna donned a fully enclosed raincoat, rain pants, and rain boots. Chapter 9. Is there still a sense of law? How do I look? The raincoat's mask muffled Anna's voice. Not great. Severus scoffed coldly, pointing to the two individuals sprawled on the ground. Look, their wounds are dusted with gold powder. Yet there seems to be no change. This powder is presumably for tracking. It is neither poisonous nor cursed. The raincoat has been tainted. Removing it will prevent us from being traced, Anna explained. Severus regarded her as a fool trying to argue, his voice icy. That is powder, not rainwater. The moment you move, it will rise. No matter how carefully you remove it, you will still get stained. Indeed, Anna sighed as she shed her gear. What shall we do now? Severus, wishing to disregard her, insisted, let me out. I need to retrieve my mother's wand. We shall go together. With Remington cradled in one arm, Anna pulled him out of the space. The two Death Eaters had not put on a show. Severus retrieved Eileen's wand while Anna casually took possession of the other two wands. He cast a few forgetfulness charms at the two individuals and used a levitation charm to disperse the gold powder, hastening Anna out of the villa. I should have aimed for their heads and shot each of them, Anna mused, preparing to return. There's no time, Severus urged, pulling her down to hide in the garden's underbrush. Before the villa's entrance, a hazy figure cloaked in black appeared. Without seeing him draw his wand or utter a spell, a sudden flash of green light erupted, obliterating the bushes. From their concealed position, Anna and Severus watched the barren ground, swallowing hard in unison. Anna pressed her hand to her chest, exhaling. That was fortunate. Instinctively, I jumped back 5 meters. Otherwise, I would have surely coughed up blood. Severus glanced at Anna, his gaze somber. Yesterday, you were injured. No, I wasn't, Anna replied with a forced laugh, producing a fake blood packet. Look, this is prop blood. Its main ingredients are syrup and food coloring. Severus averted his gaze in silence. Hey, do you know what? I have good news for you, Anna's eyes sparkled. Severus looked up, only to see her biting into the prop blood. The sight of her bloodied teeth made him frown. This is edible. I have over 100 packets. Now we can last for 10 days or so, Anna exclaimed, licking the blood from the corner of her mouth with pride. Severus nodded, realizing they must not act rashly. The power of that individual felt like an unfathomable lake. Any fluctuation in magical energy would likely be detected by him. Dejected, Anna fell to the ground. What is wrong with this world? Death Eaters are everywhere, yet Aurors are a rare sight. Is there no law? Severus sat beside her, pulling out some chocolate. Would you like some? No, Anna turned her head away. Severus broke off a wrapped piece of chocolate and handed it to her. Eat this. Anna refused to take it. Yet Severus directly placed it in her hand. It fell on the ground, didn't it? He popped the half piece into his mouth. What of it? I often scavenge for food in trash bins. Sorry, Anna said quietly as she consumed the chocolate. Children in Spider Tail Alley rummaged through dumpsters in the town center. If fortunate, they might find perfectly packaged food, albeit near its expiration date. Severus spoke in a casual tone, as if discussing the weather. Really? Anna turned to sit up. It's already dark. By the time they leave, the supermarket might be closed. I was worried about where to find food, not realizing there were such obscure spots like dumpsters. Severus chuckled softly, perceiving Anna as a phoenix from the herbology anthology, brimming with vitality, capable of taking root anywhere. He glanced at her exquisitely crafted shoes and pondered on Slytherin's tattered robe, asking, what is going on between you and Slytherin? Anna bit into a packet of prop blood, her expression shifting from exuberance to a fierce grimace as she spoke. So, the Smiths, no, your parents abandoned you, and Slytherin only played the role of mother for a day? Severus found himself at a loss for words. Having never been comforted himself, he could only watch Anna in silence. One day, Anna supported herself on the ground. Gazing skyward, Severus inquired, "What?" "When I return from Hogwarts, I will find those too." Anna turned her head, her eyes glinting with ferocity. In her, Severus saw the shadow of Slytherin. "Haven't you only known them for a day? You mentioned they treated you well before. Perhaps they had their reasons." Severus felt that being sent to a boarding school could not be deemed outright abandonment. After all, he would prefer to be at Hogwarts rather than remain at home. They have no intention of coming back for me, nor do they plan to acknowledge me again. They didn't even tell me their real names. Do you think my feelings can be so easily manipulated? This matter is far from over. Anna seethed with rage. "Fire!" Severus exclaimed, pointing behind him. Anna turned to see the villa engulfed in flames. They didn't come out. Have they committed self-immolation? She wondered. Noticing the incredulous look Severus gave her, she quickly clarified. "I'm joking. They must have used apparition to leave." Severus remained cautious, advising Anna not to act impulsively. They most likely waited until the Aurors arrived before quietly departing. The moon had risen high, and the shops on the street were all closed. They rummaged through trash, only finding half a bag of bread that had expired a day prior. In the dead of night, two children roamed the streets, drawing too much attention. Anna pulled Severus to stand before a department store. "Let us stay in your space until dawn," Severus suggested. Anna shook her head. "There's no bed in the space. It would be too uncomfortable. We should sleep inside." She took Severus's hand, and they apparat into the department store. Inside, it was pitch black, sending chills down their spines. She trembled as she fumbled for a children's flashlight. The dim light made the deserted hall seem even more eerie. She tightly grasped Severus's hand, whispering, "Don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid," Severus replied, flicking his wand to cast a spell. A silver light pierced through the darkness, and Anna felt the urgency of learning magic. "You learned another spell?" she exclaimed in awe. "Can you teach me?" Severus nodded, about to demonstrate when Anna interjected, "Let us first find something to eat. We should use all remaining space to stock up on food." In the food section, the two gathered provisions: jerky, bread, cookies, chocolate, bottled water, filling a large bag to store in their space. Ice cream and fruit were consumed on the spot. With their bellies full, they collapsed onto a sofa in the furniture section to rest. "Only snacking won't do. I'm stuffed, yet it feels as if I haven't eaten at all," Anna lamented, shaking her head in discomfort. Severus remarked, "There are pizzas and sausages over there." "What?" Anna jumped up. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chapter 10, The Little Boat of Friendship. "Right next to us. I thought you didn't like cold food." She had been quite obvious about her disdain for the dinner the night before. "I dislike it, but it can be reheated," Severus replied. Anna tugged on Severus's arm. "Come. Let me show you. This is an electric oven. This is the pizza, and this is the sausage. In 5 minutes, we can have a hot meal." She wanted to prepare something more elaborate, but the large stove in the deli section had 8 or 9 buttons, and she was too intimidated to experiment. After finishing the meal, Anna felt truly bloated. She dragged Severus to the clothing section, stopping occasionally to browse. "Let us start with these." Anna piled items together. "Take a look and see if there's anything you dislike. Pick it out." Severus was taken aback. "For me? All of these are for you. My clothes are sufficient for now. Different sizes could last me until I'm 12. My mother's shopping style is quite peculiar. This one, and this one. No to that one, and wrap up the rest. I want all 3 sizes." Anna's imitation elicited a smile of envy from Severus. "Don't just stand there like a fool. Try on the shoes first. This brand is favored by my father. Aside from being expensive, it is flawless," Anna ardently recommended. Severus cast a glance at the price tag, feeling hungry, and thought it best to grab a bite to eat. "As for the other items, we cannot simply seize them." "Hey, what are you thinking?" "I will pay for it," Anna declared, one hand on her hip while she recounted the lottery winnings, her father's little savings, and her allowance. "As long as we don't squander it, it will be sufficient to sustain us until adulthood." Severus pointed at the price tag. "Is this what you call not squandering? How can this be considered squandering? A good pair of shoes can take you around the world." Anna waved her hand. "Trust me, it's the right choice." Severus shook his head. "I cannot frivolously spend your money. Absolutely not. Consider it a loan from me. Is that acceptable?" Anna compromised. "You have managed to master spells on your own. You will surely become a formidable wizard. When you achieve success one day, do remember our friendship." Severus sighed. "Can I borrow a lesser amount? Will I truly become a powerful wizard?" Reflecting on the magic of the person who appeared at the villa's end, he felt uncertain. Perhaps he was merely an ordinary wizard in the magical realm, much like his father Tobias, eventually sinking to the depths of the Muggle world. "No way. I'll support you for a few years, and after graduation, you must support me for a few years too." Anna chuckled, turning serious. "Now that is a fair exchange." Severus begrudgingly accepted the debt, and silently selected clothes, shoes, and socks. Such assistance made him uncomfortable, even resentful, yet he could not bring himself to refuse. He could see that Anna feared loneliness and desperately wanted to keep him around, even generously offering her entire fortune to share. In her, he saw a reflection of his former self, back when he eagerly sought Lily's friendship with a spellbook in hand. Half an hour later, their friendship was on the brink of capsizing. "Severus, how can you go to bed without taking a shower?" Anna exclaimed, standing on the bed as if she had seen a mouse fly. "I already showered during the day," Severus replied coolly, leaning against the headboard with a book. "You only mentioned covering food and drink, not my personal affairs." Anna bounced around on the bed, and Severus closed his book, raising his eyes to her. Kneeling at the head of the bed, Anna argued, "While showering is personal, it pertains to health. As your creditor, I have the right to demand you take care of yourself. The skin is the largest organ of the human body, serving 7 vital functions: metabolism, temperature regulation, and a pre-bedtime shower is the most basic skincare. Let me see." Severus extended his hand. Anna awkwardly handed him a human anatomy encyclopedia she had just picked up from the reading area. "This is a magnificent opportunity to alter the professor's habits." Severus casually flipped through it, scoffing, "We are wizards. We are a different species from muggles. Aren't we all human? What difference does it make?" Anna was genuinely astonished this time. Severus sneered, "Your Remington can kill muggles, but cannot harm wizards. That is the difference. If it were a headshot, it could kill." "I disagree," Anna retorted. Severus nodded, "Perhaps, but a muggle could never hit a wizard's head. The moment a wizard senses the gun aimed at them, they will react instantly. The speed of a wizard is beyond that of a muggle." Anna rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, "Can your obliviate make those two forget us?" Severus shook his head. "Uncertain. They had their eyes closed at the time. My magic is weak, so the effect won't be too significant." "Ha ha ha." Anna laughed. "Now that's the spirit." Severus regarded her for the second time with a look of incredulity. "What is so good about that?" Anna waved her hands, smiling broadly. "Listen to me. I have an idea. If we change hairstyles, they won't recognize us?" Severus remained skeptical. Anna jumped off the bed, grinning. "When I was at the supermarket, they thought I was a boy." Severus snorted, recalling how Lily had first seen her, feeling a twinge of discomfort. 2 boys could become 1 boy and 1 girl. If they changed their clothing style, the effect would be beyond imagination. Anna waved her hand, retrieving a large red wavy wig and placing it on her head while flashing a sweet smile. "Severus, I waited for you in the park all day." Severus's eyes widened in shock. "Merlin above, I forgot. I'll accompany you tomorrow to apologize to Lily. She will surely not blame you, considering our friendship." Anna put away the red wig and donned a light golden wavy wig. "What friendship do you have?" "Lily is my friend." Severus lay back in frustration. Anna removed the wig and struck a dashing pose. "Are you sure?" Severus mimed a gagging motion, and Anna burst into laughter. She pulled him up, saying, "If you cut your hair short and I wear the wig, they definitely won't recognize us." Severus found himself pinned to the chair, watching the scissors in her hand with considerable trepidation. When she approached from behind, he quickly turned and asked, "How many wigs do you have? Do you have a male version?" "I'll wear a wig too." Anna smiled and shook her head. "The wigs were bought by my mother to match with my dresses. She probably sees me as a doll, dressing me in both male and female attire." Severus eyed the scissors and asked, "Can you cut hair?" Anna nodded confidently, "Of course. Actually, I can't. But for a boy, if it doesn't turn out well, I can always use clippers for a buzz cut. It won't look too bad. The clippers are on this floor and should be used shortly." Severus settled back down, muttering, "No creativity, just keep it neat and symmetrical." Anna nodded steadily, her eyes gleaming with confidence. "Understood. Let's get started." The scissors snipped incessantly, and the clippers buzzed side to side. 20 minutes later, their friendship boat had capsized completely. "Get out!" Severus shouted in fury. "I never want to see you again." In the standing mirror, he saw only a barely noticeable layer of stubble on his head. His slender neck supported a lump of flesh, and his hairless face rendered his nose more prominent. He closed his eyes, fighting back tears. Would Lily run away upon seeing him tomorrow, or would she stifle a laugh? Chapter 11. Anna, my friend. Severus, Anna humbly presented an open book. "Look. The hair growth spell. We are wizards. We are not a different species from muggles." Severus accepted the book, but Anna would not let go. With a worried expression, she softly asked, "Are we still friends?" "Humph." Severus snorted. With no hair, his glare was quite intimidating. Yet, Anna remained undaunted, confident with her trump card in hand. "No talking, no looking." Severus gritted his teeth and growled, "Is this something friends do?" Anna withdrew the book into her space, calmly stating, "I will only cut the hair of my friends, and I will only share my book with my friends." Severus suddenly felt less angry and softly said, "Anna, my friend, please lend me the book." "Here." Anna beamed, handing over the book along with a poster. "Follow this style for a 12mm American buzz cut." Severus reached out with both hands, snatching the book and poster before turning and rushing into the bathroom. No need to hide. Anna restrained her curiosity and did not follow. After waiting for over an hour without him emerging, she directly teleported into the bathroom, muttering, "I'm here to help you with your reference." Upon seeing Anna pop up, Severus was engulfed in despair. "Get out." Anna gazed at the disheveled version of Severus and exerted all her strength to maintain a calm demeanor. "Let me cut your hair. I have experience now. Control yourself, refrain from laughter. Otherwise, friendship will be unattainable." Severus closed his eyes and muttered, "Just cut it here, facing the mirror. I shall observe your work." "Splendid." Anna exclaimed with uncontainable joy. "Trust me, it will be perfect." This marked the 9th occasion Severus had heard these words that evening. The first instance pertained to shoes, which was somewhat reasonable. The subsequent 8 instances were mere nonsense. He cast a venomous glare at her reflection in the mirror, silently urging her to succeed this time. Otherwise, he would be compelled to cut her hair. Among friends, reciprocity is essential. Anna's hand stiffened as she held her breath, channeling every ounce of her skill. With one hand cautiously guiding the clippers and the other wielding a comb, she murmured, 12 millimeters, American-style crew cut. Here we go. Success. She admired the fierce and stylish figure that stared back at her in the mirror. Severus nodded. "I must master my magic. After having my hair cut by you 8 times, I feel as though I have died 7 times. All freshened up," he declared with a flourish of his wand. "Admit it, isn't this more appealing than your previous hairstyle?" Anna, hands on her hips, beamed with pride. "Tonight, you've also learned 2 spells. That's quite a haul." Severus, exhausted, had no desire to engage in conversation. "I'm heading out. I need a shower." "All right," Anna chirped, happily bouncing into the adjacent ladies' restroom. She too required a shower after breaking a sweat. After just 8 attempts, her prowess was undeniable. She was a hairdressing prodigy. An hour later, Severus, clad in fresh shorts and a tank top, lay in bed. The sound of a hairdryer buzzed in his ears as he asked, "Is this how you dry clothes at your home?" "My washing machine is a washer-dryer combo. Currently, this is our only option," Anna replied, feeling drowsy as she turned away from him. "If only you knew the drying charm, we'd save ourselves a lot of trouble." "I can freshen up," Severus murmured softly. "It looks clean, but it still smells of sweat," Anna retorted with her eyes closed. "Then open them. The department store opens at 10, but the staff should arrive by 9. To be safe, we should leave before 8 and pack our things. We need to wake up by 6. Severus pulled out a pocket watch, noting it was already past 5. "Sleep, what a farce," Anna exclaimed irritably, sitting up to gather her belongings. "I'll tidy up, you sleep," Severus offered. "I'll wake you when it's time." Anna flopped back down, quickly falling into a deep slumber. Severus gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Don't think I'm oblivious. All this fuss is just so I'll take a shower. Oh my God, there's a child." Anna awoke amidst a circle of onlookers. "Oh, she's as beautiful as an angel. Darling, where's your mother? She was locked up all night. This is abuse." Anna clutched her blanket tightly, aware that this was Severus's long-delayed revenge. "Pa, that petty-minded ingrate," she thought. Sigh, his mother died prematurely because of her presence. With no money or clothes, where could he possibly go? Wandering the streets in shorts and a tank top? Lost in thought, a chubby hand reached for her hair. With a quick leap, she threw on her shoes, snatched a few garments draped over a chair, and yanked her suitcase from the bedside, vanishing into thin air at lightning speed. "Oh my God, it's a doll from the underworld. Call the priest." Seeing her shorts and tank top, she quickly donned an apple-green short-sleeved dress, preparing to make her escape when she spotted Severus standing at the back of the crowd. He was dressed similarly, clutching his wand. "What are you all doing? Oh my God, there's another child. Is this one also a doll from the underworld? Fool, he has a shadow and knows how to wield a stick for defense. Don't be afraid, child. What happened yesterday? Everything's a blur." Severus observed the empty bed with a sigh and turned away. "Where are you going?" Anna tugged at his tank top, pulling him into the space. Severus, seeing the irritated Anna, rubbed his face. "I was reading, and I must have dozed off. When I woke, it was only 7, and I thought I'd use the restroom before waking you." He handed her the pocket watch. Anna glanced at it. "Now it's 7? Severus's expression turned frantic. "Is it a magical item?" "No," he shook his head, "just an ordinary pocket watch. My mother bought it at a flea market. It was my 7th birthday gift, my only present. It can be repaired," Anna reassured him, opening her suitcase. She offered him a graffiti-printed cotton t-shirt, black wide-legged jeans, and his most expensive shoes. "Put these on. We're leaving right now." "Here?" Severus glanced around at the bustling furniture section. "Do you see that? There's a stack of money at the cash register. I saw the cashier pocketing some. I saw at least 700 or 800. A few people examining the beds whispered to one another. I'll turn my back, so you won't see me." Anna smirked, waving her hand. "They can't see you." Severus squinted. "You certainly didn't change clothes like that earlier. One shouldn't hide things from friends." Anna flicked her skirt. I actually do change like this. This is my domain, and I feel utterly secure. A pullover dress is simply too convenient. Frowning at him, she was utterly perplexed. He stood outside in shorts and a tank top without a hint of shyness, yet when it came to clothing, he seemed reluctant. Seeing Severus adamantly refusing to dress, she had no choice but to take him into the restroom with her. 20 minutes later, the two stood at the revolving door of the lobby, encountering an elderly woman. Oh my God, the woman gasped, clutching her chest. You little brat with no manners. Born of a mother, but raised without one. Your language is truly foul, Anna retorted. A boy wearing a skirt in public is simply disgraceful. The old woman scolded loudly. You are the disgrace, Anna shot back angrily. Severus grasped Anna's arm. I apologize. The elderly woman scoffed and turned away, prompting Anna to toss a fake blood packet, shouting, Madam, you're bleeding from your backside. Instantly, the air thickened, followed by a cacophony of laughter from the crowd as the old woman's expression morphed into one of rage. Chapter 12. Let us go? I'll take you to meet Lily. Severus pulled Anna along as they dashed away. Don't look back. That person is a wizard. Startled, Anna clasped his hand tightly, spotting a blind spot in the crowd, and swiftly vanished into their hidden space. Gasping for breath, she pointed at the elderly woman who had just passed by. What she said was, oh my God, not Merlin. I sensed a magical aura emanating from her. It was quite powerful, Severus replied, his expression disheartened. The villains we encounter are all formidable. Anna gazed at the woman's retreating figure, distracted. Is that so? In the future, you too will be powerful. Severus sighed, uncertain of where Anna's confidence originated. If she were referring to herself, he could dismiss it with a scoff. But when she spoke of him, it made him feel both embarrassed and hopeful, leaving him at a loss for words. You were correct. That woman is indeed a wizard. Anna lifted her chin, signaling to Severus. The elderly woman stood at the street corner, waving her wand, and in the blink of an eye, her clothing, hat, and shoes transformed entirely. As she passed by them once more, Anna suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the blood on her backside has turned into poop. How is that even possible? Severus exclaimed in bewilderment. The once normal skirt gradually developed a pool of a brownish-yellow stain. Observing the shape, it resembled the original bloodstain. Hee, Anna grinned mischievously. I think I know what is happening. Severus furrowed his brow, then whispered, Why do you always take everything? Anna pulled out a small pouch, explaining. When I swiped their wands, I happened to notice a small packet of gold dust, so I just tossed it into my toy box. Disregarding Severus's piercing gaze, she extended her impeccably clean fingers and declared with a sense of pride, My spatial magic is remarkably potent. The gold dust is ineffective against me and does not impede my ingress and egress from the space. Severus sighed, suggesting, Perhaps you should examine the toy box. Unsurprisingly, your toys are likely stained. No way, Anna exclaimed in dismay. She snapped her fingers, and a finely crafted vintage trunk appeared on the ground. This is my mother's ancestral toy box. Crouching down, she lifted the lid to reveal two fresh human legs glaringly displayed within. With a horrified scream, Anna fell back onto her rear, exclaiming, How did these end up in here? I thought they were disposed of. Severus glanced at the bag of gold dust, then at the pristine legs, remarking, This box may very well be a magical artifact. Is your mother truly not a witch? Anna shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the notion. If she were a witch, would I not have noticed? I only half listened to her tales. She claims it is a family heirloom, but it might well have been procured from an antique shop. After retrieving the legs, she contemplated the box with a myriad of conflicting emotions, lamenting, Had I discovered sooner that this box preserves freshness, I would not have carelessly tossed items inside. Severus regarded her box with an expression that was difficult to articulate. Aside from the pile of fake blood packets and a stack of masks, along with a few jars of insect specimens that could be deemed normal, the rest of the contents were peculiar and repugnant. For instance, neatly arranged within a box were items emitting a foul stench, resembling excrement. He surmised that they were likely props like the fake blood packets, but the overwhelming odor rendered them indistinguishable from the real thing. He resolved that if Anna ever used this box to store food, he would refuse to consume anything she offered. With a thud, Anna closed the trunk, musing to herself, Where there is one, there will be another. I shall acquire a new preservation box. Stowing away the toy box, she produced a long, straight black wig and donned it. Turning to Severus, she said, Let us go. I shall introduce you to Lily. In the blink of an eye, they leaped to a telephone booth 3 meters away. Severus remarked, I do not know Lily's phone number. Oh, well, when we meet, remember to ask her. Anna winked at him before inserting coins to dial for car services. 10 minutes later, a gleaming black cab arrived, one of the historic symbols of London, complete with a partition between the driver's and passenger's compartments and curtains on the windows. A driver in a crisp uniform and white gloves opened the door for the 2 young passengers, announcing, London winged car, at your service. Anna nodded regally and handed him a 5-pound note, saying, "Please take care of our suitcase. Thank you." The driver's smile became noticeably more genuine. "Certainly, young princess." Severus scoffed quietly. He could not comprehend the necessity of such theatrics. Could they not keep the suitcase in the space? Why spend an extra 5 pounds? As he settled into the cab, the driver was about to close the door when a figure rushed in. Stupefied, a young man with red hair caught the slumping driver, shoving him into the cabin. He flashed a friendly smile at the 2 children inside, saying, "Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person. Obliviate." Severus was quick to retaliate. "Disarm." Anna manually confiscated the stranger's wand. "Someone is coming," Severus urged, pulling the young man inside and hastily shutting the door. The elderly, which Anna had pranked earlier, passed by, cursing under her breath. "Who are you children? Return my wand." The red-haired young man, cradling his head, spoke up. "That one is a dark wizard being pursued by the Ministry of Magic, a truly wicked individual." Severus interjected, "Obliviate." Anna squinted at the red-haired young man and suddenly exclaimed, "Arthur Weasley?" "Yes," he replied, looking bewildered. "Do you know him?" Severus asked in surprise. Anna shook her head. "Not personally, but I am aware of certain wizarding secrets. For instance, the Weasley family with their distinctive red hair." "How do you know this?" Severus inquired with a sidelong glance. "Of course, from the Prince family's classified collection, Secrets of the British Magical Families That Cannot Be Spoken Of," Anna stated with a solemn air. Severus reached for it. "Let me see." Anna shook her head. "Prince family rules, for family eyes only. Unless you change your surname." Severus scoffed. "You must have just added that rule." Anna smiled in silence. "No, I am merely fabricating this book. I have yet to write it." Watching the old witch walk away, Anna discreetly exited the cab, beckoning to Severus. "Come. Let us sit in the front." "What about them?" Severus pointed at the 2 individuals still inside the vehicle. Anna glanced at the still cowering Weasley, muttering, "If we leave them on the street, what if the dark wizard harms them? I would feel guilty." "If only you could cast a stunning spell," Severus replied. "I will give it a try." Stupefy. To Anna's astonishment, a patch of hair was left bald on Weasley's head. Stupefy. Anna's lips twitched as Weasley's mouth swelled. Stupefy. Weasley's eyes closed. Anna trembled as she checked for his breath, sighing with relief. He is still alive. Slamming the door shut, she clambered into the driver's seat. Turning to Severus in the passenger seat, "Grip your wand tightly. If we encounter a traffic officer, remember to cast Obliviate." Severus shot her a sideways glance. "Do you know how to drive?" Anna fumbled with the seat adjustments, gripping the steering wheel firmly, and declared, "Of course. The last time I touched a car was in my previous life." At her current height of 144 centimeters, she could barely manage the vehicle, but driving slowly would not pose much of a problem. Engaging the gear, starting the engine, releasing the clutch, pressing the accelerator, off we go. Woo! Anna nearly cheered in triumph. This was Severus's first experience in a car, and to be honest, his fear outweighed his excitement. Although the ride was steady, Anna's expressions filled him with an inexplicable dread. At times she appeared puzzled, at others elated, and at yet others as if she had come to a realization, reminiscent of his own mental journey while learning new spells. Chapter 13. A reward of £500. Really? King's Cross Station, London. Police officers were everywhere. Severus sat in the car, nervously shifting his wand back and forth in his hand. He felt that even if he drained every ounce of his magical power, he could not subdue all the officers at once. Anna patted his arm reassuringly. "Do not worry. You, be quiet." Severus growled. "You said the same thing when we left Kent. And what happened?" "We arrived at the train station safely." Anna beamed with delight. "I did not expect it myself. I meant that everything went surprisingly well." "Surprisingly well, my foot." Severus shouted. "You nearly drove the car into a ditch." Anna shrugged. "It was just a near miss. We are fine now." 7 times. "The car nearly went into a ditch 7 times. Severus exclaimed, animatedly spitting as he spoke. "You attracted all the other drivers' attention. I had to cast Obliviate on numerous people, and they almost drove their own cars into a ditch. I nearly committed murder. I could end up in Azkaban. That road is far too narrow. The London Roads Department really needs to address this." Anna swallowed hard, feeling a pang of sympathy. Struggling to suppress her urge to laugh, she murmured, "Do not be angry. If I had not run out of fuel, I would not have driven us here." Knock, knock. Someone rapped on the car window. Anna and Severus were squeezed together in the front seat, and this was her quickest and shortest leap yet. Pressing the window button, a large, bearded face leaned in. Upon seeing the badge on the hat, Severus raised his wand. Obliviate. Severus had not completed the incantation of the spell, and his wand vanished from his grasp, replaced by Anna's firm hold on his hand. "Are you a police officer?" Her adorably soft voice sent shivers down Severus's spine. How could she utter such absurd words in such a nauseating tone? Sensing the dark expression on Severus's face, Anna immediately leaned forward, pushing him aside, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Excuse me, are you a police officer?" "Yes, I am indeed a police officer. What are you both doing in the car? The officer with a rugged face inquired gently. Anna pointed at the poster in the officer's hand and asked, "Are you looking for this person?" The officer's eyes lit up with urgency. "This is a suspect, extremely dangerous. Have you seen him? A reward of £500 for any substantial leads." "Really?" she said, indicating the golden text on the poster. "Absolutely." The officer smiled. That gypsy's prediction was remarkably accurate. A promotion is within reach. Just give me the money, and I'll take you to see him. Ignoring Severus's murderous glare, Anna extended her delicate hand. The officer inhaled deeply and replied, "Scamming a police officer can land you in jail. If you misidentify the person, you can always reclaim your money. But you are a police officer. Who would dare to swindle you?" Anna seized the poster, examining it closely. "Otherwise, I could ask other officers." The officer, astonished by her nimble hands, recalled the gypsy's words and, gritting his teeth, pulled out his wallet, shaking out a stack of bills. "This is all I have. Is the salary of London police officers really that low?" Anna queried as she accepted the money and tucked it away. She grabbed Severus and exited the car. Moving to the rear compartment, where she whispered to the officer, "This was a rental service arranged by my uncle. The driver is the person on the poster." Along the way, he picked up an unconscious bystander, who was also inside. He just told us to wait while he spoke privately with that person. The officer, now serious, drew his service weapon and commanded, "Step back." After taking a few deep breaths, he yanked the car door open. "Forget everything." Weasley leapt from the vehicle, bellowing at the two goblins that were trying to flee. "Come back. I heard everything just now." Anna pulled Severus to the rear of the vehicle, opening the trunk to reveal a gruesome sight. In addition to their luggage, there lay a bloodied and battered individual. "Don't run. Return my wand." Weasley was relieved he had chased after the car. Those two with black hair, could they be from the Black family? Who else would give magical tools to children? Ignoring Weasley's legitimate demand, Anna suddenly screamed, "Help! There's been a murder." The rugged officer rushed towards them with his gun drawn, and Weasley, resigned, raised his hand, preparing to cast a spell, when Anna exclaimed, "Shut up. I'll return your wand." She pulled Severus to the back of the crowd, calling, "Arthur Weasley, keep up." The red-haired young man sighed in resignation. The current crop of young witches and wizards was truly astonishing. At his age, he was still catching goblins in his mother's vegetable patch. "Here is your wand. My mother knows you. I recognize you as someone from the Ministry of Magic," Anna said, offering the wand. Weasley took it back, frowning. "Your mother is Andromeda? That's impossible. She couldn't have given birth to a child as old as you. She's dead. A Death Eater killed her. We need to seek refuge with Muggle relatives, so just pretend you've never seen us, all right?" The redness in Anna's eyes choked Weasley up. "Where? I'll take you there. Can your apparition take two people?" Anna asked, somewhat skeptically. "Not really. I just graduated over a year ago." It's been 2 years," Weasley admitted glumly, but then his eyes brightened. "However, I can accompany you on the train. Or we could rent another car. I think that would be quite fun." Before Anna could refuse, Severus coldly interjected, "Renting a car is expensive. Are you going to pay for it?" Weasley hung his head again. "All right, let us take the train." Anna hadn't yet declined when his two-way mirror erupted with frantic voices. "Arthur, where have you been? That old coot Rodan slipped away again. And just when I finally tracked down his Muggle sister, now I can't find her anywhere. There are 2 broken legs in the phone booth covered in tracking powder. No idea if they're connected to Rodan." Weasley hung his head even lower, shaking his hand to open the two-way mirror. "It's connected. I saw tracking powder on Rodan's skirt as well. I'll be back immediately." The voice on the other side of the mirror replied, "It doesn't matter. The captain just said you're not suited for the Auror office, so they won't transfer you." He sighed heavily, closing the mirror. "Let us go buy tickets. We're leaving. No time for farewells." Once Anna and Severus had concealed themselves in a space until Weasley had disappeared, they finally emerged. Observing Severus's somber demeanor, Anna beamed and said, "I have an idea." Severus sighed. "Can't we just buy a train ticket and go home directly? Are you particularly attached to the house in Spinner's End?" Anna scoffed. "Those 2 Death Eaters know Tobias. Finding the address would be a cinch." "Are you planning to stay in a department store every day?" Severus nodded. "That wouldn't be impossible. There should be department stores in Devon as well." Anna shook her head. "I have a small apartment in London that I rented out to foreigners. It was just vacated last month, and it's still available. What do you think about staying there?" Her father had only warned her not to sneak back home, not that she couldn't return to the apartment. Moreover, she was the owner on the property deed. Chapter 14. Immortal and Unyielding. Let it begin from this moment. "Rest assured, I know you're concerned about your promise to Lily," Anna remarked, noting his silence, and added, "Let us settle in first, then I'll call Lily. It doesn't matter if we don't have her phone number. We can look it up through her address at the phone office. You could invite her to London for a visit." Severus gazed back at Anna. "You've already decided against returning to Devon, haven't you? You could have just said so. I wouldn't ignore you." Anna smiled. acknowledging that the decision to stay in the apartment was rather spontaneous, spurred by Weasley's two-way mirror. What? Severus queried, puzzled. The Aurors are pursuing Rodan. That dark wizard will likely go looking for his muggle sister. Those two Death Eaters might resort to the same tactics. Do you remember how they found Erin? They paraded around with Tobias in places where she had appeared. Severus turned as pale as a ghost. So we can't stay in Kent or Devon. We can't wander the streets carelessly either. Anna nodded. When children encounter danger, their first instinct is to run home. They know you're home, but not mine. Severus glanced at the incessantly flowing traffic, bewildered. Where's your home? Is it far? Anna shook her head. Not far, just 3 kilometers west. 144, Baker Street. With that, she took Severus's hand and operated them to the upper deck of a double-decker bus. The open-air seats were vacant. Choosing a spot at the back of the bus, Severus observed the 3 figures not far from the vehicle and whispered, that dark wizard. Anna nodded. It seems he has been taken hostage. Near the double-decker bus, 2 men clad in wizard robes were tugging at an elderly woman, scanning the surroundings. The passers-by paid no mind to the 3 oddly dressed individuals. Rodan, you refuse to pledge loyalty to the master. We are still extending our assistance to you. You ought to be grateful. Didn't you say those 2 brats would come here? Where are they? I merely surmised. Perhaps they've already boarded a train to another county. The bus slowly began to move, gradually distancing itself. Watching the trio, Anna informed Severus, this time, I not only memorized their voices, but also their faces. Let the eternal struggle commence from this very moment. At Severus's astonished gaze, she snapped her fingers. A cascade of fake blood packs and a small pouch of gold dust erupted above the heads of the 3 men. They collapsed in a stupor. Amidst the chaos, Rodan seized the opportunity to ambush his captor. Reduced to mere fragments, another wizard hurled a beam of green light towards Rodan. Petrify them all. Rodan retaliated, dragging his battered form into action. Alas, the outcome was merely that Rodan sustained injuries. Anna, dissatisfied, brandished her Browning and fired a shot at each of their heads. Suddenly, the bus veered, causing the bullets to stray and miss their targets. One bullet grazed a neck, while another struck a shoulder. The gunfire startled nearby passers-by as the double-decker bus traveled a short distance before halting again. Once the vehicle stopped, Anna swiftly pulled Severus into a hidden space. This time, the ministry reacted promptly, a flurry of individuals arriving, among them, the red-haired Weasley. You've mastered a new spatial magic. Severus's eyes glimmered with envy. Anna's talent was beyond his reach. Did she truly need his protection? I call this an airdrop. Anna smirked, recalling the 6 individuals from that day. Now reduced to just 1. If you're truly intent on returning to Devon, Severus shook his head. No, there are still 2, perhaps a whole group. The memory of the blasted shrubs in the villa's garden that night dimmed Anna's smile. Their adversaries had never been mere numbers. The battle had yet to commence. And even before their sorting, they had already positioned themselves against Voldemort. Since fate had not afforded her the opportunity to take shortcuts, she would now prepare for the inevitable. The double-decker bus resumed its journey, and they retook their seats. Severus tilted his head to observe Anna as she inscribed a phrase in a pristine notebook, Death Eater Elimination Plan. Anna, you are the most courageous person I have ever encountered, bar none. Severus's gaze was sincere. Anna smiled, humbly replying, while you may be right, to be frank, my desire for vengeance outweighs all else. Whoever makes my life difficult, I shall not rest until they are dealt with. As the bus entered Baker Street, Anna led Severus to jump off, not to evade payment, but to avoid leaving a trace. A few shillings for tickets were of no concern to her. Is this truly London? Severus mused, relishing the scenery. Suddenly, he recalled, my mother once said our family resided in London, but I have no memory of it. Anna chuckled. I am quite familiar with London. Since we don't have school, I shall show you around. Severus shook his head. Even without school, one must read. Many of Hogwarts' books are in foreign languages. I need to self-study in advance. For instance, Anna had an unsettling premonition. Her self-satisfied knowledge of Chinese, Russian, and French might not suffice. Latin and Hebrew. Severus noted Anna's unease and added, with the aid of a magical dictionary, it won't be difficult. The 2 chatted leisurely until they reached the entrance of her apartment. It was a row house, and the small 2-story at the end belonged to her. Hearing movement inside, Anna withdrew her hand from the keyhole and opted to ring the bell. Once I reveal myself, unleash your might, she instructed Severus. He grimaced. Knocking someone unconscious hardly constituted a formidable display of power. Brady. Anna's voice startled Severus into action. Anna. Brady, taken aback by her presence, sweated nervously. You're a wizard? Anna noticed the wand peeking from Brady's sleeve. So are you, Brady smiled at Severus. After exchanging names, Severus settled onto a single armchair. Keeping his wand trained on Brady, Anna boldly occupied the prime spot in the living room. Cross-legged with her elbows resting on her knees, She scrutinized Brady. You're from America, a foreign exchange student? Is Brady Hoffs your real name? Seeing the two youths feigning maturity, Brady smiled faintly. It is indeed my real name. Aside from being an exchange student, everything else is true. The ministry forbids wizards from disclosing their identities. Brady was a handsome young man with short chestnut hair and light green eyes that sparkled with energy. He sighed as he sat back. Ever since I graduated last month, I secured a position as an assistant potion master at St. Mungo's. However, things are chaotic outside. Those pureblood aristocrats have become so depraved that they refuse to accept consultations from muggle-born wizards. And that gentleman disregards the ministry, openly declaring a purge of all. I find myself unemployed and adrift. If possible, I would like to renew my lease with Mr. Lee. You can't. He and my mother are on a business trip abroad. Anna shook her head, gesturing towards Severus. He entrusted me to his mother. Anne Eileen is a Slytherin. That's when I discovered I was a little wizard. Observing Brady's blank stare, she continued the ruse. Our families are distant relatives. Brady fell silent, gazing at Severus, lost in thought. Next year, we will be attending Hogwarts. Therefore, this apartment will be for ourselves, not available for rent. She spread her hands, indicating her inability to assist. Brady's voice was hoarse, his gaze filled with sorrow. Anna. Haven T. You read the newspaper? Chapter 15. Rita Skeeter, you have successfully captured my attention. This is yesterday's Daily Prophet. Brady handed her a magical newspaper. The front page bore a sensational story about the ministry's aurors capturing a violent criminal. To enhance the news's authenticity, the victim's details were meticulously presented, with photographs so vivid they depicted her life and marriage in detail. Clenching the newspaper, Anna trembled with rage. A pack of lies. Utter nonsense. All fabricated. The truth had been so distorted that it bore little resemblance to reality. Rather than news, it felt like self-congratulatory propaganda from the Auror office. In that woman's narrative, marrying a muggle became Eileen's original sin, while the Death Eater's atrocities were framed as extreme actions rooted in pure-blood ideology, and the Auror office was portrayed as the bastion of law and justice. Whether the Aurors were just remains unaddressed. Yet that night, they failed to apprehend even a single Death Eater. Rita Skeeter, you have successfully captured my attention. You resemble your mother. Brady finally spoke. That Tobias. Did he take advantage of Eileen's absence to bully you? Is that why you fled to the apartment? Waiting for Eileen's return, he had no desire to break such tragic news to a child, but he understood all too well the bitterness of waiting for someone who would never return. It was hard to compare which situation was more agonizing. If he could, he would wish for a world for the child devoid of death and waiting. Severus's dark eyes stared blankly into space, seemingly oblivious. Anna tossed the newspaper aside, coldly stating, Tobias is a muggle drunkard. What can he do to us? We can go wherever we like, and he doesn't care. We don't even know where he is now. This is my home, and we shall reside here. Do you have an objection? Brady sighed. It's truly unsafe for you two children to live alone. When will Mr. and Mrs. Lee return? What will you do when your pocket money runs out? Brady's incessant chatter only intensified Anna's impatience. What a nuisance. Anna, Brady spoke earnestly. I can pay your rent and cook for you until your parents return. She met Brady's light green gaze and suddenly asked, which house are you in? Hufflepuff, Brady smiled, adding, my herbology grades have always been outstanding. I can help you with your preschool preparation. Anna retorted, but you're unemployed. How can you afford to pay me rent? Brady chuckled lightly, confidence radiating from his eyes. I'll be in debt for 100 galleons as soon as I enroll, having not only settled her debts, but also secured a means of sustenance. Anna was naturally intrigued and eager to elaborate. Brady, however, remained silent, leading them instead to the rooftop. As Anna gazed upon the myriad of potted plants adorning the terrace, her mouth moved in awe. The flora, initially gentle and docile, unfurled their leaves under the sun's warm embrace. Yet, as she approached, several broad-leaved specimens suddenly expanded, attempting to envelop her. In a swift motion, Anna retaliated with 2 sharp slaps to those leaves, which instantly transformed from green to crimson, emitting a sound akin to a whimper. Brady stifled a laugh, recognizing Anna's inherited tenacity from her mother, Lady Lee, regardless of familiarity. She would always respond fiercely to any challenge. You've cultivated 117 pots of magical plants. Anna exclaimed in admiration. Severus, intrigued, quietly articulated the names of a few of the flora. Not recognizing any, Anna inquired, are they valuable? Severus shook his head, and disappointment washed over Anna. Brady chuckled, explaining that if they were precious species, they wouldn't be casually grown on the rooftop. These are merely common herbs utilized in dermatology, he clarified. Are you supplying St. Mungo's? Anna gasped in surprise. You truly overestimate me, Brady replied with a bemused shake of his head. That is Hogwarts business. I sell these to the itinerant healers of Nocturne Alley. Though it isn't a fortune, it suffices for my needs. Severus listened with keen interest, realizing that if Brady could sustain himself, then so could he. Observing the diverse plants, his confidence in the future rekindled. Anna's eyes darted between the two, chiming in. Selling basic herbs yields little profit, but what about selling finished potions? Surely, that would be more lucrative? Indeed, Brady concurred. The healers I know also purchase finished potions, often at several times the price. He continued, however, my potion-making skills are quite mediocre. The potions I produce are of inferior quality, and the materials are prohibitively expensive, making it more profitable to sell the raw ingredients. My appointment as an assistant potion master hinges on my adeptness with herbs, not potion brewing. With a hearty laugh, Anna suggested he can assist you. And Eileen is a master potion maker. With a few practices, Severus should manage just fine. Together, we can expand the business. Before Brady could respond, Severus shot Anna a piercing glare. Where did her confidence stem from? Did she believe that business was as simple as driving a car, where one could merely plunge forward without direction? What are you two looking at? Anna queried, her cheeks flushing under their scrutiny. Do you think I've done nothing and still expect a share? Does potion making require no equipment investment? Are auxiliary materials free? I'm providing the funds and space. Don't I deserve a portion? Brady chuckled, impressed by Anna's sharp business acumen, clearly a trait inherited from her father. Noticing Severus's sullen expression, Anna exclaimed, what has got you down? Severus pressed his lips together, retorting coolly, I don't even possess my own wand. How can I brew any respectable potions? All right, Anna conceded, throwing her hands up in defeat. It's noon. Let us hasten to prepare lunch. I'm famished. You two go ahead. I'll gather some vegetables. Turning back, she spotted Brady plucking 2 cabbage-like fruits from a plant towering to his waist. What is this? Can it be eaten? She inquired of Severus. He shook his head, admitting he hadn't seen it before. However, judging by the fruit, it resembles cabbage. Anna rolled her eyes, retorting, that is something I recognize. Cabbages don't grow on branches. Brady, having harvested the vegetables, grinned. I grafted and cultivated this myself. The flavor surpasses that of wild cabbage. More importantly, growing it saves money. At noon, Anna and Severus enjoyed their finest meal in 3 days. Can you believe it? The purebred Englishman, Brady, can actually cook fried rice with ham and eggs. The modified cabbage, simply blanched, was so delectably sweet that it was almost overwhelming. Rubbing her satisfied belly, Anna languidly remarked, Brady, if you can maintain this culinary standard, I propose we trade meals for rent. We can split the utility bills evenly. What do you say? Thank you for your generosity, Miss Lee. I am more than willing, Brady replied, his smile radiant. He had always known that every skill had its purpose. Reflecting on the sweetness of the cabbage, Anna suddenly brightened. Not only can you sell herbs, but you could also sell vegetables. With cabbage this delicious, you should have no trouble selling them. We could partner to open a vegetable supermarket. Ha ha, that is indeed a splendid idea. Brady laughed. In the evening, you must try my improved devil tomatoes and flame eggplants. Noting Anna's sparkling anticipation, he added, however, I've only managed to cultivate one of each so far. Just enough for the 3 of us. Chapter 16. I was always her idol. After clearing the dishes, Brady headed to deliver goods to Nocturne Alley. Anna escorted Severus upstairs to select a room. This 2-story apartment featured a ground floor with a living room, dining area, kitchen, shared bathroom, and storage space, while the upper level comprised 4 bedrooms. Anna claimed the master bedroom with an en-suite bathroom, and Severus opted for a guest room adjacent to hers. Anna retrieved her suitcase and nudged it towards Severus. You unpack first, then we'll head to Chinatown to get the watch repaired. Severus pushed the suitcase into the wardrobe and emerged, stating, there's nothing to unpack. Let us go. Chinatown was a frequented locale for Anna. After relocating to London from Kent, her father had taken her there weekly for a Chinese meal. Had her mother not staunchly opposed it, their family would have dined there every week. The restaurant's owner, Mr. Chun, a native of Hong Kong, would enthusiastically converse with her father in fluent Cantonese, garnering a reputation in Chinatown. It was said that every member of the Chinese community in London, regardless of age or gender, referred to him as Uncle Chun. When Anna and Severus arrived, the restaurant was bustling. Despite the air conditioning, Mr. Chun, standing at the counter taking orders, was drenched in sweat. Tall and slender, with dyed blonde hair, he appeared much older than his actual age, sporting deep lines etched into his forehead. Upon seeing Anna, Mr. Chun's usual warmth was replaced by a stern demeanor. He beckoned a worker to take over and strode toward Anna. Follow me, he instructed, leaving behind an ambiguous remark as he exited the restaurant. Anna, tugging Severus along, hurried to keep pace with him. They walked through a narrow alleyway, arriving at the back door of a small building. The 3 entered in single file, locking the door behind them. The second-floor living room was entirely wooden, with unpadded sofas that, while cool, offered little comfort. This was Uncle Chun's private residence, where all the furnishings were crafted by him. Anna had visited before with her father, enjoying tea and Uncle Chun's homemade dim sum. Before her lay her favorite treats, durian pastries, water chestnut cakes, and taro pudding. Uncle Chun, Anna beamed, presenting a paper bag. These are cabbages grown by my friend. They taste extraordinary. Mr. Chun accepted the bag without inspecting its contents, his expression grave. Didn't your father send you away? Anna shrugged. He sent me to boarding school, but it's summer break. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Mr. Chun pressed. Is this your classmate from boarding school? Don't linger here. Hurry back to school. A wave of unease washed over Anna. Has something happened to my father? Mr. Chin shook his head. I don't know. Just listen and return to school promptly. Anna ripped off her wig, stuffing it under her arm, and retorted angrily. If you want to tell me, I'll just loiter in Chinatown, and someone will come looking for me. Sighing, Mr. Chin confessed. He has gotten into a bit of trouble, but he has already left the country. Before he departed, he came here and left some money for you. Anna fixed him with an intense gaze. You're lying. If he left money with you, why didn't he tell me? It's money he prepaid for meals. Mr. Chin elucidated that he would not be returning to the homeland in the near future. You may keep the money, but refrain from visiting Chinatown again. It has become quite chaotic of late. Anna nodded and said, Uncle Chun, I sought you out to request your assistance in repairing a watch. She nudged Severus, signaling him to present the pocket watch. Severus, gazing at the middle-aged Asian man before him, handed over the watch and introduced himself. I am Severus, a friend of Anna's. Although he did not comprehend the Chinese language or the content of their conversation, he sensed that something troubling had befallen Anna's family. Mr. Chen examined the watch closely and remarked, this model is quite antiquated. Should the movement be damaged, finding replacement parts will prove exceedingly difficult. Custom repairs would be exorbitantly costly. It may be more prudent to purchase a new one. Severus nodded, inquiring, how much would custom repairs entail? Mr. Chin quoted a figure, to which Severus immediately shook his head, declining the repair. Anna took back the watch, stowed it in her pocket, and smiled. I'll give it a try when I return. Mr. Chin nodded and retrieved a small wooden box from the drawer of the tea table, stating, take this set of watch repair tools as a gift. Have fun with it. Anna gratefully accepted, repeatedly expressing her thanks. One moment, I'll fetch some money, Mr. Chun said as he rose and entered the bedroom. When he emerged, he held a rather thick envelope. Take this and be frugal. Who knows if your father will return? Uncle Chun, please hold on to hope for my father. Anna rolled her eyes as she accepted the envelope, muttering, if you have a way to contact him, please pass on a message. Mr. Chin hesitated for a moment, then casually replied, what message? When I grow up, I will find him. No matter where he hides, I will uncover him. This abandonment will not go unpunished. Anna declared, pouting defiantly. All right, I know you are formidable. Hurry back to school, Mr. Chin urged, rising to shoo them away. Don't delay my business. As Anna and Severus departed the alley, he immediately turned back, heading straight for the bedroom on the second floor. If you don't see her now, you may never have the chance again, he lamented, gazing at the barely conscious man on the bed, his face etched with sorrow. Joseph Lee offered a wan smile. How do I explain this? Should I tell her it was her mother who struck me? We have already hurt her once. We cannot wound her a second time. She loves Gil so dearly. Mr. Chun, feeling exasperated, countered, Anna is a sensible child. If she were to learn that your actions were to assist the nation's scientists in returning home, she would not blame you. She would idolize you. Joseph smiled. I am already her idol. Mr. Chin scoffed lightly. Did you not previously claim to be your wife's idol? After 10 years of marriage, you would kill without hesitation. Joseph closed his eyes. For people like us, our mission takes precedence. Children come second. I can understand her choice. Anna had brought a fresh cabbage. I will cook it for you. Mr. Chen sighed as he departed. One meal less, I suppose. Joseph opened his eyes, muttering darkly. Could you not wish for me to hold on a bit longer? I hope to endure until Anna reaches adulthood. At this moment, the underage Anna was quietly counting the cash within the envelope. A total of 5,751 and 20 shillings. There's both small change and whole notes. It seems my father shares a close relationship with Mr. Chun. Should I occasionally pay him a visit in the future? Is something amiss with your father? Severus hesitantly inquired. Is this his compensation? Anna's hand trembled as she clutched the envelope, her heart racing. She tossed the envelope into her space, placed her hands on her hips, and glared at Severus, demanding, why do you say that? A dreadful suspicion loomed in her mind. Her father was KGB, and Uncle Chun was likely his superior or liaison. The orphan had come to claim compensation on behalf of the organization. Severus observed the redness in Anna's eyes, but refrained from further comment. He caught a whiff of a particular scent, reminiscent of the evening before his mother departed. He knew it was the scent of death. The two remained in tense silence. Neither noticed someone behind them, waving a wand 3 times by the roadside. A purple, 3-tiered bus hurtled towards them with astonishing speed. Anna and Severus immediately shifted their focus, without a hint of hesitation, and dashed into the fabled night bus. Chapter 17. I would rather be the darling of the headmaster. If traveling via another's portkey felt akin to experiencing the spin cycle of a washing machine, then riding the night bus was like risking one's life on a roller coaster devoid of safety belts, an uncontrollable one at that. Anna and Severus were unceremoniously deposited in front of the park in Cockworth. Supporting each other, they stumbled toward a small grove. Severus, Lily exclaimed, her voice a blend of joy and surprise as she spotted them. Lily, Severus quickly steadied his friend who was rushing toward him. I'm sorry for missing our appointment. Lily shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. It's wonderful. I finally waited for you. My family is moving away. If you don't come back soon, we may never see each other again. Severus replied, no, we will certainly reunite at Hogwarts. Lily sighed, I cannot guarantee that until I receive my acceptance letter. Lily, this is for you, Anna said, presenting a gift. I didn't have the chance to introduce myself properly. My name is Anna. Her wig had been left on the night bus, and her apple-green short-sleeved dress now resembled a rag. Despite her disheveled appearance, she maintained her composure, putting on her most charming smile. You're a girl, Lily exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she accepted the paper bag filled with chocolates. Thank you. Are you family of Severus's mother? My mother is her sister, Anna replied with a smile, fully aware that Lily was one who judged by appearance. Lily had not noticed Anna's dress nor realized Severus had a new hairstyle. You should leave quickly, Lily said, her expression tense. Tobias has been lurking around lately, muttering about seeking revenge. The community says he has worsened since divorcing your mother. Severus nodded, we will escort you home, as he helped Lily gather her cushions and books. He added, I will be staying at Anna's house from now on. You're a wizard too, aren't you? Lily asked, clutching the chocolates and gazing at Anna with envy. You can read magical books together every day. Anna tossed her hair back, gazing affectionately at Lily. We will surely reunite at Hogwarts. Lily's face flushed crimson, and she laughed sweetly. Where is your home? My family is moving to Surrey in London. Can I come find you? What a deep connection we share, Anna said, patting Severus's arm. My house is on Baker Street in London. It's south, very close to Surrey. Here is my family's phone number. Lily accepted the note, her smile radiant like a lily swaying in the breeze. They chatted and laughed as they escorted Lily back home. As they turned to leave, Anna noticed Severus's expression darken. Sensing his thoughts, she spoke softly. Helios once told Eileen that taking a life exacts the price of a shattered soul. Is it worth it for such scum? He shot her a sidelong glance. When you pulled the trigger, did you remember Helios's words? Anna raised her chin defiantly. Didn't you say bullets can't kill wizards? Strictly speaking, that wasn't murder. It was self-defense. Severus fell silent, contemplating for a long while before slowly stating, if killing shatters the soul, should we still seek vengeance? Certainly, Anna replied swiftly and decisively. In China, there exists a remarkable book, The Art of War, which includes a method of revenge called killing with a borrowed knife. Severus regarded her with suspicion. Was it written by someone burdened with deep-seated grudges? Does it specifically instruct on revenge? Ha ha ha. Anna laughed and nodded, pretty much. That book is at my home in Kent. I'll show it to you when I get the chance. Severus shook his head. Is it the Chinese version? How do you know? Anna asked, astonished. I have no idea. I am aware that you can concoct 1,000 reasons to prevent me from seeing. Severus diverted his gaze and murmured, how do we return? Shall we still take the night bus? Anna was torn. If she wished to catch Brady's dinner, the night bus was her only option. Though it was an experience she would rather not endure again. Do you require assistance? A sudden voice startled Anna and Severus, nearly causing them to lose control. She grasped Severus and initiated a spatial leap, daring to glance back only after 5 leaps. Before them stood a tall, white-bearded elder clad in a white wizarding robe adorned with sequins. His cheerful demeanor sent a shiver down Anna's spine, making her feel as though her space was merely a prop before him. Dumbledore, Severus informed Anna, there's a photograph of him in that book, Origins of Spells. Anna nodded. I suspected as much. Dumbledore, sensing their presence through faint magical fluctuations, gazed at the empty space and murmured in awe, Merlin's grace. You are the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore? Anna stepped out of the space with Severus, asking, how did you discover us? I am Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts. He winked at Anna. I did not truly discover you. I merely played a trick. Do not fall for it next time. I only emerged because of you. Anna smiled and waved her hand. I am rather timid, she added, though she was anything but. Dumbledore shook his head with a smile. That powerful hunting rifle of yours has disabled 2 adult wizards' legs. Severus's expression darkened as he replied coldly, we acted in self-defense. They were robbing and killing. Dumbledore gazed thoughtfully at the brooding youth before him, lost in recollections. A troubled childhood, a devoted mother, a father he despised, a yearning for strength, exceptional magical talent. This world was not devoid of children with tragic backgrounds and extraordinary gifts. What it lacked were mentors to guide them. You are correct. Dumbledore grinned widely, revealing a full set of teeth. if you are already enrolled. I would award points to Anna. As for you, for the unlawful misuse of your wand, I can only. Anna seized Severus's hand and leapt away, leaving Dumbledore with an empty space. He chuckled helplessly, hands on his hips. Do not hide. Come out quickly. I will escort you back to Baker Street. Anna emerged behind him, feigning distress. You truly possess remarkable abilities to know our address. Dumbledore turned in surprise, exclaiming, You must be a favorite of Merlin. Anna grinned mischievously. I would prefer to be the headmaster's favorite. Let us collaborate to eliminate all the Death Eaters. Eliminate them? Dumbledore's eyes widened in astonishment, as though horns had suddenly sprouted from Anna's head. Anna nodded, matter-of-factly. They rob and pillage, taking others' possessions, and they killed Silas and Aaron. I am truly sorry, children. I did not see Silas that day, nor could I prevent the tragedy. Dumbledore sighed. But all the perpetrators have been apprehended. Anna shook her head. They are a large criminal organization, openly conducting blood purges in the wizarding world while secretly engaging in arson and murder. If we do not eliminate them entirely, how can we expect to live in peace? Dumbledore perceived that Anna's psychological issues were far more severe than those of the young man beside her. A witch who had yet to enroll was preoccupied with the notion of exterminating the Death Eaters. From any perspective, this was a significant concern. He spoke gravely. Combating criminals is the duty of Aurors. What you ought to be doing now is eating and sleeping. Eating, sleeping, and combating Death Eaters, Anna interjected, pouting. Excellent. Replacing eliminate with combat, he began, only to be interrupted as she continued. Once I have honed my skills, I will eradicate them all, leaving not a single one behind. As the saying goes, root out evil to prevent future calamities. Dumbledore crouched down, earnestly resting his hands on Anna's shoulders. Anna, taking a life is a painful affair. A choice made only when absolutely necessary. The punishment for the Death Eaters' misdeeds should be left to the Ministry of Magic, not executed by an individual. Anna glanced at Severus, contemplated for a moment, and nodded solemnly. You are right. The culpability of individuals within an organization varies, and they should indeed be judged fairly before any sentencing. Dumbledore released a breath of relief and stood. Let us depart. I shall escort you back. He took one of each of their hands, preparing to disapparate, when Anna interjected. If they attempt to kill me, can I retaliate? Chapter 18, Fiery Eggplant and Devilish Tomatoes. Before Dumbledore could respond, Severus scoffed. Shouldn't you be fleeing given your current predicament? Anna, exasperated, grit her teeth. Thank you for the suggestion. I will certainly bring you along when I run. Ha ha ha, apparate. The white-bearded elder chuckled joyfully. Dumbledore bid farewell to the two children at the street corner, gifting each a magical sweet. Anna reciprocated with a handful of Muggle chocolates. Upon their return home, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. As Anna inhaled the spicy fragrance, her eyes sparkled with a golden glint that nearly blinded Severus. He cast a sidelong glance at the busy figure in the kitchen, remarking, You harvested Brady's cabbage today without a word. Anna chuckled nervously, producing 3 bags of snacks as she entered the kitchen. Her exaggerated gait made Severus feel as though he might go blind. Squinting at the familiar snacks, he recognized them as belonging to Mr. Chen's shop. Trading Brady's cabbage for Mr. Chen's snacks, she truly was adept at managing her resources. Brady waved his wand, and dinner was served, with desserts plated. There was a dish of ham and egg-baked eggplant, creamy tomato pasta, and 3 servings of dim sum. As they sat down, Anna cheered, Thank you, Brady. Let us eat. Brady chuckled softly. This is fiery eggplant. Remember to. Before he could finish, Anna speared a large chunk of eggplant and stuffed it into her mouth. Spicy and delightful, she praised, only to expel a plume of purple flames, exclaiming, W.O. The fiery eggplant lives up to its name. Severus stared at Anna's increasingly purple mouth and swiftly redirected his fork to the pasta, drenched in tomato sauce. The pasta appeared enticing, fragrant, and upon tasting, it was sweet and tender with a hint of smokiness. He nodded in satisfaction, continuing to eat, oblivious to Anna's increasingly peculiar gaze. Brady observed the 2 children relishing their meals while avoiding each other as choices, chuckling with mirth. The fiery eggplant is best enjoyed with the devilish tomato. That way, the side effects will dissipate. Side effects. Anna and Severus simultaneously leapt to their feet, racing toward the public restroom on the 1st floor. In the mirror, her mouth was swollen and purple, while his hair resembled that of a red-haired lion. W.O., Anna cheered. I must have the devilish tomato. It's like a natural hair dye and promotes hair growth. Severus shot her a glare. Isn't that indicative of poisoning? Brady stifled a laugh. Well, it certainly won't kill you. After their jovial meal, the 3 returned to their respective rooms to rest. With her long, blood-red hair, Anna approached Severus, swaying back and forth, incessantly asking, Are you sure you don't want me to help you cut your hair? At this moment, with hair cascading to his shoulders, he found his eyebrows entangled. After being interrupted for the 19th time, he dashed to the top floor. plucking a fiery eggplant and stuffing it into her mouth. Instantly, Anna's hair lost its vibrant hue, reverting to black. As she wailed, she prepared to launch a blood packet filled with additional ingredients at him from behind. If your hair gets dirty, it must be cut, right? Dare to touch my hair, and we are done, Severus replied, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Anna, deflated, stood up, huffing, "You are ruthless." She nestled into the sofa, pulling out her notebook to resume her work. Severus glanced over to see her writing down the first step in her plan to eliminate the Death Eaters. Internal division. Strategy 1. Create friends from nothing. Strategy 2. Involves cutting off the enemy's supply, while strategy 3 pertains to taking advantage of the chaos. What do these mean? Severus pointed at strategies 2 and 3, expressing his belief that the headmaster had convinced Anna. The headmaster merely stated that total annihilation was not permissible. He did not imply that we could not stir up trouble. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Anna remarked that the one whose name cannot be spoken is currently incapacitated, but his subordinates can be dealt with. Severus scoffed, stating that even the weakest among them would be a formidable opponent. Anna chuckled, asserting that while their bodies might be immobile, their minds could still be swayed. As the ancient text The Art of War suggests, the highest form of warfare is to subdue the enemy's strategy, and the best attack is one that targets the heart. Severus felt a headache coming on and looked at Anna with a bewildered expression. You intend to brainwash them? He asked. It's not that I underestimate you, but we are merely 10 years old. Aside from our peers, no one would listen to us for more than 3 sentences. Anna rolled her eyes, countering that she was no fool to simply deliver heads on a platter. Instead, she would craft letters to unveil the true nature of their master to his followers, inciting doubt and encouraging apathy, perhaps even causing them to hedge their bets. In the original text, Dumbledore only placed one professor as a spy, whereas Voldemort has several. This hardly seems fair. If we are to engage in subterfuge, let us all partake. She resolved to bait Voldemort's followers immediately, aiming to target more Death Eater families like the Malfoys, who would fervently chant the hottest slogans while accomplishing nothing for Voldemort. Severus questioned his true nature. Anna stood and gestured theatrically. A man who brands his followers signifies that he has never trusted them. You yourself said that wizards are reluctant to part with their blood, hair, or nails. How then can one accept a mark on their arm? What difference does it make from a death sentence? Unless the future he promises is worth risking one's life for. Severus's gaze became distant, so his true nature is. Anna rolled her eyes and urged him to think deeply. Why would he distrust followers willing to gamble their lives for a future? Severus gasped. Because the future he promised is a falsehood. Anna nodded. Indeed. Given his immense power and coercive strength, some may compromise for the sake of survival. The crux is that if I can discern this, surely some of his followers can too. Yet, having already boarded the pirate ship and incurred costs, they cling to unrealistic hopes. But how do we proceed? Who do you write to? An unfamiliar letter may go unnoticed, and if read, it could be worse. Wizards may employ tracking charms. Severus grew increasingly convinced that Anna was indulging in fanciful ideas. With a glimmer of excitement, Anna exclaimed, who to write to? Naturally, the pureblood families, especially the wealthy ones. In the book The Untold Secrets of British Magical Families, numerous secrets about them are detailed, revealing just a couple will pique their interest. Of course, these secrets cannot be shared freely, they must be traded. Severus's incredulous gaze shifted from seeing her as naive to perceiving her as reckless. You are courting death. Anna laughed heartily. No. Trust me, it is completely safe. She leaned close to Severus, whispering fervently, and upon seeing him deep in thought, she upped the ante. Lily is a muggle-born witch, a target for the Death Eaters. We must act to gain the upper hand when the inevitable conflict arises. Seeing him nod, Anna promptly produced several magazines and posters, declaring, revenge is a dish best served cold. We are the underdogs and cannot afford to waste a moment. Let us act. Severus found himself chuckling at Anna's incessant chatter, with his pre-sleep reading hours now consumed by cutting out letters. After 2 hours of labor, Anna triumphantly held up the handmade collage, lamenting, I truly must learn to use a wand swiftly. This labor is arduous. Severus, having perused the content of the collage, remained in a state of stupor before finally asking, how do you know he is a half-blood wizard? If Dumbledore knows, why hasn't he exposed him? Chapter 19. We are brothers and sisters by different mothers. Anna rolled her eyes, responding, how should I know? It's what J.K. Rowling said. Allow me to deduce for you. She looked at Severus. You've seen Brady's old newspapers, haven't you? He nodded, not only having read them, but also having extracted much beyond what the papers conveyed. For instance, the Death Eaters fear the Ministry of Magic, yet they fear Dumbledore even more. Anna continued, have you ever seen his name in those papers? A man openly declaring war against the Ministry, yet remains nameless. Referred to only by a moniker? A leading figure of pureblood ideology who cannot be named? I can ascertain with my toes that his identity is suspect. If he is not a half-blood wizard, could he possibly be a muggle wizard? Severus raised a question regarding the headmaster. She waved her finger dismissively. The headmaster stands in opposition to their political stance. Whatever he says will be met with backlash. He would not engage in such a futile war of words. Most importantly, he possesses a trump card, which keeps him cautious in his dealings with the pure-blood aristocrats who choose to invest in him. Severus frowned. A trump card? Anna smiled enigmatically. Knowing that the Horcruxes granted Voldemort his immortality, and Dumbledore had yet to fully grasp this, thus refraining from alarming the enemy. Do you know? Severus's eyes began to gleam with certainty. You know, Anna sighed, realizing that she could not divulge this information to Severus, not yet. So, she continued to play the role of Sherlock Holmes. Dumbledore is the wizard capable of imprisoning the first Dark Lord, known also as the White Lord. How could he possibly be defeated by that individual? The pureblood families supporting him must surely be aware of his half-blood status. If both sides are in tacit understanding, then the truth is singular. Dumbledore cannot kill him. Severus was left in a fog, his gaze at Anna growing increasingly peculiar. I suspect you are just spouting nonsense, he said, but I have no counter-argument. After all your analysis, you conclude that the greatest secret of his identity is known to pivotal figures on both sides, and that Dumbledore cannot kill him. He held the collage with a dark expression. I seriously suspect that you are merely trying to extort money. Anna burst into laughter, snatching the collage from him. This is what I call undermining the enemy's economic foundation while stirring the waters. Look at the signature. Severus squinted. Hepzibah Smith's former boyfriend. Anna nodded. They believe they have found a representative to challenge the headmaster, unaware that this representative is destined to shepherd them. The Death Eaters produce nothing. They must plunder to acquire funds. Their initial fortune came from Hepzibah Smith, and the current purse belongs to Thomas, soon to be the Malfoys. Severus inhaled deeply, then exhaled, finally glaring at Anna. Based solely on a book I have never seen, The Untold Secrets of British Magical Families, you have derived all this? Anna crossed her arms defiantly. Is it so hard to acknowledge that friends can be smarter than oneself? She expended so much effort not merely for a handful of galleons, but primarily to secure him. What if his desire for power led him to betray them? Helping the professor discern Voldemort's true nature is of utmost urgency. He shook his head in resignation, coolly stating, You learned nothing from the lessons of Helga. She accepted their galleons, and they will not rest until they have her blood. You hold the secrets of those who would kill to protect their own. And you expect to escape unscathed? Fortune favors the bold, Anna replied. No, I should say this is a risk-free venture with boundless potential. She flashed a bright smile. Allow me to elaborate. Severus felt a chill run down his spine. She truly dared to pursue this course of action. Oh, it's already 11 o'clock. Anna exclaimed. Time for bed. Staying up late will hinder my growth. After speaking, she rose onto her toes and gestured towards Severus's head. Upon receiving a venomous glance from him, she erupted into laughter and tumbled onto the bed, rolling around with the covers. Severus, fuming, stormed out only to realize that this was his own room, and the one who should have left was now comfortably occupying his bed. He turned and cast a levitation charm towards the bed, but Anna, ever prepared, deftly dodged it. Giggling, she leapt into her own room, leaving Severus glaring at the twisted blankets on his bed, venting his frustration. In the morning, Brady hastily prepared simple sandwiches for them before rushing out. After exchanging a glance with Severus, Anna fell into a contemplative silence as they dined. Today was pivotal. It was best to avoid any distractions. On the double-decker bus, Anna gazed out of the window and asked Severus, Have you ever been to Diagon Alley? He nodded, recounting how his mother had taken him there 3 years ago when she last withdrew money from Gringotts. Between Charing Cross, the bookstore, and the record shop, Anna's eyes sparkled as she spotted their destination and exclaimed, We're getting off. She dragged Severus into a nearby telephone booth, and they emerged nonchalantly, heading straight for the leaky cauldron. Anna chuckled dryly at the row of trash bins before her, remarking, The book says to count 3 bricks above the bins, and then 2 horizontally. Does the secrets of the British wizarding families really have to be so simplistic? Severus shot her a sidelong glance and struck a glowing brick with his wand. He pulled her through the opening, revealing a cobblestone street. Anna's eyes widened in wonder. The shops along the street appeared as if plucked from the 18th century, with patrons dressed in a haphazard blend of styles from various eras, as though they had emerged from different film sets. The shop signs seemed animated, each boasting a cheeky allure. Naturally, Anna yearned to purchase everything in sight. Severus, tugging her along with difficulty, cautioned, Our galleons are limited. We must prioritize our business. With flushed cheeks and bright eyes, Anna implored, Severus, you must strive to become a master of potions. After graduation, whether I can freely shop in Diagon Alley depends entirely on you. Severus snorted. Are you planning to become a loan shark? After graduation, I'll have to sustain you for years, and now you've escalated it to shopping freedom? I've seen people motivate themselves to improve, but never friends pushing each other. Oh, aren't you expanding your horizons today? Can you not be so stingy? Once you become a potions master, spending here will be mere pocket change. Anna waved her hand dismissively, her gaze fixated on a photography studio's window. Let us take a picture. Seeing her rooted to the spot, Severus sighed in resignation and nodded. The owner of the photography studio, dressed in a tailored English three-piece suit with a perfectly groomed handlebar mustache, though not tall, possessed a face that could be considered handsomely striking. Today's a celebration. Buy two, get one free, he cheerfully offered, handing over 3 animated photographs. You two are childhood sweethearts? Half-brother and sister. Anna laughed. Tossing him a galleon and pocketing the change, he returned to her, which she then stuffed into Severus's pocket. As she examined the 3 animated photos, she nearly burst into laughter. Before the photo was taken, the owner had asked what they wanted to do when they grew up. She had said she wanted to buy Diagon Alley, while he had expressed a desire to become a master of potions. The photo of Severus showed him in a potions lab, busily engaged, while she was depicted on the cobblestone street of Diagon Alley, collecting rent with a bag overflowing with galleons, larger than herself. As for their joint photo, it displayed a series of emotions. First, they laughed together. Then, they playfully fought. Next, they embraced, crying. Finally, they parted ways only to reunite in laughter, cycling through the motions. Stepping out of the photography studio, Anna contentedly tucked away the photos and said to Severus, "Next time, bring Lily." Just as Severus nodded in agreement, his expression suddenly shifted to alarm. Brady. In front of a herb shop ominously named Everything You Need, Brady lay on the ground as if struck down by a green light. A dragonhide boot pressed down on his model-like face. You don't know this is my family's property? The owner of the boot was a brown-haired youth with slicked back hair and beady eyes nestled in a plump face. Dressed in an exquisite wizard-esque ensemble adorned with gemstone cufflinks and a matching brooch, clutching a slender wand similarly embellished. Anna squinted, recognizing that the tiny emeralds on the wand formed the name Thomas. This was a meticulously groomed golden pig, exuding an air of ostentatiousness. Ah, fortune smiles upon me. The golden pig has presented itself, refusing me while daring to encroach upon my domain. That will come at a price. The wand was raised high, but was interrupted by a soft, commanding voice. Henry, open your eyes and see where you are. The speaker had shoulder-length golden hair and a strikingly handsome visage that made the surrounding witches swoon. Lucius Henry Thomas's gaze fixated on him. If you're being obtuse, I can ensure the Malfoy family's assets diminish by half. No sooner had he spoken than a green light lashed out at Thomas, leaving marks on his plump face that resembled a sausage. Who? Thomas roared, turning to see a dark-haired witch with gray eyes approaching with a cold smile. Is that you, Bella? Bella Lestrange? No, it's still Bella Black for now, Anna observed intently as this First Lady of the Dark Lord approached. Her delicate features, frigid yet frenzied gaze, and purple wizardess robes failed to conceal her voluptuous figure. As she drew near, Anna sensed that this woman would become a troublesome thorn in her otherwise pleasant life, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged within her. Mind your tongue. Bella tapped her wand lightly. Thomas smirked. You and your sister are merely betrothed. This lad has more women than he has hair. Bella's scornful gaze swept over the onlookers, causing many young witches to shy away. She lifted her chin and addressed Lucius. Sissy is waiting for you at Madame Malkin's. Aren't you going? With a huff, Thomas glanced disdainfully at Lucius. Your father is dead. You can only hide behind women now. Lucius Malfoy lowered his gaze, refusing to meet Thomas's mockery or Bella's derisive stare. Bella raised an eyebrow, following his line of sight to where Brady lay on the ground, and smiled wickedly. This one looks promising. Let us make him the main course for tonight's dinner. As Brady cowered under Bella's gaze, Anna finally noticed his eyes seemed unfocused. Is Brady blind? She whispered to Severus, clutching his hand. Does she mean Brady as the main course? Severus squeezed her hand in response. Will you save him? She did not meet Severus's eyes. Not out of unwillingness, but out of fear. The events of that night had faded from conversation, yet she knew the wound remained. I'll do my best, she heard herself say. In that moment, Severus's grip tightened. A slip of parchment, covered in various fonts, fluttered down. Thomas reacted swiftly, pinning the parchment with his wand. After a cursory glance, he incinerated it. Before he could regain his composure, he found himself under the scrutiny of 2 inquisitive gazes. Struggling to maintain his calm, he forced a chuckle. There are countless women vying to marry into the Thomas family. The variations are endless. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed above, erupting into a dazzling display of fireworks. The sky lit up with a cacophony of sounds, and though it was daytime, the spectacle captivated the onlookers for several moments. The fireworks deployed by Anna provided them only a fleeting moment to secure Brady's entry into the void. Severus grasped Anna's hand, silently mouthing the word confidential. As she gazed into his earnest eyes, her heart softened. The fact that he bore no lingering resentment towards her was the best news she had received in days. Brady's nostrils flared as if catching a familiar scent, his demeanor gradually relaxing. His gaze drifted above her head, and in a weak voice he uttered, "Anna, it's me." She gently patted his arm, explaining, "Someone set off fireworks just now. We took advantage of the chaos to bring you here. This is a magical box, temporarily safe. Once they leave, we'll head to St. Mungo's." "What happened to your eyes?" Brady offered no response, merely tilting his head towards Severus's direction, warning, "You shouldn't be here. It's too dangerous." "We had to come," Anna retorted, "or else I'd have no main course for the evening." Brady managed a rueful smile, about to speak when a voice that sent shivers through his soul abruptly pierced the air, echoing ominously nearby. Severus supported him as his legs buckled, reassuring him softly. "They are outside the box. For now, they cannot detect us." After the fireworks faded, Bella discovered the main course was missing and noticed Thomas in a distracted state. She brandished her wand, issuing a warning. "No tricks, or without the adult's intervention, I will ensure all Thomases vanish entirely." Thomas scoffed. "Can you make decisions on behalf of the adults? The adult has stated he needs Thomas. The Malfoy family's purse cannot be used just yet, can it?" Not wishing to entertain further, Lucius turned away, maintaining a deliberate pace, striving for elegance. Even as the ambiguous gazes behind him quickened his heartbeat, he appeared unperturbed. The letter Thomas had incinerated had been replicated by him. This was a Malfoy family secret art, despite not yet graduating. He could execute it seamlessly beneath the watchful eyes of 2 adult wizards. Upon entering Madame Malkin's shop, he had already disposed of the letter. It was an extortion note addressed to the Thomas family, devoid of any magical traces, yet its contents were more chilling than any dark magic. The Thomas family, capable of stealing gold from goblins, dared to pilfer anything. The note was blunt, stating that if they did not pay, the secret of their investigation into the Dark Lord's half-blood status would be revealed. To demonstrate sincerity, it hinted that the Dark Lord's rise began with the appropriation of the wealthy Hepzibah's estate. The letter concluded by clearly stating that if they wished for the Thomas surname to endure, they should maintain amicable relations. It was almost common knowledge that the wealthy Hepzibah had a penchant for handsome men, and the notion that she had been betrayed by her house elf was utterly absurd. The credibility of this letter was undeniable. The sudden passing of his father had severely diminished the family's assets. He had entertained doubts, but dared not dwell on them. Hepzibah's former lover might very well be the key to the Malfoy family's resurgence. He now faced 2 choices, either to leverage that adult's power to seize the Thomas family's assets and become the new purse, or to contentedly serve as a vassal to the Blacks, clinging to ancestral lands for survival. The former appeared glamorous, but could lead to a fate similar to Hepzibah's. The latter seemed stable, yet could result in being thrown out as cannon fodder at any moment. Could Hepzibah Smith's ex-lover offer him a better choice? "Lucius, do I look good in this?" As he beheld his fiancée, resembling a delicate flower as she leapt into his embrace, he revealed a smile that could enchant. "Cece, you are truly beautiful." Chapter 21. What would her life be like if she were not a witch? As the crowd dispersed, the bustling street of Diagon Alley returned to its lively state. They guided Brady towards the photography studio, encountering several young wizards along the way who inquired about their unusual acquisition. Anna tilted her chin upward, answering every question. "This is a magical doll, purchased at a premium from a wandering Eastern wizard." If anyone dared to suggest it was merely a muggle plush toy, Anna would vehemently retort, "This is a magical creature. Its prototype is a ferocious beast from an ancient Eastern kingdom known as the Iron Belly. Follow the instructions when we return, and once activated, it can cook, do chores, and play with you." At these moments, Severus and the bear-costumed Brady would lapse into an uncanny silence, while the onlooking parents stifled their laughter at the sight of the weeping young wizards. The studio owner, witnessing the return of the duo, asked no questions but promptly called out, "Lovely children, have you found a new toy? Shall we take a picture together?" Anna laughed as she entered, with Severus and the levitated bear Brady trailing closely behind. "Merlin above, how did you manage this?" The owner closed the shop door and turned with a wistful expression. Brady's luck was always a mixed bag. "Do you know each other?" Anna inquired, feigning ignorance. She certainly knew they were acquainted. Otherwise, Brady wouldn't have suggested using the studio's fireplace to reach St. Mungo's. However, she was surprised to learn that the owner had been keeping an eye on them. Unsure of how much he had witnessed, her mind raced with 100 thoughts. Severus remained vigilant, poised to cast a memory charm on the owner at any moment. "Andy," Brady exclaimed, removing his bare hood, "I once helped you in Nocturne Alley. Today, I borrow your fireplace, and we're even." "Of course, you can use the fireplace," Andy replied, gazing into Brady's dazed eyes with sincere promise. "You saved my life, So I will accompany you to St. Mungo's. Brady shook his head, cautioning. You still need to conduct business in Diagon Alley. Both Thomas and Black are formidable. Stay out of it. Pretend you've never seen me. That would be the greatest help. Andy nodded without a trace of hesitation, which caused Anna and Severus to exchange incredulous glances. Was he so easily swayed? Were his earlier words mere pleasantries? Let us take a picture with the panda suit, Andy suggested, pulling out his wand. I will grant myself a fitting obliviate. Anna gasped in surprise, giving Andy a thumbs up, to which he responded with a decisive and self-satisfied expression. The fireplace shimmered with vibrant light, and Anna experienced her fourth method of wizarding transportation through flue powder. How to put it? Although it was less comfortable than a port key and not as cost-effective as apparition, it was certainly superior to riding the night bus. The only drawback was a slight tightness in her chest, primarily due to her holding her breath throughout the journey. Gasping for air, Anna stared at the old red brick facade of the department store, her face alight with joy. We made it. Is this St. Mungo's? Severus frowned, noting its closed sign. That's just for muggles, Brady explained. Anna stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling. London's clean sweep department store. That's right. I've always wanted to see it. Brady, now sightless, displayed a look of helplessness, while Severus shot him a piercing glare. Who goes to a hospital just to learn? Oblivious to the world around her, Anna's gaze was solely fixed on an ugly doll. Through the shop window, she animatedly conversed with the grotesque toy. Her chatter ceaseless until it abruptly ceased. Why? She questioned, her eyes narrowed in suspicion as she approached the door to peer inside, deeply doubting she had arrived at a legitimate hospital. Severus guided Brady closer to the doll, asking, is this the one? As Anna leaned in, she saw the glass window ripple. What is this disparity in treatment? Is one word worth 1,000? St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was, in Anna's view, even more magical than Diagon Alley. If the people in Diagon Alley resembled extras from various film sets, the patients within St. Mungo's looked like specialized actors from a horror film. In the waiting area, a multitude bore enormous pus-filled boils on their faces, half-breeds roamed about, and frenetic lunatics danced wildly. These were clearly patients. However, amidst them were also many who appeared perfectly normal, and if one assumed they were merely accompanying family members, that would be a grave misjudgment. Anna had just gone upstairs to inquire about the situation when the refined-looking handsome gentleman suddenly spat blood at her. Laughing and explaining that the first floor was due to equipment-related injuries, the second floor was for biological harm, the third floor was for fungal infections, the fourth for drug poisoning, and the fifth for curse-related injuries. Which floor should Brady's eyes be directed toward? The third or the fourth? Before Anna could ponder this, she heard Severus calling her. Andy was not mistaken. Brady's fortune was a mix of good and bad. The director of the pharmacy, Charlie Funn, encountered them while they were waiting in line. As Brady's former superior, allowing them to cut in was a mere trifle. Yet the cost of Brady's eye treatment far exceeded expectations. The attending physician was a kind-faced middle-aged witch, an old friend of Charlie's. Sarah, this is my former assistant. She was forced to leave due to the vile habits of the nobility. She is a good girl, Charlie said. I understand, Charlie. The fees are calculated at the internal rate for physicians. No matter the cost, we will ensure treatment. I will find a way, Anna suddenly chimed in. Having been listening quietly, Sarah lowered her gaze to the petite girl before her, her expression softening. Oh, my dear, do not worry, I will heal Brady. Anna nodded earnestly. But it was the high cost that concerned her, not the possibility of failure. She could procure some funds tonight. She was not afraid. Charlie sighed inwardly. A freshly adult wizard accompanied by 2 young witches who had yet to enroll, and their family could not muster a single able-bodied helper. How could he bear this? You. Are you Anna? Come with me. Charlie beckoned Anna to his office. He was a sturdy gentleman, and had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Anna might have mistaken him for a cook, especially upon seeing the mountains of raw ingredients piled high in his pharmacy, along with rows of large vats and pots. She thought to herself that it was rather unreasonable. The hospital can accept a deposit of 25 now, and the remaining balance can be settled before discharge, Charlie said, producing a pouch of money from his desk and handing it to Anna. This is Brady's previous salary. It's just enough to cover the deposit. Anna thanked him, accepting the heavy pouch, briefly suspecting it might come from Charlie's own pocket. She had money. It was unnecessary, yet facing his fatherly gaze, her words morphed into, why do I find myself pleading to the dolls in the window? Charlie's face grew serious upon hearing this. There are 2 possibilities. Either the one approaching is not a wizard, or the doll believes you are causing trouble. Anna concealed her shock, her heart racing. Of course, she was not there to cause trouble. Thus, the only possibility remained that she was not a witch. Dazed, she took the pouch to pay the fee, then stood alone in a corner, observing the comings and goings of people. If she were not a witch, what would her life entail? Anna Severus felt a tightness in his chest. Standing in the corner, Anna appeared abandoned by the world, her complexion pale to the point of translucence, as if she might vanish at any moment. He hurried toward her, extending a hand, only to find the space before him empty. Chapter 22. The Excrement of Pan. Come out, he whispered urgently. We will find a way to deal with the money issue together. Don't shoulder everything alone. Money is not the problem. The delicate words trembled from his thin lips, his eyes filled with sorrow. Perhaps there is a high probability that I will never become a witch, even with the space. Severus gasped, placing a comforting hand on Anna's arm, exclaiming, Has someone cast a curse on you? To render you mute? We should see the physician. You can still use spatial magic. It should not be a significant issue. He grabbed her hand, and they dashed away until Anna stammered out the dullest judgment from the hospital window, prompting him to come to a sudden halt. Anna's nose collided painfully with the back of his head, and tears streamed down her face. Severus, exasperated, turned to unleash a tirade, but upon seeing her weep pitifully, he silently retracted his judgment. He drew his wand and offered it to Anna. Try a Lumos charm. As long as you can conjure a spark, you are indeed a witch. Lumos, Anna exclaimed joyfully, waving the wand, which burst forth with dazzling sparks. Levitate. With a flick of the wand, the book in Severus's hand soared into the air, only to be snatched back in an instant. Have you had your fun? He said, exasperated. Let me read in peace for a moment. Anna reluctantly surrendered the wand, turning to glare at the street outside the telephone booth. Once they had settled Brady, they planned to take the bus back to Baker Street, not returning home, but rather leaping into the telephone booth at the corner. According to the extortion letter, at 11 o'clock tonight, the Golden Pig was to leave 5,000 galleons at the first telephone booth at the eastern intersection of Baker Street. She was uncertain if little Thomas would arrive, and even more uncertain if he would bring the money. She unilaterally decided that if she failed to obtain the funds tonight, she would go to Knockturn Alley the next day and drop 100 leaflets detailing the betrayal of Voldemort by the Thomas family. In any case, her strategy was to either demand money while laying a hidden trap or to overtly incite discord, leading enemies to turn on each other. As the electronic clock in the booth struck 11 o'clock p.m., the rotund figure of Henry Thomas appeared before the telephone booth. His golden brown eyes, illuminated by the light from the booth, resembled a wolf prowling for food at night. Anna smirked, pulling out a piece of parchment she had found at St. Mungo's hospital, inscribed with an unknown person's message, leave either money or your life. At the time, she believed it must have been penned by someone distressed over medical bills. It served perfectly as a threat to the Golden Pig. Inspiration struck, and she also gathered several patient quotes. The parchment was thrown onto Thomas's back, and the hefty Golden Pig reacted with unexpected alertness, nearly capturing the parchment with his wand the moment it was tossed. The wand was always at the ready, and the parchment lingered in midair, Thomas showing no inclination to touch it. Money is not the issue. What can you offer me? The Golden Pig muttered. Anna scoffed. Had she not been closely observing, she might have believed his act, yet she could see the fear in little Thomas's eyes. As she prepared for a second toss, Severus restrained her hand. Having cast a spell moments earlier, though he was unsure of its nature, he could sense the magical disturbance. Is he trying to capture me? Anna heeded his warning, deciding against recklessness. Severus nodded. I believe so. But currently, we hold the advantage. The first to falter will reveal their weakness. Clearly, little Thomas was lacking in patience. Merely 10 minutes had passed before he grew restless. The wand danced in his hand, his figure flickering in and out of sight. Come out. Let us talk face to face. Money is not cough cough. Anna seized the opportunity to toss a retrieved pellet into his mouth as he spoke. Watching him choke, face reddening, she burst into laughter. Severus felt nauseated. He now understood that giving someone food picked up from the ground was no trivial matter. Previously, he had been cautious about her sharing food. Now, it was an outright aerial drop, leaving him no choice but to rely on genuine skill to refuse. Do you know what that pellet was? He asked cautiously. Anna did not know, but he certainly did. At the time, he thought that her collecting patient's nonsensical quotes was better than having him cut out words. Who would have thought she would collect that too? Anna shook her head, noting it smelled strange, but not unpleasant. Perhaps expired chocolate beans? They're quite large. Should we call them chocolate balls? The chocolate in the magical world is rather peculiar, he remarked, his expression one of incredulity. Amused by Severus's reaction, she added, I didn't touch them. They were wrapped in a piece of parchment. Here, it's this one. A piece of parchment floated out. Severus glanced at it, but did not take it. The note read, Do not run straight down one path. A wise person must learn to carve their own way. Quite fitting, indeed, as that was a male wizard who had failed at transforming into an animagus. He had constipation. Ha ha, now that's a revelation, Anna exclaimed, bursting into snorting laughter, pointing at Thomas outside the booth as she continued. It seems he has truly gained some insight. In this world, few fortunate souls have the privilege of sampling Pan's excrement. Pan, how astutely she has chosen her seat. Severus held his breath for a moment, utterly repulsed by the piece of parchment before him, Perhaps it would be best to forego this one. Trust me, it's fine. Anna waved her hand dismissively. I keep them separately in a bag, with a contactless collection method. Just as they were exchanging banter, Severus noticed Thomas raise his wand. Careful. Anna yanked him, and they instantly apparat out of the telephone booth. In the next moment, the booth was blown apart, shards of glass scattering everywhere. Is he truly willing to risk his life for money? Anna scoffed. Tomorrow, I shall drop pamphlets in Diagon Alley. Bang. A bulging coin pouch was hurled into the wind-whipped telephone booth. Thomas brandished his wand and gradually vanished into the night. Is he attempting to fish? Anna smirked. I could wager with my toes. P.S. using the disillusionment charm. Severus nodded. His magical prowess is formidable. Do not act recklessly. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Anna produce a firecracker, each as thick as a banana. I got these last year when my father took me to Hong Kong for the Spring Festival. Anna chuckled mischievously. From Causeway Bay's finest. Severus. She gazed at him, her expression reminiscent of a conspirator. Please reveal the most likely locations for his invisibility. Here, and here. It could also be here. Severus pointed out various spots. Following his wand's direction, Anna scrutinized every nook and cranny before crossing her arms and scoffing. Except for underground. It could be anywhere, right? Severus glared at her. What alternative do you propose? He is a grown wizard, a dark wizard at that. I know. Anna's expression was resolute. You are different. Given time, these trifling fish would stand no chance against you. Severus felt his face flush, choking back his words before he growled. Could you possibly only urge yourself? Your expectations of me are utterly ludicrous. A potions master? Shopping freely in Diagon Alley? Now you want to annihilate dark wizards? Even Dumbledore could not achieve that. Anna recoiled at his shout, silently wiping away the saliva from her nose, murmuring. Dumbledore is merely old. If you live to his age, perhaps. Silence. Severus's glare could nearly burn a hole through her forehead. Let us survive this night first. Look over there. Chapter 23. I have invested heavily too. Wow. A tall, lanky young wizard with a dung-colored slicked-back hairstyle swaggered into the night. Little Piglet, why are you out and about at this hour? Following him was a petite witch, sharing his hair color and similar features. As she approached, she flung a green light into the void. I'm talking to you. Thomas clumsily revealed himself, cursing under his breath. Amidst the flurry of words, Anna caught the surname Caro, and it dawned on her that the newly arrived wizarding duo were the somewhat notorious Death Eater siblings, the Caros. Cannon fodder villains. She arched her brow at Severus. They are hardly a threat. Severus shot her a pair of disdainful glances. They are certainly more formidable than those two Death Eaters we encountered at the station. Is that so? Anna chuckled awkwardly. She realized she had been mistaken. The portrayal in films had made them appear foolish, a fault of the actors and directors. Here, the Caro witch sneered. Come out, little mice. Anna gripped Severus's hand, forcing herself to remain calm. She is trying to trick us. Even Headmaster Dumbledore cannot see through her ruse. A thick beam of green light surged towards them like a shockwave. With an expletive, Anna pulled Severus and they apparat back into the booth. Severus roared. Are you seeking money or your life? I am placing myself in a position of peril to achieve rebirth. Anna retorted defiantly. After securing the coin pouch, she scarcely paused to breathe, apparating 10 times in quick succession. Leading Severus on a zigzag route, they ducked into the telephone booth across the street. See, Anna gasped. I told you she was deceiving us. The Caro Witch's spell blasted a hole in the ground, seemingly leaving her unsatisfied with the outcome. She twirled her wand before Thomas. Little Piglet, what kind of mischief are you up to behind the adults' backs? Bella says you have ulterior motives. Thomas trembled, retorting. What do you think you can gain by following Bella? The Caro wizard materialized beside him, wrapping his hefty arm around Thomas's shoulder, and chuckled. Profound magic, I suppose. Or are you, like, buying your diploma with galleons? We are wizards. Powerful magic can bring everything. The Caro witch laughed wildly, casting several ghostly lights that indiscriminately hit Thomas's robes, transforming his exquisite wizarding attire into a crop top. Ha ha ha, you really are swimming in wealth. The Caro siblings laughed as they continued to alter Thomas's clothing. Didn't you say Thomas's magic was not lacking? Anna watched, enraptured. He can't fight. But can he not run? Severus shook his head. The disparity in strength is too vast. How vast? Anna scoffed, secretly estimating that the little piglet was terrified. Severus pondered before providing an estimate, approximately 1 against 5. Seeing Anna's mouth form an O, he coldly added, so do not act rashly. There are currently 6 of him across the street. Merlin above, am I truly that formidable? Anna exclaimed excitedly, completely oblivious to Severus's words. I just faced 6 at once. Charging in and out, raking in 50 galleons. Ignoring Severus's murderous glare, she gripped his shoulders and shook him vigorously. I will no longer urge you. If we pull off a few more big scores, I can achieve shopping freedom in Diagon Alley. Severus, we are going to be rich. Boom, 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 boom. The night erupted with a series of 5 explosive sounds. Thomas's sluggishness meant he only got blown up once, leaving a bald patch atop his head. The agile Caro siblings, however, fared far worse, each getting blasted twice, their hair singed, faces covered in soot, and smoke billowing from their mouths and noses. Anna watched in wide-eyed astonishment, squeezing Severus's arm. See, I told you, you are exceptionally gifted. The placement was flawless. None were wasted. Severus felt a tightness in his chest, his expression darkening. When did you arrange this? Was it timed? Has your spatial magic evolved? She, with her exceptional talent, had to goad him verbally. If he did not know she lacked the intellect for such schemes, he might genuinely suspect she had ulterior motives. Anna cast her eyes downward, her face flushed. After I set it up, you interrupted, and I forgot. I thought it hadn't T-ignited. I wanted to retrieve it just now. It must have been set to automatically clear obstacles before the explosion. My space is quite intelligent, ha ha ha. Severus had lost his temper and was immensely relieved she hadn't retrieved the prime goods. Otherwise, he would have to get a haircut again. I remember now. She gleefully clapped her hands. The merchant said, for my safety, he specially lengthened the fuse, which is why there was such a delay. Ha. And it even took out 2 Death Eaters for free. What else with that look? Luck is part of strength. Heh, Severus scoffed. My look indicates that Thomas has fled. The Caros have departed, and we should. Huh. Anna raised an eyebrow. Another one is coming. It's him. Severus turned his gaze. You can recognize him dressed like that? Anna chuckled awkwardly. Although he wore a hood, only his chin and hair were visible. That signature golden hair was unmistakable. Spotting Lucius toss a bag of galleons into the telephone booth, Anna's money instincts awakened. She tugged Severus and Apparat back, scrutinizing Lucius's micro-expressions up close. I know you're still here. This is my sincerity. I hope you can provide me with better options. Lucius gazed skyward, while Anna, constrained by her height, could not meet his eyes. Instead, she inclined her head towards Severus and remarked, this individual possesses more intellect than Thomas. I have resolved to present him with a talisman. She surmised that the professor would likely refrain from resuming his role as a double agent. Thus, why not allow Lucius to take on that mantle? Even a subpar spy would be better than none at all. Alas, I have invested considerable resources into this. Anna produced a resplendent golden phoenix candy, placing it upon the cowhide parchment that Severus found utterly repugnant. Farewell, my little phoenix. Lucius enchanted the falling paper package to suspend in midair, deftly opening it with a wave of his wand. One must not persist in a singular path. A clever individual must learn to forge their own way. He fixated on the translucent phoenix, his lips pressed into a thin line. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, Father is correct. Old bees are indeed the true masterminds of politics. With a decisive thud, a 2-way mirror was tossed onto the pouch of coins. If a meeting could be avoided, then let it be avoided. The moment Lucius turned, Anna swiftly snatched away the gold galleons and the mirror. As he departed and returned, she vanished with a leap. She ran with great speed, at least a step ahead of Lucius, for her peripheral vision had caught sight of 4 suddenly appearing figures. Besides the Caro siblings and Bella, there stood a striking man with red eyes. She dared not teleport home immediately. Instead, she and Severus concealed themselves in the foliage by the roadside. Anna's gaze was fixed intently upon the beautiful man with crimson eyes, the leader of the Death Eaters, a political rival of Dumbledore, the second Dark Lord, our maternal avenger. A death threat to Muggle wizards. Severus's dark eyes grew grave, his voice laden with despair, his magic as deep as the ocean's abyss. Trust me, he will ultimately perish before us. Anna's voice brimmed with martial spirit. Severus turned to her. If we must exert ourselves to survive, will you still cling to your desire for vengeance? She smiled and shook her head. To eliminate him is not solely for Helios and Aaron, it is more for myself. The Death Eaters are the terrorists of the magical realm. Those born of Muggle lineage, like me, Lily, and Brady, are their intended victims. A miserable existence is far worse than a dignified death in my presence. I adhere to the principle of fighting back against oppression, treating life and death with indifference. Her voice was unwavering, her gaze resolute. Severus, you are exceptionally gifted, and with your nose buried in books, given time and space, you will undoubtedly become the most formidable wizard in existence. Chapter 24. You are not a Niffler. You lack such capability. At midnight, as Severus returned to his room after bathing on the first floor, he noticed Anna's door ajar, the orange-red bedside lamp dispelling much of the corridor's darkness. She was bent over her bedside, scribbling fervently. Her animated expression indicated she was drafting a strategy to combat dark forces. Voldemort. He silently roared this unspeakable name in his mind. For one day, he would point his wand at him and declare his name, even from a distant glance. That red-eyed handsome man had instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Yet, Anna's words ignited a surge of courage within him and filled him with shame for his own cowardice. If she had such faith in him, what reason did he have not to believe in himself? Severus. Anna burst from her room, seizing him and exclaiming, Lucius's pouch contains 5,000 galleons. Together, that makes 10,000, and with the current pounds, it totals. If we refrain from frivolous spending, we could have a startup fund after graduation. I plan to invest most of it in you. You must diligently develop potions. The restoration of Prince Manor hinges upon you. If we refrain from frivolous spending? No, believe me, you cannot achieve that. Severus sighed, pressing his forehead. Were you counting money just now? Not drafting a strategy? Hee. Anna chuckled awkwardly. Counting money takes quite some time. The strategy has long been completed. It's late. Let us sleep. Tomorrow we need to visit St. Mungo's to see Brady. At 5 in the morning, Severus was roused by a peculiar sound, a grating noise reminiscent of teeth scraping against metal. It was excruciatingly jarring, sending shivers down his spine. He sat up in bed, listening intently. Merlin's beard. That sound emanated from Anna's room. He quickly donned his trousers and rushed out. Anna's door was wide open, chaos reigning within. The items usually stored in her magical space seemed to have exploded, strewn about haphazardly. Galleons blanketed the entire room, and Anna resembled a goblin, rolling amidst the coins, shoving handfuls of galleons into her mouth. Noticing her distended abdomen, Severus's hair stood on end in shock. Anna. He knelt, repeatedly patting her cheeks in an attempt to rouse her. Her eyes were bloodshot, her gaze vacant, indicating that slapping her face was futile. The summoning charm. Severus pressed her hands down with his knees, pinching her cheeks with one hand while waving his wand with the other. The immediate priority was to expel the galleons from her stomach. The galleons on the floor levitated first, while those in her mouth struggled momentarily before also rising, rolling onto the bed to form a heap. Levitation charm. Severus freed a hand to summon a blanket, securely wrapping the thrashing Anna within its confines. Once he saw the collection of galleons was complete, he hastened to bundle them tightly in a sheet. Just as he thought to catch his breath, he noticed Anna persistently wriggling towards the pile of galleons, attempting to gnaw through the blanket to pilfer the coins within. He lunged forward, covering her mouth, growling, "You are not a niffler. You lack such capability." Anna, muffled, nearly fainted under his grip, but Severus quickly released her. Her eyes regained a hint of clarity, and she managed to squeeze out 2 words between her teeth. "Thomas, pouch. Have you been cursed?" Severus stared at Anna, who had once again lost her wits, darkness engulfing his vision. If Anna perished, this world would truly be irredeemable. After 3 deep breaths, his vision cleared, and he used the levitation charm to transport Anna to his room, adding another blanket for security. After locking the door, Severus tossed the entire bag of galleons into his suitcase and rushed to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The healer he sought was Brady's primary physician, Sarah. After listening to the symptoms, the female healer did not inquire about the circumstances nor accepted the suitcase of galleons. Instead, she directly asked for the address and transported them via apparition. Upon arrival, Anna had already slipped into a coma. A goblin's curse, specifically designed to punish those who steal galleons, Sarah stated solemnly. Severus hesitated, ultimately refraining from revealing the truth, but earnestly replied, "We did not steal the money." Sarah sighed. "Is this all your galleons?" Severus hesitated for a moment. "I do not know." Anna kept the money, probably around 10,000. Sarah surveyed the living conditions, nodding slightly. Anna appears to come from a well-off background and has never had to worry about money. A sudden change must have led her to live with you. Seeing Severus remain non-committal, Sarah added, "You two will be attending Hogwarts. For 7 years, you will need at least 6,000 galleons, and Brady's medical expenses still require 1,240 galleons. Let us count out that portion first." Severus opened the suitcase, and with a wave of Sarah's wand, the galleons parted like the Red Sea into 2 heaps. She pointed to the left pile of galleons and instructed, "Take that pile. Keep the rest safe." Severus complied without question. Sarah, initially disliking the sullen, taciturn boy, felt somewhat satisfied with his obedience and lack of needless inquiries. She then produced a 2-way mirror. "Garo, I have a private job. Do you accept? Once the galleons are in place, I will be there." The voice on the other side was high-pitched, unlike that of a human. "Is it a goblin?" "Yes." Garo was a goblin, resembling those Severus had encountered at Gringotts. Upon arrival, he gazed hungrily at the pile of galleons on the floor. "Sarah, you truly understand the rules. The more private jobs, the better. Let us get to work." Sarah urged with a wave of her hand. Garo shrugged and appeared at Anna's bedside. His elongated nails glided across Anna's brow, and then he turned to Sarah, saying, "This is a curse cast by a dark wizard. It resembles a fairy's curse, but is far more sinister. Can it be lifted?" Sarah stepped closer to examine. Let us give it a try. I've never lifted a curse from such a young child before. I cannot guarantee there won't be any side effects. Galro conjured a golden long pin. Its sharp tip poised against Anna's brow. Shall we proceed? Sarah glanced at the sleeping Anna and then at Severus, who stood at the foot of the bed. What do you think? Severus pursed his lips and replied softly. What happens if we don't lift it? Sarah sighed. She may slip into an eternal slumber. That remains uncertain. Then let us lift it. Severus looked at Galro with gravity. I implore you to employ your utmost skills, as long as Anna recovers. My first earnings upon reaching adulthood shall be yours. Galro smiled with narrowed eyes, knowing he must fulfill the promise made to the fairy, lest he face the repercussions of a curse. I shall not go back on my word. Severus nodded in agreement. The golden pin plunged downwards, and a droplet of crimson blood emerged from Anna's brow. The pin transformed into a brush, painting intricate and bizarre patterns on her forehead with the blood. As the blood was expended, Galro began to chant softly. Severus could not comprehend the words, yet felt his spirit tremble. Ugh, it hurts. Anna stirred awake amidst the chanting, her forehead throbbing painfully, as if her very essence were being drawn out. Do not resist, simply sleep, and all shall be well. Galro's voice was beguiling, and Anna succumbed to a deep slumber. He wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, stowed the pin, and addressed Severus. I have done my utmost, but the removal of the curse may inevitably harm her soul. Fortunately, she is quite young. With proper care, she should recover. Severus turned to Sarah. What does it mean to harm her soul? Will it affect her lifespan? Sarah smiled gently. It is not so dire. Galro demonstrated a textbook level of curse breaking, truly impeccable. Thank you for the compliment. Galro waved away all the golden galleons on the floor. The little girl's temperament may change slightly. She might become a bit clumsy or her memory may weaken, but rest assured, there will be no significant issues. The curse has been thoroughly eradicated. Do not fret. Chapter 25. What does it matter if it's all a lie? Take care now. Galro winked at Severus before vanishing. Before the corners of his mouth could settle, he saw Sarah raise her wand, her kind eyes flashing with a cold light. Do not move, you brat. Sarah's soft voice carried a hint of frost. Anna deserves a better life, and you do not belong in her world. Obliviate. A large mass of excrement suddenly plastered itself over Sarah's mouth, interrupting the incantation. Expelliarmus. Severus seized the opportunity to knock Sarah's wand away and swiftly unleashed an Obliviate. While Sarah stood bewildered, Anna brandished her ancestral toy chest and delivered a heavy blow to the back of her head. Thud. Sarah collapsed, a large bump forming on the back of her skull. Are you all right? Severus observed as Anna precariously stood on the bed, fearing she would faint at any moment. Anna shook her head and stumbled down from the bed, muttering, Where's my Remington? I need to give him a shot in the head. Seeing her about to run out for the gun, Severus quickly restrained her. Murder comes at the cost of a shattered soul. It is not worth it for such garbage. Ugh, stop swaying. My brain is about to spill out. Anna yelled. If we don't kill him, we'll all be dead when the other Death Eaters come knocking. Don't you remember? They killed Seals and Aaron yesterday. Severus looked at the distraught Anna and quickly embraced her. Anna, she is Dr. Sarah, not a Death Eater. Anna pushed Severus away, cradling her head with both hands, struggling to maintain her balance, mumbling, Dr. Sarah, Brady's attending physician, did I go mad and kill her? Let me see. She attempted to crouch down, but the position proved difficult, causing her to fall. Ugh, a foul stench made her retch as she knelt to the ground. Did I eat feces? Why does it smell so terrible? Indeed, you fed her personally. Although you claimed it was a prop made of chocolate, it looked and smelled the same. Who would dare to experience the taste? Well, Dr. Sarah knows the flavor. Severus thought to himself while helping her up, you have been cursed. Dr. Sarah sought a fairy cursebreaker. I remember now. Anna rubbed her head, her tousled hair becoming even more disheveled. Suddenly, a fierce glint sparked in her eyes. She has a problem. Severus sighed. I know. What shall we do now? Anna sneered, pulling a small black box from the toy chest. Interrogation, coercion, and inducement. What is this? Severus watched as Anna inserted batteries into the small box. Have you seen the movie 007? Anna grinned. Severus shook his head. Let me show you a trick. Her deep voice astonished him. 15 minutes later, Sarah was bound to a chair, her head shaking slightly, letting out a soft grunt. Her face was wrapped in layers of tape, her nose and eyes obscured, leaving her to breathe only through her mouth. She attempted to use nonverbal magic to escape her bindings, but found she could summon no magic at all. It was as if she had been confined in a silent realm. Suddenly, a male voice echoed. The mastermind behind the cases of missing children is none other than a healer from St. Mungo's. I don't know what you're talking about. Sarah's voice remained flat, betraying no hint of guilt or fear. We are not Aurors, so you need not be so defensive. We are loyal followers of that great man, merely wishing to place an informant within St. Mungo's. Of course, We will not ask you to do so for free. What if I refuse? Sarah lifted her chin, trying to intimidate her captors with her taped-over eyes. The master does not accept refusal. You understand. Seeing Sarah fall silent, Anna lowered the electronic voice modulator. She mouthed to Severus, she has a problem. My daughter Annie died because of muggles. I merely wish to adopt that child. What have you done to Anna? Sarah suddenly spoke, sending chills down Anna and Severus's spines. How could she still care for Anna while in such a predicament? How would this end? Interrogation is a professional affair, not something one learns merely by watching a couple of 007 films. Confession is absolutely out of the question. Anna's mind raced through recent events like a film, convinced she had done nothing wrong, yet feeling a nagging sense of forgetfulness. She felt she had overlooked something very important. She did not know if this matter was related to Sarah, making her hesitant to decide. Severus flicked his wand, mouthing, "Obliviate." Anna shook her head, silently replying, "Let us feign unconsciousness." After reaching a consensus, as soon as they exited the space, Severus cast 2 Obliviate spells at the back of Sarah's head. She is a healer. Oblivion is not reliable. We should perform the entire act. Anna circled around Sarah, making a heavy decision. Remembering the crystalline sugar phoenix, Severus squinted, understanding immediately. Frowning as he said, "You impersonated Dumbledore to recruit a Malfoy as a spy, and now you wish to impersonate a Death Eater to recruit Sarah as an informant? What does it matter if it's all a lie?" Anna waved her hand dismissively, pulling out a piece of parchment. "This one is good. Let me trim it to shape." The B5-sized parchment was cut by Anna into the shape of a skull, avoiding any text, and featuring 2 eye sockets and a row of fangs. "Do not hide. Do not conceal. Stay in touch." Sarah looked down at the skull-shaped paper in her hands and drew her wand from her sleeve, setting it ablaze. She surveyed her surroundings and recognized that she was in a small park near Baker Street. Anna, hearing Sarah utter her name, immediately leaped aside with Severus. She had a foreboding sense that Sarah would head to their apartment next. From there on, it was all about acting. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Anna opened the door. "Dr. Sarah?" she exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment, her eyes glistening. "Brady, he's fine. He is expected to be discharged next week. I came specifically to." Sarah's gaze was filled with concern. "We were just about to settle the hospital bill," Severus interjected coldly, hefting 2 large bags of refuse. "Please, step aside." The foul odor emanating from the garbage bags nearly made Sarah gag, prompting her to hastily avoid them. Severus strode forward, head held high, his arms outstretched like 2 pitchforks, the elevated trash bags brushing against Sarah's robe, leaving a lingering stench in their wake. Ugh, Sarah could not restrain herself, letting out a most inappropriate sound. Anna chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to explain. "Perhaps I was sleepwalking and made a mess of the place. Severus has been tidying up for quite a while. The one who works has more say." Sarah nodded. "Shall I take you to St. Mungo's?" Anna. Severus, having discarded the garbage, turned sharply to shout from the street corner, "Hurry up. The bus is coming. No need to trouble yourself. You take care of Brady. We are immensely grateful." As Anna dashed away, Sarah's expression darkened. She retrieved a double-sided mirror. "Garo, you're not handling things very adeptly." "Ah, has the little girl remembered? I told you before, the soul is the realm of the divine, ever-changing, filled with infinite possibilities. In any case, this transaction will not be in vain. I shall take half of the galleons I carry away with me." Chapter 26. They are all your friends. A week later, Brady was discharged. Although his vision had returned, his magical prowess had significantly diminished, rendering even a flicker of light as delicate as a candle's flame. Charlie advised a gradual recuperation, assuring him that he would recover in time. Anna scrutinized Brady's feeble smile, pondering the substance of his words. Did Charlie mention medication or dietary adjustments? Brady lowered his gaze in silence, merely handing over a pouch of coins. "This is all my savings, 800 galleons. I will settle the remaining medical expenses as soon as possible." "All right." Anna accepted the pouch readily. "As per our previous agreement, you are responsible for cooking in lieu of rent. Severus and I are still growing, and we cannot skimp on ingredients. So I will supplement 30 galleons each month for living expenses." She produced an electronic calculator, its buttons clicking rhythmically. "Additionally, I wish to hire you to tutor us in magical knowledge for 2 hours daily, for a fee of 80 galleons a month. By September next year, before we enroll, the total for living and tutoring fees will amount to 1430 galleons. Since we are already halfway through July, I will add 55, bringing the total to 1485. After deducting your owed medical fees of 440, I owe you 1045 galleons." Ignoring Brady's reddened eyes, she took out a cloth pouch, counted out 245 galleons, and pushed it towards him along with his pouch. "I believe it is imperative to learn how to brew your own potions first." She glanced at Severus. "What is it called again? A magical replenisher? I can assist you." Severus's gaze was intense. "Thank you." Brady's smile was sweeter than the cabbage he had grown. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Anna leapt up. Lily is here. We arranged to go to Diagon Alley today. Brady watched Anna's cheerful retreat and said to Severus, "It's unsafe to go to Diagon Alley now. I cannot protect you both." The 10-year-old boy, still shorter than Severus's shoulders, possessed a keen gaze. Ultimately, his words trailed off. Remembering that his life had been saved by 2 children, only guilt remained in his eyes. Severus could empathize with his frustration and embarrassment. Yet this was the best arrangement Anna could conceive. That evening, when they discovered all their galleons had vanished, Anna simply remarked in Mandarin. It took him some effort to realize that the phrase meant let the strong prevail, let the gentle breeze sweep the mountaintops. Anna explained that if one was not strong enough, one must accept everything as it is, digesting both the good and the bad on their own. His understanding was that one should accumulate strength and anticipate a day when transformation would occur. Hi. The timid greetings of 2 young girls interrupted the silent communication between the 2 men. Alongside Anna was Lily and a delicate blonde girl. Severus's countenance visibly darkened upon seeing her. Anna's eyes sparkled slightly as she cheerfully said, "Brady, this is my friend Lily, and this is Lily's sister, Penny. Welcome. I am Brady, the tutor to Anna and Severus." Brady ushered the young girls to sit, pouring them hot tea and slicing cake. Lily's new home was in Surrey. Although it was near London, it was still over 40 kilometers from Baker Street. The Evans couple would never allow their underage daughter to venture out alone. Lily's presence in London was due to Penny's opportunity. The Royal Theatre in London was casting for a major stage production of Wuthering Heights, and 12-year-old Penny had been selected for the supporting role of Catherine in her youth. Currently, Mrs. Evans was staying with relatives in London, just a block away from Baker Street. "Penny needs to go for a fitting this afternoon, and my mother will accompany her." Lily gave Anna a knowing look. Anna's eyes brightened. "Penny, that's wonderful. Can we come to see it? When is the performance?" "I will book 3 tickets." "Of course, but the fitting is quite dull." Penny's gaze was shy, her eyes fleetingly glancing at Brady. Anna and Lily exchanged glances, instantly understanding, and both turned to Brady. Brady smiled warmly, returning the kindness. "Would you like some more cake?" "Yes." The 3 young girls chimed in unison. "Humph." Severus emitted an untimely sound through his nose, teasing that they might eat until they were bloated, with the B character turning into an O character. Penny's face flushed, her hand gripping the fork trembling. "I'm eating." Lily swiftly took a piece of cake before her sister could erupt, reminding that today's audition was of utmost importance. Penny's swan-like neck arched proudly as she dropped her fork and softly declared, "The performance is scheduled for August 27th, on the public holiday. You are all welcome to come and support us." Anna stifled a laugh. In her view, Severus was certainly not being kind. She could tell from the slightest inclination of her toe that there was some past grievance between them, and Severus was merely being mischievous. "Of course, we will all go." Brady noted that Anna seemed to revel in the unfolding drama, and thus felt compelled to deflect the tension. "Forgive my ignorance. What are B characters and O characters?" "In stage plays, a B character is a backup, while an O character is something Severus made up. I guess it means out," Anna kindly explained. Noticing Penny's face stiffen with disappointment, her heart softened, and she quickly added, "I see Penny brimming with energy today. Perhaps the B character could transform into an A character." Brady immediately offered an encouraging glance. "I assumed O stood for outstanding. Next year, you will aim for straight OS." Brady's meaningful gaze struck a sensitive chord in Penny. "Next year?" She suddenly stood up, her face paling dramatically. She shook off Lily's attempt to grasp her hand, her eyes fixed intently on Anna. "How old are you?" Anna narrowed her eyes, puzzled by her sudden intensity, and, ignoring Lily's almost tearful expression, retorted, "And how old are you?" Penny let out a cold laugh, casting her gaze downwards at Lily. "How foolish I am. They are all your friends, naturally akin to you, while I remain the muggle in your eyes." "Penny," Lily pleaded, her eyes filled with desperation, "please don't say that. We are not so different. Completely different." Penny erupted, her voice breaking as she flailed her arms, sending the cutlery clattering to the floor. Her look towards Brady was one of utter despair. The boy she had fallen for at first sight was yet another inhabitant of that unreachable world. "My birthday is in October, which means I start school a year late. Mother said the kindergarten and primary school were not along the same route, and she couldn't manage both, so I had to wait another year. Throughout my life, I've always been the oldest in my class. The way my classmates look at me fills me with shame. Mother always insists I put my sister first. I live a life devoid of friends, with only my sister for company. And now, you are off to a magical school, leaving me all alone. Is that fair?" Lily, overwhelmed by Penny's outburst, could only stammer, "What am I supposed to do? If I could, I would rather have been the one born first." "Why are you taking your anger out on Lily? You should be directing these words at Mrs. Evans." Severus interjected forcefully. "Shut up. I am speaking to my sister. What business is it of yours?" Penny shot a fierce glare at Severus, her eyes brimming with fury, akin to a wounded beast. She scrutinized Severus from head to toe, noting his meticulously tailored white shirt and sharply pressed trousers, letting out a derisive snort. Now that you've latched onto wealthy relatives, you act all high and mighty. Did you know I used to rummage through trash bins to eat? That's none of your business. At any time. Earning one's keep through hard work is something to be proud of, Anna roared, pounding the table. Your envious demeanor is more grotesque than the cockroaches in a dumpster. Chapter 27. Marriage is a woman's second life. Penny's resilience was unexpectedly formidable as she retorted with a cold smile. What are you in such a rush for? Is he your family's designated son-in-law? His heart belongs to Lily. He has loved her steadfastly since he was 9. No amount of desperate advances will change his feelings. You are worth nothing to him. Anna was nearly driven to madness, placing her hands on her hips and sneering. You still have the audacity to think about love? At your age? Is it because of Brady? He may be single, but he certainly won't fancy you. It's not because you are a muggle. It's because your mindset is twisted. What is she talking about? What breasts? What on earth? An eerie silence enveloped the room, broken only by Penny's muffled sobs, filled with embarrassment and indignation. She glared at Lily, growling, Your friend has humiliated me. Do you have nothing to say? Lily, like a startled quail, was on the verge of tearing her dress with her frantic grasp. How had a pleasant gathering turned into this? What on earth is love? Does anyone here even care about such nonsense? Her lips trembled as she said, Penny, why are you so furious? Huh? Penny narrowed her eyes, her gaze venomous, her voice sharp. Because of you, my life is devoid of hope. This audition might have been my last chance, and now it's shattered. How can you say there is no hope? The audition hasn't even taken place yet. Lily countered. My mother and I will accompany you to the theater. Penny raised her bloodied right hand, a grim smile on her face. I've argued to the point of injuring myself. My father was right. I can do nothing right. Even getting married would be a stroke of luck. The gash on Penny's palm resembled a baby's wailing mouth, oozing blood. Lily gasped in horror. How could this happen? What went wrong? Is there a first aid kit? Lily, Anna suddenly interjected. Since we are wizards, let's use magic to resolve this. What? Lily turned back in confusion, only to hear Anna call out, Severus. 2 beams of magical light flickered, and both Penny and Lily collapsed. Stop standing there. Get to work. Anna commanded, her gaze fixed on Brady, knowing Penny had harbored resentment against him for a long time. His celebrity face was likely the spark that ignited her ire. Brady sighed. Being a tutor was no easy task. He had previously thought that earning 80 galleons a month as a tutor was troublesome. Now, it felt like he was losing more than just money. How had he become embroiled in the tangled affairs of children? It was utterly absurd. As the healing began, warm light glided over Penny's wound, the flow of blood slowing ever so slightly. Brady's magical energy was weak, and the healing spell's effect was minimal. He taught Severus and Anna through practical demonstration. It was uncertain whether it was the muggle's resistance to magic or the caster's reluctance, but after much effort, the wound was barely stitched together. Brady fetched some white moss essence to apply to Penny's wound. During this time, he remarked to Severus, You've made progress. The forgetfulness charm and the stupefying charm can be cast consecutively. Severus snorted lightly. I have been preparing for a long time. If it weren't for Lily, I would have preferred to unleash a slug on her. A slug? What is that? Anna asked, not comprehending, though the term made her feel a bit nauseous. Severus straightened his lips. Commonly known as a snail, it can be used in potions. Ha! Anna burst into laughter, her imagination running wild. That's so disgusting. I actually want to see it. I must learn that spell. Enjoy yourselves. I will clean up the dining table, Brady said as he stood up and began tidying. Let me borrow your wand. I will help. Anna stretched out her hand, excited. Brady shook his head. Housekeeping magic is far more complex than you think. Each step involves numerous spells and requires precision. For instance, to line up the dishes for washing, you need at least the levitation charm, the Q charm, the descending charm, and the rolling charm. A word of caution. If a witch can manage her household without employing house elves, her power must not be underestimated. Remember, do not provoke her. Anna envisioned this and clapped her hands in amazement. A powerful mom is unbeatable. Wait a moment, Severus remarked with a quizzical look. You manage your household well. How can you not compete with Thomas? Brady nearly choked, almost dropping the plate in hand, stammering, That just means I haven't done enough, and besides, he ambushed me. I still don't know which dark wizard concocted that poison. It wasn't poison. Severus rebutted. I asked Charlie. He said it was a failed concoction of a waste potion. Really? Anna's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is there such a good thing? Don't even think about it. Severus's eyes glinted like a blade. The mixture of waste potions is extremely dangerous. A misstep could lead to an explosion, and not even Merlin could save you. Ignoring Anna's despondent expression and her words caught in her throat, he pulled out a book to end the conversation. I'll take them back to their room for a nap, Anna said, reaching out her hand for Severus's wand. He glanced at Brady, who was busy in the kitchen, and swiftly cast a spell, summoning a gentle breeze. A soft wind wrapped around Penny's legs, lifting her effortlessly up the stairs. The floating dust on the staircase was cleared away by her cascading ponytail. Anna wore a mischievous smile as she took the wand and cast the levitation charm, carefully guiding Lily upstairs. When Lily awoke, she found Penny sleeping soundly beside her. Is this Anna's room? She wondered, taking in her surroundings with envy. The beautifully carved bed, the plush high-backed armchair, the exquisite desk and wardrobe, and the large floor-to-ceiling window. She and Penny had always shared a room. Although it was not cramped, she longed for a space of her own. What time is it? Penny, rubbing her sleepy eyes, turned to Lily. 1 o'clock. Oh my God. We need to hurry. Where are we? This must be Anna's room. How did we end up here? I thought we were just eating cake. Maybe we fell asleep while eating? Oh my God. How rude. It's all right. I think Anna arranged it this way. Enough with the idle chatter. Help me straighten the sheets. Even the best of friends must observe proper decorum. That Snape fellow has certainly made a name for himself. What is his relationship with Anna? Anna's mother is the sister of his mother. Lily, remember that. Marriage is akin to a woman's second life. Marry well and reside on Baker Street. Marry poorly and dwell in Spider's Alley. Oh, Penny, you are merely 12 years old, not 22. Have you memorized your lines? Lily linked her arm with Penny's as they descended the stairs, needing to divert her sister's attention promptly. Should her friends overhear Penny's words, she would be too embarrassed to face them again. You reawake. Anna beamed with a wide smile. I sincerely apologize. There is a hint of rum in the cake, which you may not be accustomed to. Perhaps you are a bit tipsy. Penny nodded demurely, expressing gratitude for the hospitality. I have a fitting this afternoon, so I shall not intrude any longer. Anna's eyes sparkled as she looked at Penny and said, we would love to see your fitting audition as well. Brady, is Severus going too? Penny's gaze flickered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Anna chuckled softly. I'm in us. Of course Brady must go, but Mother Escar cannot accommodate so many. Lily's words made Penny's smile falter, yet Anna swiftly suggested they take the bus. The Royal Theatre in London was merely 2 bus stops from Baker Street. Penny called her relatives to inform Mrs. Evans that they would be taking the bus to the theater. Mrs. Evans drove and arrived before them. She greeted the children at the theater entrance, kindly offering each a cup of cola. Chapter 28, The Chicago Typewriter. Young actors may be accompanied by their parents to the backstage for costume changes, while other friends and family must remain seated in the audience. Lily successfully blended into the backstage, thanks to her looks and age. Anna held her cola, taking a large sip that produced a slurping sound. Watching Mrs. Evans and her daughter depart together made her heart ache. Severus noticed her forlorn expression and softly said, hand me the basic potions book. Brady was astonished as he saw Anna pull a book from her backpack. You lot are likely heading to Ravenclaw. However, Anna retorted, we do not study merely for the sake of learning. We study to live. Brady laughed. Do you have any more books? Please hand me one. This is the only one. Consider it a spoiler, Anna said as she handed him Wuthering Heights. It was her mother's treasured possession, reportedly a first edition antique. Before going to boarding school, she had secretly taken it from her mother's collection. Would her mother come looking for it? Perhaps, especially since her father would have to repurchase a copy to read. The stage was carelessly set, with judges seated on the stage rather than in the audience. Anna, having never witnessed an audition, found everything novel. She was particularly curious as to why the crew allowed so many people to observe the fitting auditions. It was only when a staff member approached to sell performance tickets that she realized. Spending £48, she procured 3 first-class tickets, along with some crew merchandise, a wide-brimmed straw hat for each of them, which caught Severus's attention. All the money belonged to Anna, even if he disapproved. His pride would not allow him to voice any objection. After paying Brady 245 galleons, they had only 200 galleons left along with a silver sickle, all of which had been exchanged from pounds at Gringotts the day before. Although lacking evidence, he instinctively felt that the Goblin Gallo had pilfered all their galleons. A thought that stirred violent impulses within him. Why must we attend her fitting audition? Severus's tone was suffused with irritation, prompting Brady to chuckle softly. For Lily, Anna replied, grinning. Internally thinking, for revenge. No one could criticize me without me pretending nothing happened, whether actively or passively. She placed the straw hats atop the heads of the 3 of them, and when she noticed Severus had not removed his, she stifled a laugh. The reason for Lily was one Severus could not refuse, just and powerful. It was effective. She would have to utilize it more often. They re coming out, Anna exclaimed, seated between Severus and Brady, playfully nudging the 2 engrossed in their books to look up. The theatrical makeup was exceedingly exaggerated. After applying heavy makeup, Penny, whose features were once subtle, appeared transformed. She first bowed to the row of judges, and then followed the backstage crew's guidance, showcasing her makeup from various angles before performing the scene of Catherine and Heathcliff's first meeting. Wuthering Heights was one of her mother's favorite novels. Last summer, her mother had taken her to see the stage play on Broadway in New York. Her mother had left midway due to an obligation and purchased tickets for the following day to watch it again since she hadn't seen the entire performance. Reflecting on the Broadway performance and comparing it to Penny's, Anna believed she could only muster a score of 4. At most 4.5. Any higher would be an overstatement. No need for sabotage. Penny's rejection was a foregone conclusion. Given her temperament, she would likely be infuriated on her own. Noticing Severus engrossed in the performance, she inquired, "What do you think?" "Not bad," Severus replied, his gaze intent. Upon hearing Anna's derisive snicker, he realized her expression had turned menacing, her fidgeting fingers bouncing restlessly upon her knee. "Don't cause trouble," Severus cautioned. "There's a wizard among the judges. The second man from the left, the one with the red beard, is peculiar." "Oh?" Seeing that Severus was entirely serious, Anna suppressed her laughter and turned to Brady. "There's a wizard up there?" Brady nodded slightly. "I am not certain, but I don't have a good feeling about it. The entire crew gives me an uneasy vibe. We should leave immediately." A series of gunshots erupted. The three turned to see 5 masked men brandishing Thompson submachine guns rushing into the theater. "Hey, you," a crew member began, but before he could finish, a bullet struck his chest, and blood splattered as the theater erupted into chaos. Brady cast an ignoring charm while pressing Anna's head down, muttering, "Everyone get down. Don't stick your heads up." Anna squeezed Severus's fingers repeatedly, but after receiving no response, she resignedly turned back. "May I borrow your wand?" "No." Severus anticipated her intent to incapacitate Brady and utilize spatial magic. He would not agree. It was far too perilous. As Anna's spatial magic advanced, he felt increasingly that this was a secret that must never be revealed. "Lily is backstage, so she is likely safe. That red-bearded wizard will handle it. They are merely muggles," Anna reassured herself. Recognizing that the men brandished Chicago typewriters, she instantly identified the weapons favored by the Italian mafia, which her father had long coveted as a collectible. "What?" Brady felt antiquated, unable to comprehend the children's conversation. "Thompson submachine gun, commonly referred to as a Chicago typewriter." Bang! Bang! Anna's explanation was cut short by the gunfire and screams on stage. She pushed Brady's hand away, flipping over to lie beneath the seat. Pulling out a small round mirror the size of her palm. Adjusting the angle of the mirror, she attempted to observe the stage situation. The mirror was small, and the angle was far from ideal. The view Anna could see was quite limited. The red-bearded wizard Severus mentioned appeared to be of no use, seemingly having been shot and lying lifeless. Penny, another young actress preparing to go on stage, along with a female judge, had become hostages. The good news was that the audience's friends and family were huddled beneath their seats for safety, and it was reasonable to assume those backstage were doing the same. "Severus." Brady's voice sounded weak. "You come?" Cast a few more ignoring charms to cover the front and back rows. Severus attempted twice, successfully casting the ignoring charm. Green magical waves rippled outward, nearly encompassing all the hiding places of their friends and family nearby. SHIT. As the typewriter number 1 hurriedly returned at the theater's entrance, it passed a group of friends and family sprawled on the ground, ignoring them entirely. The hats encircled them, a cacophony of clattering sounds echoing. His voice, laced with desperation, was as uncontrollable as the submachine gun in his hands, as several judges lying motionless suffered another barrage. "Calm down, Snake," the typewriter's leader commanded coldly. "Take the hostages and exit through the back door." "We can't. The back door is surrounded as well. I observed their deployment towards the back street." The typewriter number 1 paced irritably. "We've been cornered into a rabbit hole." "No, we can still escape. We must act swiftly." The typewriter's leader gestured to his companions to secure the hostages. Anna, catching a glimpse in the mirror, saw Penny, the female judge, and the young actor, their legs too weak to move. A group charged towards the backstage, and Anna and Severus quickly got to their feet, only to find Brady still lying motionless. "This is bad," Severus whispered. He might have exhausted his magic. Without hesitation, Anna transported the two of them into a safe space. "He won't wake up anytime soon. We must go save Lily first." Seeing Severus nod, she activated her spatial leap. Bang! Brady's head struck heavily against the chair leg. They successfully teleported 5 meters, but Brady was left behind. Watching the swelling bump appear on Brady's forehead, a pang of guilt washed over her for a fleeting moment, and she forced a laugh. "Overloaded. You stay with him. I'll go ahead and check." Before Severus could respond, she dashed off alone. Hearing the police shouts from the theater's entrance, Severus glanced back at the unconscious Brady, hesitated for a second, then clutched his wand and made his way backstage. The red-bearded wizard lying on stage slowly sat up, releasing a few faint, broken sounds before transforming into a tiny bat the size of a thumb and flying away through the theater's Venetian blinds. Chapter 29. 100,000. She could awaken laughing in her dreams. Anna leaped 3 times in quick succession, successfully catching up with the typewriter squad. Seeing the 3 hostages pushed into a locked restroom, her fingers lingered on the restroom door for a moment before she chose to follow the typewriter squad into the costume room. Oh, what did she just see? The scene was akin to the chaos of Gringotts. These individuals were bank robbers, and their leader's large bag was filled with stacks of pounds. Observing him shaking the bag and spilling money in heaps, a conservative estimate would place it at over $1 million. Divide the money, tape it to your body, and wear the costumes to blend in with the crowd, the typewriter's leader commanded, holding back one of the money-grabbing hands. First, let's pick out some clothes. The money-grabbing hand seized the leader's arm playfully. Boss, help me choose. The 5 of them, arms draped over one another, squeezed into the layers of costume racks, oblivious to the tiny hand that appeared atop the pile of pounds behind them. The old adage, a blessing in disguise, rang true. The fairy Gallo had stolen over 10,000 galleons, leaving her heartbroken. Now, the wounds had healed with these pounds. She formed a heart shape on her chest. Lucky, she pocketed 20 stacks of pounds, then slyly replaced them with 20 stacks of counterfeit notes. What was it she said? Counterfeit money always finds its use. Wasn't this a perfect exchange of fake for real? 100,000. She could awaken laughing in her dreams. Click. Just as Anna retracted her hand, the door behind her creaked open, sending a chill of sweat down her spine. Someone's here. The typewriter's leader reacted swiftly. The group coordinated seamlessly, quickly hiding behind the clothing rack. Rat-a-tat-tat. Hiding in the space, Anna clutched the 100,000. Closely witnessing a cinematic spectacle of a 1v5 confrontation between the witch and the muggle robbers. Huh. Severus observed with keen eyes. What's with that red-bearded wizard? The female judge is indeed a witch, and a formidable one at that. Her silent curses were executed with such finesse. How impressive was her skill? Listen closely, whoosh. Crack. Rat-a-tat. 5. In a mere minute, the typewriter squad was completely annihilated. Watching the dazed 5 robbers, Anna marveled at the witch's combination of bravery and cunning. Her reluctance to act earlier must have stemmed from a fear of harming the young actor. Huh. The witch has cleared the pounds. Anna's eyes widened in greed. Had she known the stolen money would change hands midway, she could have taken a bit more. No, she could have taken it all. What does this mean? The 5 robbers had taken the witch hostage and were leaving. Anna hurriedly leaped to the adjacent restroom, which was utterly empty. She then leaped into the makeup room, finding a scene of adults sprawled out in a stupor. Not only was there no Lily, but not a single child of her age group was present. Where's everyone? A wave of panic washed over her. Click. The makeup room door creaked, revealing Severus' face peering through the gap. The female judge is a witch. Anna burst forth from the space, grabbing Severus' hand as they leaped together, her words tumbling out. She's taken hostages. How is that possible? Severus questioned skeptically. Unless the robbers are using children as hostages, that can't be. She's an adult witch. How could she not subdue them all? She controlled the robbers and then had them take her hostage, Anna explained, causing Severus to furrow his brow in confusion, muttering, what on earth is she doing? Where are Lily and Penny? Why haven't we seen a single child? They're right there. Anna tightened her grip on Severus' hand. This old witch was not only engaging in treachery, but also attempting to abduct children. Lily, Penny, and 3 other girls of similar age, along with a younger boy, were all tied together, encircled by the robbers. After several rounds of shouting, accompanied by a flurry of bullets, the robbers, with hostages in tow, drove away in a van. Despite a fleet of police cars in hot pursuit, they lost the trail at the 3rd intersection. Anna crouched at the back of the vehicle, giving the police cars, which resembled headless flies, the middle finger. What does this mean? Severus imitated Anna, raising 2 fingers in a gesture of cursing. Why are you cursing at the police cars? Anna smirked. That's a gesture of national disdain. These London officers are wasting taxpayers' money. The van sped away, and as darkness enveloped the sky, they spotted a sign for Surrey County. Anna and Severus exchanged glances, saying, let us coordinate well from here on. Understood, Severus nodded, waving the scissors in his hand. As night fell, the black van silently rolled into a neighborhood, stopping beside a garbage bin. The female judge, originally huddled with the children, now rose like a satisfied python, declaring, everyone out of the vehicle. The 5 robbers sprang into action, disembarking in single file. They stood like 5 puppets beneath the streetlight. A tiny bat fell from the lampshade, landing and transforming into an ugly dwarf. If Anna and Severus were to exit the vehicle now, they would certainly recognize this dwarf as the fairy Gallo. The female judge leaned her head out towards someone outside the vehicle, saying, these 5 are yours. They should fetch a decent price. TSK, 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 Gallo's voice crackled. I can smell a fortune in pounds. Though the pound had depreciated, it could still be exchanged for a considerable amount of gold. To each their share, that's the rule. The female judge sighed, stepping down from the vehicle. You're too greedy. You'll inevitably die for your riches. Anna and Severus exchanged glances, immediately springing into action to rescue the hostages. Snip. One cut the ropes, while the other transported the children. It required 4 leaps to transport the 6 children tied together from the van to the nearby bushes. All of them fell into a stupor, making Anna's task easier. The only concern was Severus, who remained in the van. Would he be caught by the old witch at any moment? What frustrated her more was that Severus prioritized efficiency over compassion, cutting the ropes strictly in order of proximity. Time was of the essence, and she couldn't even voice her concerns. On the first trip, Penny was saved. Returning, she overheard the old witch bargaining with someone. On the second trip, Lily was rescued. Returning, she heard the old witch threatening someone. On the third trip, the black-haired girl was saved. Returning, she heard the old witch resorting to violence. In the fourth round, the brown-haired girl was rescued. Upon returning, the old witch seemed to be engaged in a fierce exchange with someone, which was quite entertaining. In the fifth round, the blonde girl was saved. As they returned, the other side of the carriage fell into silence. Anna let out a silent scream of a groundhog in her heart. The old witch turned around, unaware if she had seen them. With speed that defied belief, Anna grasped tightly onto Severus and the last little boy, leaping away to escape. Once they reached the thicket, Anna promptly transported everyone into her space. Her 2-square-meter realm had never accommodated so many, causing her to feel overwhelmed and breathless. The 6 unconscious children huddled together in a heap, while Anna slumped beside them. Severus crouched next to Anna, noticing her pale complexion, and softly inquired, "Are you all right? Do you need something to replenish your strength?" She cradled her head and groaned, "It's dreadful. I feel like a water-filled balloon, soft yet taut." Severus stood and gazed at the opposite side, saying, "Your space is limited. I'll stay outside. This way, you might feel better." "No way." Anna vehemently refused. "When I can't handle it, I will definitely prioritize throwing out outsiders. How could I let my friends go out? If anyone is to be discarded, it should be me first. I can't move now. From here on out, it's all on you." She tossed out tape, grumbling. Penny's mouth needs an extra layer. Severus took the tape and sealed their eyes and mouths one by one. This time, Lily was placed last, and upon seeing her, Anna chuckled. "Lily doesn't need to be taped. She is a witch and won't panic. Just tell her it's an illusion." "You." Severus covered Lily's eyes and mouth, his gaze fixed on Anna. "Your spatial magic is rather unique. It's best not to reveal it before you come of age." Chapter 30. The 6 lamb-headed children. Anna closed her eyes, her lips curving into a smile as she retrieved 2 sandwiches wrapped in cling film. "Care for one?" The sandwiches exuded a faint aroma of toasted bread, still warm to the touch. Severus regarded Anna with suspicion. Brady's culinary skills are truly commendable." "Almost uncharacteristically British," she said, taking a hearty bite of the ham and egg, simultaneously sucking away excess sauce. Although her mouth was covered in juice, her fingers never crossed the boundary. The cling film remained intact around the unfinished sandwich. Severus, initially not hungry, now found himself quite famished. After tearing off the cling film, the rich scent of food made his mouth water. He bit off a third of the sandwich, soothing his protesting stomach. "Does it taste authentic? As if it has just been served from the kitchen?" Anna produced a water bottle, poured a cup, and handed it to Severus, exclaiming, "The most delightful surprise has arrived." Upon receiving the steaming tea and inhaling the familiar fruity aroma, his vision momentarily blurred. Aunt Eileen's tea recipe was indeed extraordinary. When Brady brewed it in the morning, the delight on his face was sweeter than the cabbage he grew. Yet, he claimed it wasn't tea perfect, so he didn't let you taste it, intending to brew a perfect version later. While sipping the hot tea, Anna felt invigorated enough to run 8 more rounds without fatigue. Substituting rock candy with honey would do. Severus murmured dreamily. Anna gasped, "Impressive. Your palate is truly refined. I hereby declare this tea to be officially named Eileen's Honey Tea." Severus shook his head. "Because I've tasted it twice, 2 different versions." "Only twice?" Anna frowned, feeling that Severus and his pitiful demeanor were quite mismatched. She quickly changed the subject. Raising an eyebrow and resting her elbow, "The sandwich is still warm and fragrant, and the tea is delightful when hot. Isn't it?" "Indeed." Severus swallowed the last bite, his expression unchanged. "Aren't you curious?" Anna grinned mischievously. Severus sighed. "An heirloom toy box. After storing waste, it also holds food. It truly stinks. Yet it also exudes a delightful aroma." "Ha!" Anna burst into laughter. "Isn't that the truth?" She snapped her fingers, summoning 2 toy boxes, one large and one small. The large one was the waste container, while the small one was merely the size of 2 palms. "I consulted Charlie from the apothecary about these magical boxes. They are exceedingly expensive. Until you become a potions master, I cannot afford one." Anna's implication caused Severus's lips to twitch. Once I become a potions master, I will surely save up to buy you one. That one tea be necessary. She waved her hand grandly. Save your money for something else for me. Opening the smaller box with excitement, she exclaimed, that day, I struck the physician, Sarah, with the large box, and I inadvertently triggered some mechanism. It actually gave birth to a cub. Severus looked at the beaming Anna, a smile creeping onto his lips. You struck gold. Exactly. She opened the small box, brimming with excitement, initially unaware of the small box's unexpected contents, thinking it was merely an old toy box. Given its diminutive size, who knew it could hold so much? Gazing at the box, not much larger than a water bottle, Severus was filled with curiosity. How much can it contain? Anna lowered her gaze, chuckling awkwardly. Well, it's not full yet. During Brady's hospitalization, she had harvested many of his vegetables. It wasn't greed. She merely wanted to experiment, but it turned out she could never fill it. On a whim, she had gotten carried away. By the time Brady was discharged, those 3 vegetable plants were severely depleted, and the vegetables they bore were all miniatures. She stammered an apology. But Brady merely said they had evolved. Severus narrowed his eyes. So it was you. Anna rubbed her nose defensively. It truly wasn't me. Before she could utter the word deliberately, Severus's gaze locked onto her back. Dr. Sarah? Anna gasped, gritting her teeth. She truly is a witch. As they entered the space, they stared fixedly in the direction of the van. The witch had not moved since boarding, initially intending to wait it out for the night. However, to their surprise, the person exiting the van gradually shed her disguise, revealing a familiar face. With wand in hand, she strolled down the street, humming an unknown tune. As she approached, they could hear her sing. 1, 2, 3 little children. 4, 5, 6 little children. Each one is my little lamb. They are innocent, cute, and kind. Wherever I go, they follow closely. Until the night of the full moon, we shall part. Little lambs, come out. Little lambs, come out. Anna glanced at the crescent moon above and the approaching Dr. Sarah, turning to Severus and asking, You've read extensively. Is the rumor that the old witch eats children true? Severus shook his head. I haven't come across such tales in my readings. Where did you hear that the old witch eats children? From Castle Horrors, an adult television show. I went to great lengths to crack the parental code. The old witch in the series eats children to maintain her youth, Anna said proudly, but upon seeing the threatening figure of Sarah before her, she immediately faltered. Oh no, she definitely eats children. Severus steadied her. Stay calm. This is your absolute domain. She cannot enter. The dim streetlight cast Sarah's face in a ghastly pale hue, her bloodshot eyes resembling those of a man-eating monster. She hunched her body, flaring her nostrils, and resumed her eerie humming. As she sang, she circled around Anna and the others. This is bad. Severus and Anna exclaimed in unison. The 6 unconscious children awoke. Though they could not see or vocalize, they all lunged towards Anna with outstretched hands. Severus drew his wand, intending to render them unconscious, but found his wand devoid of any magical energy, as powerless as a dry twig. You take it. He handed the wand to Anna. This is your absolute domain. I cannot exert my magic. I have yet to master the art of rendering one unconscious. Anna, wielding her wand, swiftly kicked Penny to the ground, who had been the first to charge at her, and indiscriminately hurled incantations at the advancing crowd. Plop. 6 lambs collapsed in a daze. Merlin above, Severus exclaimed, astonished as he caught Lily, who had fallen. What spell is this? In a fleeting moment of triumph, Anna's glee faltered as she beheld the 6 lamb-headed children, swallowing hard. An upgraded version of the fainting spell? Severus, pondering over the crimson horn of lamb-headed Lily, mused, it must be the enchantment woven into Sarah's song that has bewitched them. Anna exhaled quietly in relief. It was fortunate that the fault did not lie with her. Otherwise, the parents of these 6 lamb-headed children would surely come seeking her out. Severus, she rolled her eyes and grinned. If they cannot hear the song, Severus looked up at her. Can you manage that? Do not overexert yourself. I shall give it a try, she replied, summoning her magical energy, but before she could finish her phrase, a sharp pain shot through her chest, and a spurt of blood erupted, splattering Severus's face. Anna Severus's eyes widened in panic, dark irises filled with dread, the whites slightly tinged with red. He pushed aside Lily's lamb head and rose to support Anna, whose form was swaying precariously. Chapter 31. The compensation is astronomical. I was wrong. Anna lamented, clutching her chest, her eyes brimming with regret. She should not have toyed so carelessly. The space was already overloaded and could collapse at any moment. I cannot even facilitate your leap now. It might consume us both. At 1 tea, Severus offered a dry consolation. He helped Anna sit slowly, gripping his wand tightly. I will hold her off. You must find a chance to escape. Woe is me, Anna sniffled, tears cascading down her cheeks. I do not wish to flee alone. Anna Severus reached out to wipe her tears, murmuring softly, I hope you can survive and find your parents when you come of age. Parents? She blinked, halting her sobs. Producing 2 handfuls of chocolate, she tossed a few pieces to Severus. Here. I have a plan to deal with her. Severus accepted the chocolate in silence. Watching as Anna devoured 3 pieces at once, her complexion gradually returning to a healthier hue, astonished at the thought. Can chocolate replenish magical energy? Prepare to meet your doom, you old hag. Anna leapt up, startling Severus. You have just recovered. Do not act recklessly. We shall wait until dawn. His voice was low, though he wished to hide. Survival took precedence over all else. Anna wiped the sugary residue from the corner of her mouth, vigorously waving her hand. We cannot wait for dawn. I sensed the space could spill out at any moment, just like when we left Brady behind. You should stay close to me. If anyone is to be lost, let it be others first. Severus's throat tightened, his wand poised for action. How do you intend to vanquish the old hag? Anna smirked. A well-placed explosive. No sooner had she spoken than a van across the street erupted in flames. The thunderous explosion and the fiery blaze restored the once quiet street to chaos. If it weren't for Uncle Chun having a similar van, I truly would not have been able to pinpoint its fuel tank. Anna remarked with satisfaction. Glancing at Severus, do you realize what would happen if we tossed an explosive beneath a manhole cover? Severus shook his head in confusion. Anna smiled, motioning for him to observe Sarah. The detonated van was merely the first step. The real target was her. At that moment, hidden among the bushes, Sarah's countenance was a portrait of fury. Her typically composed features were marred by rage. Her hair, which had once been neatly coiffed, now lay disheveled in the night breeze, resembling the tentacles of a ferocious octopus. Damn that scum, Sarah cursed. I had heard Muggle transportation was unreliable, but I never imagined it to be this unreliable. How foolish of me to think it suitable for transporting lambs. Muggle money is merely paper, worthless enough. And now it burns easily too. Wizards should not use Muggle devices. That wretched Gallo, to suggest splitting the pounds or taking her purse. With 500 galleons and £1,000,000 at stake, she had naturally chosen. Now the van is destroyed, the pounds are incinerated, and the lambs are lost. Ever since receiving that parchment, nothing has gone smoothly. Those brainless pure-blood fanatics seem destined to clash with her. What if she doesn't go near the manhole? Severus observed. Noticing Sarah's reluctance to cross the street, turning to Anna, you shall use Penny as bait. Anna chuckled softly, shaking the sock in her hand. Concerned it might lack scent, she even snipped a bit of her wool to stuff inside. Severus, does she even realize that upon regaining her human form, she'll lose a tuft of hair? As Anna rolled the sock into a small bundle, she chanted in her mind, Old hag Sarah, your beloved lamb has arrived. The mini-lamb version of Penny was airdropped precariously onto the manhole drainage hole, wedged just so. Almost instantaneously upon completion of the drop, Sarah's expression shifted dramatically. Huh, she exclaimed, glancing towards the approaching police cars. Does she think this will save her? Anna locked her gaze on Sarah's form, and the moment she attempted to flee, she launched the explosive into the manhole. How powerful is the force of igniting methane gas? Anna was uncertain. She merely recalled her father saying that survival was left to fate, while her mother warned that compensation would be astronomical. In truth, she had always been curious about the extent of that power, and now it seemed rather anticlimactic. Well, at any rate, it surely wouldn't kill a witch. Anna watched as Sarah ascended into the air before plummeting back down, her lips curling in disdain. She cast a glance at the flashing police lights, inwardly musing, Dear Mom and Dad, would you dare return for a moment to pay off the debt to the county government? Sarah did not perish. She merely spat up a few mouthfuls of blood. The police and medical personnel attempted to assist her, but were met with resistance. She brandished a half-broken wand, refusing to allow anyone near her. Though disheveled and bloodied, she maintained a combative stance, emitting a feral growl. Ma'am, please remain calm. You need medical attention in a timely manner. Away with you. Oh, dear God, that little stick in her hand nearly blinded me. Oh, poor Bob. She must be in shock. Faint. Oblivion. Amidst the chaos, several robed wizards appeared. As green light flickered, a young man with red hair hurled a chain, binding Sarah securely. Fairy Gallo was apprehended for trafficking muggles, and your accomplice is you, Sarah Lunata. Anna beamed at the sight of the red-haired Arthur, revealing her 8 teeth. Thankful for Merlin's favor this night. Yet Severus remarked, How do you intend to explain all of this? Anna solemnly shook her head. I cannot afford the reparations. I can only slip away quietly, concealing my merits and reputation. The latter part was incomprehensible, but I grasp your meaning. Severus chuckled softly. Turning to observe the 6 lamb-headed children on the ground, he sighed. Given Lily and the others' current condition, we must rely on the red-haired one, the Weasley. Anna nodded, pulling out a note and writing that the children kidnapped by Sarah were hidden in the bushes by the street. Send word. The note was airdropped above Arthur's head, fluttering down as his wild red hair fluffed up. Merlin above. Arthur's figure darted among the nearby bushes, moving so swiftly that he seemed to be splitting into 5 or 6 copies. Now I understand why the Aura department hasn't transferred him. And aside, Severus's brow furrowed, nearly pinching a fly. Was he truly not doing this intentionally? He always seemed to evade capture. Arthur. An older wizard sighed in exasperation. Stop playing around. We are very busy tonight. Mr. Voss, the children kidnapped by Sarah are nearby. In the bushes, Arthur responded amidst the commotion. But he was straying further from the correct location. Burn. Go check. I will modify the muggle's memories. Very well, Mr. Voss. The dark-haired Burn, slightly older than Arthur, though his features were unremarkable, possessed a calm demeanor. This appears to be reliable. Anna was dreadfully afraid of another blunder. Severus nodded and approached. By Merlin's beard, the 6 little goat-headed beings truly startled the young Burn. He called for Mr. Voss, stating that if it were a muggle child, the probability of reverting to human form would be only 50%. The situation was precarious. I must seek Dumbledore's assistance. Mr. Voss solemnly nodded. First, let us clear the scene. Time is of the essence, lads. Call Arthur back to work. Arthur Weasley. The child has been found. Burn stowed away the two-way mirror, squinting into the distance, wondering if this chap was merely shirking his duties. They had nearly run into the next block. Chapter 32. Awaken her and let her choose. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The Evans couple sat in silence outside the ward. They had gone an entire night without sleep, 19 hours without food or drink. Half of that time spent arguing, and the other half in a cold war. At that moment, even upon receiving the news that their 2 daughters had been rescued, their relationship remained strained. After a stretch of silence that felt timeless, Mr. Evans slowly straightened. Jenny, he croaked, his voice hoarse with regret, I was wrong. I shouldn't have blamed you for indulging Penny. That was merely my incompetence misdirected. Mrs. Evans shook her head. Mike, let us get a divorce. Regarding Penny and Lily, I plan to take them to the Wizarding Village. I've heard there's a place where people like them reside. I disagree. Mr. Evans grasped his wife's hand. The headmaster of that magical school said he could heal her. He said he would do his best. I heard it clearly. The other 4 children have been taken by their parents, except for Lily and Penny. Mrs. Evans sobbed into her hands. You're right. I did indulge Penny too much. But she cried, accusing us of favoring Lily, saying we neglected her. I simply couldn't bear to refuse her request to attend the interview. Even when the assistant director of the production asked you for sponsorship, you didn't hesitate. You shouldn't have hidden that from me, Mr. Evans' voice brimmed with frustration. I know this isn't normal, but to fulfill Penny's wishes, even if it meant buying a false hope, I wanted to grant her the unconditional love she spoke of. Mrs. Evans cried, her fears, regrets, and anxieties finally pouring forth as tears. When Anna and Severus arrived, they saw Mrs. Evans weeping uncontrollably in a man's embrace. From his appearance, it was clear he was Mr. Evans, whom they had never met. This is serious. She tugged at Severus and they apparat into the ward. Seeing Lily restored to her former self, peacefully sleeping by the window, both Anna and Severus exhaled in relief. They spotted the other 4 healed children leaving the ward but did not see the Evans sisters, which sparked a growing concern within them. Having just witnessed Mrs. Evans' distress, they feared the worst. However, now they understood the reason for her tears. Penny was still a goat-headed creature. Dumbledore and a very short man were casting spells on Penny, her head oscillating between human and goat within a spectrum of rainbow light. Stop. Dumbledore sighed. Phileas. We cannot awaken a soul that feigns sleep. This child is exceedingly stubborn. Phileas nodded gravely. The curse from Sarah originates from ancient Greece. It evokes the deepest desires within the heart, thus confounding the mind. While formidable, it is not an unsolvable curse, as long as someone guides her. Escaping the temptation is not insurmountable. What could she possibly be clinging to? For a child, is it not their parents they cherish the most? Dumbledore shook his head. Before you arrived, Hippocrates and I tried various forms of guidance. Food, toys, even love. None succeeded. Phileas glanced at the girl on the adjacent cot and suddenly remarked, Albus. Are they sisters? Should we inquire about secrets that only children often know? Dumbledore's gaze drifted between the 2 little girls, and after a moment, he softly stated, I see now. She yearns to be a witch, just like her sister. The desire for magic could not be more perilous. Phileas' expression darkened. This curse essentially demands a sacrifice to the demon. At most, it will be fulfilled within a day and a night. Ancient texts record that the demon will claim half of her soul, granting her the ability to wield magic, but she shall forever bear a goat's head. When the offering perishes, the demon will take the other half of her soul. Dumbledore pondered deeply before arriving at a resolution. Awaken her and allow her to choose. If she cannot make a choice before the petals fall, The sacrifice will be established right then. Phileas hesitated. There is still some time before a day and a night is up. Yet Dumbledore replied, magic is intoxicating. She will not turn back. Our only remaining task is to offer her a chance to choose. Very well, Phileas consented. I shall act as the guardian of the flower, and you shall be the guide. He conjured an intricate series of spells, and a multi-petaled blood lotus flower sprang into the air, hovering above Penny's head. Dumbledore waved his wand, chanting, as a beam of 7-colored light shot forth, enveloping Penny in a dazzling display akin to fireworks. Penny, Dumbledore gently called to the goat-headed girl as she opened her eyes, abandon your obsession, or you shall forever remain the demon's lamb. A mirror of water materialized, and Penny gazed at her reflection, letting out a peal of laughter. Why should I? They were born with magic, while I must turn into a goat to possess it. That is not fair. Alongside her scream, a jet of black light erupted from her goat mouth, shattering the water mirror into fragments. With a thud, 9 petals fell, vanishing alongside the shards of the mirror. Anna's heart raced. Having counted twice, she sighed. Penny has 2 chances left. If it were you, would you still need to choose? Severus scoffed. What sort of magic is that? It's murky and viscous, utterly revolting. Dumbledore conjured another water mirror, his tone soothing. Each life is unique, just as no 2 leaves are identical. Yet, whether human or leaf, they will only gather with their kind. I refuse. Penny vehemently shook her head. We are all children of our parents. Why can't we be the same? I've already been given a chance to start over, so why can't anything change? What is the meaning of reliving a life again? She glared with her goat eyes, mouth agape. If I possess magic, I can attend Hogwarts. As your student, you would assist me, right? You are the greatest wizard of our time. Surely, you have a solution, don't you? Dumbledore shook his head. Your magic is a sacrifice of your soul. You are neither muggle nor wizard. I cannot issue you an acceptance letter, nor can I assist you. You will be classified by the Ministry of Magic as a magical creature, under perpetual supervision. That is not how it is. That is not how it is. That is not how it is. Penny screamed. With a thud, the blood lotus once again dropped 9 petals. Penny, your time is running out. Dumbledore's eyes were filled with sorrow. Release your obsession. Your parents await your return. What is the meaning of living an identical life? The goat mouth unleashed black light once more, obliterating the water mirror. She raised her goat head, her voice distant. Return to what? To witness their deaths in a few years? To marry a pig-like man and bear an ungrateful son, all while raising my deceased sister's offspring. Penny, relinquish your obsession. Dumbledore urged, attempting to rouse her. Her gaze grew increasingly hazy, the black pupils shrinking until they nearly vanished. Penny, relinquish your obsession. I no longer desire such magic. She finally relented just before the last 9 petals dissolved, yet she never awoke again. Chapter 33. Memories are stored in the brain, not the heart. She is a soul reborn, akin to the characters crafted in the novels of John Wyndham. Anna gazed at Penny, the goat-headed figure, her voice imbued with conviction. Thus, she would rather dwell within an illusory realm. No, Severus interjected, shaking his head. It is the allure of the curse that deceives her into believing she has been reborn. Only through disillusionment with her future existence would one willingly offer themselves as a sacrifice. She desires not magic, yet she is reluctant to awaken from the web of illusions spun by the curse. After a moment of contemplation, Anna pressed her hand against her chest and said, I feel a heaviness here, as if I have forgotten something of great significance. Do you suppose it could be memories from my past life? Severus suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and muttered through clenched teeth, memories are stored in the brain, not the heart. Noticing Anna's pallor, he offered some solace. Your chest tightness is due to the impairment of your magic. Did Charlie not provide you with a potion? You should drink a vial now. Never mind, I'll drink it later, Anna declined with a shake of her head. Every moment counts. I have no idea how effective that potion is, but its scent is reminiscent of a bioweapon. Lily stirred awake, and upon seeing Severus about to continue his tirade, she swiftly redirected the focus. Announcing the arrival of the Evans couple, the identity of the young witch, Lily, had been disclosed to the Evanses in advance, and they appeared to have braced themselves for the worst, readily accepting the headmaster's words. We will not abandon Penny, Mrs. Evans asserted resolutely. We shall pay whatever it costs and wait as long as it takes. Naturally, Penny could remain under observation in the hospital indefinitely. The attending physician, Hippocrates, entered, informing them that Sarah's assets had been seized by the Ministry of Magic, and all medical expenses for the victims would be covered by the ministry. Throughout this, Anna and Severus remained conspicuously absent, their intended gift for Lily left at the consultation desk on the first floor, with the delivery fee amounting to 1 silver canute. She was unaware of Severus's thoughts. For her part, she certainly harbored no desire for social engagement. They concealed themselves in the shadows, observing Lily awaken. Witnessing her tears of despair, and watching the Evans couple rally around Penny until Anna departed with Severus, boarding a double-decker bus to St. Mary's Hospital in London, where he remained silent. Upon locating Brady's hospital room, Anna cast a glance at the taciturn Severus, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. If I were a powerless muggle. His voice carried a tinge of anxiety. Anna nodded, well acquainted with such feelings. She patted Severus on the shoulder, signaling him to halt. Previously, I wavered in my identity as a witch due to the treatment by that grotesque doll. Do you know what I feared most? Severus hesitated for a moment before replying. I do not wish to be your friend. Anna burst into laughter, her mirth causing Severus's cheeks to flush with embarrassment and irritation. Would you? She queried, a smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes serious. Is it only witches who deserve your friendship? Severus shook his head. I do not know. My only two friends are both witches. And if I were to be cursed, eternally stripped of my magic, would you still acknowledge me? Anna pressed further. After a moment's reflection, Severus replied earnestly, I would endeavor to break the curse, never relinquishing hope. Ha ha. Anna laughed heartily. That is precisely it. My greatest concern was, upon returning to Muggle school, how to tackle my summer assignments. The boarding school run by Mrs. Charles burned down, leaving me no choice but to return to my original school. I hadn't completed a single word of the assignments given by Professor Wills. The truth is, I simply did not want to. Severus's expression was complex as he listened to Anna continue her ramblings. Severus, do you realize? If you were not a wizard, you would still excel as a Muggle scholar, thriving in the Muggle world through your exceptional academic performance. Not to mention, your unique ability to absorb knowledge from a book in its entirety is a skill that could make you wealthy in a Las Vegas casino. Oh, darling, I hope our future child possesses such a remarkable memory. A future father, supporting his pregnant wife, passed by, smiling at them in a manner that seemed to invite ridicule. He certainly must have faced his share of jesting. The future mother, casting him a sidelong glance, teased, in that case, even if you dislike studying, you could still amass wealth in Las Vegas, couldn't you? Once they were out of earshot, Severus exhaled deeply and remarked to Anna, you certainly hold me in high esteem. Indeed, she replied, forcing a laugh before swiftly changing the subject. Brady is quite the resourceful one. He chooses to reside in a Muggle hospital just to take advantage of the London government's public health care. If I hadn't seen the news, knowing the injured were all at St. Mary's Hospital, I would have assumed he was once again captured by Death Eaters. Severus responded with non-committal murmurs while casting a spell of avoidance. The mortifying scene from earlier must never be repeated. Let him go, Anna shouted suddenly. Just as she was about to wave at Brady exiting the ward, she witnessed a male nurse executing a swift maneuver, whisking Brady away. Upon entering the ward, she found Brady restrained on the bed, receiving an injection. Oh, dear child, your health is in dire straits. You must adhere to medical advice. The frail Brady was utterly powerless under the male nurse's authority. After a few exchanges, he was bound to the bed, the force still in place as the nurse adjusted the drip, smiling as he said, I previously worked at a psychiatric hospital. I can manage any patient with ease. Brady's face flushed with anger as he turned to see Anna and Severus, whispering, Thank you. I will follow the doctor's orders. The nurse, noticing the two children, looked bemused and said, Oh, you keep trying to escape. Are you worried about your brother and sister? Focus on healing, so you can care for your family. He departed with a clipboard in hand. Drink this, Anna said, unfastening the restraints and handing a bottle of magical restorative potion to the despondent Brady. She had consulted Charlie, and this potion would indeed be beneficial for him. Thank you. Brady accepted the vial. This is quite costly. Anna waved her hand dismissively. Drink it without concern. Once you've recovered, just like me, you can earn money after graduation to indulge your whims. Severus interjected, his gaze fixed upon Anna. The implication clear. Are you treating him differently? Yes. Anna rolled her eyes and addressed Brady earnestly. I have great faith in your talent for gardening. Consider this my investment in you. Brady's eyes glistened with tears as he downed the potion in one gulp, murmuring, I've decided to take on a job. I should be able to support your whims soon. Chapter 34. Gratitude for today's fortune. MGM Studios. Anna exclaimed, clutching the business card with skepticism. MGM is a prominent American company, known for producing classics like Gone with the Wind. While many stars have been discovered amidst the vast sea of aspiring actors, such fantastical experiences often lead her to associate them with deceit. Take a look for yourself, she said, producing a copy of the Daily Prophet and handing it to Brady, which detailed the crimes of Sarah and Gallo. Severus cast a deathly glare at the paper. He recognized it as the one from the potion which on the third floor of St. Mungo's, noting that Sarah's image had been grotesquely altered. You should take your medicine. He nudged Anna gently. There's no rush. Anna shot him a pointed glance. Brady examined the empty vial in his hand, piecing together the information from the newspaper, realizing that the two preschool children had likely been quite busy the previous night. He looked at Anna, tears brimming in his eyes. Anna. She must be running low on funds, hence saving the potion for him. Anna's heart mirrored the kindness of her name. Why are you crying? Anna asked, her heart aching, attributing his tears to the potion's effects. She was well aware that this potion was a biochemical weapon. It's nothing, just a bit pungent. Brady stifled his tears and whispered, you should drink a bottle too. If your magical power doesn't meet the standard, you won't receive the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. What? Anna's eyes darted around as she pondered an excuse, instantly caught off guard. She rummaged through her backpack, glared for 30 seconds, then held her breath and downed the potion. After swallowing, her eyes welled with tears as she said to Severus, you should focus solely on potions from now on, prioritizing the improvement of their taste. While the potion may heal, it is also lethal. Just now, I have died once. Severus remained non-committal to her words and extended his hand. Hand me the book. I shall start working diligently right away. All right. Anna cheerfully passed the book and asked Brady, are you interested in Wuthering Heights? I brought it along. Brady nodded and was about to reach for the book when his peripheral vision caught sight of someone entering the doorway, whispering, it's him. He wants to cast me as the second male lead. A middle-aged man stepped in, clad in an elegant suit and carrying a small leather briefcase, exuding the demeanor of a real estate agent. Anna scrutinized the business card she had pulled out, reading, David Fernando, MGM, but isn't this the London office? After a couple of scoffs, she squinted at him, becoming increasingly familiar with his face. Wasn't he the bearded judge who had been lying on the ground yesterday? Where was his beard? With a flick of her tongue, she inquired, where did you go after the audition yesterday? You all went to see the auditions yesterday? I overslept. Fernando replied, his eyes flickering as he stroked his chin, freshly shaven and still adjusting. No contract, but I'll pay a 50 service fee up front. With the balance settled after the performance. Anna raised her chin, demanding more. Fernando chuckled dismissively, glancing scornfully at Brady. Is she your sister? If you're willing to sign with me, I can arrange a small role for her in the production. Brady shook his head. She is not my sister. I am his creditor, Anna interjected. A tragedy occurred in the production yesterday. Will your performance still go on as scheduled, or will there be no performance at all? Are you engaging in fundraising fraud? I will write to the London Business Gazette to expose your conspiracy. Fernando's expression changed drastically, erupting. You slanderer. You are a butcher of art. Oh, such a strong reaction. Did I hit a nerve? Anna said, feeling empowered as she spoke from the edge of the bed. Having kicked off her shoes, Fernando bypassed Anna and directly approached Brady. Mr. Hoffs, trust me. I have seen countless people. Your appearance is exceptionally rare. Although stage plays have a limited audience, they are excellent for honing skills. Given time, we could conquer Hollywood together, reaping both fame and fortune. Mr. Fernando, I am currently in debt and cannot sign with you, Brady admitted, anxious to find a way to earn money, yet the man before him seemed increasingly untrustworthy. Very well, Fernando said with a look of regret, but I implore you to reconsider. Here is the performance contract. You may review it. He extended a stack of documents. His eyes filled with hope. Brady sighed and took them. Anna sat cross-legged in the corner of the bed and noticed Brady's pace of reading slowing. His expression becoming more focused, which made her suspicious. What terms are you offering? This is the world of adults. What do you, a child, understand? Fernando replied, casting no glance at Anna but speaking softly to Brady. Once you sign this contract, I will immediately pay you 1,000 as a transitional fee. Anna interjected, pouting. Is 1,000 enough? He still owes me money. Fernando arrogantly retorted. How much? Anna theatrically pulled out a calculator from her bag. Rent 1,000. Advanced tutoring fees 5,000. Medical expenses 4,125. Totaling 10,125. Can you afford that? Fernando scoffed. As long as Brady signs, I can pay him right now. Anna's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? With a snap, Fernando tossed 2 bundles of cash from his briefcase. 20,000. The remainder is Brady's transitional fee. Buy some nice clothes to present yourself well. I'll take him out for promotion tomorrow. With this performance, we are bound to earn a fortune. Woo. Anna beamed with joy. Are you going to sign? She retrieved a pen from her backpack and handed it to Brady. I want to sign, he said, accepting the pen. The revenue distribution in the production was detailed. They would donate 10 of the net income to the St. Anne's Orphanage in London. St. Anne's was like a second home to him. He had entered at age 7 and left at 11. Due to poverty, he had never been able to repay the matron. Brady wrote a B at the bottom of the document and paused, looking up to declare, actually, there's no need for a contract. I can help without pay. Anna's lips twitched, Fernando's expression soured, and Severus, who had remained silent, raised an eyebrow. Without signing a contract, you cannot participate in the performance. That is the rule. Who would refuse extra money? Once you receive payment, you can spend it however you wish. Wouldn't that be better? Fernando's gaze flickered. He understood why Brady wanted to help for free. Such a fool was indeed a rare find. Brady nodded and signed the contract. Fernando promptly took back the document. But Anna remarked, "Isn't the contract supposed to be held by both parties?" Fernando lazily replied, "Of course, but commercial contracts must be notarized. I will provide Brady with a copy once it is completed." "Fine," Anna said dismissively, turning to Brady. "You're set for life now. Clear your debts first." He has left. Severus withdrew his gaze and observed Anna, hands on her hips, glaring at him. "Stop the act. TSK, TSK, TSK." Anna looked at Brady's clear yet naive eyes. "Can't you see?" Brady, oblivious, focused intently on counting the money. "I want to work in the production. I might not be able to tutor you or cook, which could delay things. Here S10, 150. If it's not enough, I'll supplement later. The rest. I need to buy some muggle clothes and visit St. Anne's." He indicated a bundle of cash. He didn't see it. Anna didn't take the money. Instead, turning to Severus. Severus' gaze made Brady's face flush. He cleared his throat and asserted, "Would anyone spend 20,000 to deceive? This is 20,000, which is worth several thousand galleons. If he doesn't put out 20,000, I wouldn't be certain." Anna smiled, "Though I don't know the contract terms. My father told me that pie in the sky doesn't just fall. If it does, it's definitely a trap." "Well," a hint of embarrassment crossed Brady's handsome face. Severus remarked, "It matters not. We are wizards, and we have ways to deal with muggles." "Indeed. Thank you for today's windfall." Anna tucked the money into her bag, grinning like a fox that had just tasted honey. Chapter 35, I Trust You Not. Having taken on the production job, Brady was nearly invisible during the day, but returned promptly at 8 p.m., not only answering Severus's questions, but also fulfilling Anna's requests by preparing a delightful late-night snack. Anna attempted to pry into Brady's rehearsal progress, but was met with the response that confidentiality regulations barred any disclosure. "I trust you not," Anna exclaimed. She invited Severus to follow Brady, but he firmly declined, asserting that even the best of friends must maintain boundaries. Fine. Relinquishing her tracking endeavors, Anna spent her days studying Latin and Hebrew with Severus and taking her hefty cat, Big Strong, to the small park on Baker Street to keep watch. Who was Big Strong? He was a British shorthair, a blue and white cat, adopted from a stray animal rescue in Surrey. They had visited Surrey at Lily's invitation that day. Lily stood at the crossroads, watching as they burst forth from the night bus, laughter erupting into a cacophony of tears. Anna silently offered her a handkerchief, while Severus displayed a flicker of luminescence. Lily stifled her sobs and led the two to their new abode. Mrs. Evans had prepared an array of delicacies to entertain them, yet Lily remained adamant about presenting the chocolate castle. She declared that when they next visited Penny, she would inform her that what one consumes is truly theirs. This chocolate castle was a gift from Anna and Severus, constructed entirely from chocolate, with each brick and blossom offering a unique taste and texture. Ignoring Mrs. Evans' sorrowful gaze, Lily jabbed a fork into the castle's rooftop, extracting 3 figures from the dining hall where her family sat. The king was allocated to Anna, the queen to Severus, and the prince was lifted by the belly to present to her mother. The chocolate figurines burst with flavor, the distinctive bitterness of cocoa flooding her mouth, perfectly complemented by rose-red tea, causing Anna to squint with delight. After sharing a cup of tea with them, Mrs. Evans excused herself to the study. The moment she left, Lily immediately seized the princess from the castle, biting off her head as she whispered, "I despise Penny. Ever since that day, I've been too afraid to laugh heartily, to weep unabashedly, or even to raise my voice. Our home feels as fragile as an eggshell. What have I done wrong? You haven't erred in any way?" Severus furrowed his brow. Penny's own fragility and susceptibility to temptation are her choices alone. Fortunately, your family won't have to bear the medical costs. Street Mungo's charges are exorbitantly high and could potentially lead to your family's bankruptcy. Really? Lily's mouth formed an O. Anna nodded in agreement, recalling how Brady's week-long hospitalization had cost over 1,000 galleons, with further expenses for potions and rehabilitation. And Penny's situation would only escalate in cost. Tears cascaded down Lily's cheeks once more. "I'm truly not a good sister." Upon hearing the word bankruptcy, my first instinct was to think she wouldn't survive. Woe was me. I thought if she fully transformed into a sheep, it would be quite convenient to raise her. Am I a monster? Uffed. Under Severus' piercing gaze, Anna stifled her laughter. How about adopting a cat instead? Lily's eyes glazed over. What? PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder? Anna set her teacup down and retrieved a book from her backpack titled Kiss My Baby, a popular psychology book for children, by an author whose daughter had once been kidnapped. Adopting a cat sounds like a splendid idea. Mrs. Evans, standing just outside the door, had been listening for an unknown duration, her eyes swollen and red. "Anna, may I borrow this book?" "Of course, it's yours." Anna offered the book with both hands, hoping it would be of assistance. "Thank you." Mrs. Evans choked as she accepted it. "I can drive you to the pet store right now." Really? Anna's eyes lit up. No need to go to a pet store. Is there an animal rescue in Surrey? We can adopt from there. It's less expensive and the paperwork is easier. The only downside is that a guardian's signature is necessary to finalize the adoption process. Severus glanced sideways. Are you familiar with this? Anna nodded vigorously. She had originally planned to adopt a cat as her birthday gift this year. What had her mother said back then? Oh, darling, I believe this should be a birthday gift for next year or even the year after. You are not yet ready to bear the responsibility of caring for a pet. Huh, what a liar. As if there will be a next year or the year after. Her smile gradually faded, the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves causing her eyes to ache. Meow. A pair of amber eyes appeared before her, paws pressing against her collarbone. Big Zhuang. Anna embraced the cat's round head, slowly rising. Let us go home. The pair ambled towards Baker Street. Suddenly, a soda can came crashing down towards Big Zhuang. Who is Big Zhuang? In less than half a month, he had already become one of Baker Street's rulers. The mere soda can pose no threat to him, but the cola inside splattered all over his fur. Ha ha ha, silly cat. A boy, slightly older than Anna, wearing a backwards cap and a Premier League tracksuit, laughed. Anna pulled out a tissue to wipe Big Zhuang and glared at the approaching boy, snorting. Eat shit. A prop made of feces landed squarely at his feet. Smack. The boy fell flat on his stomach. Ah, is this my lucky day? Go. Another prop landed right beneath his mouth. He went from lying flat to eating feces. Perfection. Ugh, the boy knelt, retching. Mom, help. Meow. Big Zhuang let out a long wail. Ha ha. Anna laughed heartily. Oh my God. A voluptuous, beautiful woman emerged from in front of Anna's house. As she walked, she spoke to Brady beside her. I'm only here out of respect for David. If you don't appreciate it, then there's no need to discuss sponsorship. David is worthless to me. Brady's handsome face clouded with darkness, all hope extinguished. The beautiful woman, momentarily distracted, snapped back to reality upon hearing her son's cries. Oh God, Tom, don't come over. Brady turned to see Anna, embarrassment washing over his features. Did you do this? Anna proudly nodded, her cat echoing her. Well done. Brady chuckled lightly, waving his wand to cast a shower of green lights, a muggle-repelling charm, ensuring that uninvited guests would not return. Observing Brady's weary countenance, Anna wrinkled her nose. So, David has finally shown his true colors? Sigh, Brady sighed. Let us go home. I'll prepare a feast for you tonight. Meow. Big Zhuang dashed ahead into the house, offering a nuzzle to Severus, who was seated on the sofa reading. Anna's lips curled into a smile. She had previously complained about Big Zhuang's overreading, yet now he had succumbed to his gentle affection. She believed that in the near future, Severus would concoct a longevity potion to extend Big Zhuang's life. Sitting beside Severus, she turned to the troubled Brady and asked, So, what's the matter? I'm so sorry. Brady's green eyes were filled with guilt. I promised to look after you until your parents returned, but the ministry has issued a warrant for my arrest. I must flee tonight. What? Anna could hardly believe her ears. Isn't there a performance next week? Lily and Mrs. Evans even bought new dresses for it. Brady managed a bitter smile. What performance? David is nothing but a fraud. Chapter 36. We are small now, but we shall not remain so forever. David is undoubtedly a fraud. What on earth is a warrant for arrest? Anna clutched Big Zhuang, her gaze fixed on Brady as if awaiting him to utter, I'm just joking. For violating the misuse of magic regulations, Brady uttered half-heartedly. This world is utterly absurd. As a muggle wizard, not accepted by the pure-blood elitism of the magical world, finding a job is more challenging than resurrecting Merlin. Upon returning to the muggle world, one misstep could lead to accusations of magical misuse. If that's the case, why was he invited to Hogwarts to learn magic in the first place? Was it merely to learn how to restrain oneself from using magic? What kind of farcical organization is the ministry? The Death Eaters wreak havoc without facing warrants. Yet a mere law-abiding citizen finds himself on a wanted list? Anna, incensed, spoke without thinking, causing Brady to nearly choke on his own spit. Severus closed the book. David went to the ministry to report that Brady defrauded him. The signature on that contract has vanished. Anna's anger slightly subsided as she murmured, well, the pen hadn't been used in ages, and the ink must have expired. Severus glanced sideways, exasperated. That's not the crux of the matter. The Aurors examined the contract, and there was no trace of any magical essence upon it. That's exactly right. Anna pouted, reigniting her fiery spirit, declaring, this is slander. Brady should countersue for defamation. Severus straightened his lips and continued. David suffered in silence, promptly selling Brady's information to the owner of Bluebeard's pub, and overnight, Brady became a sensation. What? Anna grasped each word, yet the meaning eluded her. Was Bluebeard a new agency? Severus felt a flush creep to his cheeks. Unsure how to elucidate, Brady, not wishing to taint Anna's ears with such sordid details, smiled and said, Thank you, Anna. If it weren't for your signature with that steel pen, I'd be drowning in debt. There must be a catch in the contract, right? A tactic to guard against scoundrels, Anna replied with a smug look, suddenly recalling a point of interest in the matter. David, isn't he a muggle? How does he know about the Ministry of Magic? He is a mute. Severus tightened his jaw. I even suspect he is acquainted with the fairy Garo. There may have been some dealings between them. Anna's eyelids drooped, muttering, where is he now? Can't we bring him to justice, or at least give him a good beating? Brady chuckled. He fled, absconding with all the ticket sales and sponsorship funds. Now, he is on the London police's wanted list. He ran? Then, who did you misuse magic on? Anna mused, feeling her understanding of English listening skills might need a refresher. Brady shook his head in silence, summoning an enormous notebook with a flick of his wand. This is my herbal journal and the rooftop plant care log, along with all the potted plants on the roof. They are all yours. I must take my leave. Arthur can only delay me for half a day. Arthur, as in Arthur Weasley? Anna blinked, pulling out over 10,000 pounds from her backpack. Take this money. You need it more than I do. No, Brady shook his head in refusal. Although I don't know what situation Mr. and Mrs. Lee are in, there has been no call or letter for a month. Anna's gaze darkened as she softly interrupted. There's no need. I can take care of myself. Of course. I believe you will manage splendidly, Brady nodded. You and Severus. Don't wander off. I've placed a muggle-repelling charm on this apartment, which should hold until you enter Hogwarts. Once you're there, everything will improve. With that, he rose and headed to the kitchen to cook. 30 minutes later, he emerged with a feast: garlic lobster, baked eggplant with tomatoes, seafood risotto, blanched cabbage, and grilled lamb chops. Anna named each dish as it was placed on the table, tears of joy nearly spilling from her eyes. Brady, you bought so much delicious food. Do you really have money to run away? Don't you want to borrow a little from me? No need. I have enough funds. Brady's eyes sparkled. Anna's interest rates were too high. According to Severus, it was nearly a matter of life and death. Childhood sweethearts, innocent as ever, he envied. Eileen's honey tea, has it brewed so quickly? That is impossible. Anna poured herself a cup. Let me taste it first. Well, it's only a point or two inferior to Aunt Eileen's brew. Severus smiled slightly. That was my doing. Meow? De Zhuang's call stole all of Anna's attention. Having been reprimanded by Severus before, De Zhuang dared not approach the dining table, instead squeezing onto Anna's chair. The hefty cat pressed its large head against Anna's shoulder, emitting a sound sweeter than honey meow. Severus twitched at the corner of his eye, hearing Anna respond in an even more syrupy tone. Oh, the darling De Zhuang is hungry. Such a plump baby. Its waist is thicker than yours. You eat this. Anna retrieved a can from her backpack, opening it for De Zhuang. Let us dig in. Brady waved his wand, serving Eileen's honey tea for himself and Severus. Anna sighed with contentment, savoring the rich, succulent lamb chop. Misusing magic isn't such a grave offense, right? Isn't it just a matter of paying a fine? Severus' eyes flickered. Are you considering bribing a ministry official? Not at all. Not at all. Brady rubbed his forehead. It's not a serious crime. And it can indeed be settled with a fine. Anna's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then why are you running? If you lack funds, I can lend you some. No. Brady shook his head. I've offended someone I cannot afford to cross. I must leave England. To be precise, I cannot pay the compensation. I blew up Bluebeard's pub. Meeting Anna's pleading gaze, he smiled. A senior has recommended me to a herbal company in South Africa, where I will be responsible for collecting rare herbs. It's a splendid opportunity for me. Very well. I will miss you. I'm already beginning to long for your culinary skills. I'll eat more to cope. Anna nodded solemnly, scooping a large spoonful of seafood risotto into her mouth. As dusk fell, Brady descended the stairs with his suitcase in hand. He patted Severus on the shoulder. With our backgrounds, life is always more challenging than for others, but as long as we strive, things will improve. Remember, don't provoke adult wizards. Fortune does not favor anyone indefinitely. Severus, you are more cautious than Anna, and that is crucial. Anna narrowed her eyes playfully. Hey, I'm right here. Brady smiled. Anna, this is for you. I hope you can nurture it. What is it? Anna accepted a shriveled seed, the size of a thumb, resembling a juju pit. The itinerant healer I collaborated with owed me money, and this was his payment. He said it's a seed from the ancient yew tree. Brady's gaze softened. Legend has it that the yew tree can regulate the climate and guide lost travelers. So precious. Anna tightened her grip, smiling with closed eyes. I will surely nurture it, guiding you home. Brady nodded, lightly waving his wand, disapparating away. Severus watched the spot where Brady had vanished, murmuring, we may be weak now, but we won't remain so forever. To be precise, we do not have the luxury of staying weak. Chapter 37, I'll get you a cup of hot water. Lily. Woof. Here, for you, my homemade cookies. Wow. Oscar has grown bigger than De Zhuang. Well, she is a golden retriever. Meow. Woof, woof. They remembered each other. As Lily watched the two furry creatures snuggling, her smile radiating like the Virgin Mary, Anna observed De Zhuang. who had climbed onto Oscar's back, tucking his little paws in. Her lips twitching. Well, after all, they once roamed together. What about Severus? Lily seemed distracted, yet her eyes were fixated on the books and notes on the table. P.S. tending to the rooftop garden. Anna plated the cookies and poured Lily a cup of Eileen's honey tea. Try this. It's brewed by Severus. Aunt Eileen's exclusive recipe. Lily cradled the cup, taking a small sip, and an overwhelmingly sour, bitter, and pungent flavor immediately spread across her palate, causing her to cough and tear up. Before Anna could speak, Lily's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How can it taste so foul? Impossible. Anna snatched the cup from Lily, poised to taste it herself. Hey, don't. My saliva is in there. Lily fidgeted, wringing her fingers. Anna chuckled, setting the teacup aside. This tea has a unique flavor. It's not for everyone. What brings you here? Didn't Mrs. Evans ask you to prepare for your transfer exams at home? Well, I got tired of reading, so I went for a stroll. It's only a block away. Lily scratched her fingers, which were covered in tiny blisters, each one itching intensely. Lily. Anna frowned. Are you all right? I'll get you a cup of hot water. No, there's no need. Just sit down. Lily's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, as if overwhelmed by embarrassment, and she stammered. That day, the day Penny and I encountered trouble, did Severus see anything when he chased after us? Indeed. Didn't you inquire about him last time? Anna responded, her eyes filled with curiosity. I would like to hear you recount it once more. It's not that I doubt him, but I'm afraid. Afraid. Lily's nervousness made her swallow hard, and the blister on her finger, having been scratched, itched so intensely it felt as though her very soul might escape. Afraid he might worry you with his speculations, and thus refrain from disclosing the entire situation? Anna, ever considerate, perfectly smoothed things over for her friend. Yes, precisely what I meant to say. Anna, you truly understand me. Lily smiled sweetly. So can you tell me? Of course. Anna readily agreed, her hands clasped at her waist, her tone becoming solemn. Severus did not reveal everything to you, but he confided in me. Please, go on. Lily's eyes sparkled with anticipation, shining brightly. However, Lily, do you truly wish to know? After all, we are merely children, and those matters are quite adult in nature. Knowing would not change anything. Anna feigned maturity with a deep sigh. No, Anna, my dear friend, please ensure you tell me the truth, Lily implored, her eyes glistening with urgency. Very well, Anna said, her voice grave. Severus witnessed the 6 of you tied together with ropes, yet the true puppeteer was not any of the robbers, but rather the female judge who was also taken captive with you. The two exchanged a long, incredulous gaze, and Lily's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Is that all? Anna replied with a quizzical look. What do you mean by is that all? Did you not understand? The true culprit behind your abduction is the judge, not those bank robbers. This is in stark contrast to the police report. They didn't even conduct a proper investigation into the truth of the matter. Lily chuckled dryly, her eyes reddening. Anna cautiously glanced at her pallor and suddenly added, Oh, there is something else. What have you remembered? Lily's eyes sparkled anew with excitement. I wonder if you will be upset with what I am about to say, Anna said hesitantly, observing Lily's fingers, which were on the verge of being scratched raw. Let me fetch you a cup of hot water. No need. Lily's voice suddenly rose several decibels. Sit down. You got angry before I even finished speaking. Anna grimaced, murmuring, Never mind, I shan't say anything. No, I am not angry. Lily softened her tone. I am simply anxious to hear you speak, especially eager. Please. Just tell me. Friends should not keep secrets from one another. Anna hesitated before continuing. Then I shall ask, why did your family suddenly move to London? How much did you pay for that apartment from your relatives? Is it difficult for you to be home alone while Mrs. Evans is at work? Is that all? A spark seemed to ignite in Lily's eyes. We promised not to get upset. Anna half covered her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. I know I shouldn't pry into financial matters. After all, it is your family's privacy. Knowing it is private, yet you still inquire? Lily's voice turned icy. But you only shared part of it last time, and I was left curious. Anna's gaze gradually turned skeptical. Lily, you seem rather strange today. Ahem. Lily cleared her throat and forced a radiant smile. I was merely teasing you. Allow me to tell you now. Our relatives have all moved to America to seek their fortunes, and they sold the house to us at a 30% discount. My parents exhausted all their savings, but still fell short, and had to take out a loan. Naturally, my mother can no longer be a full-time homemaker. She now works part-time as a nurse at St. Mary's Hospital. Their relentless efforts are all for my future convenience when attending Hogwarts. Lily spoke rapidly, as if choking on her own words, and began to hiccup. Oh dear, Anna exclaimed. Let me fetch you a cup of hot water. This time, Lily did not object. After Anna departed, she dashed towards the front door, murmuring, Anna, don't hurry. I have something to attend to first. Bang. The door slammed shut. 5 figures sped to the window, waiting for a long while without sighting a single soul. Meow? Woof. She used apparition to leave? Lily whispered, perplexed. She knows far too much, Anna remarked, more than Lily herself. Shoo. Severus raised a finger. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang sharply. Anna raised an eyebrow. I bet a dishwashing chore that the imposter Lily has returned. Severus shot her a piercing glare. Fine. I wager that the imposter Lily is back as well. But the stake shall be for rooftop plant care. Wait. How do we wager on that? Anna waved her hands. Severus smirked. We both win. I'll wash the dishes, and you'll tend to the plants. Then forget it. I retract my bet. Anna rolled her eyes, chuckling awkwardly as she defended herself to Lily. It's not that I'm lazy. It's just that caring for plants requires skill. If done incorrectly, it could affect their yield. You enjoy cabbage, don't you? Indeed. Lily grinned, her dimples showing. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang incessantly, as if it were about to explode. Chapter 38, My Best Friend. Wow. Lily covered her mouth and nose with both hands, leaping back 3 steps. Oh my. Anna marveled at Lily's agile movements, exclaiming in admiration, how do you do that? You're even more nimble than a rabbit. Lily stared at Anna, who appeared unfazed, barely believing her eyes. Casting a glance at the composed Severus, she slightly parted her fingers, and a foul odor wafted in. You are playing with feces? This is chocolate, my secret weapon. Anna chuckled lightly, turning away and striding toward the nearly fuming door. Who is it? Anna, I forgot Oscar. A pock-faced Lily appeared at the door. Lily, Anna called back, Lily. The blistered Lily, spotting the Lily inside, swiftly drew her wand, her mouth agape, perfectly catching a chunk of chocolate feces. Your weapon. Severus, hidden beside the door, struck true. Buzz. A dung beetle took flight. The startled imposter Lily transformed and fled. Fearing the insect, Anna retrieved a must-have household travel gadget and pressed it firmly. Puff. A burst of floral-scented mist erupted. Smack. The beetle fell to the ground, its legs twitching. Ha. Anna chuckled. Not a single bug can escape my range. She wrapped the insect in a tissue and tossed it into a glass jar. 5 heads circled the jar, while De Zhuang and Oscar only stared for 5 seconds before leaving in disappointment. Is this an animagus? Lily observed intently. If not for the feces, I would not dare to ascertain, Severus remarked, suppressing a gag at the sight of the insect's stains. Lily nodded. Who would concern themselves with a mere beetle? No wonder she knows so many of my secrets. Who knows how many walls she has eavesdropped on? She could even have taken Oscar while I was asleep. Had I not woken up suddenly and overheard her conversing with the neighbor, would you have recognized her? Of course. Anna replied, her lips pressed tightly. She walks like a duck. It's utterly ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Lily laughed heartily, then furrowed her brow. But why was she so interested in that day's events? Who would care about a kidnapping case? Anna scoffed, as Sherlock Holmes said. There are those either among the victims and police or the criminals, along with some inexplicable do-gooders. Lily tapped the glass jar. Which category does it belong to? Severus scoffed softly. Firstly, we can rule out the first category. Secondly, is there really a wizard so boring? Let us dismiss the third category as well. Anna nodded. I also believe it most likely belongs to the second category. Unbeknownst to him, Severus pursued, anxious to conceal his presence while seeking to test the waters, ultimately contemplating silencing any potential witnesses. Anna's words ignited a flicker of hatred within Lily's gaze, urging for its demise. No, Severus shook his head. To take a life demands a toll upon the soul. Tears glimmered in Lily's eyes. They can harm others. Yet I am forbidden from killing. It is profoundly unjust. Even now, my mother laments, believing she should not have quarreled backstage that day, but rather accompanied Petunia. Severus interjected, that would have only exacerbated the situation. Indeed. Anna nodded in agreement, her gaze fixated on the ladybug within the glass jar. However, at present, it is not considered human. Allow me to try. No, let me. Lily insisted, as the victim. Even if Merlin were to judge, I would still be on the side of justice. She restrained Anna's hand, seizing the jar first. You two ought to cease your squabbling, Severus advised. It is a wizard who can transform into an animagus, aware of our whereabouts. If you spare it, do you truly believe it will spare us? Anna shot Severus a death stare. He sighed, I never suggested sparing it. Yet I wish not for my friends to take the perilous step of murder. According to the riddle of the soul, anyone who commits murder willingly will forever lose the joy of their soul. Moreover, there may be more accomplices of Sarah than just this one. If someone inquires about a person we have slain, can we truly maintain our facade? Lily gazed into Severus's profound eyes, offering a genuine smile. Severus, you are my dearest friend. Anna glanced sideways, and what of me? Without hesitation, Lily linked arms with her, earnestly stating, you are my closest sister. She then turned with a beaming smile to Severus, inquiring, Severus, who among us is your best friend? That is an excellent question. Anna's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Severus feigned a smile, countering, "You first. Who is your best friend, me or Lily?" Anna embraced Lily's shoulders, their faces sweetly close, declaring, "She is my best sister, and you are my best friend." Severus's gaze darkened, coldly responding, "Books are my best friends. One of you is a distant relative, and the other is my neighbor." TCH, Anna and Lily scoffed dismissively at Severus. "Enough of this nonsense." Severus pointed toward the glass jar. "Let us first deal with this. So we shall not kill it?" Anna snatched the jar, raising her hand in agreement with the decision to spare the insect. Lily slowly raised her left hand, and Severus followed suit with his left. Anna raised her right hand. The motion was unanimously approved, sparing the ladybug from death. She lightly tapped the jar against the table 3 times, proclaiming, "I hereby solemnly declare a life sentence for the ladybug." With that, she produced a can of insecticide and sprayed the netted opening of the glass jar once more. "I shall confine it to my family's ancestral prison. Later, Severus, grant me a forgetfulness charm. As long as I do not remember it, it shall never escape." Ancestral prison? Lily's eyes widened in astonishment. "Where is it?" Anna snapped her fingers, summoning a small box. "This is a box passed down from my mother. It is said to be ancestral. Of course, when it comes to my mother's words, one ought to take half seriously and half dismissively. That applies to my father as well," Lily chuckled. Upon witnessing the glass jar vanish into the box, she gasped, "This is a magic box." "No. This is a magical box, ancestral in nature," Anna corrected playfully. "Want some?" She reached into the seemingly empty box, retrieving a banana and offering it to Lily. "For Severus." "I am not hungry." Lily shook her head vigorously. That box contained a ladybug covered in excrement. Even though it was through the glass jar, it was still quite off-putting. "It's akin to our refrigerator at home. Ugh, I must not think of it, or I will dread opening the fridge when I get home." "He does not eat bananas." Anna then pulled out an apple, presenting it to Severus. He accepted the apple and placed it on the table, quietly asking, "Are you ready?" Anna waved her hand. "Wait a moment, I need to jot this down in my notebook." Lily leaned over and saw Anna writing in Severus's notebook. August 21st, 1970. Sentenced the ladybug, accomplice of Sarah, to life imprisonment. Taking Anna's pen, she wrote on the second line, "Judgment Committee members, Anna, Lily, Severus." Once they finished writing, they exchanged smiles and held up the notebook to Severus. A forgetfulness charm. A flash of green light enveloped Anna and Lily, leaving them momentarily dazed. Severus took the notebook from them, opened Anna's palm, and placed the apple within. He then opened Lily's hand and deposited the half-peeled banana. 5 minutes later, Severus. Anna munched on her apple, mumbling, "What are we having for lunch?" Severus was quick to learn anything he wished after Brady's departure. He inherited not only his cauldron and houseplant, but also the management of the kitchen. His culinary skills were exceptional, perfectly replicating Brady's techniques. The only distinction was that she could only order from the menu when he was in a good mood. Lily, nibbling on her banana, blinked at him. "Severus, I wish to taste your fiery eggplant." "It is only 10 o'clock. Severus raised his gaze. "Lily, you have yet to begin your natural science paper, and Anna, you haven't read a single word of Hebrew today." His eyes were as sharp as blades, causing Lily and Anna to squirm uncomfortably. "I shall head upstairs to study. So as not to distract you from your reading, I will accompany Anna upstairs and practice my listening skills." The two quickly finished their fruit, linked arms, and affectionately ascended the stairs, chirping as they walked, "I am a wizard, and he dares to demand that I score 95 in Muggle natural science. Huh, do you know why I eagerly await your arrival every day?" He mocks my Hebrew pronunciation, ridiculing me 800 times in an hour. Severus narrowed his black eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching upward as he softly remarked, "Best sisters." Chapter 39, Best Sisters. Companions in mutual destruction, the aromatic scent of fiery eggplant baked in cream wafted upstairs on a gentle breeze. Lily and Anna promptly discarded their papers and pens. Racing down the stairs, the dining table was set with 3 portions of creamy tomato-baked eggplant, accompanied by ham and egg-fried rice, with chrysanthemum tea as the warm beverage. Once the best sisters settled at the table, Severus quietly remarked, "Reading strains the eyes. Do try my newly brewed tea for clarity and vision, infused with goji berries, cassia seeds, licorice, and burdock root, along with 13 herbs." Lily and Anna exchanged smiles, collectively expressing their gratitude to Severus. "Thank you, our dearest friend." Severus's lips curled slightly as he lifted his teacup to sample the flavor. Anna raised her teacup, detecting a bitter note, and wrinkled her nose. "Severus, you haven't added anything, have you?" Uffed. Lily, having taken a sip, coughed in surprise. The term added sent a shiver down her spine, conjuring images of the ladybug with its bubble-like face. Severus waved his wand, casting a cleaning charm, and calmly stated, "Of course, water boiled without additives is just plain water. How does it taste?" Anna rolled her eyes, glancing at Lily, who had sampled the tea. "A bit bitter, but not unpleasant." It has a lingering sweetness. Lily pursed her lips, providing an honest assessment. Anna scrutinized Severus' eyes, which sparkled with mirth, feeling that something was amiss with the tea. She let out a nervous laugh. Why aren't you drinking? Severus chuckled, then drained his cup in one gulp. Anna, you do not trust your best friend. No. Anna vehemently shook her head. I know my best friend too well. You have smiled more today than in the past week combined. More importantly, your joyous demeanor mirrors the excitement you display when picking up things to share with others. Severus' smile vanished. His expression turned somber. Let us eat. I must return Lily home shortly. Anna, Lily frowned. You shouldn't say that, Severus. I was mistaken. Anna nodded, raising her teacup to take a generous sip, relishing the delightful flavor. Severus suppressed a smile at the corners of his mouth, remaining noncommittal. After the trio concluded their tranquil meal, Lily and Anna collaborated to tidy up the dishes and cleanse the kitchen. Their most proficient spell at this moment was one of immaculate cleanliness. Perfectly done. Anna stretched her back and proclaimed, Let us go. I'll escort you home. Oscar, Lily called out, it's time for us to leave. Anna placed her hand on her forehead. I can't help but feel something amiss. Didn't he show up during our meal? Oscar, Lily shouted. The door hasn't he opened. He couldn't he have escaped, could he? Let us check the rooftop. Before Anna could finish her sentence, Lily had dashed away. She cast a glance at Severus, who was engrossed in his book. Severus, while I was cooking, they exchanged food and then went upstairs. They're likely basking in the sun now. Severus didn't he lift his head. Ah. Lily's exclamation startled Anna into motion. Among the plethora of over 100 potted plants, she spotted Dezhuang, lying on the ground in a pool of crimson, and Oscar, with a mouth full of shredded meat, both seemingly lifeless. The two once inseparable furry companions were now sprawled on the floor. How could this be? Oscar had bitten Dezhuang. Who had harmed Oscar? Lily collapsed into tears. Oscar killed Dezhuang. How could this happen? They were companions in wandering. Anna turned pale as a ghost, frozen in place. From the moment she had brought Dezhuang home, she had regarded him as one of her family. Why couldn't she ever keep her family close? Cats and dogs are natural enemies, Severus remarked solemnly, and as their owner, you have failed in your supervisory duties. Both Anna and Lily rushed forward, embracing their pets, only to quickly discover that they were still breathing. Upon closer inspection, they realized there was no blood. It was merely a rich red sauce, exuding a strong tomato aroma. Severus. The two girls turned in anger. Severus wore a sardonic smile, a complete forgetfulness. 3 minutes later, Anna cradled the dazed Dezhuang, exasperated by his gluttony. How could he be so greedy? Even the devil's tomatoes? Aren't cats carnivorous? Severus remarked nonchalantly. Greedy cats always want to sample everything. Will Oscar be poisoned by the devil's tomatoes? His belly is round, Lily fretted, rubbing Oscar's bloated stomach. No worries, he won't die now. And likely not in the future, Severus said, his lips twitching. He hadn't noticed that the foolish dog had gulped down 2 whole bunches of tomatoes. Had he not reacted swiftly, the ingredients for lunch would have had to wait until the next day to bear fruit. In a moment of irritation, he had knocked them unconscious. The scattered rotten tomatoes had sparked his inspiration. Best friends, pets in mutual destruction. How amusing. Anna eyed Oscar, muttering. Could this foolish dog be mentally challenged? He didn't recognize his owner before, and now he nearly gorged himself to death. Lily paused in her belly rubbing, glancing at the wide-eyed Dezhuang and the vacuous Oscar. It was Dezhuang who led Oscar to the rooftop. Anna nodded. Exactly, Dezhuang was the guide. He knows how to open the door. He must have wanted to treat Oscar to some sweet fruits. Dezhuang is so clever. Back we go? Lily huffed, delivering a light slap on Oscar's large head. Anna rolled her eyes and teased. Lily, are you angry? Humph. A cold huff and a defiant tilt of the head were her only responses. Get up. We're going home. Lily attempted to lift the languid Oscar. Get up. Silly dog. Ha ha. Anna laughed heartily. I said Oscar was mentally challenged, and you were upset. Now you believe me. Suddenly, a stream of red smoke erupted from beneath Oscar's tail, releasing a rancid stench that assaulted every creature with a sense of smell. Standing behind Oscar, Anna was the first to suffer the consequences, and she and the still innocent Dezhuang simultaneously retched. Ugh, ha ha, ugh. Lily laughed while gagging, one indulging Oscar, the other mocking him for being dim-witted. Now it's backfired. Anna clutched Dezhuang and distanced herself, pinching her nose and muttering, Don't laugh. Be cautious. There might be more. What? Lily couldn't hear clearly, and just as she stood, she felt a warmth in her calves, covering her mouth and nose. She cried out, Ah, help. Oscar had just unleashed a torrent of diarrhea. Due to the spray, even Severus, standing beside Lily, was not spared. The yellow stains on his trousers made his hair stand on end, and just as he opened his mouth, he was met with Oscar's second wave. Ugh, ugh, ha ha ha. Anna laughed louder than before. I warned you to be careful. The poop explosion is coming. Severus glared at the foolish dog covered in feces, coldly stating, "Do you still want this dog?" Lily instantly wrapped her arms around Oscar's head, exclaiming, "We're wizards. It's merely a matter of cleaning up." Severus, swallowing his frustration, raised his hand to cast a spell, clean as a whistle. "Wow," Lily exclaimed in surprise. "Ha ha." Anna laughed like a pig. "Meow?" De Zhuang stretched his head to look at his good brother. The shocking consequence of not cleaning up after a bathroom break was a shiny bottom service. Woof. Oscar emitted a feeble whine. Severus cast a death glare at the dim-witted dog. "If you dare sneak up to the rooftop again to steal food, you're finished." Chapter 40. Things have become exceedingly inflated lately. Ever since De Zhuang and Oscar had their escapade on the rooftop, Severus had endured several sleepless nights and cast a binding spell on the rooftop door. Out of curiosity about the spell's power, Anna often encouraged De Zhuang to test it. Who was De Zhuang? The streetwise rascal. He not only never ventured to the rooftop alone, but also forbade Oscar from approaching the rooftop door. Before school commenced in September, Lily brought Oscar to play. Witnessing her oblivious dog getting soundly slapped by De Zhuang, yet still boldly attempting to breach the forbidden door, only to be blown back with bruises, was a sight to behold. "Anna," Lily sighed, "you weren't wrong. Oscar truly is dim-witted." Anna chuckled, embracing De Zhuang affectionately. "I thought you'd at least praise his bravery." "Though my dog is dim-witted, I am not," Lily replied, casting a sideways glance. Anna laughed. "Oh, Lily, you are the academic prodigy who scored top marks in the transfer examination." Lily glanced at Severus, who was fervently scribbling, and sighed. "Has he really finished all the textbooks from grades 1 to 7? Anna shook her head. "I don't know. The reading assignments he has given me are already excruciating, leaving me no energy to inquire about his academic progress." Lily nodded. "Severus is the true academic genius. Let us have something sweet to alleviate our anxiety." Anna tossed her a piece of chocolate and popped one into her own mouth. The bittersweet, soft, and chewy texture made her smile gleefully. "How did you know I was anxious?" Lily nibbled on the chocolate daintily. Anna sighed softly. "It's a common ailment among friends of academic geniuses." Lily resonated with her sentiment. "You're right. I don't want to fall too far behind my friends, so I have to work twice as hard. But if it's an ailment, it must be treated." Anna shook her head, rising with her hands on her hips. "I declare today is Anti-Academic Genius Punishment Day." Lily grinned mischievously, asking, "What do you plan to do?" "Look." At 2 p.m., Anna rummaged through her pocket and produced 2 movie tickets for the Hollywood blockbuster, The Inception of Deception. "Are you in or out?" Lily stifled a gasp of surprise, pressing her hand to her mouth, and whispered, "Go, go, go." Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Severus, who had ceased his writing, and inquired, "Aren't we bringing Severus along?" Anna shushed her with a finger to her lips and leaned in to whisper, "If he finds out, none of us will be able to go." Severus had become insufferably overbearing lately. Ever since he had installed a forbidden door on the rooftop, he had placed a protective enchantment on the front door of his house as well. Anyone passing by outside would only see a wall. Even when she returned home, she had to either use teleportation or knock on the wall. When she asked him for the key, he said he didn't have one. If that were all, it would be bearable. After all, it was for home security, but this insufferable boy had even taken to posting memos on the door. At this very moment, the door to the living room displayed, "Anna and Lily are chatting." As long as they weren't studying, their activities would be noted. Eating, sleeping, using the restroom. Even daydreaming was not exempt. Until 11 p.m., the memo would announce study hours. Memo reminds you, Anna has accumulated a total of 7 hours, 37 minutes, and 25 seconds of effective study time today. Severus has accumulated 14 hours, 12 minutes, and 28 seconds. The most exasperating part was that this ridiculous memo would even provide a morning wake-up service at 7 a.m. Memo reminds you, the key to a successful day lies in the morning. Yesterday's effective study time was 7 hours, 27 minutes, and 21 seconds, placing you in last place. We hope you continue to strive. Oh, for heaven's sake. With only 2 people, isn't last place merely second to first? What is anxiety, anyway? The fact that she hadn't gone mad was a testament to her emotional stability. Lily made a gesture to Anna, indicating the time to sneak away. Anna blinked and mouthed, "Now." She cleared her throat and declared loudly, "Severus, we're going to the small park to keep watch. Are you coming?" "Not going," Severus replied, not bothering to lift his head. Only after the door had closed did he finally close his book, casting a glance at the 2 fluffy creatures scratching at the door. Going out to keep watch without the pudgy cat and foolish dog? He pressed his lips together and pulled out a parchment map of London from the bottom of his notebook, murmuring softly, "Where are my friends?" The parchment map shimmered, and 2 small dots, one red and one black, appeared on the map, indicating the location at the park in Baker Street. Severus set the map aside and reopened his book. 5 minutes later, the parchment map trembled, and the red and black dots dashed through the streets at an astonishing speed. finally stopping at the Notting Hill cinema. Huh, so that is how it is. He closed his book, stretched his legs, and leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes. Anna and Lily were his only two friends. They had originally met because of him, but now it seemed he was surplus to requirements. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. His poor social skills and lack of conversational prowess meant that aside from helping them with their studies, cooking, and brewing tea, they had little in common, separated as they were by an Irish sea. In the afternoon, as Anna and Lily discussed the plot, while waiting by the wall for the door to open, Severus finally opened the door just as they were animatedly chatting. Was the movie good? Severus asked, his eyes sparkling. It's getting late. Oscar and I are heading out first, Lily declared decisively. Abandoning her friend to take the dog for a walk, Anna puffed up her cheeks and whispered, "It was especially good. I could watch it again. Are you going?" Stealing a glance at the books and notes before Severus, she thought to herself, this isn't merely a top student. This is a veritable Gatling gun of academia. While they were enjoying a film, he had already finished an entire book. She fished 2 tickets from her pocket and cautiously pushed them towards him. Severus chuckled softly, "Sure. What do you want to eat tonight?" "Huh," Anna replied, taken aback. The top student was not only refraining from criticizing her for being frivolous, but was also proactively offering to take her order. "How about dumplings?" she suggested, glancing at Severus's expression to gauge his reaction. "All right," he agreed readily, then added, "Wait a moment." Anna immediately changed her stance, waving her hand. "I didn't mean I wanted dumplings that much. Never mind, I can eat anything." It was hardly worth extending study hours just for a meal of dumplings. Severus smiled. "Is that so? I was actually going to suggest making Aaron tea to accompany the dumplings, but since you're not that keen, let us just make pasta instead." Anna, feeling a tinge of regret, murmured, "I still really want dumplings. I can make dumplings too. Cooking together is more efficient, so let us stick with dumplings." Severus chuckled, "All right, I'll wash the vegetables." Anna happily darted into the kitchen, only to find the filling and dumpling wrappers already prepared. She felt a wave of guilt wash over her. As she wrapped the dumplings, she hesitantly said, "Severus, we regretted not inviting you right after we watched the movie. If we had known it was this good, we should have called you to join us. But since it was so good, I can watch it again." Lily also bought 3 tickets and plans to invite the Evans couple to watch it together this weekend. Severus offered her a reassuring smile, MHM. Chapter 41. It's a bit of a waste of me. That evening, Anna retrieved her watch repair tools and carefully opened the back cover of an old pocket watch. Having grasped the theoretical knowledge, she decided to fix the watch as a gift for Severus's 11th birthday. An hour later, she realized what a foolish idea this was. The more parts she removed, the more there were. "You, author of Watch Repair, learn in a day. Come out and let me feed you some excrement." Frustrated, she put away the fragmented pocket watch and buried her head in her pillow. Just as slumber began to engulf her, she suddenly sat up. She hadn't tea yet watered the seeds of the yew tree. The Prince Manor's treasure tome, The Precious Divine Tree, recorded that the yew tree originally grew by the banks of the western Ruashuay, containing magical energy that could regulate climate, making its surroundings perpetually spring-like. An adult yew tree is exquisitely shaped, with a slender trunk and branches that shimmer like golden threads in the sunlight. Isn't this just the chosen tree house? Ever since Anna learned the germination method for yew tree seeds, she had been planning the planting site daily. A small change every 3 days. A significant change every 5 days. The most ideal location, of course, was Prince Manor, which was still in the planning stages. Taking out the yew tree seeds, she recited the life incantation under the moonlight, repeating it 7 times, then rinsing them in clean water 7 times, allowing them to rest under the moonlight until dawn before storing them in a dark box. If the seeds did not germinate after 7 days, she would repeat the aforementioned process. Upon reading the last sentence about the germination method, Anna read it 3 times. If the seeds do not germinate, repeat the aforementioned process. Could there be no other reason for the seeds not sprouting? When she posed this question to Severus, his reply was, "As long as they are yew tree seeds, they will surely germinate. It's just a matter of time. Therefore, to grow a yew tree, one must either have good luck or a long life." Under the moonlight, Anna gazed at the yew tree seeds, now restored to their hydrated state, murmuring to herself, yew tree, follow my heart's desire. Sprout today, repot tomorrow, and the day after, reside in the grand house." In the middle of the night, Severus was jolted awake by a mournful cry from Big Zhuang. He hastily donned his clothes and, wand in hand, rushed out of his bedroom, only to find Big Zhuang engaged in a fierce battle with a small branch. The plump cat, with its ample girth, sharp claws, and astonishing agility, was evenly matched against a twig no thicker than a phone line. "Anna!" Severus shouted towards the slightly ajar door. Just as his left foot approached the threshold, another small branch poked through the crack, swaying defiantly in front of his eyes. Its refusal to enter vividly portrayed by the animated branch. "Trim the branches." Severus cast a spell with his wand, sending forth a green light. And the two small branches quickly retreated. The brave Big Zhuang burst through the door, howling as it lunged at the fleeing twigs. The room was in disarray, toys, snacks, fruits, and cake strewn all over the floor. Anna knelt on the carpet by the window, her eyes vacant and her lips murmuring, "Is this what you want?" She extended a box of candies towards two writhing little twigs. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded as one of the twigs lashed out angrily, scattering the entire box of sweets, which flew about like hidden weapons, striking De Zhuang, who had bravely approached. Meow, De Zhuang braved the candy storm, opening his mouth wide to fiercely bite down on the base of the two twigs. Wah, the twigs emitted infantile cries while binding De Zhuang tightly. The plumpness of De Zhuang was constricted, eliciting a more vigorous bite. Wah, the twigs, now in peril, cried even louder. What on earth is happening? Anna, snapping out of her daze, gazed at the expressionless Severus. We are in serious trouble, he said, clutching an empty glass jar, his gaze piercing towards the open window. On the windowsill lay a fragmented ladybug wing. Anna surveyed the chaotic room, cradling her head and groaning. What a predicament. I should have never accepted this wretched seed. Meow. De Zhuang rolled to Anna's feet, using all his strength, stretching his almost invisible neck to howl at her, his amber eyes brimming with fury. Wah. The twigs waved their soft, drooping branches at Anna, their meaning unmistakable. Help. Anna, unable to tear the twigs apart or pry open De Zhuang's mouth, felt a mix of frustration and amusement. She complained to the silent Severus. Didn't they say it takes 7 days to sprout? It's only the 6th day, and it's already turning sentient. It even hypnotizes me for things. Severus closed the window and turned to Anna, stating, upon sprouting, the yew tree requires immediate nurturing. It draws upon your magical energy to blossom, and you should be able to communicate with it. Anna lowered her gaze, directing a lethal glare at the twigs. Let go, or the scissors will come out. The twigs trembled, and after much struggle, finally released De Zhuang when Anna brandished her scissors. The limp branches performed a grim act on the carpet. Anna embraced De Zhuang, coaxing him gently for quite a while until she managed to extract a soggy plant root from his mouth, its tendrils mostly severed. What now? She collapsed onto the carpet, her voice feeble. Severus sat beside her, handing her a glass jar, and said gravely, we are in serious trouble. After hearing about the ladybug trial and the ladybug's escape, Anna clutched her head in despair. In this huge house, we can't even catch one ladybug? The ladybug must have already fled. Severus shook his head, offering her a tissue stained with a small fragment of ladybug wing. Is this from the ladybug? Anna took it and examined it closely. The remnant of the ladybug wing on the tissue suddenly morphed into a tiny human finger, its nail painted a vivid red. Ah! Anna gasped in shock. The tiny finger was tossed into the air, only to be caught again by the twigs, which then returned it to her. Severus fixated on the finger and murmured, we need to prepare. Anna nodded, grasping the glass jar, instructing the twigs, put it here. The two divided their tasks, working tirelessly until dawn. Severus set up wards against ladybugs on all doors and windows in the house, while Anna prepared soil for the yew sapling. The wards Severus established were derived from the entry enchantments of Prince Manor, specifically designed to deter uninvited guests. Lacking sufficient magical power, he could not replicate it entirely but had to devise a simpler version combined with a charm of bewilderment. When he finally sought out Anna, he found her dozing atop the roof. The yew sapling and De Zhuang nestled together in a jar. Half of the soil had been unearthed. Anna, you should return to your room for some rest, Severus urged. West, Anna struggled to keep her heavy eyelids open, her hands trembling as she said, these two, one a plant and the other an animal. Not only can they hurl insults at each other without barriers, but they also seem to have developed feelings. Albeit at my expense. Severus, perplexed, responded, isn't it good that they coexist peacefully? Anna snickered, 4 hours of nurturing soil, and my hands feel like they're about to break. Severus remained silent. Chapter 42, The Muggle Housing Magical Renovation Safety Tax. After a week of heightened vigilance, Anna and Severus did not encounter the ladybug's ambush, but rather a familiar face. Dingling. One morning, the phone, silent for ages, caused Anna's heart to skip a beat. She picked up the receiver and, upon hearing the voice on the other end, was first engulfed by disappointment, followed swiftly by a surge of furious indignation. Hello, this is Arthur Weasley. Someone has reported your family for illegal wand use. Anna scoffed. I report that a wizard is invading private property using a ladybug animagus. Anna waited 30 seconds before coldly inquiring, is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up. I need to conduct an investigation in person. Come on over. But remember to ring the doorbell. Anna retorted with a scoff. Only if you can find it. Anna, Brady entrusted me to look out for you too. Believe me, I am not here to cause trouble. Seeing Severus nod, Anna replied, knock on the wall tile. Upon entering, Arthur recognized Anna and Severus, a look of nostalgia crossing his face. It turned out that the Anna and Severus Brady had mentioned were the same children who had vanished 2 months ago at King's Cross Station. Mr. Weasley, who was the informant? Severus poured him a cup of hot tea. Thank you, Arthur said, retracting his inquisitive gaze, and softly replied, Rita Skeeter, a rookie reporter from the Daily Prophet. An unscrupulous journalist, Anna sneered. Rita Skeeter must be the ladybug, a despicable sycophant who ingratiates herself with the powerful. I must admit, this outcome is certainly preferable to having Sarah's accomplice involved. She produced a glass jar containing a human hand, saying, This is a small piece of wing left behind by the ladybug before it flew away. Arthur, astonished, took it, her finger? If this is not a coincidence, I will have to verify it. Anna nodded. She accused us of illegal wand usage. Does she have any evidence? Arthur sighed. That is not the point. The main issue is that 144 Baker Street will be under close monitoring. The absence of an adult wizard in your home is the biggest concern. Severus pondered for a moment before asking, Surely there are magical items to shield against scrutiny? Arthur nodded, Of course. Anna's eyes sparkled. How much? Can it be found in Diagon Alley? Arthur chuckled. Such magical items are priceless and are typically treasures of major wizarding estates. Anna rolled her eyes and smiled. Earlier, you mentioned on the phone that you promised Brady to look after us. Is that true? Arthur nodded. Of course. The room Brady previously rented is now nominally leased to you. Anna's gaze intensified. No rent will be charged, and you need not stay. It's merely a formality. Is that acceptable? Arthur smiled and nodded. That is fine. This was also an idea he had thought of before coming. Rita Skeeter's report was, after all, an overreaction. The Ministry of Magic has countless trivial regulations against Muggle wizards. If they were to investigate every single one, the Ministry would never find rest. Thank you. Anna sincerely expressed her gratitude, offering a false blessing. You truly are a democratic and open-minded official of the Ministry of Magic. May you be elected Minister of Magic soon. Arthur chuckled, raising his eyebrows. Wow, what a promising career prospect. Anna cheerfully replied, As your landlord, how about treating you to a meal in Diagon Alley at noon? Arthur raised an eyebrow in refusal. As the future Minister of Magic, I refuse to accept any form of bribe. Anna expressed her discontent, stating that apart from dining, they wished to venture to Diagon Alley to procure the Daily Prophet and acquire a two-way mirror for the sake of maintaining communication with him. Arthur furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with disapproval, cautioning them that the situation outside was quite chaotic, and it would be prudent for young wizards like themselves to refrain from venturing to Diagon Alley, especially alone. Severus, who had momentarily stepped away, returned to interject, suggesting they should all dine together as the meal was ready. Anna's eyes sparkled with delight, as she noted that Severus's culinary skills rivaled those of Brady. The table was adorned with dishes of ham and egg fried rice and creamy tomato soup, the unique aroma of the roasted eggplant tantalizing Arthur's senses, making his mouth water. This was Brady's exclusive recipe. Had he truly shared it with you? Severus smiled in silence. Anna beckoned a nearly entranced Arthur, urging him to not waste Severus's culinary prowess. As Arthur took a generous spoonful of the fried rice, an impulse to relocate washed over him. Had it not been for the thought of Molly, he might have genuinely considered renting Brady's room. You all, Arthur concluded his meal with the last grain of rice, suppressing a satisfied burp. Stay home and do not wander about. The newspaper and the mirror can be ordered by post. I will send a wizarding mail order manual over tomorrow. Then, thank you for your thoughtfulness, Anna replied with a smile. Her father was indeed correct. Sharing a meal was the quickest way to forge connections. The following day, instead of receiving the wizarding mail order manual, Anna was met with a staggering tax bill. Muggle House Magical Renovation Safety Tax? Does the Ministry of Magic even impose such a tax? Anna's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the figure of 12,250 galleons. Is there really any difference from outright theft? Upon receiving the notice, Arthur had specifically checked the tax records. This tax had been established 50 years prior to compensate for economic losses incurred from magical mishaps that damaged Muggle infrastructure. Arthur presented the tax bill, his face contorting into a pained grimace. Should you refuse to pay, the ministry will dispatch personnel to perform magical removal and establish permanent monitoring. Severus recalled the operations in Spinner's End and inquired, will all Muggle wizards' residences be subjected to such taxation? Arthur shook his head. How could that be? Unless someone specifically reported it, no one would voluntarily seek trouble. I suspect the tax office has long forgotten about this levy. Anna's gray-blue eyes glinted with determination. Rita Skeeter is retaliating against us. Arthur nodded, acknowledging the unspoken truth. This is common knowledge. She is quite well informed. I just closed a case, and she promptly filed a second complaint. She is akin to a ladybug, continually monitoring you, Anna asserted confidently. Is there no recourse to counter-sue her for trespassing and invading privacy? Arthur sighed. Gathering evidence is exceedingly difficult. She is a journalist. Typically, ministry officials are reluctant to engage with reporters. They are too troublesome. Severus had been quietly listening until a lull in their conversation prompted him to ask, "Mr. Weasley, do you have any suggestions?" Arthur nodded, revealing a knowing smile. "No one genuinely expects 2 children to pay such a hefty tax. Let us delay it for now. Before the efficiency of the ministry, due process must be followed, such as conducting home visits." Anna immediately grasped the implication, laughing. "Then let us have lunch first and continue with the home visit process this afternoon." That evening, Anna lay on the rooftop terrace, gazing up at the night sky. It was difficult to see the stars in London. The heavens resembled a cotton ball saturated with ink, suggesting that even a gentle squeeze might release murky raindrops. Had it not been for the weeping sapling, she would never have ventured to the rooftop at night. Since the sapling had been relocated to a large pot for its peace, she had taken to bringing Big Zhuang up to keep it company each evening. At that moment, 2 small branches swayed joyously. One transformed into a teasing wand, playfully swatting at Big Zhuang, while the other served as a protector against mosquitoes, ensuring that no flying insects dared approach Anna. "Do you think it is better to live in the city or the countryside?" "Meow, meow, meow. As long as it is a big house, a park as large as the street will suffice." Whimper, whimper, whimper. 2 parks the size of the street. One for me and one for the cat. Anna chuckled softly. These 2 creatures had but one demand: space. With the 100,000 she had cleverly intercepted, she exchanged 60,000 at Gringotts for galleons. The Muggle House magical renovation safety tax of 12,250 galleons had nearly depleted her current reserves. The Ladybug had struck a serious blow to her finances. This tax was absolutely non-negotiable. She could no longer reside at 144 Baker Street. The Ladybug was a fully fledged wizard, and her current retaliation was likely just the beginning. If it were her, she would not cease with just 2 complaints. Fortunately, she was now financially secure. Where could she not reside? She pondered the selling of houses in the magical realm. According to her mother's investment philosophy, purchasing property was the most stable investment. "Anna," Severus approached with a pot of hot tea. "Would you like some?" "Yes," she replied, flashing a grin as she sat up. The aftermath of yesterday's gardening had left her with aching muscles. Severus handed her the teacup, suggesting softly, "Let us move." His voice was as light and soft as dewdrops. Anna gazed into his dark, glimmering eyes and nodded slightly. "Where do you wish to move?" "Here." Severus handed her a parchment, tucked within the magical mushroom compendium, revealing Prince S. deed. The deed. Anna's gray-blue eyes shimmered with excitement. But as she read the fine print, the light in her gaze vanished. 1 acre, Wilderness Manor, Moonwatch Cliff in the southern part of White Island. 130473450693848 6322784862219. It is rather remote, she mused, her expression dimming. Severus added, "But it requires no expenditure and could help us evade the Ladybug." Anna's lips curled into a wry smile, realizing her own greed. Upon hearing the word deed, she had envisioned vast expanses of land, while the neighborhood park was merely 1 acre in size. Severus chuckled, "Thousands of acres? You truly dare to dream. White Island is over 100 kilometers from London." Anna frowned. To escape the Ladybug by such a distance feels a bit constricting. "We have the means. We could inquire with Mr. Weasley about how houses are sold in the wizarding world." "I have inquired. Wizarding homes are generally inherited, and no one sells them. Muggle wizards wishing to settle in the magical realm either rent or buy land to construct their own homes." Severus's eyes darkened. Yet Anna retorted, "Then let us buy land and build a house." "Give up that notion." Severus pursed his lips. Underage wizards lack the eligibility to purchase land or construct homes. "On what grounds?" Anna exclaimed, her frustration bubbling over. "We are merely underage, not magical creatures. We are forbidden to use wands. And yet we are also barred from purchasing land and building homes. Because we are deemed weak. Children should not be entrusted with finances." Severus's voice was cold. "In their eyes, we are merely walking galleons, akin to stray cats and dogs on the street, either taken in by kind-hearted souls or imprisoned by traffickers." Anna felt deeply disheartened. The anger, fear, and anxiety swirling in her eyes coalesced into a tempest. "Tomorrow, we shall visit White Island." A night of nightmares ensued. Anna awoke with dark circles under her eyes and said to Severus, "I pondered throughout the night and experienced it in my dreams. I have come to a realization." "What is it?" As he prepared sandwiches, Severus handed her a cup of Aaron's honey tea. Anna took a hearty sip, offering a wry smile. "Some expenses are simply unavoidable. Since we cannot purchase a house, we may as well pay the tax." Severus raised his gaze. "Do you not wish to reside on White Island?" "Not quite." Anna shook her head. "That is our fallback option." She continued, looking at Severus, "I researched the conditions of White Island County in the Atlas. It boasts a beautiful natural environment, but the population is sparse. This implies that strangers will be conspicuous. If we were to settle in White Island, unfamiliar with the surroundings, two underage children venturing out to procure even the simplest of goods could easily attract unwanted attention. If they were muggles, one could employ an ignoring charm. But what if they encountered a wizard? Severus's lips pressed tightly together. How could a mere purchase warrant scrutiny? Unless one were to buy excessively, should we discourage Anna from overspending? That was hardly feasible. What he deemed excessive was, in her eyes, simply a matter of normalcy. After paying the taxes and acquiring a few keys, our funds would dwindle significantly. We would need to tighten our belts for the future. Anna, troubled, found it impossible to eat, her sandwich stabbed repeatedly with a fork, never reaching her mouth. Purchasing keys? How many? Severus furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning of retreat. Anna lifted her chin defiantly, her voice laced with ire. Insisting that the ladybug would not spare them, she intended to take the initiative. The retreat meant escaping to White Island through the keys. Severus chuckled softly, very well. Although he felt it was not the opportune moment for vengeance, Anna's tendency to confront grievances head-on inexplicably delighted him. Supporting all of Anna's decisions was the only thing he could presently contribute. Aren't you even going to hear my plan for the offensive? Anna smiled with uncontainable pride, asserting that her strategy was foolproof and would surely leave the ladybug flustered. I believe in you, Severus nodded, his eyes narrowing. Otherwise, I would feel remiss about your panda eyes. Trust me, it's going to work. Anna raised her teacup in a toast, declaring it a splendid idea that would accomplish two goals at once. She tossed the meticulously crafted plan she had devised over the course of the night into Severus's hands, then resumed her sandwich while envisioning the ladybug's imminent disarray. After reading it, Severus inquired, "Do you need my assistance with the editing?" Anna swallowed the last bite of her sandwich and shook her head, smiling. "It's already done." A little twig lent a hand. With a rustle, a heap of fallen leaves appeared on the dining table. Severus picked up one of the leaves, discovering it riddled with small holes. Ah, a new tactic. The holes on the leaf formed a warning. Beware. Rita Skeeter S. Animagus is a ladybug. She is watching you. Anna rose. Let us go. We have several places to visit today. To White Island. No, first to Diagon Alley. Chapter 44. Have you not wiped your mouth after eating, child? Must you dress this way? Severus held a red wig, gazing up at Anna, who towered over him. Moments before, they had disembarked from a double-decker bus. Anna pulled him into the space, retrieving a wizard's robe, the wig, and a pair of high-heeled shoes for him to wear. She tucked the golden wig into her hood, explaining that the shop where she intended to buy the keys was a place of false advertising. Changing attire was essential. She took a few steps in her heels, quickly regaining her balance, and remarked, observing Severus's conflicted expression, "This is the quickest way to gain some height. Once you master the potion for the polyjuice, we won't have to go through such trouble anymore. Or perhaps learn the aging charm." Severus closed his eyes to concentrate, and upon hearing Anna call him shorty for the third time, he finally succumbed, donning the wizard's robe, the wig, and the high heels. Severus's brooding demeanor made him appear quite the dark sorceress. Anna glanced at the heels, now slightly misshapen from his weight, feeling a surge of secret delight. These heels were expensive pieces from her mother's wardrobe, chosen with care before heading to boarding school. She wished she could photograph the deformed, pricey shoes. If the owl post could find her mother, she would certainly send the photo. Noticing Severus's pale complexion, Anna felt something was amiss. His face was far too clean. It needed some color. She pulled out a lipstick, beckoning him with a playful finger. "This is my mother's prized possession. It's quite expensive, so we must use it sparingly." With that, she applied a thick coat of lipstick to Severus's lips, going back and forth 3 times. "I'll help you," Severus deadpanned. "No need," Anna retorted, retrieving a small mirror. "I can do it myself." After she finished applying the lipstick, Severus's lifeless gaze transformed into that of a regal serpent. Snatching the mirror from her, he beheld his oversaturated lips and erupted into a braying laugh. "Did you just finish eating a child without wiping your mouth?" Anna shot him a sidelong glance. "That's called mature allure. You have no sense of aesthetics." Severus glanced at her swollen lips with disdain. "If it weren't for my eyesight, I might have believed you. Believe me, it's going to work." Anna winked confidently, supporting the limping Severus. She strode into the long street of Diagon Alley. "Recover, chest out, head high," Anna whispered, encouraging him. "March forward bravely, without fear." Severus groaned softly. "How much further?" "As the sole combatant, my feet are about to give out." "Almost there. Just ahead," Anna falsely encouraged, pointing to a sign a few meters away. "You can do it. You're the best." Upon seeing the Honeyduke's jewelers, a glimmer of hope appeared in Severus's eyes. Once inside, the fiery red lips of the sign seemed to leap towards them. He raised his wand in threat. "Get lost." Behind the counter stood a thin old man with gold-rimmed glasses and a goatee, dressed in medieval attire, resembling a character from a bygone era. "Welcome. What can I do for you, ladies?" He spoke in a decidedly antiquated tone. Anna, supporting her only remaining fighter, smiled brightly. A friend of a friend sent us to procure some new goods. Which friend? Notting Hill. What kind of new goods? Crossing mountains and seas, untraceable. How many? 5. 3 at most. The old man produced 3 watches. Deal. Anna handed over a bag of galleons. The old man's pupils narrowed. The spatial magic of this young, which was quite intricate. Such a person ought not to spend money on keys. Verification. Anna selected one of the watches, specifying. Coordinates. King's Cross Station. Very well, the masked old man nodded. He drew his wand and inscribed a series of numbers onto the watch's base with magic. Anna and Severus observed intently. After all, the remaining 2 would require their own crafting. Upon completion of the transaction, the masked old man inquired, "What about the remaining 2? Should we verify them?" Anna remained silent, her gaze drifting to a double-sided mirror on the counter. "How much for this?" The old man gestured, indicating 1. Anna replied playfully, "Keep it for yourself. 3 sets." The old man raised his eyebrows. Anna immediately handed over the galleons. "Robert," a familiar voice called from the entrance. The masked old man, spotting the newcomer, gestured for Anna to leave quickly. "Apparate," Anna murmured, pulling Severus into the space. The old man's eyebrows lifted, having lived for a century. He had seen too much nonsense, but had never witnessed a spell recited so haphazardly. Alarmingly, the chaotic incantation did not hinder the magic's efficacy. What a formidable talent. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Anna retorted, her lips twitching in response to Severus's piercing glare. "If you're going to pretend, at least do it convincingly. Lacking a wand is one thing, but the magical fluctuations of apparition are as recognizable as the entrance to St. Mungo's. Only the blind wouldn't recognize it." Severus's icy words pricked her like a thorn. "Is the key in your hand merely for show?" Anna rolled her eyes, hastily defending herself. "I still have important matters to attend to." She brandished a leaf, her gaze locking onto the witch Bella, who was perusing items at the counter. "Such an opportunity is rare." Severus growled lowly, "No way. Don't panic. I find it utterly absurd that fallen leaves have appeared indoors." Anna waved her hand dismissively, declaring, "I shall seek the most opportune moment." "You know nothing," Severus retorted, yanking the leaves away. "That old man is already suspicious of you. We must make our exit while they converse." Narrowing her eyes, Anna extracted another leaf, exclaiming, "Then let us gift a leaf to the old man as well." Severus closed his eyes to concentrate, murmuring, "Anna." "Ha ha." Anna erupted into laughter. "Who among those who come to this shop does not harbor a little secret? We shall wait at the entrance, each armed with a leaf." Severus exhaled, his eyes opening. "As long as you are pleased." 3 hours later, Anna pouted, lamenting for the 10th time. That old man's business is truly dismal. Only 2 customers all morning. Severus, closing his book, replied nonchalantly, "1 Bella is worth 10. "In what regard?" Anna's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "In every aspect," Severus chuckled softly. "That is fair enough." Anna recalled the fierce glint in Bella's eyes upon seeing the leaves and smirked wickedly. The little twigs have done so much. It would be a waste not to utilize them. Although they had already surreptitiously distributed several leaves to passers-by, dozens remained. Severus sighed, quality over quantity. "We should at least send one to Thomas," Anna suggested, glancing towards the nearby apothecary. Severus remained noncommittal. "Thomas hardly seems industrious. His presence in the shop is debatable." As Anna pulled Severus along, they indeed found the apothecary empty. However, unwilling to surrender, she stealthily dropped a leaf on the counter when the attendant was distracted. It was only when she spotted the attendant rushing out that she and Severus managed to escape through the door. Chapter 45. All I know is that Prince has gone bankrupt. Those numbers must be coordinates, right? Are wizard coordinates the same as those in geography textbooks? Anna tilted her head, observing Severus as he enchanted a watch. After a prolonged silence, Severus replied quietly, "I don't know. The numbers I just enchanted are marked on the deed." Anna retrieved the deed for White Island and British geography. Studying the lengthy numbers before revealing a feigned smile to Severus, "Your mental capacity rivals that of my second toy box. Impeccably accurate, yet never full." Severus's lips twitched slightly as he took the British geography from her and began to thumb through it. 10 minutes later, he pointed to the first half of the numbers on the deed, saying, "This represents the Muggle geographical coordinates, 130473450693848. The latter, 6322784862219, denotes the wizarding celestial positioning." "You've finished reading basics of astrology?" Anna exclaimed, pulling out a leather-bound book. "I can't comprehend a single word. Are you truly of the same species as I?" Severus straightened his lips, a hint of a smile gracing his eyes. "Hand me the watch. You have already calculated the celestial positioning for 144 Baker Street?" Anna offered the last watch, inquiring, "When did you figure it out? Was it complicated?" "Page 156, Severus replied. his gaze fixed on basics of astrology. While you were busy promoting ladybugs. Opening basics of astrology, Anna gazed at the pages filled with geometric lines, mathematical formulas, and a plethora of unfamiliar symbols. Her brows trembling like seaweed. Jealousy distorts my very visage. Severus completed the coordinate enchantment in a fraction of the time taken for the last watch, stating calmly, "Where to?" "To White Island, of course." Anna's eyes sparkled with excitement. In a flash of rainbow light, the two vanished from their hiding place in a telephone booth. The deed indicated a wilderness mansion. Anna inhaled sharply, marveling at the cliffside castle before her, utterly misleading. The edifice was constructed entirely of white stone, surrounded by columns reminiscent of a Greek temple. Golden sunlight streamed through wispy clouds, casting its rays upon the grand, snow-white entrance. The intricate runes shimmered with a rainbow glow in the sunlight. Standing beneath the castle's portico, they resembled two sacrificial offerings willingly marching to their doom. Narrowing her eyes, Anna remarked to Severus, "There is magic at play here. The longer I gaze, the more I fear I shall go blind, and I have yet to find the keyhole." "We have no key," Severus replied, drawing his wand. "You are the head of the princes. Forge ahead, undaunted." Anna laughed nervously. "You certainly hold a grudge." Grasping his hand tightly, she took a deep, exaggerated breath. "The head of the family shall lead you in." The transition was seamless, and beyond the stone door lay an unexpectedly clean and spacious interior. "Whoa!" Anna exclaimed joyfully. Before them, the hall was flanked by elongated stained glass windows in a Gothic style, the dazzling sunlight refracted into dappled hues. The ceiling bore alabaster reliefs depicting a map of the island. Beneath their feet lay polished black stone tiles, extending towards a staircase that descended into darkness. The staircase resembled a coiled serpent, its beginning and end obscured. "Who goes there?" A ragged skeleton emerged from the corner of the stairs. Upon meeting the eerie blue flames in its eye sockets, Anna's voice trembled. "How can there still be someone here? It's like a necromancer from Castle Tales." In the Middle Ages, wizards could transform into necromancers after death, beings 100-fold more powerful than ordinary wizards. "I shall go and investigate," Severus stated, tightening his grip on his wand. "No," Anna protested vehemently. "You know nothing of the necromancer's might. It exhibits no magical fluctuations. It may simply be an alchemical puppet." Severus's gaze remained restrained. "Castle Tales is a fabrication of muggles. You cannot treat fiction as history." Anna shot him a defiant look, huffing, "Drama springs from life. One cannot believe wholly, yet neither can one disbelieve. Come forth." The skeleton approached Anna, its voice distinctly male, low and smooth, exuding elegance. "I have awaited a millennium. Today I must conclude my pact with Prince. Are you willing to grant me my freedom?" The skeleton twisted its stark white neck, its blue flames locking onto their position just behind it. Anna felt a chill run down her spine. According to television tropes, this must be a question of life and death. Agreeing might result in the freedom-seeking necromancer turning on them, while refusal could equally lead to peril. The only correct choice was to flee. She grasped Severus's hand, attempting to leap outside. Bam! Anna was rebounded by the stone door, a large bump swelling on her forehead. And upon touching it, tears brimmed her eyes from the pain. Severus withdrew his outstretched hand, murmuring, "Apply some white moss essence first." "Ha ha." The skeleton chuck echoed with a deep chuckle. Anna cradled her forehead, her voice quavering with suppressed tears. "I can't touch it. It hurts too much." "Let us make a deal," the skeleton proposed, twisting its neck again to pinpoint Anna. "If you grant me my freedom, I will reveal the way out." "I am not a descendant of Prince. I cannot free you," Anna replied, rolling her eyes, her tone laced with grievance. "Let us negotiate different terms. Is that so?" The fiery eyes of Skeleton Chuck trembled violently, and his low, velvety voice suddenly shifted, a chilling aura spreading around him. It was not Prince. He could not enter. Yet Anna declared, "I possess the land deed. This desolate manor now belongs to me. According to British law, I am entitled to enter my own territory. State your true names, and I shall ascertain the truth." Skeleton Chuck spread his bony hands, two flickering azure flames dancing in his palms. "Li Huiran. My father is of Chinese descent," Anna replied succinctly. "His name is Severus Snape." The flames in Skeleton Chuck's eyes flickered uncertainly. "You do not lie. Has Prince perished?" Skeleton Chuck chuckled, his teeth rattling. "By our agreement, I am free now." Anna spoke with firm conviction. "Well, I cannot say. All I know is that Prince has gone bankrupt." Chapter 46. Elven Chuck. Skeleton Chuck twirled, his white bony hand pressing against the stone door. Accompanied by a series of hissing and crackling sounds, the stone door swung open, golden sunlight flooding into the hall. Sunshine, sea breeze, white clouds, the ocean, I am free. Skeleton Chuck raised his alabaster skull, extending a bony foot. The encroaching bony foot instantly cracked, wisps of black smoke seeping from the fissures. Skeleton Chuck faltered, stumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Anna pulled Severus and leaped outside. Phew. Anna pressed her hand against her chest. That was close. Clang. The massive stone door slammed shut. In that fleeting moment, Severus glimpsed the flickering flames in Skeleton Chuck's eyes, seemingly filled with an overwhelming joy. Anna, Severus murmured. We have been deceived. What? The two leaped back into the stone door, making no sound. Inside the hall, the elfin figure of Chuck, his fiery eyes gleaming, danced gracefully with a broom while humming a tune. On distant cliffs, beyond the sea, the little fairies, wild and free, diligent and kind, wise and brave, wandering wizards, greedy wizards, burning and pillaging, committing every sin, reaping what they sow, leaving none to inherit. Is he a spirit elf? Anna wondered, watching Skeleton Chuck ascend the stairs. He bears a grudge against wizards. Can we fight him? Severus gripped his wand, his expression sardonic. If he were capable of combat, he would not have lured us away. Humph, just to be safe. Anna pouted. I'll open the door first. My forehead cannot withstand a second blow. Alas. Skeleton Chuck reappeared, the azure flames in his eyes flickering. You have not left. Who are you? Severus raised his wand. Behind him, Anna pushed the stone door open a narrow gap, exclaiming, This door is truly heavy. I am Elven Chuck. Skeleton Chuck's teeth clacked, and after much struggle, he recounted a tale. Over 1,000 years ago, my kin's dwelling was invaded by wandering wizards. They cursed my kin with dark sorcery, binding them as slaves to wizardry for generations. Chuck was a unique elf, tall and strong, adept in combat and magic. He evaded countless captures by the wizards, only to be betrayed by his own kin and ultimately became a prisoner. Prince claimed my spirit was too resilient. The mark of slavery held no sway over me. Thus, he fashioned me into a puppet, an existence even more loyal than a slave. Chuck's fiery gaze bore into Severus. You are a prince, yet lack the surname of a prince. Severus clenched his fists, his expression grave. You hardly appear to be a faithful servant, Anna scoffed, shaking the parchment in her hand. I have brought the land deed, and you resort to trickery. Are you a prince? Chuck snorted. Only a prince can command me. While he bore princess blood, it was regrettably diluted. It is not as if they reproduced naturally. A millennium has passed, and the bloodline between Prince and his descendants has become negligible. Anna smirked. Your shackles must be quite weak by now. Before this, many of Prince's descendants were lured away by you. Chuck's flickering flames revealed a hint of pride. 1,000 years, my kin perished, and Prince has died beyond measure. He has not left a single descendant of his name. Yet I have attained immortality in another form. This battle I have won. This manor now belongs to me. 1,000 years hence, the British Empire does not condone the keeping of slaves, nor puppets. You are dismissed. Anna pointed towards the ajar stone door. Chuck turned to Severus, his azure flames radiating brightly. What say you? Severus nodded. Leave this place. Go wherever you wish. Woe is me, Skeleton Chuck's chilling white teeth clacked, emitting a low whimper. He spread his arms wide, fingers splayed, azure flames flickering at his fingertips. I am free, performing an eccentric dance, like a moth. He flitted toward the golden sunlight beyond the door. Ah, Chuck let out a brief gasp in the sunlight. Anna, are you all right? I am fine. Standing in the sunlight, Chuck shook his bony arm and slowly turned, his flickering azure eyes gleaming. Now, a gust of sea breeze swept by, scattering his tattered garments. Wait, Anna called out. Chuck remained silent, his azure flames honing in on a target. Severus, under his gaze, raised his wand, a flicker of battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Seemingly oblivious to the tension, Anna continued chattering. If you go out like that, people will attack you. Let me give you something. What? Chuck's tone was cool and reserved. These are sunglasses, this is a top hat, and this is the three-piece suit of a financial mogul, Anna said, producing items. These are handcrafted leather shoes. I wonder if they will fit you. All these items belonged to her father. Having taken from her mother, she could not neglect her father's treasures. Why? Chuck's flames flickered erratically. Anna, hands on her hips, replied proudly, You have maintained this manor splendidly. As the new owner, these are my gifts of gratitude. The world has changed drastically over 1,000 years. Although you need not worry about sustenance, to walk freely, it is wise to adopt some disguise. To walk freely. Chuck's flames flickered contemplatively. With a snap of his fingers, the top hat, sunglasses, clothing, and shoes took flight, settling upon Chuck as if finding a home. Wow, Anna exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, clothes make the man. The tall skeleton frame instantly transformed into a dapper figure. Ignoring the stark white teeth, he exuded an impressive aura. How to put it? On her father, those clothes would evoke admiration for being handsome and wealthy. On Chuck, they commanded respect. She circled around Chuck, then produced a pair of doeskin gloves and a gray mask. These are my gloves and mask. Can you perform the enlargement spell? Chuck extended his long fingers, donning the gloves and mask one by one. Look here. Anna pulled out an instant camera. Click. Whir. A vibrant 5-inch photograph slowly emerged from the camera. The man in the picture, tall and striking, adorned in a charcoal 3-piece suit, complemented by a top hat, sunglasses, and mask, appeared mysterious and distinguished. Wow, so handsome. Anna gushed over the photo. He is no less impressive than a Hollywood star. She handed the photo to Chuck, her gaze earnest. Chuck, this is the prevailing aesthetic of 1,000 years hence. Do you like it? Chapter 47. If I were to turn dark, you would be the first to be arranged as a sacrifice. Chuck slightly bowed, tucking the photograph into his bosom, and remarked to Anna, your spatial magic is quite extraordinary. The stone door is protected by an anti-magic spell that most cannot breach. Apart from Prince, no one possesses the ability to unlock it. Anna chuckled dryly. I have the deed. Chuck remained noncommittal, casting a furtive glance at the cold-faced Severus before casually remarking, you are fortunate. Severus's gaze darkened as he softly replied to the retreating figure, so are you. Anna waved farewell to Chuck, watching him vanish at the end of the stone steps before she finally closed the stone door. With a sigh of relief, she shot a glare at Severus. What did you provoke him for? Are you blind? He was the one who taunted me. Severus pressed his lips together. I know, Anna sighed, rubbing the swelling on her forehead, and spoke in a gentle tone. Severus, he is an ancient being who has lived for 1,000 years. Even with your control over his puppet's lifeblood. How do you know? Severus's dark eyes glimmered with amusement. I'm not blind. Anna retorted, her eyelids drooping. He must have realized the moment he stepped outside. You merely exiled him, without granting him true freedom. Severus lowered his eyes. You pity him. Anna nodded. 1,000 years ago, I know not the circumstances, but to exist as Chuck does is worse than death. The moment I laid eyes on him, this appeared in my palm. Severus opened his hand to reveal a sapphire the size of a soybean. This is his soul crystal, containing the memories from his past life. Perhaps after you view it, your perspective will change. Are there any horrific images? Anna retracted her outstretched finger, revealing a mixture of curiosity and fear. I have no interest in becoming a puppet. Severus's expression was inscrutable. It records 3 events: his quest for power, which led him to consume a kin, a muggle, and a wizard, his battle with Prince, which ended in failure, and his curse upon Prince, ensuring his line would perish. Consume. Anna's throat constricted in astonishment. You mean literally eat? Severus nodded. Although he possesses the soul crystal, having lived for 1,000 years, we of lesser magic cannot truly control him. What control are you speaking of? Anna waved her hands dismissively. My father taught me to never provoke old ones. Those who have lived long may hold unknown trump cards. I suspect that aside from your ancestor Prince, the subsequent princes were fortunate to escape his treachery. A tinge of envy flickered in Severus's eyes. You have a good father. He's all right. Anna scoffed. If he knew I gifted his most prized ensemble to a millennium-old skeleton, he would likely find solace in that. Click. A golden key tumbled from the ceiling's intricate carvings, fluttering down like a feather, landing perfectly in Severus's palm. Observing the key, which was the size of a thumb, Anna exclaimed with enthusiasm, what door does this open? Is it made of gold? Severus shook his head. It is brass. It should be the key to this grand house. His gaze was fixed on the dark staircase ahead. Perhaps it lies on the 2nd floor. Then hold on to it. Anna withdrew her curious fingers. You are Prince's descendant. This is your home. If danger arises, you must shield me. She assessed the house, which clearly favored kin over justice. Severus glanced sideways. According to the family tree, you are the head of the house. Don't be ridiculous. That family tree only traces back 300 years, Anna's lips twitched. The prince from 1,000 years ago is an entirely different matter, let alone the magical artifacts he left behind. Severus silently extended his left hand, which she grasped firmly. Embarking on a whimsical tangent. In tales of ancient castles, blood descendants often face 2 fates, either becoming a sacrifice or inheriting a legacy, and subsequently turning dark. Severus's forehead twitched. If I turn dark, the first to be arranged as a sacrifice will be you. Don't worry. Anna offered a reassuring pat. I won't allow you to turn dark. Should you exhibit any abnormality, I will feed you something unpleasant. I assure you it will keep your mind clear. Of course, it would be made of chocolate, completely safe and non-toxic. Be quiet. Severus shuddered, swiftly erasing the images that arose in his mind. That won't do. Anna firmly rejected. Pulling Severus up the black stone staircase, speaking loudly dispels the eerie atmosphere. As they ascended the stairs, it felt as though they had entered another dimension, enveloped in utter darkness. Glow. Severus unleashed a burst of magic. A small patch of light illuminated the inky staircase, yet the surrounding darkness remained impenetrable, amplifying the eerie ambience. Wow, the flashlight is malfunctioning. The staircase seems to have a mind of its own. Anna feigned excitement, retracting her unlit flashlight. Is it too late for me to go back down? Severus shook his head. tightening his grip on her. Don't wander. This staircase is moving. Key. A sudden spark ignited in Anna's mind. There are 4 symbols on it. Severus nodded. They represent gems, plants, cauldrons, and books respectively. This key may function as a remote control. Anna's eyes brightened. Let us give it a try. Severus frowned, hesitating with the key. How do we try? There are no magical fluctuations. Let us test them one by one. Anna exclaimed eagerly, pressing the key and recalling television tropes. Blood for recognition. Let me think of other methods. Severus rolled his eyes at her enthusiasm, emitting a soft huff. I remember. Anna clapped Severus on the shoulder, her eyes sparkling with joy. The heroine's ultimate move, breaking down in tears. Using pure tears to awaken the slumbering soul, followed by a heartfelt kiss. Ignoring Severus's incredulous gaze, she flicked the key in his hand. Which one do you want to try first? Your frustrated expression tells me you think none should be tried. Amidst Anna's disappointment, Severus tossed the key into the void. You know how to use it, right? Anna's gray-blue eyes were filled with astonishment. No, let us give it a try. The certainty in his black eyes was unwavering. The universal rule of magic is, where it came from, it shall return. Clack. With the sound of a spinning wheel, the darkness receded, revealing a resplendent corridor. The high ceiling and snow-white walls were adorned with countless dazzling, multicolored gems. Anna stepped onto the soft golden carpet beneath her feet. Smirking at Severus, you've struck it rich. Severus shook his head, lightly touching the wall with his wand, unleashing a swirl of magical patterns. This is the corridor of Mammon. Mammon, the spirit of greed? Anna pouted. So all of this is fake? Severus chuckled lightly. It should be real. But whoever takes it will perish. Wow. Wizards certainly have a unique way of flaunting wealth. Anna raised an eyebrow. Shall we enter? Severus nodded, and Anna pulled him toward the arched door at the corridor's end. The short distance of merely a dozen meters felt interminable, as if they could never reach the door, always remaining 3 to 5 meters apart. Chapter 48. You run faster than a dog. This is a clear indication that entry is forbidden. Anna wiped her brow and told Severus, who was eager to try again, don't be stubborn. Let us check another door. Severus gazed at the 4 doors on either side. When did these appear? They weren't here a moment ago. Anna glanced sideways. Haven't they always been here? The symbols on the doors matched those on the key. Gems, plants, cauldrons, and books. Which door would you like to try first? Severus fixed his gaze on Anna's smooth forehead. Books, how about that? Anna's eyes crescented into a smile. Prince's spell book. You must be eager to see it. Severus nodded and followed Anna to the first door on the left. Ah! A shrill scream erupted from the door behind them. Severus whirled around and dashed through the first door on the right, where he encountered another Anna. Severus, she exclaimed, clutching a broom smeared with excrement. Do not be afraid. Although it is foul, it is invigorating. Severus's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he valiantly endured the stench that permeated the room. With a flick of his wand, he performed a cleansing charm on the wretched broom. Ah! The broom revived, emitting a soft sound. Finished? Such a remarkable appetite. Anna extracted another lump of dung, declaring, there is no folly that cannot be remedied by excrement. If it fails, I shall produce another. The broom, now animated, rebounded but could not evade Anna's offerings. Severus's erratic eyelids finally ceased their dance. Misfortune had arrived. Faced with a visage replete with filth, Severus exchanged glances with his doppelganger. Woo, 2 Severuses. Anna cackled. Shall I use excrement as a lesson? Cleansed and renewed. Both Severuses echoed in unison. Severus, another Anna burst through the door. 2. Anna again extracted a lump of dung, gazing at the new arrival. Are you my long-lost twin sister? The Anna at the door cautiously retreated. Would you wish for me to be? Certainly, Anna nodded, deftly launching her dung. The door Anna, in a fit of violent retching, transformed into a pair of soiled scissors. Help! You told me to deceive, not to consume excrement. The laughter of Anna echoed triumphantly. I have triumphed. Quickly hand over the jewels, or my army of dung shall seize the entire corridor. Fresh water like a spring. Cleansed and renewed. Reveal yourselves swiftly. Severus cast 3 spells in rapid succession, resulting in an irate Anna, a sobbing pair of scissors, and a sheepish broom. Speak. What is the meaning of this? Anna rolled her eyes, droplets of water adorning her face. I regarded you as my closest friend, while you treated me as a distant relative. The moment the jeweled corridor appeared, you fled faster than a dog. That foolish broom impersonated you, and I saw through the ruse at once. What of you? Severus's gaze fixed on the broom and scissors. Speak. The quivering broom and scissors shivered in unison. We bear no malice, merely adhering to traditional tests for the young master. What tests? Anna furrowed her brow. The broom stammered. You chose the jewels. You have already disqualified yourself. Anna placed her hands on her hips, launching a lethal glare. Defeated, and you still dare to evade responsibility? Wah, the scissors cried. What skill is it to discern truth from deception? The crux lies in selection. The 4 legacies left by Prince. Choose what to take. I choose the jewels, Anna threatened, brandishing another lump of dung. Fail to produce them, and I shall make you consume excrement. The scissors let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground. After a brief tremor, it added, I have fainted. The broom hastily interjected, Madam Scissors did not finish. The jewels are a trap. Anyone who selects the jewels must depart empty-handed. Speak quickly, or be drained of magical power and sink into the sea. Severus raised his wand. Indeed, the broom nodded. 50 years ago, there was nothing left to take. The magical herbs in the botanical garden have long been excavated. The books have all been moved. And not a single crystal vial remains in the potion room. Anna scoffed. What kind of test is this if there is nothing? The broom straightened, asserting, we adhere to tradition. The incapacitated Scissors murmured, who drove away Chuck. Severus lowered his gaze. Who else? The broom and Scissors trembled in unison, silent. Huh. Anna rolled her eyes. I have deduced it. There is an additional door. Severus nodded. The jewels symbolized the Mammon corridor, which was originally Chuck's domain. The Scissors govern the botanical garden. The broom oversees the study. Who is responsible for the potion room? Ahem. A frail cough emanated from the doorway. It is I. A hazy apparition floated in, resembling a rotund old man. This is Grandpa Cauldron. He is on the brink of death. The broom rushed forward. Why are you still here? Follow me. Grandpa Cauldron beckoned Severus. Once I have finished my instructions, I can finally pass on. Re-entering the Mammon corridor. It was no longer a mere passage but a grand circular hall, its towering dome adorned with a massive key. Radiant sunlight streamed in through the surrounding windows, rendering the gemstones on the walls dull and unremarkable, resembling ordinary colored stones. North, south, east, west, Grandpa Cauldron gestured casually, the potion room, botanical garden, study, and stairway. Apart from dust, there is nothing. The broom interjected, there is not even dust. I sweep 8 times a day. Madam Scissors added, the botanical garden has soil. Ahem. Grandpa Cauldron nodded. The broom is a diligent girl, remarkably capable. She requires magical input only once a year to keep the home spotless. Chuck used to sustain her. Madam Scissors chimed in, and I, capturing pests, weeding, pruning, and watering the plants. Grandpa Cauldron nodded. Madam Scissors has little work. A bit of magic every 10 years or so is sufficient to keep her from rusting. Anna gazed at the dissipating figure of Grandpa Cauldron. And you? Did Chuck not provide you with any magical input? Over 100 years ago, a werewolf shattered Grandpa Cauldron, and it was Chuck who sustained him. The broom extended a bristle, pointing at Grandpa Cauldron's belly. There is a great gash here. Any magic input simply leaks out. Werewolf. Anna gasped. Who let it in? Who else? Madam Scissors fumed. Only Prince's ungrateful descendants could enter. Grandpa Cauldron waved his hand. That werewolf deceived him. Who deceived whom remains uncertain. The broom scoffed. When the werewolf fled, it bore no healthy flesh. Madam Scissors shook her head. You remember incorrectly. The werewolf was unscathed, merely drained of blood. Grandpa Cauldron concurred. Indeed, Madam Scissors has a good memory. North sought to concoct a werewolf venom, pouring his heart and soul into it. That werewolf is a wretched, ungrateful creature. Severus fixed his gaze on Grandpa Cauldron. Is the belly reparable? Reparable? The broom and Scissors chorused. Chapter 49. Do not let curiosity lead you to dig me up in the middle of the night. Outrageous. Grandpa Cauldron swayed and began toward the potion room. Severus followed closely. You have a name, like Chuck, do you not? Grandpa Cauldron paused and softly replied, Prince calls me Dianet. Upon opening the potion room door, he rolled into a large cauldron, half his height. A significant crack ran along the belly of the pot, wide enough for a finger to fit through. Anna produced a large tube of universal adhesive, proclaiming, this is said to bond all things. Would you like to try? This was her most potent weapon against the school bully, mightier than even the dung props. Madam Scissors and the broom leaned in for a closer look. Which alchemist produced this? Anna chuckled sheepishly. It is from a Muggle chemical factory. Muggle? Madam Scissors's voice turned shrill. Fraud. Muggles cannot even write. The broom extended a bristle to swat at Madam Scissors. There are literate Muggles. The ones North brought back had newspapers with serialized stories. Alas, we cannot see the continuation. How come I did not know this? Madam Scissors fumed. You two have been hiding this rendezvous from me. I was the one who confessed first. The broom sighed. Have you rusted? Who would fall in love with a broom or scissors? Madam Scissors huffed. You know it well. How could a broom possibly court a skeleton? Anna listened with rapt attention, unable to refrain from interjecting. I see no reason why not. Chuck even dances with the broom. Ah, Lady Scissors shrieked. I refuse to believe it. Anna flashed a wide grin, revealing her 8 tiny white teeth. Trust me, it's true. I believe you. The broom girl whimpered. It truly is stuck. Grandpa Cauldron won't perish. Turning her gaze, Anna spotted Severus mending the cracks in the large cauldron with universal glue. Is it effective? Anna herself doubted. Severus shook his head. It merely appears pleasing. The magic still eludes retention. This is already quite splendid. The large cauldron boomed. Bury me in the botanical garden. The garden was vast, far exceeding the 1 acre stated in the deed. As far as the eye could see, the red, yellow, and black soils were starkly delineated, devoid of any flora. In total, there are 3 acres, though devoid of plants. I come daily to trim the grass and exterminate pests, keeping it pristine. Lady Scissors spoke of her expertise with great flair. Anna smirked. Will you care for the yew tree? The yew tree? Really? Ha ha ha. Lady Scissors' voice escalated, her laughter ringing painfully in the ears. Would you have me tend to it? Ha ha ha. Anna stifled the impulse to cover her ears, nodding vigorously. Indeed, it's true. I have a yew sapling, though it has a rather cantankerous temperament. Are you willing? Lady Scissors leapt 3 feet into the air. When is the sapling arriving? Let me inquire. Anna retrieved a small toy box and placed it on the ground. She reached inside, slowly dragging out a large flower pot. Wah wah wah. The sapling cried the moment it emerged. Anna brushed aside the entangling branches, soothingly saying, Look, your new home. Do you like it? This is your caretaker, Lady Scissors. Oh, little darling. Lady Scissors' voice turned tender and gentle. I'll dig a hole for you right away. Lady Scissors took off, soaring towards the intersection of the 3-colored soil, the center of the botanical garden. Plunging into the earth, within 3 minutes, she had excavated a perfectly round hole. The swirling tricolored dust instantaneously captured the attention of the broom in the large cauldron. Severus, who was accompanying them in selecting a burial site, observed the departing Lady Scissors and inquired of the large cauldron. What do you think of that location? Quite good. The large cauldron rolled itself into the hole that Lady Scissors had prepared. The broom girl assisted in sweeping soil into the hole, asking as she worked, Will you grow back next year? Will the resurrected cauldron still be you? How many times a day should we water you? Fertilizer, you need not hope for. Lady Scissors feared rust, while I abhorred filth. No, absolutely not. No need for watering or fertilization. The large cauldron consumed half a pot of soil, and please, out of curiosity, do not dig me up at midnight. Oh, the broom's voice brimmed with regret. When Lady Scissors and Anna approached with the sapling, only a ring of the cauldron's edge remained visible above ground. Wah wah wah. The sapling extended a branch towards the large cauldron. Ha ha. The large cauldron chuckled. To serve as fertilizer for the yew tree is a privilege. The yew tree was planted beside the large cauldron, and the old and young engaged in lively conversation. As Anna and Severus departed, the sapling merely offered a perfunctory wah-wah. Lady Scissors seemed revitalized, turning the soil of the botanical garden 3 times, urging Anna to bring the other plant babies swiftly. Only the broom girl displayed reluctance at their departure, standing behind the stone door. Will you return? Anna nodded. Of course. When? The broom's bristles quivered. Severus replied, Anytime. As the stone door closed, they activated the key. They returned home to Baker Street before sunset, landing in the rooftop garden. Is the coordinate positioning quite precise? Was it intentionally set this way? Anna flared her nostrils. What is that smell? A faint, acrid odor wafted through the door's crack. It's on fire. Severus exclaimed, aghast. Amid the stench of burning, there lingered a subtle, yet palpable air of danger. Big Zhuang. Both exclaimed in unison. Just as Anna's hand grasped the doorknob, Severus pressed it down. There's someone inside. We must save Big Zhuang first. She pulled Severus into the space. If we can fight, we will. If not, we shall flee. Severus' voice was hoarse. Find Big Zhuang. We leave immediately. There are formidable wizards within. They leapt through the smoke and flames, searching for Big Zhuang's shadow. After scouring several bedrooms on the 2nd floor, they found no trace of the cat. Anna's emotions grew increasingly frayed. The Remington, which had not seen the light of day for some time, was now firmly in her grasp. Severus swallowed his words of caution, silently gripping his wand. The Remington would hardly harm anyone downstairs, nor would his wand. In the living room on the 1st floor, 2 men and 2 women sat, one kneeling. Among them were 2 familiar faces, the Caro siblings. The female Caro lounged on a single sofa, her gaze disdainful. She fixed her eyes on the woman kneeling on the ground, her voice dripping with arrogance. If you cannot produce the money, I shall have no choice but to send you to Azkaban for murder and arson. I have none. The kneeling woman lifted her face, terror evident in her eyes. You forced me into this. Wow. Oh, the male Caro howled like a wolf. Rita Skeeter, who would believe you? You are now infamous. Of course, not as much as Rabaston. He cast a sly glance at the brown-haired man beside him. The man was tall, with a dark demeanor, his bloodthirsty golden-brown eyes glinting. You wouldn't want to go to Azkaban. Rabaston licked his lips. Though you are a tad older, your skin still looks good. And your little face is just the type Greyback favors. Rita Skeeter trembled. Greyback who? Oh, haha. Rabaston chuckled lightly. You don't know? That shouldn't be the case. Fenrir Greyback has a penchant for little girls in red dresses, and the one you are wearing today is quite nice. The male Caro wore a mischievous smile. I heard he likes to eat while riding. Rabaston sighed, savoring the imagery. Quite the amusing scene. Disgusting. The female Caro spat in repulsion. Loves to look down on lowly werewolves. Rabaston and the male Caro exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent amusement. Chapter 50. A tide of emotions surged like the rising waters of the English Channel. That money. Rita Skeeter trembled all over, countless times yearning to transform into a ladybug and escape. However, they had employed dark magic, stripping her of her transformation ability. Yet, all of this was merely temporary. A little longer, and it would be soon. When I interviewed Sarah, she mentioned the children had been relocated, and the money was taken along. The Goblin Gallo stated he saw a boy chase after, and this was the boy's home, if they could find that child. Oh. A trickle of blood seeped through, a deep stain blooming on the rosy dress. You've already said that. The female Caro snapped impatiently, sending 2 severing curses crashing into her back. This house does not contain 500,000 pounds. 2 10-year-old children, you couldn't even carry them. If that money existed, you either took it prematurely or are lying. I beg you, Electo. Rita Skeeter gazed imploringly at the female Caro. We were peers, once sharing a Christmas party. You must trust me, please. If we find that boy, we could have £1,000,000, which is a substantial amount even when converted to gold galleons. When Bella sought you, you claimed it was 500,000, and now it has transformed into £1,000,000. Rabaston's arm morphed into a patterned python, coiling around Rita Skeeter's waist. The fist-sized serpent's head rested on her shoulder, its black and red tongue incessantly teasing her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Little liar. Miss Caro let out a cold snort, referring to the despicable ladybug. If it weren't for Bella's insistence that the adults require financial maneuvering, you would have been crushed long ago. Reflect on this and speak something of substance. I, Rita Skit, have long since regretted my decisions. Beatrix Black, the eldest daughter of the Black family, posed questions that set her heart racing. She had once attempted to pry into the romantic affairs of this young lady, seeking to pin some scandalous news. However, she had yet to compose a single word. Merlin's beard, the dread of the Blacks, compounded by the temptation of £1,000,000, mixed with malice towards a few children, ultimately led her to fabricate a colossal lie. All she needed was to find someone, and £500,000 would be instantly presented. You merely need to capture that boy. The answers will follow, Rita Skid asserted with unwavering conviction, her eyes betraying her anxiety. Her instincts had always been remarkably accurate. The missing £1,000,000 were closely tied to that boy. Even if she didn't uncover the truth, it could buy her some time. If a glance could kill, Rita Skit would have been torn to shreds by Anna's gaze. She grasped Severus' hand tightly, murmuring, I shouldn't have left you behind that day. I should have eliminated the ladybug. I should have brought Big Strong with us when we left in the morning. We could have hidden in the manor on the moors, and no one would have found us. Severus pressed his lips together. Do not fear. Big Strong is clever. He must have hidden away. The ladybug is in a state worse than death. There is no cause for concern. Anna's nose tinged with bitterness, tears suddenly cascading down her cheeks. It was I who made things progressively worse. Had I not gone to see Penny audition that day, or exposed the ladybug with the fallen leaves? Severus tilted his head, wiping her tears away. Had you not attended the Royal Theatre that day, you might have lost your best friend. If you had not exposed the ladybug, we would still be unaware of her nefarious intentions. The situation could very well be worse than it is now. But what about you? Anna choked. They have set their sights on you, and I fear you will end up like Silas. Severus' dark eyes gleamed with determination. No, I shall live well. Flames and smoke had already spread to the first floor. The center of the living room was magically protected and remained untouched by the fire. Anna and Severus, using the smoke as cover, cautiously searched while leaping into the kitchen, which had yet to fill with smoke. This was their last hope. If Big Strong was not found, they feared the worst. In the kitchen, all the cupboard doors were flung wide open. As Anna searched for the cat, she hastily stuffed rice, flour, seasonings, pots, pans, and dishes into a small toy box. They certainly could not remain at their Baker Street home. Everything that could be taken must be taken. Were it not for the furniture on the second floor being burnt, she would have attempted to cram it all into the toy box. The empty kitchen revealed nothing. Big Strong was nowhere to be found. A sharp pain gripped Anna's heart. Regret, anger, fear, and a multitude of emotions surged like the rising tide of the English Channel, gradually drowning her reason. Her gaze remained fixed on the gas stove before her. Anna, Severus called out several times to no avail, and then turned her head forcefully. Look outside. Outside the window, a crowd had gathered, some shouting that there was a fire, while others rushed into the hallway. The fire truck and members of the Ministry of Magic arrived almost simultaneously. Anna spotted the red-haired Weasley immediately. with no time to scavenge food from the refrigerator. She had no choice but to use a levitation spell to cram the fridge into the small toy box. Instead of teleporting away, Anna pulled Severus back to the living room. Severus whispered, "Do not cause a scene. We must leave first." Anna shook her head. "I must go to the rooftop and retrieve the plants." "Forget it," Severus insisted, holding her back. "No." In the space outside, the living room, the male Caro echoed Anna's sentiments. He spoke languidly. "Our patience is finite. The child you speak of has become inconsequential." Rabaston smirked. "In truth, the £1,000,000 is not of paramount importance. Your fanciful conjectures are best kept for your own amusement. Now that the children are absent, you have become today's main course. I heard there were children tonight. Greybuck hasn't eaten since noon." The male Caro chuckled as he observed Rita Skeet's rising chest, adding mockingly, "But you surely won't disappoint him." "Huh." Miss Caro frowned. "Wasn't he today about securing funds?" Her brother and Rabaston exchanged knowing glances. Rita Skeet mustered a humble and pitiful smile. "I can transform into a ladybug, stealing information for you, serving the adults." Miss Caro burst into laughter. Bella truly had it right. The male Caro shook his head. "You indeed know." Rabaston nodded. "Do you think anyone can serve the adults?" Alhamra. The apartment door was blasted open. With her eyes shining, Rita Skeet revealed a smile of desperate hope. "You, the chief of the Department of Law Enforcement." Kobanya Koslay instantly recognized the young master of the Lestrange family and promptly adjusted his tone. "Are you all unharmed?" Rabaston displayed an air of haughty nobility, slightly raising his chin, as you can see. Arthur Weasley surveyed the surroundings, relieved not to see the two children, then shouted at Rita Skeet, who was kneeling on the ground. "Someone reported that you are an illegal animagus." "I am." Rita Skeet immediately rose. "Take me with you." Before she could finish, Rabaston had already draped an arm around her shoulder. "We have an appointment tonight." The Caro siblings raised their eyebrows, casting a knowing glance at Kobanya Koslay. The implication was clear. "Would you dare refuse?" "Arthur." Kobanya Koslay waved. "You lot go extinguish the fire first." "Please, save me," Rita Skeet pleaded quietly. As Arthur and the others dispersed into the house, none offered her assistance. All she could hear were the sycophantic tones of the hyena Koslay and Rabaston's impatient dismissal. She knew this was her last chance. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her magic. The moment Rabaston turned his head, she transformed into a ladybug and darted into the smoke. Chapter 51. The Law Enforcement Department's Swift and Just Actions. Rabaston cast his eyes down, concealing the malice lurking within, and waved dismissively at the loquacious Kobanya Koslay. "Since the ladybug girl has rejected my goodwill, handle this according to the law. A nationwide wanted notice and asset seizure order. Leave nothing behind." With that, he departed with the Caro siblings. Upon returning from extinguishing the fire, Arthur and his companions found their supervisor looking despondent and rushed to console him. Those aristocratic young masters tend to be capricious. Do not take it to heart. Illegal animagus, it can be both serious and trivial. If handled correctly, it could also cost the young master. "Did they bully you?" Arthur frowned. "We should have been with you just now." Kobanya Koslay shook his head with a sigh. "I am fine." Rita Skeet transformed into a ladybug and escaped. The young master of the Lestrange family lost face and will no longer protect her. Now there is no concern. Everything will be handled according to protocol. "Then what are you worried about?" Arthur questioned, puzzled. Kobanya Koslay forced a bitter smile. "This is magical arson. Who do we seek compensation from?" "What compensation?" Arthur recalled the substantial taxes on the apartment and found the Ministry of Magic's regulations to be utterly ridiculous and convoluted. Any public harm caused by magic requires the Ministry of Magic to pay a compensation sum to the London government. Kobanya Koslay gritted his teeth, as if the compensation were a burden he had to bear. "Is there such a regulation?" Arthur was taken aback. "If the homeowner does not pursue it, must we still pay?" Kobanya Koslay sighed. "This is a political issue, not a personal claim. It is well known among every ministry official that the Ministry of Magic is under pressure from the London government. If that esteemed individual succeeds, such humiliating matters will certainly cease to exist." "The apartment seems to be in arrears regarding a tax payment," the assistant to Coben suddenly remarked, citing a report from Rita Skeeter concerning the Muggle Residential Magical Reconstruction Safety Tax. Arthur interjected, claiming that the owner of the apartment is a minor. How could they possibly engage in magical renovations? Coben's eyes glinted as he questioned, "A minor? A little wizard, perhaps? If so, what is impossible?" He suggested that the fire could likely have been ignited by improper modifications made by a young wizard. How could this be? Arthur's face flushed crimson with indignation. While magical alterations did occur, the cause of the fire was certainly not attributable to that. "How do you know it is impossible?" The assistant's gaze was skeptical as he consulted his notes. "Ah, no wonder you're so agitated. You are the lessee of this apartment." Coben's expression darkened, his eyes sharp. As an employee of the Ministry of Magic, how could one evade tax obligations? If taxes were paid punctually, assistants would have been dispatched to verify the renovation status, thus preventing today's tragic event. Arthur Weasley, you are exceedingly disappointing. No. Arthur's countenance turned ashen. I had intended to transfer you to my department, but it seems you are ill-suited for any law enforcement role. Coben offered Arthur no chance for retort, declaring that within 3 days, he must either pay the fine or settle the tax owed. This matter left Arthur looking as woeful as a wilted flower. How had he incurred such a substantial penalty merely for interdepartmental collaboration? Merlin, are you intending to take me away? The assistant observed Arthur's pale, stricken face and quietly advised. Just pay the back taxes. The fine is 15 times the tax owed. Once Coben departed, everyone else followed suit, none daring to utter a word to Arthur. Such a considerable sum of money. Who would risk speaking out? If Arthur were to ask for a loan, they would certainly have to part with a significant amount. The Weasley family's financial situation was well known. The galleons lent today might never be repaid in the next generation. 250 galleons. He would have to sell the family land, and perhaps even himself, and even then, he would not be able to gather enough. Like Brady, should he flee? But what of Molly? Arthur? He turned around in confusion, seeing Anna and Severus. I'm glad you're all right. After moving the rooftop plants and noticing the fire was subsiding, they decided to wait a bit longer. Following the ministry's firefighters downstairs, they witnessed the efficiency and fairness of the Department of Law Enforcement. I shall cover the taxes, Anna offered, handing over a large bag. The galleons aren't sufficient. You'll need to exchange the remaining pounds at Gringotts. Arthur remained silent for a long moment before reaching out to accept it. Do you still have money? Anna smiled. The tuition is still covered. As long as we don't spend recklessly, we should be fine until adulthood. I'm sorry. Arthur's voice was hoarse. They originally had no obligation to pay. They could have simply left. Who would truly dare to collect debts from a minor? With this money, where they reside hardly mattered. Money can solve problems, and those are not problems. Anna waved her hand dismissively. Could you do me a favor? Arthur nodded. Of course. Can this apartment be magically repaired? It would be even better if it could be sealed off. Anna's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Though I want to be returning for the time being, I don't want anyone else entering. How fortuitous. I am particularly favored by Merlin when it comes to home renovations. Arthur's eyes sparkled as he grinned. Would you like to witness it firsthand? Under Arthur's wand's flourish, the apartment, once ravaged by flames, returned to its former glory. Specifically, the walls and floor tiles were restored to pristine condition, as if newly renovated. Naturally, the charred furniture and appliances could only be cleared away. The empty, rejuvenated abode allowed Anna to breathe easier, exceeding her expectations. The final touch, Arthur stood at the apartment's entrance, winking at the two children, all closed up. With a wave of his wand, green light burst forth, and countless fine sands surged forth to fill every door and window opening, ultimately merging seamlessly with the surrounding walls. If you wish to return to reside here, Arthur teased, guess what? To reverse the spell, simply undo everything. Severus observed quietly, watching the walls. Wow, Arthur chuckled. If you were my age, the top of the class would surely change hands. Anna joined in the laughter. We're the same age. Yet we've already lost the chance at the championship before even starting school. What am I saying? Oh, it's not entirely hopeless, especially in dreams. Arthur feigned deep thought before offering a nonchalant consolation. Ha. Anna laughed heartily. Arthur was a good person, optimistic and kind, never discriminating against children. Where will you stay? Do you need me to take you? Arthur strained to maintain his weary body, contemplating the possibility of taking the night bus. No need. We have a key. Anna shook her head, handing over a two-way mirror to stay in touch. Arthur's lips twitched slightly, suddenly struck by a peculiar sense of awareness. Friends seemed wealthier than he, regardless of their age. Brady, who was financing his education through loans, had more savings than he did. Two homeless children possessed more than one property, and magical items were effortlessly at their disposal. It was clear he was the one with a legitimate job. Was last year's curse from that Egyptian which truly real? I have someone I cherish. I cannot build a family with you. Those who reject me will endure a lifetime of hardship and poverty. Chapter 52, Meow. How clever am I? After 50 years of silence, the Grand Manor on White Island stirred back to life as smoke once again billowed from its chimney. Although only 2 living souls occupied the manor, it nevertheless hosted a gathering as bustling as that of 100 people. The broom girl employed a duplication charm, dispatching 50 brooms to assist Anna in moving her belongings, each broom murmuring a phrase of gratitude. In this lifetime, if I can witness moving things into the manor, it will have been worth it. Anna smirked, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. The previous day, upon seeing their return, the broom girl had seemed on the verge of despair. It was only when she learned they intended to stay long-term that her spirits lifted. Upon witnessing Anna produce a multitude of large items, she could hardly contain her excitement and leaped into a lively broom dance. One cannot guess the thoughts of a broom. It is impossible to fathom. It seems you truly intend to stay. The scissor lady swayed over, noticing Severus using the levitation charm to gently move a large black object. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "What is this?" "A piano." Anna smiled, explaining it was the one moved from their villa in Kent. Her mother had taught her to play, and the most common feedback she received was, "All right, darling, stop playing." She smiled, asking the scissor lady, "Would you like to hear?" Catching sight of Severus's quickening pace and retreating legs from the corner of her eye, she gracefully took her seat and pressed the keys. A rousing rendition of the Internationale erupted. It was one of the 2 pieces she could play. Every year during the spring festival, her father would insist on hearing her perform this song. Her mother favored the sound of silence, but in Kent, she had barely played 2 minutes before Severus had chimed in with, "All right, stop playing." "Humph, you know nothing of my prowess." Pressing her fingers down with conviction, she summoned a powerful presence. As her fingers danced, her confidence in life rekindled. Last night had been a whirlwind of joy, shock, hardship, and tears. The manor lacked electricity, and the refrigerator could only serve as a temporary cupboard. When Anna opened the cupboard to relocate fresh food, she discovered the large tabby seated among the provisions. "Meow? How clever am I?" Upon hearing the cat's meow, Anna's eyes filled with tears of joy. "From now on, wherever I go, I will take you with me." The tabby offered her a warm, furry embrace and a comforting purr. In that moment, she silently vowed, anyone who dared to harm the tabby would meet their demise. The manor lacked a restroom, so she borrowed the tabby's litter to solve her problem. Before she could tidy up, the tabby took the initiative to cover it with sand. How did it get in? When? Observing the act of defecation from a distance is vastly different from facing it head-on while seated on a toilet. Meow, no need for thanks. At that moment, she was seized by a fleeting impulse to silence the cat. The grand house lacked a kitchen, compelling them to subsist on cold meals. Severus assured her that he would swiftly master the manipulation of fire elements, enabling her to enjoy warm meals in the future. The house was devoid of running water, and Severus procured a small basin filled with fresh water for her to wash up. Bathing before sleep? That was out of the question. With no bed available, they resorted to crafting a makeshift sleeping arrangement from books, and although lacking bedding, it would suffice for the time being. Severus mentioned that the gems in the Hall of Mammon were perpetually sustaining the magical runes of the house, maintaining a constant temperature within. Lying on her book bed, she mused that it couldn't be all that difficult. The missing furniture could be retrieved from home. Just like the other spendthrifts of the Prince family, she planned to empty out the villa in Kent. Alas, it was all unavoidable. If only she possessed the magical brush of Malyong, she could conjure whatever was lacking. Upon hearing the tale of Malyong and his magical brush, Severus remarked that Malyong was a powerful wizard skilled in summoning spells, and that the magical brush was merely his wand. Ha ha ha, Severus was utterly ignorant of Eastern mythology. Anna resolved to recount the illustrated collection of Chinese mythological stories to him. As her fingers departed from the piano keys, Anna flashed a smile. Snap, snap, snap. Clap, clap, clap. Madame Scissorhands and the broom girl applauded with excitement. "This music fills me with immense magical energy," exclaimed the broom girl, showcasing the shimmering golden bristles of her broom. "Not just that, this music brings out my sharpness," declared Madame Scissorhands, performing an impressive split to display the gleaming edge of her scissors. Standing at the staircase, Severus wore an expression that was difficult to articulate. To be fair, this piece was considerably better than the previous one, but the study of the silencing charm was of utmost urgency. Humph. Noticing the disdain in Severus's eyes, Anna puffed out her cheeks, claiming that without electricity, television, or gaming consoles, life could not be solely comprised of books. Of course, Severus nodded. "Tonight, we shall enjoy a hot meal. But first, let us see your room." In his view, the desolate house was the ideal sanctuary for mastering magic. Yet Anna consistently had a plethora of trivial, time-wasting demands. She desired a soft bed, hot meals, daily warm baths, and leisurely strolls to pass the time. When in high spirits, she even wished for someone to accompany her in idle chatter. Much like her pampered fat cat, who would become irritable at the slightest inconvenience. "The study will serve as your bedroom. I shall take the potions room," Severus stated, pushing open the door to the study. The carpet, bed, and wardrobe all belonged to the master bedroom, while the sofa and desk were arranged as they were in the second-floor living room. "I have done my best to maintain the original arrangement." At the window, Anna noticed a magical rune infused with water elements. She was certain it had been bare that morning. Severus smirked. "You might try feeding it some magical energy. A surprise may await." "Wow, hot water," she exclaimed, as a stream of warm water gushed forth, drenching her. All cleaned up, Severus waved his hand, a smile dancing in his eyes. "I recall you bringing a large bathtub." Yes, yes. Anna nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Severus, you are the Malyong of the British Empire." Severus chuckled softly, Not quite. This is merely a small summoning array. There are hot springs on White Island. He had spent the previous night in the botanical garden fertilizing, during which Dean the Cauldron had recounted numerous past tales. Remembering Anna's yearning for the magical brush, he had labored through the night, ultimately achieving success in the potions room. And then there was that. Severus gestured toward the corner by the window. A bucket? She asked, noticing the magical runes etched around its body. She fell silent, contemplating. Could it be? This one doesn't require any magical energy input. It can sense autonomously. It should last for a year without issue, Severus explained, somewhat awkwardly. Though it was clean now, Dean had suggested fertilizing the botanical garden to ensure a fruitful yield. He added, the magical corn tree has not borne fruit due to a lack of nutrients. Observing Anna's furrowed brow, he hastily reassured her. The relocation was calculated meticulously. It is positioned in deep soil, so it won't smell. I wasn't thinking about that. Anna waved her hand dismissively. I need to make another trip to Kent. Why? He recalled how she had even scrutinized old rags that were clearly unnecessary. The limits of her toy box had finally been tested by her. Small items she could simply cram in. Larger ones required a levitation charm. When the last large bathtub was finally loaded in, the box sealed itself automatically. I want to uninstall both toilets, Anna said, her face slightly flushed. One for each of us. Chapter 53 Severus, you truly understand the essence of life. Anna and Severus dedicated a full fortnight, one speaking and the other laboring, to transform the desolate house into a livable abode. The left side of the ground floor hall was arranged into an open-concept kitchen and dining area. The bar cabinet from the Kent villa had been ingeniously repurposed by Severus into a magical stove, adorned with 6 fire runes representing various intensities: simmer, low, medium, high, blazing, and inferno. The American-style dining table was placed adjacent to the stove, seamlessly connecting to form an island dining area. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a warm glow on the dining table and rendering the food extraordinarily tempting. The right side of the hall was an exact replica of Anna's grand living room, with sofas, a piano, a bookshelf, and a fireplace all meticulously arranged. To present the flames in the fireplace with a rainbow hue, Severus had toiling through 3 long nights, researching various flame spells and delving into the principles behind them, ultimately eliciting a satisfied smile from Anna. Ordinary flames were simply unworthy of a magical abode. Severus, you truly understand the essence of life. No, he does not, he thought. The house was self-regulating in temperature. The fireplace was entirely unnecessary, let alone for the purpose of showcasing decorative flames. In his eyes, many of these additions were superfluous. After all, they were wizards. Personal hygiene required merely a cleaning charm. And if necessary, too. The matter of meals was even simpler. A cauldron sufficed. And what was the need for a bed when layers of fabric were unnecessary? Despite his myriad objections, all he could utter was, what else is lacking? I can make it happen. Anna's eyes lit up immediately as she requested him to repair the washing machine and refrigerator. Severus did not refuse the request regarding the washing machine, for Anna's expectations for clean clothes were far more demanding than the shedding of a large dog. Rather than endure her daily commands, he preferred to modify the machine. However, he deemed the refrigerator to be a complete waste of time. You have a toy box. What does it matter if the refrigerator is functional? Anna's expression shifted to one of hesitation as she began, I made a mistake. Severus raised an eyebrow. Did you break the toy box? Anna let out a nervous chuckle. I just packed the wrong items. Having grown accustomed to moving, what could she do? She had already packed everything. Severus's expression stiffened, an image flashing in his mind, as he suppressed a wave of nausea at the thought of what they had eaten for lunch. Those were not from me. I just picked them this morning. Anna quickly waved her hands. A few days ago, I went out, and I sold all the fruits and vegetables that were in the toy box. Severus understood. You mentioned wanting to scout the island. That was your intention. Anna counted on her fingers, smiling. Scouting was the key point. I saw many people setting up stalls in the scenic area and thought it would be a waste not to try. Was business good? Severus felt a twinge of sympathy for those buyers. The scent from when the toilets had been uninstalled still lingered in his memory, and even after hundreds of cleanings, it was hard to shake off. There was a high demand. Fresh fruits and vegetables were incredibly popular. Anna beamed, her smile wide. After several long nights of tireless effort, Severus finally repaired the refrigerator and washing machine. Anna promptly utilized the two-way mirror to showcase their magical abode to Lily. The grandeur of Anna's oversized bedroom, Severus's even more expansive bedroom laboratory, and the enchanting rainbow flame fireplace left Lily utterly envious. You two have truly struck gold. Severus's bedroom is larger than my entire home. After displaying the fireplace, Anna proceeded to unveil other magical contraptions. Behold, with the cooling charm and freezing spell, this refrigerator can operate without electricity for an entire year. While the water summoning circle, rotation charm, stain removal spell, drying charm, and smooth and soft charm, combined, allow the washing machine to function 1,000 times. You have a toy box, and that refrigerator is just taking up space, though I suppose you have plenty of it now. Lily echoed Severus's sentiments from the other side of the mirror. Anna then pivoted the mirror to reveal the toilet in the corner of the room, having vowed never to use it for food storage again after its installation. Ha ha ha, Lily burst into loud laughter. In truth, according to magical law, contamination does not exist. Is that so? Anna mused. Then I shall save some ice cream just for you. Its flavor surpasses that which the refrigerator can preserve by several folds. I still wish to see the greenhouse, Lily resolved silently, vowing never to consume any food offered by Anna again, regardless of whether it was peeled or packaged. She would not partake. Under Anna's verbal direction and the diligent efforts of Mrs. Scissors, 5% of the land was overtaken by plants in the greenhouse. Among Brady's more than 100 pots of plants, only 4 were edible varieties. Apart from the magical corn yet to yield fruit, the cabbage, devil's tomato, and flame eggplant produced astonishing quantities. I even planned to sell them. Anna lamented, but Severus disagreed. The vegetables that could not be consumed ultimately found their way into her toy box. Though she did not eat them herself, it did not deter her from selling them to others. I disagree as well, Lily chimed in, siding with Severus this time, her voice lowered. Ladybug pests are pervasive. Whenever I have free time, I am at home exterminating bugs. Severus's pest repellent is simply marvelous. After a brief exchange, Anna heard Mrs. Evans calling for Lily to step outside. The two bid a reluctant farewell through the mirror. With a sigh, Anna stowed away the two-way mirror, retrieving a box of bullets and arranging 4 wands before her. These wands belonged to Helios, 2 Death Eater stragglers, and a ladybug reporter. After much contemplation, she decided to put away the 2 Death Eater wands. Having witnessed the potency of curses, she had learned not to meddle with others' magical items. After testing both the ladybug and Helios's wands, she ultimately chose Helios's wand. From that day forth, she resolved to become accustomed to wielding a wand. Previously, her reluctance stemmed from believing it unnecessary. However, in the realm of modified firearms and ammunition, the absence of a wand was simply untenable. Severus's intelligence and capabilities instilled in Anna a sense of camaraderie, as if to say, my friend is a genius. I must be somewhat clever as well. This marked her second foray into manual labor after repairing the pocket watch. She opened the secrets of magical runes, feeling as though every symbol within the book mocked her. The ceiling of the room bore a grand relief of a book. Whenever Anna opened its pages, the relief would radiate a gentle light, more effective than any lamp. After 2 hours of steadfast reading, she gained a modicum of confidence regarding the modification of bullets. Ordinary bullets inflicted limited harm on wizards for 2 reasons. Their speed was insufficient, and they lacked magical damage. Her objective was clear, to enhance both speed and damage. If she could also augment the stealth aspect, she might just become the wizarding world sniper. The experimentation of modified bullets was conducted clandestinely, away from Severus. She yearned to surprise him. If successful, she would possess a formidable weapon capable of inflicting great harm, even against adult Death Eaters. They had burned her home and sought to capture her for the werewolves. Oh, just wait and see. The image of the Death Eaters in a state of disarray brought forth a genuine smile from Anna. Meow, Dazhuang was startled awake by Anna's laughter. What book are you reading? Is it truly that amusing? The plump cat extended its chubby paw toward the book. Chapter 54. Indeed. She was capable of recognizing her mistakes and rectifying them. Life in the barren mansion gradually improved amidst the monotonous study, periodic excursions for shopping, and the occasional piano playing. When the first snow descended upon White Island, the climate within the greenhouse remained perpetually spring-like, a stark contrast to the rest of the island. The magical corn finally yielded a bountiful harvest, with the towering corn stalks producing a staggering 101 ears of corn. Severus speculated that the area was protected by magic, with the energy primarily derived from the gems of the corridor of Mammon. However, Mrs. Scissors remarked, that was in the past. After a millennium of wear, the gems can only maintain the mansion's magical barrier. Now the greenhouse relies entirely on the yew tree to regulate the climate. Though still a sapling, it easily managed the climate over 3 acres. Anna lavished praise upon the yew tree, earning a chorus of happy chirps in response. The great cauldron, Dionette, mused that the princes were finally poised for ascendance, declaring, I can die content. The broom girl extended the bristles of her broom, tidying the edges of the cauldron that Dionette had exposed, while murmuring, I think you are looking increasingly spry. Wanting to die might prove somewhat challenging. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The old cauldron was still full of life. Perhaps it would witness the princes descend once more. Meow, be quiet. Number 2. Dionette nearly choked on his breath. What is going on? Retract that broom. And do not think your age grants you the right to ensnare me. Mrs. Scissors snorted derisively. Every day, you pretend to be frail. who has been buried for 3 months, yet still keeps their eyes open. You are not a vampire. Ha ha. Anna laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks. Magic bestowed an alternative form of life upon the non-human, and it was their presence that filled the mansion with vitality. If it were just she and Severus here, she would undoubtedly spend 8 hours a day outside. He often spoke less than 10 words to her in a day. Books were his truest companions. While she was merely a distant relative. The person she was now was no longer the person she once was. Her progress had expanded tenfold. White Island had a small permanent population but a multitude of visitors, providing her with an overwhelming sense of security on each outing. Severus remained unaware that she quietly slipped out every week, wandering about while occasionally selling vegetables. Though her earnings were meager, they nonetheless represented an income. Anna's laughter prompted Severus, bent over in labor, to turn and look back. In addition to Brady's magical plants, he had cultivated over 100 potion plants. Unbeknownst to Anna, he had ventured to Diagon Alley twice to purchase seeds while she was out selling. On Christmas, he intended to surprise Anna. While he could not assist her in generating income, he could help her conserve resources. Is the corn delicious? He inquired, waving his wand to clean his clothes as he approached the pile of corn. How can you eat it raw? Anna's eyes widened in disbelief. Severus peeled back the husk, revealing plump, golden kernels, plucking one to pop into his mouth. The sweet aroma of corn prompted Anna to imitate him, and the crunchy kernels burst in her mouth, releasing a cascade of sweet juice that delighted her taste buds. It's delicious, she exclaimed, her gray-blue eyes gleaming with happiness. Severus, how are you so capable? You're only 10. As she continued to pry at the corn, she lamented, in comparison to you, I feel utterly inept. The torment of the runic book had rendered her miserable, and her progress in bullet modification had been painfully slow. 10 years old, you are practically an adult. Mrs. Scissors interjected. I heard that now children start school at 11. It's utterly ridiculous. In the past, 7-year-olds were regarded as little adults, capable of assisting the head of the household. Anna grinned. I can answer that. What you speak of is merely the dross of the Middle Ages. We are now in a modern era. Severus gazed into the horizon and remarked. The fundamental distinction between children and adults lies not in age, but rather in the disparity of power and status. Anna turned her head slightly. Severus's jawline remained sharp, yet the fullness of his cheeks had replaced the gauntness he once bore upon their first encounter. His hooked nose, though less pronounced, still bore the essence of aloofness, complemented by his deep, dark eyes and prominent brow. What are you staring at? Severus inquired, turning his head. Anna pressed her lips together and pointed behind her. With that expression on your face, everyone has fled. Severus glanced at the feigning busybodies and scoffed through his nostrils. If the corn remains uneaten, I shall transform it all into a thick paste and store it in the refrigerator. Do refrain from sneaking out to set up a stall. Rolling her eyes, Anna placed her hands on her hips in mock anger. How can you speak to the head of the household like that? What do you mean by sneaking? I am conducting my business openly. Severus lowered his gaze, fixing his eyes on the petite Anna. At this time of year, the Muggle market offers no fresh corn. What are we having for dinner? Anna's tone softened immediately. Indeed, she was quite capable of acknowledging her mistakes. Severus smiled slightly. If you can assure me that you will no longer conceal your outings, I shall let you choose the dinner menu from now on. Really? Anna's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such good fortune. She had initially planned to venture out one more time, but now she would forego that idea. The winter sea breeze of White Island was as sharp as a blade. It was simply too cold. Severus nodded. What would you like to eat tonight? Anna, with a smirk, began to list her choices. A bowl of corn chowder, a pan-seared sea fish, creamy baked eggplant, fried vegetable balls, and sautéed tofu. All accompanied by your homemade tomato sauce. Suddenly, 2 loud grumbles emanated from her stomach, and she pressed her hand to her belly, lamenting, I'm starving. Let us order. Severus chuckled softly. I shall return to prepare the meal at once. Meow. Anna translated. Dezhuang wants fish too. Severus nodded. Very well. I'll steam a piece for it. Meow. Dezhuang affectionately nudged Severus's calf. Severus, you are my best friend. Anna draped her arm over Severus's shoulder, her voice dripping with flattery. I shall assist you. No need for that. His eyes glimmered with disdain, prompting Anna to clutch her heart in mock distress. I'm wounded. I must eat more tonight to recover. The feigning busybodies watched as the trio made their way back inside, whispering amongst themselves. Will the head of the household marry Severus? The broom girl's voice was tinged with concern. It's hard to say, replied the scissors lady, her tone laced with worldly wisdom. The heir of the Prince family has lost their surname, and the old estate has changed hands. Chuck's curse is truly potent. But Severus is so exceptional. If the head of the household isn't blind, they will surely marry him. The Prince family will rise again. The Cauldron Dean interjected. Chuck's curse is a double-edged sword. You should persuade him when the opportunity arises. Persuade him to do what? How do we even begin? Where would we go to counsel him? The scissors lady exclaimed, her frustration palpable. That ungrateful one has long since vanished. Perhaps even started a family of his own out there. The broom girl sighed, shaking her broom bristles. What is she raving about? Does she not realize she is a pair of scissors? The cauldron dean sighed. Love is beyond reason. Is the relationship between the head of the household and Severus truly love? The broom girl raised an eyebrow. Of course not. The scissors lady declared with a knowing look. Just because you say it's not, doesn't he make it so? The broom girl insisted, believing the head of the household and Severus were the perfect match. Ever since reading the love novels presented by the head of the household, reportedly a cherished collection of their mother, the broom girl had become hopelessly lost in the myriad of love stories, unwittingly casting the characters as the head of the household and Severus. Are you blind? The scissors lady scoffed. The head of the household only thinks of Severus when hungry. Otherwise, they are curled up with De Zhuang. If marriage were to occur, it would surely be with De Zhuang first. But De Zhuang has no eggs. Chapter 55. It turns out space can be played with like this. The sumptuous dinner and delectable dishes rendered Anna's already unrestrained mind even more relaxed. When Severus suddenly broached the subject of the peculiarities of medieval runes, she inadvertently voiced her confusion regarding modified muggle bullets. So that's it, Severus concluded with certainty. You are secretly plotting revenge. Anna chuckled awkwardly, readily admitting, my quest for vengeance has never ceased. They burned my home. It is revenge upon revenge. I must reclaim what is mine. Noticing the unkind glint in his eyes, she quickly added, of course, I am self-aware. Those people are both mad and ruthless. If I do not possess some trump card, I wouldn't dare to show my face. Severus nodded. Why not allow me to assist you? Anna felt a flush of embarrassment. How could she articulate that? Her little schemes were somewhat difficult to express. Severus did not press further, redirecting the conversation to academic matters. The magic we employ differs fundamentally from that of the medieval period. Do you know what the primary distinction is? After a moment of contemplation, Anna hesitantly replied, the level of control over magical elements? Severus's lips curled into a smile, his eyes brightening. To be precise, it lies in the ability to precisely manipulate the magical energy of different magical factors. Medieval sorcerers would enhance the magical factors to which they were most attuned, exploiting them to their utmost potential. Observing Anna's dazed expression, he continued, for instance, some witches and wizards possess a natural affinity for water elements, wielding magical water factors with remarkable finesse. A mere palm-sized orb of water could suffocate a person. Space. Anna hesitated. If I were to take it to the utmost. Her mind burst forth with countless imaginings. Space, an existence that transcends time and distance. Bullet firing requires time. Airdrops occur in the blink of an eye. Thus, every bullet becomes a miniature bomb under her command. Even a spatial barrier could serve as the sharpest blade. Crack. Meow. De Zhuang fluffed up in alarm. Suddenly, the table before them splintered, the fracture resembling a clean cut made by a guillotine. W.O., Severus gasped softly, his voice imbued with envy. Headmaster Dumbledore said you are a favorite of Merlin. I suspect it must be the bloodline, restored to its original state. With a flash of magical light, the cracks on the table remained starkly visible. His dark eyes widened slightly, and with a flick of his fingers, he cast an enchantment without incantation or rune inscribing, an ability rare even in medieval times. Anna beamed. Severus, you are a genius. The theory behind modified bullets was exceedingly complex. Despite her diligent study, she grasped only a fraction. Attempting to inscribe runes with her wand was equally challenging. However, utilizing spatial magic came as naturally as eating and drinking. So space can be manipulated like this. What have I been doing all this time? Was I merely enduring hardship? From now on, she would no longer be a timid turtle hiding in space. She would become the mightiest blade of the British Empire. The silent release of her spatial blades would leave wounds that would never heal as long as the magical energy remained intact. Ha! Repent, Death Eaters. Ha! Severus chuckled softly. To be praised as a genius by a friend of exceptional talent stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Thus far, Anna was the only witch he had encountered who came closest to the methods of medieval magic. She could command spatial magical factors, while others, including himself, were limited to wielding the magical energy within. Their control over the magical factors in their environment could only be realized through runes. Of course, he had not met many witches. Perhaps there were other extraordinary sorcerers in the world, and he was merely one among many. Let us go. He rose, beckoning Anna. Let us try your grand spell in the botanical garden. Anna grimaced, slumping in her chair as she wrinkled her nose and let out a mournful wail. I, my legs feel weak. Severus, taken aback, approached her with concern. Surely, you haven't exhausted your magical energy? Anna's current state resembled that of her previous overload incident, her complexion pale and her lips a shade of bluish purple. Does your chest ache? You should drink a vial of mana replenisher. he suggested cautiously, feeling a pang of regret deep within. His theories were merely conjectures. Leading Anna to experiment was a deliberate choice on his part, yet he had overlooked the fact that they were still minors. Months of study had instilled a sense of confidence in him, but it had also led him to become somewhat reckless. Anna sniffled as she downed a vial of potion, instantly revitalized. Let us head to the botanical garden and test the efficacy of my grand spell. She popped a piece of chocolate into her mouth and muttered, using this grand spell once leaves me bedridden. It's truly a lackluster affair. The mana replenisher will become my staple. When will you develop new flavors? As soon as possible, Severus replied, quickening his pace while offering a perfunctory response. The mana replenisher was a high-level potion, and despite his brilliance, he had only been handling a cauldron for 6 months. He was far from mastering potion making, let alone improving recipes. Are you just brushing me off? Anna narrowed her eyes. If only your brain would engage, there's nothing you can't accomplish. Thank you for the compliment. Severus chuckled nervously, but at this moment, I truly cannot. Observing her pout, he quickly added, the cost of potion making is exorbitant, and I lack my own wand, making the materials quite dear. Alas, Anna sighed deeply. It's all due to poverty. This spring, I shall resort to selling vegetables. I need to earn something, anything. Severus's lips twitched slightly. If you truly detest the taste of that potion, you could always just pour it directly into your stomach. Oh, Anna's eyes sparkled. Severus, you truly are a genius. She pulled out a soft candy and unwrapped it, her fingers trembling as the candy vanished, prompting a fit of choking. Gasping, she pounded her chest with her tiny fists, intermittently exclaiming, I was wrong. Severus waved his wand to summon a teacup and offered it to her. It is I who was mistaken. Drink some warm water. After endangering a friend twice in one night, even his fervor for research could not suppress the guilt he felt. Gulp, gulp. Anna downed a cup of water, panting. I should have reviewed human physiological structure first. At the very least, I should have tested it on you first. Meow. Dazhuang opened his mouth wide and looked around, sensing an ambush, yet it seemed he had gained something. Severus, is it too late to run now? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a small lump lodged in his throat, and an object slipped into his stomach. With shining black eyes, he covered his mouth and whispered, what did you give me? Anna grinned, guess. No, I don't want to know. Severus turned to leave, having eaten it. Whether good or bad, he assumed it was edible. Anna would never poison him. She had no poison to administer. She merely held back a retch. Severus, can you concoct a potion that reduces magical energy? Anna asked, hands in her pockets, trailing behind him. I could airdrop it into myself effortlessly. For Dazhuang, it would be like breaking through a layer of soft paper. For you, it would be like piercing through a layer of hard paper. Though I am unsure of the effects on adult wizards, I have a feeling it would work. Severus halted, turning to fixate on Anna. You wish to turn them into mute dummies. Huh. Anna looked up, bewildered. Then her expression brightened. Is there a potion that could turn one into a mute dummy? Fallen sand, he replied, his black pupils shimmering ominously. What? She asked, her gray-blue eyes wide and confused. Fallen sand. Consuming it causes a wizard to lose all magical ability. In medieval Europe, a cardinal named Anla developed fallen sand specifically to eliminate wizards who defied the church's control. Chapter 56. Seek alternatives. What a marvelous substance. Anna's eyes lit up, knowing so much about it indicated that Prince must have the formula for fallen sand in his collection. Can you brew it? Severus shook his head. It is as forbidden as the 3 unforgivable curses, classified as a top-secret poison. Rendering a wizard into a mute dummy is the most vicious form of torture, bar none. Can you make it? Anna waved her hand dismissively. Those people cast the 3 unforgivable curses as if they were commonplace. Administering this potion would be akin to giving them a chance at rebirth. I cannot. I am unable to brew it, Severus reiterated, shaking his head. Anna was undeterred. That's all right. We can prepare slowly as the materials are likely very expensive. I have complete faith in you. The heart of a fire dragon and a human brain. Fresh. Those are not within our means, Severus lamented, barely finishing his sentence. Anna suppressed the churn in her stomach, the implications of the potion aside. Merely considering the ingredients rendered it a forbidden concoction. To turn a wizard into a mute dummy would require the sacrifice of a fire dragon and an ordinary human's life. A price far too steep. Forget it. Honing my air blade is the way to go. The two of them, like a cat and a mouse, each lost in their own thoughts, walked in silence. Upon entering the botanical garden, Dazhuang dashed towards the yew tree. The cat and the tree shared their innermost feelings. And after a chorus of meows and whines, Dazhuang brought Anna a leaf from the yew tree. Thank you. Anna grimaced. I won't eat that. Eat it. The great cauldron dean urged cheerfully. It can replenish your energy. Your magical energy has been overexerted, causing harm to your body. Anna squinted as she received the damp little leaf from Dazhuang's mouth. Unable to bear the innocent, Expecting gaze of its big round eyes, she refrained from verbal protest, instead cursing silently in her mind. How about this? Severus chuckled. I can give you a cleansing wash, clear away the dust. No need. The great cauldron Dean interjected on Anna's behalf. Bastet's saliva has purifying properties. What on earth? Anna frowned. The great cauldron Dean patiently explained. Bastet is the goddess of the cat clan, and all cats are her descendants. Although Dazhuang has devolved into a cat pig, his saliva can still neutralize the toxins in the yew tree leaves. Rest assured and eat it. With a heavy heart, Anna closed her eyes and swallowed the leaf. Seeing this, Severus's narrow eyes crescented into a smile. The wheel of fate turns. Who can escape its grasp? He mused. Now, let us try using the minimal force to achieve dynamic slicing. Pay attention to testing the limits of distance, he commanded, waving his wand to scatter a pile of corn leaves into the air. The crescent moon hung low, stars twinkling. The falling corn leaves were severed mid-air by several air blades. Let us try this. With a flick of his wand, a few pebbles soared into the air. Crack, crack, crack. The pebbles disintegrated into fine sand as they fell. Within a 15-meter range, slice at will. Anna exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Control the magical output. My air blade is akin to a Gatling gun. Master, give this a try. Suddenly, Mrs. Scissors arrived, kicking out a large black rat with red eyes, roughly the size of Dazhuang. Meow. Dazhuang, eager to pounce, found himself ensnared by the yew tree's branches. Squeak. The large black rat bared its teeth at Dazhuang. This is an iron-haired demon rat, the broom girl added. Ever since we started planting in the garden, this little thief has emerged. To protect our harvest. We cannot return home to rest these days. Fixing her gaze on the large rat, Anna unleashed her air blade. Contrary to her expectations of a gory spectacle, the iron-haired demon rat, with its severed limbs, swiftly regenerated and rolled away in a panic. Anna took off in hot pursuit, casting air blades at the rat as it darted left and right. When the final air blade arced toward its head, a torrent of purplish-black blood gushed from its severed neck. The surrounding soil sizzled as it was scorched by the pool of purple blood. The master is truly remarkable, cheered the broom maiden, her movements causing the bristles of her broom to rustle delightfully. Well done, chattered Mrs. Scissor, who hovered nearby. This thieving rat may be easy to catch, but it's resilient and quite difficult to kill. Its blood is toxic. In earlier years, Chuck handled it. Toxic. Anna seized upon this keyword, her brows dancing with intrigue. How toxic? That pool of blood could corrode Mrs. Scissor right through, sighed the broom maiden. Mrs. Scissor circled the decapitated rat, her fury palpable. The soil stained with purple blood will yield plants rife with poison. The broom maiden tilted her head toward the approaching Severus and whispered, in the past, Peter cultivated numerous poisonous herbs and fruits using soil tainted with toxic blood, which he sold for profit. She hoped Severus would accumulate a decent dowry. It would be unseemly for him to enter the household empty-handed. I've finished reading Peter's journal. Thank you for the guidance. Severus nodded to the broom maiden. I intend to plant the entire area with bubotuber. The fertilizer is already at hand. What grass? Anna withdrew her finger from the corpse. She had initially planned to capture the iron for a rat as a biological bomb. But if she could cultivate grass for profit, she might as well use it for fertilizer. Bubotuber, a saprophytic moss, is one of the primary remedies for dragon scale mange. Severus explained. There's a small pouch of plant seeds in the layers of that parchment journal, containing bubotuber seeds. Wow, Anna exclaimed. The tattered journal the broom gave you is actually your ancestors' pharmacological treatise. It's all written in Hebrew. You read it remarkably quickly. The broom maiden whispered. It's not a pharmacological treatise. It's merely Peter's study notes. The master discarded it, so I picked it up to bolster my spine. Mrs. Scissor scoffed. Those wastrels. If it had any value, it would have been scavenged long ago. Severus smiled. Peter's study notes are quite well written. I've learned a great deal. Thanks to your magical essence, those seeds are still alive. The broom spun in place, her voice imbued with joy. You are diligent, just like Peter. You will surely become a master potioneer in the future and restore the prestige of the princes. How much purple blood could poison a wizard? Anna contemplated the ground strewn with purple blood, considering the possibility of deploying toxic soil. The broom maiden inquired, who does the master wish to poison? Mrs. Scissor retorted. What a mindless thought. Severus surmised Anna's intentions but noted that a wizard's body differs from that of a muggle, as long as it doesn't lead to instant death. It is of little consequence. While the purple blood is indeed corrosive, wizards. Before he could finish, Anna understood instantly, chuckling dryly. I see. Ordinary toxins are less effective than my dung. If it can't kill, it might as well be disgusting. At a critical moment, I could deliver a cutting curse. Even if it doesn't sever heads, it could still sever hands or feet. Unfortunately, her dung supply had run out, and she was reluctant to spend money on more. She would seek alternatives, her gaze drifting to the distance. where the brawny Zhuang was joyfully wriggling his ample behind. Chapter 57. You are toxic. That night, Anna nestled with Zhuang under the warm blankets, quietly strategizing her combat skills. Her survival space remained a mere 2 square meters, with a storage capacity of 2 cubic meters. The maximum distance for teleportation was 50 meters, and internal airdrops were best conducted at close range, with external airdrops not exceeding 50 meters. Her most formidable weapon was the cutting curse, but if the target's speed surpassed hers, the spell would fail. The Iron Fur Rat had evaded her cutting curse several times. Do I need more practice? She blurted, instantly met with unanimous opposition. Except for Zhuang and the yew tree, of course. Mrs. Scissor exclaimed. How can the master entertain such a foolish notion? The broom maiden added. The master is still underage. Recklessly exhausting magical power is detrimental to one's health. The great Cauldron Diane patiently explained. Spatial magic is the master's innate talent. One need only go with the flow and ensure the magic remains unimpeded. Severus interjected. If your additional practice refers to running and honing your aim, then you're merely engaging in futile labor. A wizard's rapid movement during combat relies on magic, not on legs. The dynamic assessment of a target's movement also depends on magical perception. You possess extraordinary magical talent, yet persist in resolving issues with muggle methods. Why? What else could it be? Anna buried her head in Zhuang's fur, musing. A few months ago, she believed wizards were mere myths. Alas, it all boiled down to one truth. The increase of magical power correlates with age. Thus, the longer one lives, the more potent their magic. Must she rely on time to triumph over the Death Eaters? The red-eyed Dark Lord and Headmaster Dumbledore were both quite aged. Why am I so certain he is Voldemort? Did Helios mention it? She seemed to have forgotten something crucial. With a flick of her finger, an orange leather notebook appeared before her. As she opened it, the embossed ceiling lights illuminated. The inner page bore the inscription, The Unspeakable Secrets of the British Magical Families. Hidden within Prince Manor. Anna chuckled softly. This notebook was from a niche Italian brand, one of last year's Christmas gifts. After moving to the Grand Estate on White Island, she had stumbled upon it. Inside were 3 pages filled with ambiguous notes. When had she written this? How did she know any of this? She could not recall at all. The last 3 lines in the notebook read, Voldemort's original name is Tom Riddle, a half-blood wizard who speaks Parseltongue. To vanquish him, everyone must unite. Remember, he must be killed 7 times. Anna silently screamed, her fingers unconsciously rubbing a clump of cat hair. Grr, Zhuang emitted a contented hum. Alas, she sighed. He is a difficult foe to kill. I must devise a plan. Pleasant dreams enveloped her. When Zhuang roused her, the corners of her mouth still curled upward. Zhuang. What met her gray-blue gaze was not fluffiness, but Severus's bloodshot black eyes. Zhuang is eating, he rasped, his lips cracked. How do you feel? Gurgled her stomach, coincidentally echoing. Anna slowly sat up, grinning, so hungry. It feels like I haven't eaten in 3 days. Start with some corn soup. Severus offered a bowl of golden, thick broth. Anna hesitated, chuckling awkwardly. What is this? I haven't even brushed my teeth. What nonsense is this so early in the morning? Severus had always taken charge of tasks, but never of feeding. Could it be that Mrs. Scissor and the Broom Maiden were playing a transformation game? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Looking at the fragrant corn soup was akin to gazing at a bowl of dung. Squinting, Anna queried, Are you a pair of scissors or a broom? Don't make me feed you dung. The fresh and warm Zhuang brand dung will fill you up. You've been asleep for 3 days, Severus explained helplessly. Seeing her disbelief, he raised his hand and cast a spell that echoed throughout the manor. Everyone, come in and pay respects to the master. Those who do not come will face the consequences. Zhuang also entered. Otherwise, he would have to produce his own food. Anna coughed. You are toxic. Severus narrowed his eyes. You've been asleep for 3 days. Master, to ensure your examination, even Grandpa Cauldron has risen from his grave. The Broom Maiden was the first to arrive. Rest assured, you are merely in a restorative deep sleep. Even a yew tree's small leaves would make one slumber for an extended period. Mrs. Scissor squeezed in. If the master has any tasks, please issue them quickly. I have much work to attend to. Zhuang hopped onto the bed and gave Anna a gentle nudge. Meow. Today we're having fish. Sensing the fishy aroma emanating from his mouth, Anna clutched her stomach, lamenting her starvation. I too yearn for the taste of sea fish. The kind that is pan-fried to a golden crisp. Get up quickly, Severus grunted as he rose, casually placing the bowl on the bedside table. Everyone disperse. The head of the household requires a moment of clarity. While Anna sipped from her bowl, she called out to Severus's retreating figure. Even De Zhuang has fish to eat. An hour later, at the long dining table, De Zhuang accompanied Anna for yet another meal. The main course was pan-fried sea fish, perfectly golden and delectably crispy. Severus, observing her with oil glistening at the corners of her mouth and a look of ingratiation in her eyes, remarked, You are my most cherished friend, without exception. Severus snorted dismissively, replying, "The true measure of a best friend can be gauged by the standards set by excrement." Anna, stifling an awkward laugh as she wiped her mouth, said earnestly, "With Christmas approaching next month, prices for goods on the island will undoubtedly rise. We should procure our supplies in advance. Beyond the necessities of daily life, we must also prepare Christmas gifts for our friends." With a delicate tap of her fingers, a shopping list materialized in the air. Severus took it and noted the extensive list of items to be purchased: toothpaste, facial cleanser, shampoo, body wash, skincare cream, hand cream, body lotion, none of which he needed to buy. He looked up at Anna and said, "I shall gift you these as a Christmas present. It will suffice for half a year." "Really?" Anna's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can I try it first?" Severus nodded. "Follow me." As the door to the apothecary swung open, Anna instinctively took 3 steps back. "You brew your toiletries in a purple clay pot? That's unscientific. The material of your purple clay pot is stable, and its size is ample for convenient cooking. Whether it is scientific or not is of little concern. What matters is the conservation of magical energy," Severus replied nonchalantly, as he summoned a small porcelain vial from the countertop and handed it to Anna. "This is for skincare. Suitable for all over." "This, coaches?" Anna exclaimed, recognizing the familiar perfume bottle in her hand. It was one she had intentionally left empty in the master bedroom's restroom, the scent of which always made her heart ache. "You seem quite attached to it," Severus remarked, his gaze drifting to the purple clay pot, his tone casual. "The scent of the skin cream cannot be entirely replicated, as its efficacy must also be considered." Anna lowered her gaze and carefully twisted open the lid. A gentle fragrance of jasmine wafted out, instantly moistening her eyes. It did not perfectly replicate the original perfume, yet it was the most familiar scent to her. Dipping her fingertip into the cream, she rubbed it on the back of her hand. It was cool and moisturizing, precisely to her liking. "This is my favorite Christmas gift thus far, without exception," Anna declared, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "However, if you could rename it, I would be even more fond of it." "Skin cream? What a dreadful name." Severus chuckled softly. "It neither delays aging nor brightens the complexion. Its only merit lies in moisturizing and scent enhancement." "But we are only 10. Anna exclaimed in astonishment. "Delaying aging would be poison for us." "That was precisely my response when Dean asked me a series of questions," Severus agreed, nodding. "A series?" Anna inquired. "Do you wish to change your face as well?" "I will not allow you to demean yourself in such a manner." Severus nodded. "Wizards have expectations of potion efficacy that far exceed reality. Essentially, the skin cream is a muggle product created through magic. In my view, its greatest advantage, aside from its cost-effectiveness, is that it helps me familiarize myself with the properties of botanical ingredients. Based on my years of experience assisting Mrs. Black with her skincare, your skin cream is nothing short of masterful." Anna's expression was exaggerated as she praised, "It's a shame we cannot realize its commercial potential. Otherwise, the skincare market in London would certainly need a complete overhaul." Severus chuckled, "But we are wizards. My skin cream would only be deemed a subpar product in the magical realm. A simple glow-up charm would yield better results." Noting his slight disappointment, Anna earnestly complimented. "This is the best moisturizing cream I have ever used. I will name it Little Jasmine and hope to receive the Little Jasmine skincare series every Christmas." With a playful smile, she approached the purple clay pot. "This pot is for the skin cream, isn't it? It's universal, correct?" Severus added quietly, "It can also be used for hair. It serves dual purposes. I have tried it, and the results are quite satisfactory." Seeing his smooth, fragrant hair, Anna couldn't help but chuckle in anticipation. An hour later, Severus completed his brewing. As she gazed at the 2 large bowls of creamy, pearlescent substance before her, Anna was curious about what he intended to use for distribution. She was indifferent. After all, they could simply store them in her toy box for easy access. What about Lily? As far as she knew, Severus had also prepared this gift for her. With a clang, Severus opened the cabinet and waved his wand, producing 4 oversized glass jars. The enormous cabinet he had transported from the Kent villa now served as his personal storage. "I inscribed preservation charms at the bottom of the jars. Even without placing them in the toy box, they will remain fine. Though they may not compare to magical crystal glass jars, they will suffice." Anna's eyes gleamed with delight. "I think that's splendid. Crystal glass jars are both small and expensive, rendering them a poor value." The magical replenishment potion she had purchased from St. Mungo's was contained in crystal glass jars, which would vanish a few days after being emptied, as she discovered during a conversation with Arthur. Even St. Mungo's considers crystal glass jars overpriced, requiring them to be recycled after use. Anna smirked, her gaze following the creamy, pearlescent substance flowing into the glass jars. These glass jars were undoubtedly the spoils of her storage-obsessed mother. "Thank you, Mother. For this, I forgive you. I'll help you store them." With a wave, she transported the 4 filled jars into her space. She pulled out a double-sided mirror and gestured in front of Severus. Mr. Weasley wishes for a Muggle industrial product as a Christmas gift, reportedly for work purposes. Later, we shall head to the department store for him to select one. Now, Severus asked, astonished. Anna nodded, tapping her fingers on the table. Haven't you finished everything? Severus shook his head. I wish to modify the formula for the mouthwash. Oh, Anna said, draping her arm over Severus's shoulder. Today is a rare, beautiful day. We should go out for a stroll. Severus glanced at her sideways, pulling down her arm. You've just woken after 3 days. How would you know today's weather? Anna chuckled awkwardly, urging him downstairs while muttering. This was a plan I devised before sleeping. It's already 3 days late. Severus, resigned, allowed himself to be led downstairs. Your plans exceed even the white stones of White Island. Where shall we go first? Pushing open the stone door, Anna beamed. First, to the London department store. Before she could finish her sentence, the double-sided mirror in her pocket sprang to life. 2 familiar voices echoing. The person has been found, hiding on White Island. Where? At his nephew's home. Who? Charlie Fenwick, the head of the pharmacy at St. Mungo's. He dares to cast a vote against Black at Wizenagmo, yet lacks the courage to face Black's wrath. I do not wish to hear the surname Fenwick mentioned again at the Christmas ball. I will resolve this today. Bring the wolf. Leave a way out for the little ones at the Fenwick household. Only when the double-sided mirror fell silent did Anna and Severus exhale quietly. They exchanged glances, both sensing a spark of intention in each other's eyes. I forgot. The day before yesterday you were in a coma. I intended to ask Weasley for assistance, Severus said, pulling out a double-sided mirror. This is Weasley's. Anna traced the pattern on the double-sided mirror, her eyes glimmering. This mirror belongs to Lucius Malfoy. The pattern is quite similar to Mr. Weasley's. Listening closely, it was the notorious enchantress Bella and one of the arsonists, known as Rabaston. Severus pondered before speaking. Dr. Fernan is a good man. We ought to inform him. Anna nodded in agreement. Let us first notify Arthur, and then we shall head to St. Mungo's. Have you devised a way to articulate this? Severus pressed, restraining Anna's hand as she reached for the two-way mirror. How do you know? Are you going to confess how Hepzibah's former lover extorted 2 pureblood aristocrats? That cannot be. Anna shook her head. Rolling her eyes and smirking, she declared, when it comes to eavesdropping, no one surpasses the ladybug. The reformed and staunchly opposed to Death Eater's ladybug penned a named letter, which we found while purchasing magical supplements at St. Mungo's. The letter? Severus had barely uttered a word when Anna hurried him towards the botanical garden. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Of course, I had the broom girl assist in writing it. We used some scrap paper from St. Mungo's. My plan is utterly flawless. In the botanical garden, the broom girl bent her broom bristles, her voice tinged with shyness. My handwriting is atrocious, resembling a worm's crawl. I won't permit you to belittle yourself, Anna interjected, her demeanor commanding. You are the most scholarly broom I have ever encountered, bar none. Really? The broom girl straightened, a sense of camaraderie swelling within her. What shall I write? Do not merely write a sentence. Even plucking a few bristles from your broom is unacceptable. But 1 or 2 will suffice. Anna's eyes sparkled as she produced a bottle of ink, declaring, today, the Death Eaters intend to obliterate the Fernan family on White Island. Concluding with a ladybug sketch. As anticipated, a string of insect-like script leapt onto the paper, the concluding ladybug in inky dot embellished with several scratches. Upon examining the note, Anna exclaimed with delight, perfect. The bristles turned dark, the broom girl lamented, her expression one of dismay. All cleaned up, Severus murmured, his wand trembling slightly. Thank you. The bristles quivered in response. Severus's wand lightly touched the broom handle, imbuing it with magic. The once dull broom suddenly glimmered with a faint light, gradually transforming into a bright yellow broom anew. By Merlin, the broom girl exclaimed, utterly moved. Severus, I shall forever support you. My magical power is limited. I can only bestow it once a day. Severus smiled, recalling how he had only empowered the scissors yesterday, while the broom looked on longingly. He made an exception, adding, I understand. The broom girl twirled in place, her heart swelling with affection for her newfound friend. You shall surely win the master's heart and become the lord of the grand house. Chapter 59. I am your father. Ha ha. Ignoring Severus's serpentine glare, Anna laughed heartily. Just as he seemed on the verge of an outburst, she gravely stated, saving lives is paramount. Let us proceed. Using the key, they first arrived at King's Cross Station, then took a London taxi directly to the London Cleansing Department store, reaching St. Mungo's apothecary in under an hour. Their journey was smooth, but to their dismay, they discovered that Dr. Charlie was on holiday that day. Without a moment's hesitation, they pulled out the two-way mirror to display the note to the Weasley opposite them. Regardless of whether this is a prank, I shall inform Fernan. You two purchase the potions and return home swiftly. Do not wander or cause trouble. By Merlin. At the apothecary window, a head protruded. It was Dr. Fernand's female assistant, her neck craned and eyes wide with fear, evidently having caught sight of the note. "Oh no," she gasped, transforming into a flurry of panic. "It's a calamity. The director, what's the matter?" Anna rolled her eyes, her tone rebellious. "Is she so idle?" Severus frowned. "We should leave." As Anna reached out, she noticed him silently warning her against using apparition. She nodded, firmly grasping his hand, prepared for a hasty escape. A faint, persistent gaze seemed to follow them. Upon reaching the first-floor lobby, a middle-aged wizard blocked their path. What transpired just now at the apothecary? Anna raised her eyes, scrutinizing the man before her. His dark brown gaze, pallid complexion, and deep-set lines spoke of a chilling demeanor. This man embodied the very essence of a dark wizard. Perhaps he was a Death Eater lurking about St. Mungo's. "Who are you?" she retorted, rolling her eyes skyward, her voice loud and defiant. Despite her heart racing and palms sweating, she refused to display any hint of fear. Anna's voice pierced through the air, capturing the attention of many. The plump nurse at the front desk recognized the striking and affluent young lady, calling out, "What is going on? I am your father." The man casually unleashed 2 streams of magical light, his tone unhurried, as if he were a painstakingly patient father. Anna and Severus found themselves ensnared by invisible ropes, akin to kittens caught by the throat, utterly powerless. Regardless of the curses Anna hurled in her mind, this newly appointed father remained unfazed. His gray-blue eyes brimmed with regret, while his obsidian gaze conveyed remorse. One was driven by curiosity, the other by caution. Combined, they equated to foolishness. Alas, the plump nurse and the onlookers regarded the 2 mute children with expressions of morbid curiosity. After all, the spectacle of a father reprimanding a wayward child never grows old. The man scoffed, swiftly whisking the children away. In a whirl of disorientation, Anna and Severus found themselves sprawled on the ground, their faces pressed into the dirt, inhaling the metallic scent of rust. As their gazes met, their small hands clasped tightly together. Anna felt an unprecedented panic. Bound by magic, she could not access her space. Nor could she apparate to escape, and even her key remained out of reach. "Do not fear," Severus silently reassured her. "Get up, do not feign death." The man's cold voice echoed above them. Anna and Severus helped each other to their feet, their trembling forms eliciting a hint of satisfaction from the man. "Now, tell me," he demanded, his demeanor haughty, as though he were already privy to all truths. "Give." Anna fumbled in her pocket for the note. "We found it." The man did not take it, his eyes darkening. "Where?" "At the apothecary," she nearly revealed, but was abruptly grasped by Severus's hand, silencing her. With a mental shift, she amended, "At the hospital entrance." The man nodded, waving his hand to retrieve the note. "Do you know Charlie Fernan?" Anna obediently nodded. "Yes, I do. I require magical supplements." With a thunderous crash, a massive cloud resembling a skull materialized above them. "Stay here and do not wander, or your life will be forfeit," he warned, disappearing swiftly. Anna and Severus remained silent for a moment, then slowly regained their senses. "Is he deranged?" Anna exclaimed angrily. "He brought us to this desolate place just to ask 2 questions. He inquired at the hospital. You did not respond." Severus spoke softly. "He is formidable." Anna glanced sideways. "What side are you on?" Severus chuckled lightly. "Look." As their eyes followed his gaze, they beheld a dilapidated sign. "Hampshire East District Junkyard. Let us seek refuge there," Severus suggested, surveying their surroundings. "Standing here is akin to being a target." Anna chuckled lightly. "That is the birthplace of skulls. Do you wish to stir up trouble?" Severus shook his head. "No, that is your desire." He merely echoed her sentiment. "Ha ha ha." Anna grasped his hand, laughing heartily. "You understand me." She grasped his hand and leaped, reaching an open space within the junkyard after but 2 bounds. There, dozens of figures clad in black robes and masks had already congregated, hidden within the shadows. Anna felt an overwhelming sense of security. As she meticulously scrutinized each masked figure, she engaged Severus in a whimsical conversation. "Can you still recognize that person from earlier?" Severus nodded, indicating the 5th individual from the left in the 3rd-to-last row. Anna gasped. "Really?" "More or less," he replied, his gaze unwavering. "It's merely a matter of magical perception, not definitive." Anna sighed. "Your magical perception is truly remarkable. I can only sense strength, while you can identify individuals. You were born to wield spatial magic." Suddenly, Severus' expression shifted, and he whispered urgently, "Do not act rashly. He approaches." Frowning, Anna inquired, "Who?" "The one with red eyes, the Dark Lord," he replied, sensing a magical pressure as profound as an ocean trench. Ultimately, he lacked the courage to utter the forbidden name. "Voldemort. He is here too?" "Where?" "Isn't he the leader of the Death Eaters? Why is he wearing a mask and mingling among them?" Anna continued her tirade. "These people are all deranged, utterly mad." Severus raised a finger to his lips, urging silence. "Listen, ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to share promising news," proclaimed a tall figure as he removed his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face, his crimson eyes glimmering like jewels. Although the previous bill was rejected, a new one has been resubmitted. As the most formidable race on Earth, wizards have been relegated to a mere corner, while the Ministry of Magic, under the guise of caring for the vulnerable muggles, has been relentlessly oppressed by the London government. The oppressive laws limiting wizarding freedom have proliferated, and the plan for wizard extermination has been executed by muggles for centuries. The Dark Lord's words were undeniably incendiary. Anna felt her blood surge with fervor. If it weren't for our blood feud, I might have almost been swayed by his rhetoric. Severus swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. From the medieval persecution of wizards by the Church to the suppression of the Ministry of Magic by the London government, wizards, as the world's mightiest race, have endured a wretched existence. He speaks the truth. Veins pulsed at her temples as Anna grasped his shoulder. "Have you lost your mind to the Mandrake? Why are you spouting such nonsense?" Severus's gaze remained somber, his silence profound. "This is precisely why you should watch the news," Anna proclaimed with utmost seriousness, her tone unwavering. "This is a classic political maneuver. We live in modern times, not the Middle Ages. By blood, we are wizards, but in status, we are also citizens of London. The laws of London bind every citizen." Chapter 60. Both are foe. He is exacerbating the rift between wizards and muggles. He seeks to incite war, aiming to seize power and wealth. History is rife with war profiteers like him. You ought to revisit my elementary history textbook. Her agitation rose as she shook Severus by the shoulders. "Do not be foolish. That man is our mother's murderer." He straightened his lips and pulled her hand away. "I utter one word, and you respond with 10. Why are you so agitated? I cannot help but feel that you might impulsively join the Death Eaters." Anna's lips twitched in response. Severus retorted, "First, I do not act impulsively. Second, even if I wished to join, they would not have me. Third, should I ever join, it would solely be for revenge. Revenge is not an option." Anna shouted, "The tongue of a politician is the devil's tool. If you join, you might fail to avenge our mother and instead become cannon fodder." She produced her key. "We must leave at once. If you continue to listen, your naive mind will surely be ensnared into becoming a Death Eater in training." Suddenly, the crowd parted, leaving one individual writhing on the ground. Anna was seized by Severus. "Do not move. Is it him?" she murmured. As the mask was removed, a man's tormented visage was revealed. Deep furrows of sorrow now filled with the dark blood seeping from his eyes. "How can a powerless muggle suppress us? Because a traitor has emerged among us." The Dark Lord raised his hand, a flicker of black light emanating from his fingertips. The nearest cloaked figures quickly surrounded the fallen man, their voices just loud enough for all present to hear. "Isn't this the useless brother of the head of the magical enforcement squad, Yakosli? To withstand the Dark Lord's magical lash is no small feat, traitor." "I am not." The man struggled to rise, crawling forward to respectfully present a note. "I have vital intelligence for the Dark Lord. This note appeared at the hospital entrance today, discovered by 2 children seeking treatment. I implore the Dark Lord to discern the truth. The real traitor is someone else." A black-robed figure gestured, and the note was swept to the Dark Lord by a gust of wind. "Huh." The crimson eyes gleamed. The Dark Lord's thin lips curled into a faint smile. A child's trick, yet executed flawlessly by an adult. In an instant, the black-robed figures in front knelt in reverence, having glimpsed the note's content. The annihilation of the Fenwick family was a secret. The Dark Lord issued a kill order that very morning, yet by noon it had been made public. Clearly, the traitor was among them. As for the beetle, not even the Dark Lord would believe him. He forbade any living being from being near him. If no improper creatures are allowed near the Dark Lord, what of those around us? Should someone's discretion falter, the Dark Lord is wise. The black-robed figure in the center began cautiously. "Stand and speak." The Dark Lord's voice was congenial. "You are all pioneers of a grand cause, the vanguard of a new world of wizarding freedom. I have faith in you. The lurking spy is an illegal animagus. Capture him." The red-eyed Dark Lord's gaze fell upon the hunched, bloodied man. "Magni Yakosli, are you capable of this task?" "Of course, my lord." The man's skin trembled, his eyes brimming with the exhilaration of survival. "You sycophantic cur." Just as the kneeling figures stood upright, they heard Magni change his address, each secretly cursing. It was common knowledge that Magni was vying for inheritance against his brother. The Dark Lord favored those with formal positions in the ministry, urging them to ingratiate themselves. Today, they needed a scapegoat to establish authority, and who better suited than Magni? Yet, unexpectedly, a useless individual burst through the fray, trampling upon their faces to ascend. "Wait." A voice suddenly pierced the silence among the black-robed figures at the back. "He is not Magni Yakosli at all." "Nonsense." Magni turned, bloodied face aglow with indignation. "I am not. Are you?" The individual stepped through the throng, removing his mask to reveal an identical face. No one knows better than I who truly is Magni Yacosly. You're the counterfeit who drank polyjuice potion. The bloodied Magni shouted. Dare you remain confined for 12 hours until the potion wears off? Before the other could respond, he continued to shout, I dare. Because I am Magni. The Dark Lord raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. I once shared a prophecy with Magni. Whoever can recite its content is indeed Magni. The two Magnis fell into silence. The observing black-robed figures quickly surrounded both individuals, with the only path leading directly to the Dark Lord. Anna and Severus crouched atop a stack of 5 discarded vehicles, their vantage point remarkably clear. Is Magni truly such a significant figure? She inquired, intrigued. Severus replied, why doesn't he use legitimacy? What? Anna furrowed her brow. Severus elucidated. A profound magic that allows one to probe another's memories. Very few possess the capability. However, I believe he will. Headmaster Dumbledore would likely employ it as well. Anna chuckled ominously. Is there truly such a sinister magic? In that case, do these individuals possess any semblance of privacy before him? With such formidable power, he still resorts to marking his subordinates with the dark mark. He is nothing but a despicable coward. Though he appears powerful, his core is utterly hollow. Severus sneered. There is no need for such dramatics. Dramatics? Anna glanced sideways. Are you afraid I might covet power and pull you down? Severus cast his gaze downward. Anna let out a dry laugh, wrapping her arm around his shoulder, whispering, do you have a way to distinguish between the two? Both are impostors. Outside and within the space, the red-eyed Dark Lord and Severus spoke in unison. The bloodied version of McNair straightened up, declaring loudly, without a prophecy, today marks my first official audience with my master. The Dark Lord smiled faintly and nodded, recognizing his courage and cunning, a commendable trait for a Gryffindor. Alas! The bloodied McNair's gaze grew somber, his long, pale fingers lifted slightly, his voice transforming into a clear, androgynous tone as he proclaimed the supremacy of pure blood. While he himself was but a boom. The thunder swallowed the latter part of his sentence. Beneath the gray sky, a sudden mix of rain and snow descended. In the flickering magic light, the bloodied McNair morphed into a strikingly beautiful young woman, with chin-length golden curls and large, sea-blue eyes. She rose slowly, her smile exuding a sense of wild abandon. The other McNair, who was kneeling beside her, was sent flying with a kick, fool. She surveyed the crowd with an air of superiority, announcing loudly, I am Valerie Smith, the great-great-granddaughter of your former girlfriend Hepzibah, whom you betrayed and murdered. If not for the backdrop of snow and rain, Anna felt as if time had been paused, while the expression of the red-eyed Dark Lord resembled someone wishing to rewind. He was not merely a hypocritical politician, he was a murderer. Anna looked at the complex expression on Severus's face and solemnly concluded, the leader of the Death Eaters is a fugitive criminal. The justice and freedom he espouses are as insubstantial as the foam on the waters of the English Channel. Chapter 61. In memory of old friends, I spare your life. Nonsense. A sharp female voice cut through the air. The Hufflepuff cup is a treasured heirloom of the Smith family. From where did your revered leader acquire it? Valerie's gaze fixed on a masked figure. Before the individual could react, a swirl of azure flames erupted. The massive flames rose like a colossal beast, encircling everyone present. All attempts to extinguish the flames only intensified their ferocity. This is bad. Anna extended her fingertips, a layer of ethereal blue light ahead, locking the space, rendering her incapable of leading them out of the Inferno's grasp. Severus' gaze fell. There must be a large magical array beneath. Kill her. The sharp voice cried in desperation. The flames pursued her like a cat toying with a mouse. If I perish, all present shall meet their doom. Valerie lifted a string of fire, consuming all the spells hurled at her. Indeed, she is a descendant of an old acquaintance, the red-eyed Dark Lord mused. Mrs. Smith was a remarkable woman, independent from worldly recognition. Despite not conforming to societal norms, she entrusted the Hufflepuff cup to me, acknowledging my lineage as a Slytherin, and supported the noble cause of pure-blood wizards' rights. Have you believed your own lies for decades? Valerie scoffed, stamping her foot. This is Smith's ancestral land. The abyssal flames are the covenant flames of our bloodline. No one shall leave without my permission. Is that so? The red-eyed Dark Lord responded languidly, his long fingers flicking, capturing all the flames pursuing the woman. A large cluster of azure flames danced in his palm. Observing the raucous minions regaining their bravado, Valerie chuckled. Your magic is profound. Unafraid of the flames, but what of them? Can you protect one, let alone all? Or are these mere pawns you have deceived, whose lives hold no value? I am a person of reason. If you are willing to exchange lives, I shall allow them to leave. She tilted her chin slightly, a smirk gracing her lips. The red-eyed Dark Lord sighed deeply, his voice imbued with compassion. Exchanging my life for theirs is not out of the question. My lord, no? Absolutely not. This is her scheme. The cloaked figures surrounding him rushed forward to dissuade him. Anna rolled her eyes, finding the theatrics exaggerated. Could that rotund figure be the pompous Thomas? He moved as if intoxicated. Severus raised an eyebrow. That mass of flesh, where do you perceive there to be a waist? Haha. Laughter erupted simultaneously from Anna and Valerie. Your performance is heartfelt, yet your subordinates leave much to be desired. Do you truly believe you are invulnerable? With a wave of her hand, the azure flames surged violently, charging toward the crowd. Whoosh. The mass of cloaked figures scattered, fleeing behind the red-eyed Dark Lord like chicks fleeing from an eagle. Is hiding of any use? Valerie smirked, snapping her fingers. The flames rose like a tidal wave, licking their backs with countless tongues of fire. Ah! Cries of despair echoed. You may leave. In memory of old friends, I spare your life. For the first time, the Dark Lord regarded her directly. In memory of old friends? You have nearly obliterated the Smiths. Their ancestral home lies in ruins, Valerie retorted, grinning. The game is not yet over. My enjoyment has not been exhausted, and I do not wish to leave. The red-eyed Dark Lord lowered his gaze. State your terms. Did I not say? A life for a life. Sacrificing one for 39 lives, you would profit immensely. Valerie tilted her head, glancing at the wailing crowd behind him. You must decide swiftly, for soon there may be no 39 lives left to exchange. In the brief silence of the Dark Lord, Anna could not help but scoff. Is he a fool? He could simply walk away. After all, he fears no flames. If he leaves, Valerie would not gamble everything nor unleash a massacre. Severus turned to her. Her refraining from slaughter hinges on the life-for-a-life exchange. As a leader, he would never abandon his post. Upon hearing this, Anna felt a wave of frustration wash over her. What kind of leader is he? If he truly valued the lives of his subordinates, why not exchange his life for theirs? Severus sighed. You are biased in your perspective. It is Valerie who is currently unleashing chaos, and her slaughter would encompass both you and me if there were no space. Anna, incensed, retorted, whose side are you on? I do not know whether Valerie is virtuous, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Friends are not defined in such a manner, Severus replied, pursing his lips. To get to the root of the matter, we are trapped here because of Valerie. Anna, stung by his words, angrily countered, we willingly joined the fray. Have you forgotten how this crowd treated Brady? They deserve to be burned alive. You are predisposing your understanding. We do not know who these masked individuals are. What I see is Valerie igniting flames and forcing people to their demise, Severus stated calmly. If you believe that might makes right, then what justifies your hatred toward the Death Eaters? Anna's lips parted, momentarily speechless. After a pause, she finally said, gathering in a riot and engaging in brawls should be reported to the authorities. At that moment, someone in the crowd echoed her thoughts. Notify the Aurors. Shut up. Are you filled with nonsense? The Death Eaters are calling for Aurors for help. I'd consider it worth it even if I were thrown into Azkaban. Valerie laughed heartily. This is Smith's ancestral land. Even if you summon the Minister of Magic, it would be futile. Wizards have the right to slay intruders. This rule has remained unchanged for centuries. A mournful howl echoed from the distance. The red-eyed lord intoned solemnly, this is your final opportunity. Valerie's gaze remained resolute. True chances lie solely within her grasp. Fenrir, step forth, beckoned the red-eyed lord gently. A burly man with a hairy visage and a jagged grin burst forth from the flames, his singed hair emitting an acrid stench. My lord, Graberk stands ready to serve. He proclaimed, his words dripping with false humility, yet his demeanor exuded arrogance. Valerie suppressed a smile, her expression cautious. With the Wolf King Dola accompanying me to the grave, my funeral shall be of no lesser grandeur. In remembrance of the departed, I shall spare you, the red-eyed lord replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Valerie snickered. You fear that should I perish, you would be left a mere figurehead. The red-eyed lord ignored her, directing his attention to Fenrir Graberk. Let her join the ranks of the werewolves. Valerie stifled her mirth. The disappearance of the last Smith signified the complete unraveling of the abyssal ember. What makes the Smiths such a formidable family? The red-eyed lord inquired with an even tone, his speech measured. The abyssal ember is merely a third-rate sorcery. Valerie nodded. At last, I glimpse your true nature. Your so-called freedom for wizards is but the freedom to crawl at your feet. You lack even the right to crawl. Her sharp voice rang out again. You are no longer of wizardly blood, but rather a base werewolf. Observing Fenrir's rigid expression, she smirked. The wolf tribe of the wasteland once basked in glory, yet now. She lifted her chin, her eyes ablaze. With the strength of my soul, through my blood, and the collective resentment of the Smith clan, I command you to burn. As Valerie's final incantation echoed, azure flames surged like a tsunami, creating waves of fire that soared over 10 meters high. Everyone present was engulfed by the flames. In an instant, Curses erupted, spells were cast, and magical lights intertwined. Just as a werewolf, a flame, lunged at Valerie, Anna suddenly exclaimed, "I shall intervene." Chapter 62. The Politician's Trick. Two ethereal blades were flung towards the werewolf's neck. One missed entirely, while the other grazed the target. A chunk of flesh was cleanly severed from its shoulder, blood flowing profusely and silently. The werewolves possessed remarkable resistance to magic, making such injuries exceedingly rare. Grabber broke into a cold sweat, cautious not to act rashly. He watched with wide eyes, waiting for his moment. Valerie, witnessing the scene, laughed maniacally, "By my ancestors' blessing, death awaits those who approach me." This unexpected turn caused the great demon lord, who had been focused on deciphering the magical sigils, to furrow his brow. He had anticipated that once Valerie was tainted by wolf venom, she would be rendered incapable of maintaining her magical pact with the abyssal ember. It seemed she still held a trump card. Grabber was ill-equipped to handle the situation. He would need to intervene personally. A piercing strike aimed at Valerie was thwarted by a barrier of azure flames. "Is that all you can muster?" Valerie scoffed at the red-eyed lord. "This is the ancestral land of the Smiths. I cannot kill you, but neither can you harm me." The inferno raged. A massive conflagration surged like a tempest towards the back of the demon lord. The minions, having just caught their breath, were thrown into disarray once more. Anna gazed at their tattered, flesh-revealing robes and tightly fitted masks, finding the scene utterly ludicrous. With a gleam in her eye, she remarked to Severus, "Look at their arms. Those markings are akin to the dark mark, reminiscent of a farmer branding livestock." Severus countered, "Some are unmarked." "The unmarked are merely reserves," Anna replied dismissively. Pulling out her instant camera, "Let me capture a shot. Perhaps the Daily Prophet will find it intriguing. If not, I shall submit it to the London Post. The headline will read, 'The Day of Reckoning for the Unemployed.'" Severus observed the throng of half-clad masked individuals. Indeed, wearing masks does lend itself better to submission to the London Post. He mused. After capturing a couple of shots, Anna set aside her camera, pondering, under what circumstances would they remove their masks? Severus shook his head. Not even the flames could force them off. "Indeed," Anna smiled broadly, "it is time to reveal a trick of my own." At the very moment Severus's lips twitched, Anna emptied her extensive arsenal of ammunition. Most of it had been painstakingly unearthed by her. To save money, she had sacrificed much. A barrage of fecal projectiles, varying in size and hue, rained down upon the masked figure's nostrils and mouths. Splats, splats, splats. The upgraded airdrop came with an explosive impact. Just as the Death Eaters had fended off a wave of flame, they were met with a suffocating downpour of excrement. Beneath the scorching heat, the stench became overwhelming. The incantations meant to cleanse the area were ineffective against the indelible sensations and odors, forcing them to unmask. Click, click, click. Anna deftly snapped several photographs, particularly focusing on the familiar faces, capturing close-ups with great care. "You have allies," the red-eyed lord asserted with conviction. Valerie remained impassive, her silence betraying her amusement. In a fleeting moment of eye contact with the demon lord, Severus exclaimed, "Anna, run." Crash. A wrecked vehicle was obliterated by magical energy, reducing 5 layers of scrap to 3 in an instant. Gasping, Anna spat a mouthful of blood. Thankfully, the space had merely been grazed by magic. Otherwise, they would have been expelled from the scene. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her chest, she retrieved a magical energy supplement, muttering, "I wager he will not strike the same spot repeatedly." "We have no stakes," Severus replied, his expression tense. Valerie could not hold out much longer, and Wes would need to inform Professor Dumbledore. "What does that mean?" Anna frowned. "Isn't this her territory?" Observing Valerie's increasingly pallid complexion, Severus remarked, "He is far stronger than we imagined. The double-sided mirror can only be used outside the space." Anna flipped the mirror in her hand. "Give it to me." Severus reached for it. "If we go out now, it will be a dead end." Anna shook her head. Severus suddenly suggested, "Perhaps we could let the mirror go out alone." "Good idea." She pulled out a scrap of paper and inscribed 2 sentences. "Please send Professor Dumbledore for assistance. Voldemort is slaughtering the last of the Smiths at the Hampshire District 10 wrecking yard." Severus observed the demon lord outside the space and whispered, "The moment you employ spatial magic, he will detect your location. Unless..." Anna nodded. "Unless there is bait. I shall do it." He reached out once more. Slap. Anna, half-lidded, playfully smacked his hand away. "Courage is not to be squandered foolishly. Hold my hand tightly. Do not fall behind." She extended her left hand. The moment to unleash her true power was nigh. At the critical juncture when the red-eyed lord and the werewolves closed in on Valerie, Anna unleashed 3 successive powerful spells. A handful of failed magical bullets rained down into the azure flames, causing the Death Eaters entangled in the fire to endure a barrage of bullets. A few sluggish Death Eaters were even injured in the chaos. 2 ethereal blades were hurled towards the werewolves, and the demon lord, upon sensing their approach, instantly teleported to Anna's position. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, she expended her entire magical energy to leap 10 meters away, landing beside a wrecked double-decker bus. Kneeling within the space, Anna trembled as she downed a bottle of magical energy supplement, realizing why he dared to call himself Lord Voldemort. He was truly terrifying. Severus murmured, "I did not perceive you as afraid of him." Anna nodded, "Of course. I am simply afraid of death." Severus chuckled softly, discreetly wiping away the moisture at the corner of his eye. In that moment, he had been profoundly frightened. "We did it." Anna cheered. Severus raised his head. Witnessing several figures breaking through the flames, and to his astonishment, a child accompanied them. A few hooded figures cloaked in black were ushering a small boy, who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with a rather foolish demeanor. They were not the reinforcements summoned by Arthur. Anna's voice dwindled. She had left the two-way mirror and the note in the abandoned vehicle, having deliberately adjusted the airdrop's position for Arthur's clarity. "Sir, the Fenwick family has many ores." A newcomer reported triumphantly, "But capturing a Fenwick child, surely old Fenwick won't submit." "Oh, so this is the purpose of today's gathering, to execute vigilante justice against the traitorous wizards and opponents of freedom. They are nothing but a congregation of morally bankrupt dark wizards. Yet they fancy themselves as pioneers of a new world." After tearing apart their facade, Valerie burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, it's all gone awry." Click. Anna captured a snapshot of the crime scene, including those who had kidnapped the child, alongside Voldemort. Keeping the evidence, she turned to Severus. "Now do you see their true nature?" "Fear not." A gentle and amiable voice sent a shiver down Anna's spine. Following Severus's gaze, she beheld the red-eyed Dark Lord softly comforting the petrified child. "Mr. Fenwick and I merely have differing political views. Someone will return you home shortly." Anna inhaled deeply, swiftly adding, "A politician's tricks." But Severus remarked, "There are no spectators here." Anna scoffed coldly. "Politicians are born actors, while others are both extras and audience. Look, it is yet another performance. There is also an innocent child here." The Dark Lord turned to Valerie. "Do you not care?" Valerie chuckled lightly. "This child was captured by you. What concern is it of mine?" Once the magical array of the Smith family was activated, this place would transform into a sacrificial altar for the fire god. Entrance allowed, but no exit. The only flaw was that she would have to risk her life to initiate it. "You should know I have the capability to destroy this magical array," the Dark Lord stated with unwavering confidence, his tone calm. Valerie scoffed. "Who knows? Go ahead and try. I certainly cannot defeat you, so I won't hinder you." At the moment of activating the array, she had already resigned herself to death. Even if she could not kill him, she would ensure his magical power was severely depleted, having his lifespan. Chapter 63. The demise of an old acquaintance is indeed a lamentable affair. Fire God's sacrificial altar, suddenly interjected Macnee, exposing Valerie. "We will be drained of magic." "You are not Macnee." A dark-haired wizard appeared, his wand aimed directly at Macnee's throat. "Who are you?" "Antonin. Release him." The Dark Lord tilted his head, his red eyes glinting slightly. "What he says is true. The last of the Smiths wishes for everyone to perish alongside him." "Nonsense." Valerie retorted loudly. "I only want you to accompany him in death. If you take your own life, I will immediately let everyone go." Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the crackling of flames. "Ah, I see." Anna pulled out a bottle of magical replenisher and drank. "I thought the efficacy of the replenisher had diminished." Severus frowned. "I feel nothing. It must be due to the spatial protection. But you." "I have no sense of crisis." Anna's eyes sparkled with fearlessness. "While my magical perception may not match yours, my instincts are still quite accurate. Today, we will surely emerge unscathed." Before Severus could respond, she tilted her chin, her gaze directed at Valerie. "Look, here's another lesson. The best way to deal with moral coercion is to hijack the opponent's morality, regardless of whether they possess it. Just take it first." Valerie waved her hand, gathering flames around herself, her voice enticing. "Why not all rush in and kill Voldemort? As long as I get my revenge, I will let you leave immediately. Leading the wizards to rebuild the new world does not hinge on him alone. Who wouldn't want to take the lead? The Thomas family is wealthy, the Black family has connections, and the Hoploves are all skilled in magic. Any of them would make excellent candidates for leadership." Uffed. Anna burst into laughter. "Did you learn that?" Severus shook his head. Anyone with an ounce of sense could deduce she would not allow anyone to leave. Anna pouted. "You're insulting me." Severus narrowed his eyes, as if regarding a simpleton, "Anyone, including us." Anna rolled her eyes but stated, "This is a war of attrition. I have 513 bottles of magical replenisher and 20 leaves from the yew tree. Before they run out, we will definitely escape." Severus's expression faltered. He was aware she had purchased numerous magical replenishing potions, but was taken aback by the sheer quantity of yew leaves she had hoarded. "Those leaves." Guessing his unasked question, Anna whispered, "All have been licked by Dajwang. If your magic is depleted, I can airdrop for you." No need. I can just drink the potion. No matter how unpleasant the potion tastes, it's certainly better than consuming Dazhuang's saliva. Ugh. The foolish little boy suddenly turned pale, retching uncontrollably. The Dark Lord sighed. This child is about to become the first sacrifice. Valerie raised an eyebrow. You harbor compassion. Hurry and give yourself an Avada Kedavra. I will send him away immediately. With a flash of crimson light, water serpent. A dazzling silver light shot into the sky, accompanied by a shrill cry as a massive silver python soared. Its magical light cascading over the assembly, the cool breeze soothing everyone's expressions. The retching child, enveloped in silver light, gradually calmed. He gazed at the man entwined by the giant serpent, his eyes filled with reverence. Severus turned his head, noticing Anna's hostile expression, and softly remarked, If he truly intended to save others, he would not allow the serpent to coil solely around himself. Anna straightened her lips, her eyelids half lowered. He is preparing for a war of attrition just like us. Severus sighed. You cannot apply the standards of a saint. He is Voldemort. Anna exclaimed, exasperated. What relation does he have to a saint? Severus pressed his lips together, choosing silence. A phoenix's cry shattered the stillness, and all heads turned in anticipation. A fiery red phoenix emerged from the void, its golden wings and red feathers igniting joy in the hearts of onlookers. Dumbledore is here. Anna leapt with excitement. He is the true icebreaker. Icebreaker? Severus did not comprehend. Anna smiled. I heard Uncle Chin mention this term. It generally refers to a true powerhouse who can navigate both sides and resolve all matters. The phoenix spoke, shut down the altar. I will take you away. She looked into Severus's dark eyes, her voice resolute. See, the might of a true powerhouse. The one playing with serpents over there is merely a charlatan. Severus remained silent, his gaze shifting to the red-eyed Dark Lord. That water serpent did indeed seem somewhat ostentatious. Just moments ago, he had been awed by the sight of the giant serpent soaring through the air. Anna's perceptions were astute, and her words sharp. It is Dumbledore. Why panic? Can he really unleash a massacre? What a strange feeling. For the first time, she felt joy at Dumbledore's arrival. The scantily clad individuals erupted into chaos. A new wave of spells flying wildly. Upon realizing they could not repair their fire-damaged garments, everyone exhibited their talents. Most used their hair to cover their bodies, while a few transformed jewels into clothing. As for those lacking magical power and jewelry to transform, they had no choice but to use masks for disguise. Anna found it utterly amusing. Why not just wear masks directly? Why bother with all this? With a disillusionment charm, who could see through it? Severus responded. For the sake of confrontation. Anna paused momentarily, realization dawning in her heart. These people were truly repugnant, conspiring to overthrow the Ministry of Magic while simultaneously demanding it seek justice for them. Of course, the Ministry was equally unimpressive. Perhaps even less palatable than Valerie. Valerie observed coldly as the crowd adorned themselves anew, only to summon the flames once more. Under the licking tongues of fire. The assembly succumbed utterly to despair. Anna erupted in laughter, yet Severus remarked, she cannot endure for long. Why? Anna queried, perplexed. Isn't it burning quite merrily? Severus's gaze flickered, gesturing towards the crowd. Only their garments were scorched, while their bodies remained unscathed. Is it not her wish? Anna suddenly exclaimed. Is she about to perish? Close the altar. I shall take you away. The Crimson Phoenix spoke again. Valerie lifted her gaze, revealing a hint of a smile. The Smith lineage was on the verge of obliteration. I offer my soul as a sacrifice, cursing my family's enemies to lose their powers, and blessing my family's benefactors to turn misfortune into fortune. As her words fell, a mouthful of blood erupted forth. The restraints within the venue crumbled, and countless azure flames surged towards the silver serpent. To the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the silver serpent expanded dramatically. Its massive head split open, revealing a cavernous maw that consumed the overwhelming flames entirely. Ugh! The serpent belched contentedly. The crimson-eyed Dark Lord leaned slightly forward, deftly twirling his slender fingers as he tucked his wand into his sleeve. The passing of old acquaintances is indeed a lamentable affair. The sea breeze blew, yet the Dark Lord's inky hair remained unmoved, while Valerie before him gradually disintegrated into dust. You will lose your powers and be left with nothing, was the last phrase the crowd heard Valerie utter. The magic core of the abyssal ghost fire is as potent as the fallen sand, was her final utterance to Anna. As Valerie dissipated in the wind, she had been gazing at her. Her eyes were a sea blue, purer than her own. She clenched her fist, feeling a warm sensation. She can see us. All along. Anna's voice was hoarse as she slowly opened her palm. Severus lowered his gaze. A burning sapphire rested in her palm. I will feed it to Voldemort. Anna's eyes were fixed on the Dark Lord. Chapter 64. I feel offended. Shall we not depart? Severus inquired, observing Anna. After the collapse of the magical rune array, those nearly bare fled behind the veil of smoke. Only the meticulously dressed Voldemort remained, along with his newly minted little acolyte. A fool with glimmering eyes. I shall not miss any opportunity to poison him. Anna's gaze was locked on Voldemort. Should a confrontation arise, I will seize my chance. Severus's mind grasped her intent in mere moments, feeling as if a boulder pressed against his chest. Though he wished to speak calmly, his tongue seemed to have a mind of its own. To witness a duel between two dark lords required an unwavering resolve. How many magical assaults can your space endure? No, there is no need for a direct attack. Merely grazing the edges would suffice to make you spew blood and perish. Anna, as furious as a pufferfish, had been holding her breath, finally exclaiming, "It's just that you talk too much. Do not force me to unleash my ultimate move." Severus scoffed coldly. Feeding him excrement is indeed an ultimate move, but you have no stock left. Defeated, Anna hung her head, pointing at her fingers. I am unwilling. I might not encounter Voldemort again before he meets his end. Should I write a will and entrust it to my offspring? Severus cast a cold glance, his voice sharp like a knife. You are merely 10 years old. Even if you do nothing, as long as you do not seek death, your life will surely outlast his. Do you not wish for me to confront Voldemort? Anna shot him a furious glare. If you admire strength, you should select the strongest. Dumbledore ought to be your idol. Severus's nostrils flared, his gaze sharp as blades. Do not make absurd claims. Do not be unreasonable. To challenge Voldemort at 10, and to fantasize about living to see his demise? You may not even receive your acceptance letter. Anna's complexion flushed, her eyes wide. She pointed at them. Severus turned to see a group of Aurors encircling Voldemort. The atmosphere was peculiar. It is an honor to have heard your speech. It was splendid, a young Auror exclaimed. Eyes bright. Muggles have the right to bear arms, yet wands cannot be displayed publicly. Voldemort raised a hand to halt the discussion, speaking softly. The persecution of wizards can be traced back a millennium. The struggle for freedom is inherently long and arduous. We do not fear waiting, but rather the pretense of slumber. You articulate this excellently. Anna spat from afar. Dare you investigate? How many wizards have perished because of him? Yet Severus interjected. The war between muggles and wizards has never ceased. This is indisputable. Indeed. Anna nodded. Yet what they actually do is not as it appears. Openly cleansing muggles and wizards, while secretly purging those who oppose their views. Dr. Finnan's uncle, while simultaneously devouring the families of compliant or non-compliant wizards, the princes, the smiths, and those we are unaware of. The rise of political power always begins with a noble facade. Once they grow their wings, their true nature will be revealed. At that time, all dissenters will face forceful intimidation and threats of death. Observing Anna's sardonic expression, Severus swallowed his doubts. Are you implying that those misdeeds are not orchestrated by him, but are merely his minions acting brazenly? The gray-blue eyes reflected a knowing gaze of understanding. Severus did not wish to argue with her, yet he also did not want to feign disagreement. Thus he remained silent. Anna, feeling thwarted, directed her gaze at the foolish acolyte in the arena. Humph. If it were not for our tip-off, could he still be in this position? What a grand devil's comedy. Severus muttered softly. It is merely admiration for a savior. How does that equate to recognizing a thief as a father? Anna pouted. Oh, please. His gaze towards Voldemort is more affectionate than that of a biological father. Who is he? His father is not Dr. Finnan. Severus's lips twitched. He was indeed not. And he had heard it moments ago. Those few captured the wrong person. Anna immediately retorted. Either the fool has no mouth, or those Death Eaters have no ears. Let us depart. We must procure supplies. Severus diverted the topic. Anna responded dismissively, observing the crowd dispersing in groups. Showing no inclination to engage in battle, she reluctantly remarked, only Professor Dumbledore seems to possess his wits about him. His gaze towards Voldemort. I do not perceive anything noteworthy. Severus found her blind adoration for Dumbledore rather tiresome. You are blind. She shot him a half-hearted glare, leading them to a derelict vehicle. As she reached for the double-sided mirror and note, her heart suddenly raced. Without hesitation, she grasped Severus's arm and leaped towards the towering mountain of scrap cars. After 5 jumps, they found themselves inside a forsaken jeep. This vehicle is almost new. Anna exclaimed with curiosity. Look. Severus gestured for her to turn back. It was the man named Antonin. Anna placed a hand on her chest, a strange smile forming. I want to poison him. He ambushed me. We are indeed mortal enemies. Like Holmes and Moriarty. Severus, having perused the collection of books Anna's family had brought, silently compared and softly remarked, You are Moriarty? Anna nearly choked on her own saliva. Fuming, quickly say it. You have not read Arthur Conan Doyle's The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes? Severus stifled a laugh, but remained firm in his stance. He does not know who you are, just as Holmes was unaware of Moriarty's true identity. Moreover, it is you who intends to poison him, while you, be silent. Anna's eyes blazed with fury. I simply ask, if I confront him, whose side will you take? Severus's face darkened as he replied in a low voice. Need I even say it? Anna pressed on insistently. I want to hear specifics. Severus's eyelids drooped, as if gazing at a simpleton. I will not allow you to confront him, for it is tantamount to seeking death. Though your talent is exceptional, engaging in a direct confrontation is the most foolish choice. It is suggested to employ the treacherous and cunning methods of Moriarty, such as ambushes, brawls, and stealthy attacks, to plot the demise of Holmes and Voldemort. Ha ha. I feel somewhat offended, Anna chuckled, shaking with laughter, yet it was inexplicably amusing. Severus raised an eyebrow, his gaze urging her to look ahead. I too hope that one day we may become formidable beings, as depicted in storybooks, instilling fear merely by our names. But until that time, survival is of utmost importance. Following Severus's line of sight, Anna spotted the dark-haired Antonin drawing closer. By what means is he tracking me? Severus shook his head, uncertain. My experience is limited. Run. Anna decided instinctively. They leaped successively, delving deeper into the abandoned scrapyard. However, despite their repeated jumps, they could not shake off their pursuer. The intervals were insufficient to evade him, preventing them from using the key to escape. Once their identities were exposed, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 65. Caught you. I see it. He possesses a spark of fire. He can track you. It is highly likely related to the magical core, Severus remarked gravely. After yet another successive leap, he asked Anna, where have you placed it? Right here. She opened her palm. I do not know where else to put it. It is burning, and I fear it may incinerate everything in this space. It seems to behave only when resting in my hand. Severus frowned. What about the little toy box? Is that not an option? I tried, but it wouldn't fit, Anna sighed. When did you attempt this? Severus had no recollection. Anna glanced sideways. While you were gazing longingly at the leader of the free. Severus coughed. One should read less of those chaotic tales. Who reads chaotic tales? Anna retorted, visibly displeased. Observing his flushed countenance, she teased. What are you thinking about? Oh, I know now. It was about the Bluebeard's tavern you mentioned to Brady that day. Severus squinted. You know? How did you come to know? Humph. You have a little secret with Brady. I was with him. Anna seized his wrist. Let us walk the dog first. The two leaped once more to escape, leaving Antonin scowling behind. This time, Anna chose to jump outside the scrapyard. After downing a canister of magical energy supplement, she exerted her strength to leap. Not pausing for a moment, they reached the main road outside the scrapyard. Severus suddenly remarked, how did you know it could poison Voldemort? Anna's eyes sparkled. Valerie said it is comparable to the fallen sand. Whack. Severus slapped her hand. Discard it. I shall not. This is my nuclear weapon against Voldemort. Anna clutched her palm tightly. If it is indeed comparable to fallen sand, then it is consuming your magic. Without pause, Severus growled. Valerie is not a good person. She is exploiting you. We have a common enemy. Anna's gaze was stubborn. She is already dead. What does it matter? Severus softened his tone, grasping Anna's shoulders. He said firmly, you cannot hold on to it indefinitely. Otherwise, before you can offer it to Voldemort, you will exhaust your own magic, leaving no space to leap. And all your empty blades and empty drops will vanish. By May next year, you may not even receive your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Thud. The magical core fell to the ground. Caught you. A thick beam of magical light struck towards Anna. Boom. With a resounding crash. The magical light was repelled by a barrier. Caught off guard, Antonin was repelled by his own unleashed magic, flying several meters before collapsing to the ground, coughing blood. With a sigh of relief, Anna gasped, has my spatial magic evolved once again? Severus crouched down, reaching out to touch the extinguished magical core. It is not you. It is it. Hearing his words, Anna looked down to see the magical core, now devoid of flames, having downgraded from sapphire to mere blue stone, exclaiming, ah? Is it dead? The magical core rolled, emitting a soft puff. Anna opened her palm, beckoning with her index finger. Come here. The magical core twisted a few times before flying into her hand. Anna tried feeding it a bit of magic, and the core gradually emitted a faint blue glow. Anna, be careful, Severus shouted. Turning back, she saw a ghostly blue flame rushing towards them. She pulled Severus and ran. Yet the ghostly blue flame seemed to possess its own navigation, relentlessly pursuing them from behind. As Anna cursed under her breath, she prepared to leap behind Antonin, intending to recreate the magical backlash. However, while her intentions were noble, reality proved cruel. Antonin, with a menacing expression, was the first to unleash a thick beam of magic towards her, sandwiching her between his attack and the chasing blue flame. Humph. Treacherous. At the last moment, Anna completed a lateral leap, simultaneously launching two empty blades at Antonin. Ah! Both Antonin and Anna screamed in agony. One had half a foot severed, while the other was pierced by the ghostly blue flame. Antonin gazed at his right foot, now missing 5 toes, repeatedly casting spells to save himself. His wand danced in a blur, blood continuing to flow. In the space, Anna and Severus exchanged glances. The earlier screams were merely a false alarm. The magical core consumed the ghostly blue flame that had breached the barrier, successfully restoring its sapphire appearance. Gazing at the core now burning in Anna's palm, Severus extended his hand. Let me try. Anna nodded. Go slowly. If it starts to absorb your magic, release it immediately. As his fingertips made contact, he immediately sensed several faint strands of magic being siphoned from him by the core. Though the consumption was slow and minimal, it was indeed feeding on his magic. You cannot hold on to it indefinitely, Severus warned gravely. Anna nodded. I understand. Let us first deal with the immediate trouble. Antonin, observing the empty space before him, shouted loudly. Are you a rat in the gutter? Have the courage to come out and duel. Just as Anna was about to throw 2 more empty blades in retaliation, she heard him anxiously exclaim, You run fast, I'll give you that. Looking at the fleeing figure, with gray-blue eyes revealing suspicion, she mused. Could he be deliberately putting on a show for us? Severus, however, observed. He has left. There is no blood on the ground. The wounds inflicted by the empty blades would not heal unless the spatial magical elements within them were removed, and no potion would suffice. Anna curiously asked, Do all wizards remove the spatial magical elements? Severus smirked slightly. Well, I do not. I believe only those who master spatial magic can do so. Anna pondered for a moment. The one who crafted the toy box should also be capable. Severus gave a nonchalant nod, but inwardly thought, crafting a toy box and mastering spatial magical elements are 2 different matters. One is an alchemical enchantment, while the other is spatial elemental magic. How many people go through life without ever touching spatial elements? That thing is colorless and intangible, relying solely on talent. Observing the darkening sky, he remarked, Let us go procure supplies. Hurry, there is still time. Anna, however, replied, Arthur has been a great help. A mundane gift would not suffice. And I cannot afford anything extravagant. Just now, I spotted something perfect to gift him. Severus looked at her sideways. You intend to gift him a? Exactly. Anna beamed, just as you imagined. Returning to the scrapyard, Anna's eyes immediately lit up. TSK. She circled around a newer red sports car, marveling. Amidst the vast sea of vehicles, I immediately set my sights on it. Severus, equally intrigued, wondered why such a new car would be sent for scrapping. Anna replied cheerfully. This one I can explain. Some may appear new on the outside, but their engines are ruined. Others, well, perhaps they are stolen vehicles. I believe these 2 fit that description. With that, she leaped into the car. A gasp escaped Anna as she discovered the interior of the vehicle. Severus swiftly performed a spell to loosen the soil against the car door. With a crash, the door fell away. Are you all right? Upon seeing Anna unscathed in the passenger seat, Severus felt a sense of relief wash over him. If this is the real deal, we might strike gold. She opened the cloth pouch resting on her lap, revealing an array of shimmering jewels. Severus furrowed his brow, pondering who would so brazenly display jewelry on a seat. Suddenly alert, Anna began rummaging through the pouch. After a moment, she extracted a slip of paper, her eyes dimming with disappointment as she murmured, You were right. It's all mere costume jewelry, high-quality replicas used by the production crew. Disheartened, she stepped out of the car and approached the trunk. Let us see what else is back here. With a creak, a cloud of dust was stirred up. Anna held her breath, spotting a large cardboard box. Wow, there is actually something here. Could it be a box of cash? Severus wrinkled his nose, replying, It's liquor. Upon opening it, they discovered 12 bottles of vodka. Your nose is quite keen, Anna remarked. This is a Soviet specialty, a strong spirit. As Anna collected the vodka, she noticed the cushion in the trunk was uneven. An idea sparked in her mind, and she lifted her finger to probe underneath. A key. Her eyes, once filled with hope for money, now glimmered with disappointment. Severus stifled a laugh, suggesting that perhaps Sherlock Holmes could use the key to uncover treasure. Anna pouted, her finger tracing the keyring as she scrutinized it. Moriarty could too. The elegant, ornate letters LYD might very well be an abbreviation for Lloyd's. Her eyes shone with golden excitement, and her smile deepened. This key had a 99% chance of being for a safe at Lloyd's Bank in London. As far as I know, these safes are always anonymous. Severus chuckled in disbelief. What sort of safe is this? Is the bank planning to steal from itself? You're clearly an amateur, Anna retorted, closing the trunk and moving to the driver's seat to search beneath it. There are many in London who require hidden funds, and anonymity is designed specifically for them. She pulled out a hidden box, but instead of finding the car owner's secret stash, she discovered a collection of various official seals. MGM, Anna murmured. I have a brainless theory, she said, flashing a toothy grin at Severus. David Fernando, they exclaimed in unison. This fraud has driven Brady to distant lands. Anna's eyes darkened with fury. If we don't uncover his hidden funds, even God would sigh. Why would God sigh? Severus asked, puzzled. Anna grew serious, explaining. Because Jehovah has declared that there are 6 things he abhors: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that are swift to run to evil, and a false witness who speaks lies. The conman David embodies at least 4 of these traits. And I am the punishment sent by God for him. Severus laughed in disbelief. If this is a case of black eating black, then let it be that. Why act as if you're a spokesperson for Jehovah? Well, Anna replied with a knowing smile, I'm not that foolish yet. Now who goes there? 2 staggering figures approached from the distance. What are you shouting about? One admonished in a hushed tone. The other replied, to scare off any lurking dangers. My car is not easily noticed. It's best to seize the initiative. Life is far more precious than money. What do you mean by not easily noticed? Anyone with good vision can tell that flashy car isn't a scrap vehicle, muttered the accomplice in rebuttal. Indeed, it's him. Anna squinted, glaring at the approaching rotund man. In just a few months, he had transformed from a respectable figure into a grotesque caricature of himself. Severus recalled David Fernando's appearance, faintly recognizing traces of that familiar flabby face. Her eyes are sharp, and her tongue is sharp too, he mused. Not easily noticed? Fernando's accomplice's face fell, realizing the car door had been removed. Fernando, trembling, insisted, the car isn't important, as long as the key is here. Is it? His accomplice shot back coldly, standing before the trunk. Fernando finally broke his silence, saying, without the safe's number, having the key is useless. Knowing the safe's number without the key is equally futile, his accomplice retorted, logic intact. Fernando hung his head, then suddenly exclaimed, the bank has a spare key. It's possible. Come off it. Anyone who could steal a spare key from the bank wouldn't need the key in the first place. The accomplice scoffed, turning away. The money isn't just yours. Weigh your options carefully. I must report this bang. Fernando struck his accomplice on the back of the head with a hammer. The slender figure swayed, collapsing to the ground. Mumbling, this is something only you can take the fall for. Fernando tossed aside the hammer and plucked a hair from his own head, dropping it into a glass vial. In an instant, the hair dissolved in a potion. David Fernando has silenced his accomplice, Juke. He pried open the accomplice's mouth and poured the potion down his throat. In the blink of an eye, the unconscious man morphed into Fernando, replicating his features, physique, and hairstyle. Is the potion still effective after death? Anna wondered, her attention riveted. Severus replied, if ingested while alive and the potion's effects haven't dissipated before death, then the corpse will permanently replicate the original. The wonders of potion making indeed surpassed all expectations. Anna straightened her lips, watching Fernando hum a tune as he retrieved the hammer. Her expression darkened, her voice growing colder. While his accomplice is certainly not innocent, I can almost guarantee that David Fernando embodies 5 of the 6 abominable traits. You want to? Severus began, but Anna interrupted, dragging the unconscious accomplice into the shadows. Observing the blood pooling from the back of the man's head, Severus suggested, sprinkle some white moss. Anna tossed him the vial, then turned to hurl a spell at the portly figure. His once thick hair was now reduced to a bald pate. Who goes there? The agile man swiftly spun around, only to find his doppelganger had vanished, causing him to tremble in fear. As he attempted to move, the tips of his shoes were cleanly severed. Had his feet not been so large, he would have surely lost a toe. Don't move, Anna commanded, brandishing a voice-modulating toy as she stood behind Fernando. Unless you wish for your head to part ways with your body. Who are you? Fernando fought the urge to turn around. Juke is the boss's right-hand man. This is a blatant act of betrayal. Anna played her part convincingly. Fernando's voice trembled as he pleaded, I'm at my wit's end. I have money at the bank. All of it for you. Anna raised an eyebrow. Buying your life with money? I only accept cash. Fernando tilted slightly. In an instant, Anna cast a spell, severing the hair on his right side. Thud. Fernando crumpled to the ground. You're a witch. You took the key. Anna produced a wand, pointing it at the back of his head, and slowly intoned, legilimens. No. Fernando nearly soiled himself. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. For those devoid of magical power, being subjected to legilimency could render them brainless. Severus watched with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, marveling at one's audacity to act and the other's willingness to believe. After extracting the safe's number, Anna dramatically raised her wand and declared, sleep. Severus, in perfect synchrony, unleashed a beam of magical light that struck Fernando's head. Currently, Anna could only proficiently cast 3 spells, Scourgify, Levioso, and Lumos. The effectiveness of her other powerful spells was inconsistent. Watching the 2 unconscious rotund figures, Anna's mouth curled into a smile as she exclaimed, perfect. Severus, intrigued, asked, how can you be sure he spoke the truth? Anna chuckled, who cares about that? I'm not going to the bank to collect hidden funds. Severus, skeptical, countered, didn't you say you wanted to uncover his hidden wealth? Otherwise, Why perform for so long? Are you playing? Am I foolish? Those illicit funds do not belong solely to him. Thus, they cannot be classified as secret money, but rather as ill-gotten gains. Such a burden is indeed perilous. I could simply take him and claim the bounty. Anna rummaged through an old newspaper from several months prior. If memory serves, the reward ranges from 500 to 10,000. With both the man and the stolen goods in hand, surely I shall be entitled to the maximum reward. Observing Severus's unfriendly gaze, she playfully produced a two-way mirror. Arthur, I have delightful news for you. Humph. She is merely putting on an act. Chapter 67. Are you sure there isn't an extra zero? What do you wish to inquire? Putting away the two-way mirror, Anna retrieved 2 chocolates and offered one to Severus. His eyes glimmered with curiosity. Why does Antonin possess a tracking magical core's ethereal flame? Anna was momentarily taken aback. Was that topic a tad too abrupt? His earlier glance clearly suggested otherwise. Severus pressed further, recalling how Antonin had been singed by Valerie's ethereal flame, indicating he lacked the capability to control it. Therefore, the truth is singular. The Dark Lord has explicitly commanded him to ambush us. Ah, Anna gasped, her eyes flashing with anxiety. So he will report back, then return to take me by surprise? Am I merely wasting time here? And why hasn't Weasley arrived yet? My reward cannot be slipping away, can it? Severus narrowed his eyes. Humph, she is indeed playing a part. Among those gathered today, Antonin's magical prowess is second only to the Dark Lord. Watching Anna pace in circles, Severus continued to intimidate. I suspect he was the one who blasted the bushes that night at the Kent Villa. Anna halted, her face alight with excitement. Am I truly that formidable? Remarkably so. The impeccably dressed old man regarded the pale Antonin with a grave expression. What sort of individuals have you entangled yourself with? Antonin was in great distress. His toes were utterly ruined. If the bleeding did not cease, he would be rendered incapacitated. Worse still, he had failed to accomplish the task assigned by his master. Robert, uncle, please, help me. The old man sighed, lightly waved his wand to close the shop door. The fiery red lips on the shop sign squeezed through the crack, transforming the sign from honeyed heart jewelry to owner busy. Please do not disturb. The old man waved his wand, enveloping Antonin's mangled foot in a magical aura, gradually slowing the blood flow until it finally halted. Now, recount everything in detail, leaving not a single word unspoken. After listening to Antonin's account, the old man pondered for a considerable time. Only when the magical aura dissipated and the blood began to flow anew did he speak. You have played the role of a henchman for that esteemed individual. Even if you are a formidable character, you cannot escape the fate of being cannon fodder. Antonin's face stiffened, discomfort washing over him. Though the Dolohov family has diminished, their lineage is not yet extinguished. The Thomas and Black families, currently basking in splendor, remain unaware that they have sown the seeds of their own demise. Do you desire power, or do you wish to live? The old man regarded the bleeding foot with cold detachment, showing no inclination to wave his wand. Despite harboring numerous opinions and grievances, Antonin obediently replied, I wish to live. The old man nodded, waving his wand once more to help him stem the blood. It is impossible for you to withdraw now. Perhaps you should try a different role. How should I proceed? I shall heed your advice. At this moment, only this ancient wizard could save him. He had no choice but to listen. The old man smiled. To eliminate your adversary, you must pay a heavy price. Your days as a henchman are surely over. Seek a modest position within the Ministry of Magic, like Acheron, and become a fence-sitter who adapts to circumstances. Antonin's eyelids perked up, a spark of joy igniting within him. So that individual is dead? The old man sighed internally, concealing his emotions, and countered, after the ethereal flame backlash. Did you experience any further attacks? Antonin shook his head. When you departed, was there anything unusual or obstructive? Antonin shook his head once more. Can you neutralize the backlash of the ethereal flame? A smile flickered in Antonin's eyes, aside from the master. Even Smith himself would struggle to withstand it. Though I have lost 5 toes, I have ultimately fulfilled the master's mandate. I have not failed him. The old man clenched his teeth, suppressing his rage, and said with a hint of indifference, my spell can only temporarily staunch the bleeding. Only by eliminating the magical elements can the wound truly heal. Antonin, filled with urgency, inquired, how can one eliminate it? Through a magical sigil array. Ha ha ha, blessed be Merlin. Who could rival your skill in crafting magical sigils? Antonin boasted, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. I need to prepare the materials. You may proceed as you wish. The old man rose, internally lamenting, foolishness beyond measure. If there were another Dolohov, I would send him straight to meet Merlin. A wizard capable of manipulating spatial elements cannot even be slain by that esteemed individual. Those who are labeled as divine gifts, like Anna, now wore a foolish grin. 50,000 pounds. Are you certain there isn't an extra zero? The speaker was the deputy chief of the Hampshire East District Police, a familiar face. Severus recalled this individual. Months ago, at King's Cross Station, this scruffy officer had given Anna £500 for the opportunity to personally capture a serial killer. Thank you. Anna beamed with joy, swiftly accepting the check. With £50,000, she intended to allocate $10,000 to Arthur, splitting the remaining $40,000 equally with Severus. Cooperation between the police and citizens. This is what you rightfully deserve, the scruffy chief asserted sincerely. Ha ha ha, this little girl is truly a benefactor of mine. The mastermind of the fraud ring, Fernando, had been on the wanted list for months, with the rewards steadily increasing. London's police had been mercilessly criticized by major newspapers. Yet now the case had been cracked by Hampshire's officers, recovering a significant portion of the stolen funds. Recalling the promotion ceremony from months ago and the malicious glee of his rivals, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. What did it matter that he was covertly transferred to Hampshire? The #1 fugitive had ultimately fallen into his hands. Tomorrow's newspaper headlines would feature him prominently. A return to the London police force was imminent. The scruffy chief personally escorted the trio out, and just before he turned away, Arthur completed the last task of the day, erasing all traces. Is that necessary? Anna queried, puzzled. She had summoned Arthur not only to allow him to choose a vehicle, but also to assist in notifying the police to apprehend the suspect. After all, 2 children capturing a fugitive seemed rather implausible. However, he had arrived accompanied by an Auror. Only after eliminating all magical traces did they inform the local police. Arthur sighed. Recently, the Ministry of Magic has mandated that all matters involving magic in the Muggle realm must be eradicated immediately. Severus, perplexed, remarked. Reporting to the police for a reward does not involve magic. Arthur straightened his lips. This doesn't concern you much. You two are minors and hail from Muggle families. It doesn't impact you at all. As for me, I cannot risk exposure to Muggle law enforcement. Anna retorted, are you a virus? Is it not permissible to exchange a few words, or even exchange glances? The ministry's regulations are utterly nonsensical. Arthur offered a wry smile. The secrecy laws are established as such. Many fail to understand. However, based on past experiences, there is a rationale behind them. Seeing the two in low spirits, Anna suggested. To ensure we can distribute the money promptly tomorrow, let us stay at the Dorchester Hotel tonight. My treat. Arthur's eyes sparkled, his cheeks flushed. I can pay for myself. Let us invite Molly as well. Anna waved her hand grandly. I formally invite her. I shall cover all expenses. Arthur produced the two-way mirror, his cheeks tinged with pink, his eyes glistening with affection. Molly. The degree of tension in their voices and gazes made Anna and Severus's scalps prick with unease. Had they not been certain that Arthur had remained within their line of sight, they might have resorted to some means of verifying the authenticity of their suspicions. Chapter 68. My family has boasted 3 generations of Aurors. Ha ha. Of course, you are most welcome. There is absolutely no reason not to be. Arthur's handsome, slender visage flushed with a hint of color. Anna wore an impish grin and whispered conspiratorially to Severus, suggesting that he must be envious of Molly's brothers who work at the Auror office. Severus glanced sideways. Are you sure? Absolutely. Anna asserted with unwavering conviction, her cheeks reddening with indignation. Severus momentarily fell silent before replying. It is indeed reddened. However, this is not the same sort of anger. Observing the vulnerable Arthur ensnared between the 2 burly Aurors, Severus felt a wave of sympathy wash over him. Inviting one's girlfriend for a delightful evening, only to be met first by her brothers, must be quite the predicament. Hey, you must be Anna and Severus, right? I'm Molly Pruitt. A bright and cheerful voice chimed in beside them. Anna turned, gasping softly. You're an Auror too. Molly chuckled merrily, waving her hand as her uniform transformed into stylish ankle boots and a woolen coat, with a velvet gown adorned with a circle of crystal beads beneath. Her long hair, previously styled atop her head, cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. I just finished my shift. Forgive my disheveled appearance. Her fair, rounded face bore 2 charming dimples. You must be what Cinderella's fairy godmother is like, Anna remarked, her eyes sparkling. Of course, you are far more beautiful than any actress in the films. Huh. It's merely a simple transfiguration and a charm to enhance my glow. I am nowhere near a fairy, Molly replied with a light laugh. Forgive my ignorance. But who is Cinderella? A character from the Brothers Grimm, but that is not important. Anna waved her hand dismissively. What prerequisites does one need to become an Auror? Is the assessment particularly challenging? Molly smiled knowingly. My family has been Aurors for 3 generations, so I find it rather manageable. Anna nodded in understanding. I see. Molly. Time to head home, called out a somewhat beleaguered Wesley, who was being escorted by the Pruitt brothers. Molly extended her hands, one on each side. Let us go. I'll lead you both. After a swirl of motion, they found themselves transported to a secluded farmhouse. Before them stood a quaint red brick cottage, surrounded by dense woods. To the left was a cluster of chicken coops, and to the right, a patch of vegetable garden. Although the property spanned no more than 300 square meters, all the facilities appeared enchantingly magical. The cottage's windows were alive, blinking and illuminating upon noticing visitors. The fences of the chicken coop had long legs, ensuring that no chick could escape its confines, no matter how swiftly it ran. The plants in the garden were bizarre and whimsical. Anna blinked, recalling that they had seemingly been engaging in a scuffle just moments ago, complete with hair-pulling antics. "Welcome to our humble abode, my and Arthur's new home," Molly exclaimed, ushering them inside while turning back to shout, "That's enough. Bill is about to wake up." Anna turned to see Arthur, his face bruised and battered, sandwiched between the two towering Pruitt brothers, all three wearing exaggeratedly affectionate smiles. "Alas," Molly sighed, "we want to be able to visit the Muggle Hotel tonight. I can't let my brothers take out their frustrations without consequence. I'll go prepare dinner, and let my son Bill keep you company." With a flick of her wand, a baby carriage came whizzing down from the second floor. Within lay a tiny red-haired bundle, gazing up with round, sea-blue eyes, babbling incoherently. "And you claim to have a girlfriend," Anna remarked quietly to Severus, "and yet, a child has already been born." Severus nodded. "He deserves every bit of the beating he received." "Ah." The red-haired infant rolled over, raising a tiny foot. Anna, with a mischievous grin, reached out to tickle him. Smack! The hanging colorful balls on the baby carriage retaliated with a sharp bump to her forehead. "Ouch!" Anna exclaimed, clutching her head. "This baby carriage comes with a defense mechanism." Severus remarked, "That was Bill's counterattack, an innate magic of a young wizard." "P.S. Only how old?" Anna gasped. 51 days, Arthur replied, entering with a clean face, wobbling slightly. Upon hearing his words, the Pruitt brothers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Gideon, with a grimace, muttered, "To secretly register a marriage is one thing. But Molly was still on duty 50 days ago." Fabian, with an icy tone, added, "You shouldn't have shown him any leniency earlier." "He truly is blind," Gideon continued. "Up until yesterday, he thought it was not a bad thing for Molly to be dating a Weasley. At least her appetite has improved." Arthur hung his head, extending a hand towards Bill. As the infant soared into his embrace, the Pruitt brothers raised their eyebrows in unison, exclaiming, "A fine specimen for an Auror." "Dinner is served," Molly announced grandly, making her entrance like royalty, followed by an array of dishes lined up neatly, resembling the guards at Buckingham Palace. The dinner was splendid. While Molly's culinary skills might not rival those of Brady or Severus, her desserts were delightful, particularly the red bean milk cake, of which Anna devoured 5 pieces. Still yearning for more, Arthur had expended much of his luck in encountering Molly. Satisfied, Fabian squinted at Anna and Severus, adding, "The rest of my good fortune is attributed to meeting the two of you. £10,000 is no small sum. Can you both make independent decisions?" Anna nodded. "Of course. Arthur has put in both effort and labor. He deserves this money." Gideon suddenly turned to Arthur, speaking gravely. "Do you know why you cannot join the Auror office?" Arthur shifted slightly, responding, "Perhaps it's merely a matter of luck." Fabian scoffed. "It's more about your lack of insight." Gideon said earnestly, "Tomorrow, Molly will accompany the 2 children to the bank. Arthur should refrain from going." Seeing Arthur hesitate, Fabian shook his head. "Why did we suddenly seek you out?" Arthur glanced at Molly, but Gideon interjected. "She did not inform you about registering the marriage or the pregnancy and childbirth. Is it reasonable for her to keep that from you while suddenly initiating a date?" Fabian's lips twitched. "As soon as we appeared, you became anxious. I hadn't even asked yet, and you already spilled the beans." Molly sighed. "It was my idea to keep it from you." Gideon straightened his mouth. "Given the circumstances, let us move on. I still maintain that after marriage, you should resign. Being an Auror is not suitable for a mother." Noticing his wife's displeasure, Arthur stammered, "Molly is an exceptional Auror. She can be a mother just as well." "You should be quiet." Fabian shot a glare at Arthur. "Your intellect is inferior to that of 2 children. At least the award-winning child knows to find an adult to accompany him." Arthur's face stiffened, and he hesitantly spoke. "Is there a problem with that mute?" Gideon sighed. "Muggle police can't catch Fernando. Is it truly difficult for an Auror to apprehend him?" "His full name is David Fernando Yacosly, the younger brother of the head of the law enforcement department." Fabian added nonchalantly, "At least half of the pounds he swindled goes to his brother." Chapter 69, The Cauldron of Calypso. Yacosly. This was the surname Anna had heard the most today. Who could have imagined that the head of the law enforcement department had not only a Death Eater brother wreaking havoc in the magical world, but also a fraudster sibling causing chaos in the Muggle realm? Reflecting on the events that transpired, Anna ruefully touched her nose. Arthur had just been duped by Yacosly, and within 2 months, he had turned around to deliver the man's brother to the police, thus solidifying their enmity. Had she not made Arthur the lessee, Yacosly would never have been able to swindle him. Thankfully, She had paid the taxes. Today, she had again called upon Arthur for assistance, and the price of £10,000 felt rather steep. I am merely following the regulations, Arthur replied, his expression filled with frustration. It was not that he lacked understanding of social intricacies. He simply failed to recognize that the rotund gentleman belonged to the Yaxley family. When they requested his participation in the performance, promising remuneration, Fabian's eyes brimmed with exasperation. You are dutifully compliant, even enlisting an auror to manage matters. By the end of the day, the entire ministry was abuzz with rumors that Arthur Weasley is a traitor of pure blood, a mere lackey for the Muggle government. While we do not endorse extreme pure-blood ideology, we shall not assist Muggles in maintaining law and order. Gideon, with a look of disappointment, remarked, You are far too conspicuous. Arthur's face turned as pale as a sheet, feeling as though he were seated on a bed of nails. He would rather endure another beating from 2, or even 3. Pruitt brothers. Yaxley, Molly interjected suddenly, her demeanor haughty. What does that even matter? Gideon and Fabian exchanged glances, revealing the faintest hint of amusement. They were chastising their brother-in-law for causing their sister discontent. Arthur Weasley may not be the brightest, but his appearance was certainly to Molly's liking, even considering their nephew Bill. They had no intentions of treating this newly minted brother-in-law harshly, merely to frighten him into employing more thoughtfulness in the future. Of course, Molly was not mistaken. The Pruitts had never held Yaxley in high regard. That family was notoriously fickle. After bidding farewell to the Pruitt brothers, Molly arranged for Anna and Severus to stay, intending to accompany them to cash a check in the morning. Anna will occupy the room on the left and Severus the one on the right, she said with a sweet smile. The Pruitt family was known for producing twins, hence when Arthur built the house, he fashioned 2 children's rooms. Observing Anna's curious expression, Molly winked. Gideon and Fabian are twins, although they do not resemble each other. I can answer that, Anna chimed in. They are fraternal twins, so they look different. Molly chuckled. Is that a Muggle term? Wizards believe that a fetus is born from fallen stars. Only couples blessed by Merlin can have children favored by the celestial bodies. Watching the wide-eyed little girl, Molly felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling Brady's words. If this were her daughter, she would be a treasure to be cherished and held close at all times. Would you like to observe me brewing potions? Yes. Anna's eyes sparkled with excitement. And Severus was equally keen. Just as Severus was about to speak, his expression froze, wanting to assert his ability to articulate. However, Molly interjected, No, that's a bedtime activity for girls. Severus, you will go with Arthur. Boys have their own arrangements. At that moment, Arthur, cradling Bill, appeared with impeccable timing, beckoning Severus, Come. Walk with me. Molly led Anna to the room at the end of the hallway, saying, I will prepare some disguises for tomorrow, so. Are you going to brew the polyjuice potion? Anna inquired, a bit too excited. Can't Severus observe? He has far more talent than I do. Molly chuckled softly. Even if I stayed up all night, I couldn't brew it. It requires several days of preparation. Oh, Anna let out a disappointed sound. What kind of potion are you going to brew? Molly took her small hand, smiling, something every witch desires. Come in. It turned out to be a lavish washroom, distinctly different from the other rooms. How to put it? Even though Anna had grown up in affluence, she found it somewhat excessively opulent, almost gaudy. The room, measuring around 10 square meters, had a bathtub occupying half the space. Had it not been for the milky ceramic texture and its rounded shape resembling a cauldron, Anna would have referred to it as a bathing pool. The enormous tub was adorned with various gemstones, sparkling brilliantly, not at all comparable to the colored stones in the Muggles' Grand Hall. This is my dowry, Molly smiled, revealing a precious artifact passed down from mother to daughter. The Caliban basin. Anna extended her curious little hand, and upon touching it, exclaimed softly, It's not ceramic? It appeared smooth to the touch, yet had a slightly granular feel. And it was warm. Ah! Anna withdrew her finger, exclaiming, It's alive. It just drew me in. Molly smiled, waving her wand, and a surge of clear water filled the basin in an instant. The material of this basin was said to be either moonstone or starstone. The specifics remained a mystery. Anna did not know what moonstone or starstone was, yet she did not inquire further. Her entire attention was captivated by the water within the basin. As the magical core nestled in her hair seemed quite intrigued by it, teetering between eagerness and hesitation. The water seems to have changed. She leaned in closer to observe. According to ancestral records, this basin was the brewing basin of the autumn goddess Caliban, stolen by the wilderness witches who served her. Without Caliban's divine power, the basin could not brew fine wine. It could only be used for bathing. Once clear water was poured in, it would automatically warm, and the water's texture would gradually thicken, ultimately transforming into a creamy concoction. Anna gazed intently at the surface of the water, her eyes sharp. I senti it pink? Molly, intrigued, dipped her hand into the water, remarking that today's color was indeed somewhat different. Yet it posed no issue. This basin had been in use for hundreds of years, dating back to my great-great-great-grandmother. Occasionally, slight variations occurred. Come, let us soak. As she slipped into the large basin, enveloped in the pink concoction, Anna felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. What benefits does bathing in the Caliban basin bring? She asked, scooping a handful of the pink mixture to apply to her face. Is it for beauty? Molly chuckled lightly. Not quite. Huh. Anna struggled to keep her eyes open, feeling drowsy, and straightened her tongue to inquire. Does it promote longevity? Not that either. Molly shook her head, her gaze playful, and moreover, this basin is exclusively for witches. If a wizard were to use it, he might suffer consequences. Huh. Anna wiped the mixture from her face, making an effort to sit up straight. Is it merely for daily cleansing? Molly, no longer playing coy, held up 2 fingers. On the night of the full moon, it can restore a witch's vitality. On the night of the new moon, it allows for transformation. Transformation? The drowsiness dissipated instantly. Molly nodded. Tonight is the new moon. Before sleeping, envision the form you wish to take. Tomorrow morning, you will be in for a surprise. Chapter 70. When I wake up tomorrow, will I become a monster? Severus followed Arthur to the first-floor washroom to freshen up, eager to witness the traditional wizarding method of ablution. If it proved superior, he would not hesitate to inquire further. This is the Weasley family's traditional formula, a source of robust physique, abundant magical power, and the courage to conquer all. Arthur rambled on, tossing herbs into 2 large bathtubs. Severus's lips twitched. He recognized those herbs all too well, having brewed a significant batch of protective ointment from them just that morning. As the steam rose and the herbs changed color in the tubs, Arthur waved his hand. Time to soak. He held Bill in the hot water and turned to Severus, who was only visible above the surface. Molly's Caliban basin is undoubtedly superior, but unfortunately, men cannot use it. Severus opened his eyes. What? Bill, with his fiery red hair, blew a bubble at Severus. Goo. Arthur grinned widely. Tomorrow morning, when you see Anna, you might be quite surprised. Why? Severus, awakened from his slumber, growled at Anna. For hours prior, he had expressed the same sentiment to Arthur. How had he phrased it? On the night of the new moon, bathing in the Caliban basin would lead to transformation. He had never mentioned anything about going mad. Severus's expression turned dark as he glared at Anna, who was misbehaving at the foot of his bed. Return to your own room. Your bed is so spacious. I'll sleep on the edge. I won't disturb you. Anna protested, attempting to squeeze in. I can't sleep alone. Severus pressed down on the blankets, growling. You are a girl. Anna pouted. We are still children. What does it matter? Severus's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he spat out a single word through clenched teeth. Leave. Anna, cowed by his stare, retreated into the corner of the bed, mumbling to herself. Molly said to envision the person I most wish to become before sleeping, but I cannot conjure an image. Her mind was a chaotic whirlpool of thoughts. Her mother, Silas, Valerie, Audrey Hepburn, and even Folly, all flashing before her like scenes from a movie. The most terrifying of all were the animals and the red-eyed Dark Lord. It was no surprise to have starlets popping up in her mind. Who wouldn't he want to become a celebrated icon? But what was with that horde of animals? Cats and dogs were one thing, but there was even a honey badger from Africa, reminiscent of a film she could never quite place. And that red-eyed Dark Lord was even more absurd. Molly had mentioned that there was a chance only the face would change. The Lord's head atop her body, Merlin above. She was somewhat curious to see it. At this thought, she let out a giggle. Are you listening? No sleeping. She playfully slapped his leg through the covers, and upon seeing his eyes flutter open, she inquired, when I wake up tomorrow, will I turn into a monster? I wonder how long the transformation lasts. Severus, with a vacant stare, answered mechanically, 12 hours. Huh. Anna gasped. How do you know? After being forced to endure her chatter for over an hour, he was too tired to be irritable, his voice barely a whisper. Arthur said the Caliburnus cauldron was crafted by the German alchemist Felix 600 years ago. Huh. Anna squeezed closer to Severus. Isn't that Caliburnus cauldron used by the autumn goddess for brewing? It was stolen by the wild witch. Sleep. Severus interrupted her, lifting a corner of the blanket. And stop babbling. Anna, exasperated, turned red and white, throwing back. You're the one babbling. Before darting away, Severus buried himself in the blankets, chuckling softly. Finally, he could sleep. Sweet dreams awaited him. As he descended the stairs the next morning, Anna's door was firmly shut. Humph. I'll be surprised if she gets up. Just then, Severus let out a short gasp, fingers gripping the staircase railing tightly, his fingertips turning pale. Good morning, greeted a dashing youth with dark hair and crimson eyes, flashing a bright smile at Severus. Did you sleep well? A tall, voluptuous, and stunning witch welcomed him with enthusiasm, offering milk with red bean pudding. Severus sat stiffly at the dining table, and compared to Arthur, Molly appeared even taller. The already well-fed Anna, resting her chin on one hand, gazed at Severus with sparkling eyes, teasingly commenting, what a pity. You couldn't replicate his head perfectly. Cough, Severus sputtered, nearly choking. Is your voice all right? The enchanting Anna frowned, pouting, her delicate fingers curling through her hair. Perhaps the Dark Lord's voice change period is responsible for this tone. It truly is troublesome. Molly stifled a laugh, lightly tapping her wand on the table, summoning a large cup of milk beside Severus. With a swift gulp, Severus downed the milk, suppressing a belch. He turned to Molly. Who did you replicate? Molly flashed a toothy grin. No one in particular. This is my ideal type. The Pruitt family is all tall. And I'm the exception. This has been my childhood ideal. The beauty of the Caliburnus cauldron lies in fulfilling dreams. Ah, how melancholic, the enchanting Anna remarked. A shadow of disappointment in her eyes. Had I known it was a one-time replication, I definitely wouldn't have chosen this version. Severus raised an eyebrow. Can't you change it? Once you pick your ideal type, it stays the same. The most you might have is a slight age difference, Molly replied with a smile. The enchanting Anna pouted. I too wish to have a version of my ideal type. Molly comforted her. Your own appearance is your ideal type. I have yet to see a more beautiful young lady than you. Ha ha ha. The enchanting Anna laughed heartily. Really? Her voice, reminiscent of a quacking duck, caused Severus to sputter milk. Ah, so that's it. You all rise so early, Arthur said, descending with tousled hair, his eyes widening as he beheld Molly. Taller and broader than him, offering a forced smile. You eat on your own. We must depart. Bill has eaten and gone back to sleep. You can see him after you finish. After giving her instructions, Molly draped her arm around Arthur's shoulder, leaning down for a quick peck. Seeing Arthur, looking like a little bird, blush, Severus turned away, only to meet the enchanting Anna's watery red eyes, his mouth twitching. Why are you crying? The enchanting Anna squinted, wiping away her tears, mumbling. Sleepy Severus responded with a sigh. Are you ready? Molly held the hands of both children, preparing for apparition, but was suddenly halted by Anna. Aren't you going to wear a disguise? Is it necessary? Severus delicately declined, harboring a sense of foreboding. The enchanting Anna, with a serious expression and pointed gaze, insisted. It is very necessary. Your appearance is highly recognizable. Severus's death glare failed to deter Anna, who pulled out a familiar crystal glass vial from her pocket. How about this? Not at all. He stepped back. At the scrapyard yesterday, Anna had rifled through every pocket of Fernando and his accomplices, collecting a total of 1,355 pounds and 20 shillings, along with 2 vials of potions and a military dagger. Molly chimed in. I checked. It's a high-quality compound potion. Severus shook his head. What a waste. I'd rather wear a wig. Anna chuckled. Wearing a wig requires a dress and high heels. Can your feet handle that? Severus's complexion paled as he reluctantly accepted the glass vial and downed its contents in one go. Who did I replicate? Chapter 71. Supporting mother. Her feet hurt. Anna wept loudly on Severus's ample chest, and he exerted all his magical strength to refrain from delivering a silencing spell. Waha? The one who ought to be crying was him. He had consumed the compound potion to avoid wearing high heels and a dress. What was the result? He no longer needed to wear high heels and a dress, but instead had to suffer through equally torturous pointed boots and those garments that made him flush with embarrassment. The added curves in his chest were something he dared not dwell upon. The black mink fur coat on his upper body was warm, while the lower half featured plaid wide-leg trousers with Scottish flair. From the front, it was tolerable, but from the back, it was rather unseemly. Stealing a sidelong glance at himself nearly choked him. It was utterly unsightly. He wished he could tidy up those 2 rounded portions at the lower back. Snow-white skin, raven hair, blue eyes, and red lips, Molly exclaimed. Anna wasn't exaggerating. She truly looks as beautiful as Snow White, though I've never seen Snow White myself. Severus was not foolish. He certainly recognized who he had replicated. Gazing into the mirror at Anna's mother nestled against the youthful red-eyed Dark Lord, he felt Anna owed him a fortune. Cry again. Severus was startled by the softness of his own voice, cleared his throat, and added, cry again. And the bank will close. Anna looked up, her big red eyes sparkling as she proudly replied, Ms. Black is a supreme VIP at Lloyd's Bank. Even if the bank closes, there will be someone to attend to us. Her duck-like voice brought a smile to Severus's face. He extended his arm to support his mother, who complained of foot pain. Cough. Anna sputtered, producing a bubble from her nose. Ha ha ha. Molly laughed heartily, linking their arms. Apparate. London, Lloyd's Bank. The lobby manager led the trio into the VIP room, exuding utmost courtesy. Ms. Black, here is some handmade Italian chocolate. I hope you enjoy it. After months apart, the young lad has grown so tall, hasn't he? The financial manager, arriving fashionably late, remarked, children grow so quickly. Anna raised an eyebrow. She recognized this person as rather snobbish. However, Mother insisted that such individuals are secure. Cash the check. With a dismissive attitude, she tossed the check onto the coffee table, intending to withdraw the entire amount. The financial advisor's eyes flickered momentarily as he gestured for his assistant to hurry. During the wait, His mouth was incessantly busy, discussing everything from London's economic policies to the nefarious intentions of the Federal Reserve. Ms. Black, in times of economic downturn, one must be especially prudent with investments. I have several secure funds available. Would you care to consider them? Ms. Black Snape raised her chin slightly, her ruby lips parting. No. The financial advisor dared not show any displeasure in front of the stunning beauty and managed a forced smile. Shall we also take the safe with us today? This posed a dilemma. Snape, known for his seriousness regarding unanswerable questions, was met with the snake-like, lethal gaze of the beauty, which seemed to convey, "You have overstepped." Yet Anna's eyes sparkled with a fierce desire to uncover secrets, prompting her tongue to outrun her thoughts. Of course, the advisor certainly did not take the child's words seriously and offered a polite smile. "Oh, we must listen to Mother." "Very well, we shall take the safe, Ms. Black Snape declared rather curtly, though to onlookers, it appeared as the pretentious display of a doting mother. The financial advisor glanced at his watch and said, "The withdrawal will take a bit longer. Why don't we retrieve the safe from the vault first?" The three rose in unison, garnering a peculiar look from the financial advisor. Only one person can enter the vault," he stammered, feeling slightly flustered by their boldness. "I'm not a first-time visitor to Lloyd's," Anna retorted with a smirk. "Molly, accompany me to the restroom." The financial advisor quickly smiled. "Of course. If the young master prefers the manager's restroom over the VIP lounge, I can have my assistant arrange it." Anna huffed, her eyes radiating an extreme arrogance. "Mind your own business. I want to go out. Let us go." Ms. Black Snape waved her hand, her icy demeanor leaving the advisor hesitant to say more. Once outside the VIP room, Anna grabbed Molly and dashed toward the public restroom. The two shared a silent understanding and turned back after just a few steps. Molly muttered incantations while pulling Anna to follow Snape. The further they proceeded, the more ominous Anna felt. This was not the VIP passage to the underground vault, but rather the bank's internal fire escape. "Jill." The financial advisor suddenly changed his demeanor at a secluded staircase corner. "Who allowed you to return?" Ms. Black Snape's gaze darkened as she recalled Anna's description of her mother, carefully choosing her words. "Myself." The financial advisor rubbed his face in frustration, exclaiming, "You cannot be so selfish. We agreed to help you investigate Anna's situation, the fire scene at Charles's." "Shut up." Ms. Black Snape interrupted him with a wave. Watching Anna's mouth, she enunciated each word. "Hand over my belongings." The financial advisor's face stiffened, his hands clenched into fists in his pockets. "You can't overpower me. Don't waste your effort." Ms. Black Snape's voice was laced with frost. "I have countless ways to eliminate you." John said, "Whatever he says is a lie." The financial advisor stammered, his complexion a mix of pale and green as he faltered under her glare. Ignoring the advisor's response, Ms. Black Snape reiterated, "I am right here. Give me what is mine." "Fine." The financial advisor conceded, trembling as he retrieved an envelope from his suit pocket. "Forget it all." A magical light shot from behind them, knocking the advisor unconscious. "Down you go," Snape added, ensuring he was incapacitated. With the advisor collapsed on the ground, Snape turned and handed the envelope to Anna. The trio retraced their steps, encountering the assistant who had returned with the cash. "Where's Stephen?" he inquired with a cheerful smile. Anna rolled her eyes, muttering, "Who knows where he ran off to? Do you need me to send a car for you?" He eagerly offered, trying to curry favor with the esteemed clients. "Is 50,000 really necessary?" Anna scoffed as she accepted the money. "This is merely my allowance for 2 months." After saying this, she handed a stack of cash to Molly. "Thank you for your hard work." Turning back, she extracted a bill from the remaining cash and stuffed it into the assistant's jacket pocket. "You worked hard too. My name is Steve. Please allow me to escort you to your vehicle." The assistant beamed. £50, he thought. He would need to work 2 days to earn that much. At the bank's entrance, gazing at the tall figure trailing behind, he remarked to the lobby manager, "That woman looks like the lady's bodyguard." The lobby manager replied, "Which lady would hire such a beautiful female bodyguard?" The assistant retorted, "Are you blind? The lady is 1,000 times less beautiful than her." The lobby manager, puzzled, asked, "What does the lady look like?" "Forget it all." Molly turned to the two, waving her wand. Chapter 72, A Most Curious Perspective. Anna produced her keys and said to Molly, "Let us go home. Stay indoors for now." She nodded. "If you need anything, use the two-way mirror to contact Arthur. You can reach me as well." With a flash of rainbow light, Anna and Snape appeared at King's Cross Station. "I did not intend to deceive her," she said, linking her arm with Snape's, her voice slightly higher. "Of course," he gently affirmed, "you did intend to deceive her." Anna giggled. "Aren't you curious about what's inside the envelope?" "It's a check," Snape replied, looking down at her excitedly flushed cheeks. "Besides galleons and pounds, only a check could evoke such a response." "You are truly clever." Her smile was broad enough to encompass her entire being, though it was not entirely accurate. It bore similar significance. Snape touched the envelope. It felt thin. If it were not a check, what else could it possibly be? Sensing his confusion, Anna chose not to clarify at that moment, instead pulling him to board a double-decker bus. They approached the driver, Anna shaking a coin in her hand before tossing it into the fare box. They effortlessly squeezed through the crowd, heading for the upper deck, attracting quite a few curious glances. Is that how you dress to ride the bus? Are you mad? Is that her little boyfriend? A third-rate star from America? Anna turned back, her crimson eyes gleaming. With a loud voice, she exclaimed in American English, "Mother, this city is absolutely dreadful. Not only do they steal cars and money, but they also gossip behind your back. Is this truly the birthplace of Shakespeare?" Ms. Black Snape wore a perplexed expression, tugging Anna along firmly. The entire bus grew silent, save for the rumbling of the engine. As the close-knit duo settled into their seats, an elderly gentleman nearby immediately offered a friendly smile. "Where are you two headed for fun?" "I'm the editor of the Daily Britain and can provide you with many interesting suggestions." Anna nodded demurely. "Your kindness is the finest gift I have received these past few days." The elderly gentleman, sporting a thick white beard and sharp eagle-like eyes, was quite talkative and knowledgeable. Quickly winning the favor of the mother and son, the red-eyed youth looked up at him in admiration. "David, you are even more impressive than my history teacher. Of course, you graduated from Cambridge. It is only natural you would be more knowledgeable than him." Anna's flattery was subtle yet effective. Snape felt as if the true Dark Lord had arrived, for winning others' favor seemed effortless for them. "I'm simply more familiar with London's history. Your history teacher knows his hometown just as intimately," the elderly man said humbly, though the brilliance in his eyes rivaled the reflections on the bus's windows. "Yesterday, I found an envelope on the street. It contained several photographs. The envelope was printed by the London Mail, and I suspect the photograph was inadvertently left behind by some careless journalist. We should first return the photo to the newspaper, and then thoroughly explore London." As Anna spoke, she produced an envelope, one that was familiar to Severus. "Ah, she certainly knows how to make the most of her resources." Old David, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "May I take a look?" "Why not?" Anna promptly obliged, and although I was unfamiliar with the street culture of London, I felt that with the addition of rock instruments, it bore a semblance of apocalyptic punk. David scrutinized the photograph, his expression grave. Ignoring Anna's words, he murmured to himself, "So they truly exist." Severus, with keen ears, caught every word. He could not fathom Anna's intentions. Was she exposing Death Eaters in the Muggle world? Who cared? However, he was certain that the envelope contained a substantial sum, enough that she had no intention of using the photograph for profit. His suspicion was validated as he noticed several close-ups of maskless individuals nestled among the stack of photos. Notably, there were double images of the Lestrange siblings. Anna's angle of capture was rather peculiar, rendering the three individuals grotesque, with disproportionately large heads, short legs, and grimacing expressions, their attire barely covering them. Their wands appeared less dignified than the chopsticks from Uncle Chin's restaurant. "Could I have the photos?" David snapped back to reality, gripping tightly. "I can pay you for your work. This isn't my creation. It should be returned to its rightful owner," Anna replied with a frown, feigning a reach for the photographs, only to have the old man evade her grasp. "If by rightful owner you mean the London Mail, then hand them over to me," David asserted with a firm tone, his demeanor shifting from that of an erudite scholar to an authoritative figure. "Aren't you the editor of the Daily London? Are you thus also the editor of the London Mail?" The voice of the pubescent boy rose an octave. Since she had already established her virtuous persona, Anna was determined to see it through. Moreover, only through a properly managed transfer could the photographs gain credibility. Other passengers on the second floor had been observing the trio for some time, not solely due to the striking appearance of the mother and son, but also because the newspaper's editor was defending the honor of London in front of foreigners. The birthplace of Shakespeare must not be tarnished by the lower classes. A young man seated behind David suddenly spoke up. "He is not the editor of the London Mail, but one of his students is." David turned in surprise. "Do you know me?" The young man, blushing, replied, "Johnny Young, a student at Cambridge's journalism department. Your lecture in Cambridge last week was exceptional." Everything was progressing smoothly, all within Anna's range. Gently declining David's offer of £50 and accepting his business card, they disembarked. After a bout of shopping at a London department store, the two returned to White Island Manor. Anna linked her arm with Severus, resting her head on his shoulder, softly murmuring, "There are still 4 hours left, you." Severus noticed a hint of reluctance in Anna's eyes, stirring a mix of sympathy and discomfort within him. Dragging her to the fireplace, he kicked off his flip-flop boots and sank into the sofa, stating, "Earlier, didn't you say you would submit to both the Daily Mail and the Prophet?" Yet Anna responded with a non sequitur, pulling out a curious banknote to show him. "Look at the denomination." Severus took it, 100,000. "This must be counterfeit, right? No such large denomination exists, and it doesn't even resemble pounds." Anna burst into laughter. "No, this is a gold certificate, colloquially known as a gold note. It was issued by the U.S. mint during the gold standard era. However, in 1934, the U.S. government enacted the Gold Reserve Act, making it illegal for individuals to hold gold certificates. Severus sensed she had more to say, yet he played along. So, doesn't that make it worthless paper? Anna laughed heartily, revealing 8 teeth. It was rare to catch Severus in a knowledge-blind spot, which brought her immense pleasure. In 1964, the U.S. Treasury lifted restrictions on private ownership of gold certificates. However, they could still only be exchanged for an equivalent amount in dollars. Observing her delight, Severus began to doubt. How many pounds can $100,000 be exchanged for? Surely not $1 million? Anna continued her explanation. Today at Lloyd's Bank, I saw the exchange rate listed as 10 for 116. Thus, $100,000 equates to 240,000 pounds. Severus raised an eyebrow. You smile as if it's £1 million. Exactly. If I were to exchange this for pounds, I would be a complete fool, Anna replied, gesturing for Severus to look at the bottom of the gold certificate. Chapter 73. Everything is a matter of expediency. Anna's eyes sparkled as she kissed the gold certificate in her hand. The serial number of this certificate was 00000001. Do you know what this means? This is the highest denomination gold certificate issued in limited quantity by the U.S. Mint. It is the first of its kind. Preceding it is the number 00000000, which my mother claimed is a family heirloom of the Federal Reserve. On the market. The exuberant Anna was interrupted by the startled exclamation of the broom girl. Is it the head of the family? The broom, stretching and retracting at the staircase, inquired. Meow. The stout cat wriggled its ample backside, freeing itself from the broom's grasp, and dashed toward Anna. Stout. Anna opened her arms, yearning for a mutual embrace with her baby. Anna cried out in disbelief and indignation. Did you just bite me? In the next moment, the blood spots on her arm were swiftly licked away by Stout. Meow. Stout's tone shifted to a softer pitch, having tasted blood and confirmed it was Anna. Stout felt a tinge of guilt, albeit minimal. Humph. You promised to take me wherever you go. The broom, trailing behind, stammered. You two are still minors. And while staying out all night may be excused, how can you engage in such antics? Good children of the modern age must not emulate the detritus of the Middle Ages. What sort of gender-bending games are you playing? Be quiet. Severus's expression darkened instantaneously. He had not intended to explain, but the broom was a fervent imagination enthusiast. This is a polyjuice potion, replicating Anna's mother. Today, she accompanied me because someone took my mother's belongings, and I had to ask Severus to retrieve them. Everything is a matter of expediency, Anna interjected, providing a convincingly strong rationale. The broom, indeed, relaxed, asking, Did you get it back? Of course. Anna beamed. It's worth quite a sum. My mother said that precious gold certificates are beloved by collectors and can fetch astronomical prices at Christie's. I can't speak for other serial numbers, but this one, numbered 00000001, is undoubtedly a collector's item. Even that heirloom from the Federal Reserve pales in comparison, as the certificate numbered 000000 is not even a circulating note. Shaking the gold certificate in her hand, Anna declared, Once I come of age, I will take it to auction. Auction? The broom gasped. Such a fine item left by the matriarch must surely be passed down. How can you auction it? Heh. Anna chuckled awkwardly. I didn't sleep well last night. I'll just go to my room for a nap. The broom chased after her. Head of the family. Wait, why do you want to transform into a male? I can smell it. You haven't consumed the polyjuice potion. It's a rather unique scent. Do you have a nose? Anna teased. The broom, feeling deeply insulted, retorted. I am a quality magical broom with all 5 senses intact. Meow. Stout squeezed past the broom, blocking and pushing, firmly establishing itself as Anna's protective companion. Observing the 3 figures jostling up the stairs, Severus ceased to ponder Anna's intentions regarding the photographs. What was done. Knowing or not knowing made little difference. Those Death Eaters embarrassing themselves in Muggle newspapers was none of his concern. His research on dental rinses had already fallen behind by a day. In the stillness of the dilapidated manor, time appeared to stand still, yet in London, the media landscape was tumultuous. The sensational images of chaos were fervently published by various newspapers, each with its own unique headline, yet the fervor remained astonishingly similar. The stark contrast between dwindling newspaper sales and plummeting financial products was palpable. Industry magnates speculated whether the media economy could indeed be the catalyst for London's economic revival. On the eve of Christmas, Anna, who would daily slip out of the manor to purchase newspapers, finally caught sight of the unflattering photograph of the witch Bella splashed across the pages of London's leading tabloids. With a hearty laugh, Anna sat at the dining table, her laughter erupting like a pig's snort, her hands trembling with the newspaper as if it had been kissed fiercely by the sea breeze. The writer for the Daily London exhibited the most creativity, capturing her admiration. Casting a glance at the impassive Severus, she cleared her throat and recited, throughout history, each cult's ascent has been rooted in the collapse of the socio-economic structure. The cultists eschew productivity, disdain societal norms, and strive for self-redemption through the sacrifice of others' lives. Severus set down his cutlery, his gaze darkening. Wizards have their own way of life. Anna tossed aside the newspaper, her expression turning earnest. The Death Eaters do not represent wizards. They are merely a band of idle, marauding psychopaths, cruel in nature. Have you ever considered that wizards themselves pose a natural threat to muggles? Severus's voice remained calm, yet his eyes glinted with coldness, even though they were family. Does the article's depiction discomfort you? Do you feel that wizards have been affronted by the muggle press? Anna licked her lips, clasped her hands together, and after a few interwoven thumb movements, softly replied, "Why not take a moment to read this article?" Severus remained noncommittal. Anna continued, "The article concludes that being unproductive, rootless, and lacking a stable income is the root of all chaos. The atrocities of the Death Eaters are, at their core, societal issues, not mere racial conflicts. The public may not recognize them, but the London government certainly will. If a festering sore is not lanced, it shall never heal." "Ah, I see," Severus nodded. "You wish for the London government to address the Death Eaters." Anna shrugged. "Who knows? I merely wish to expose them." Although uncertain of what action the London government might take, Severus's voice remained indifferent. Yet one thing was clear. They would offer no assistance to wizards unless she renounced her wizarding identity. Anna's heart skipped, suspecting who she referred to. Similarly, they will not interfere in the squabbles among wizards. Anna pouted. "They kill." Severus scoffed. "They kill muggles. The Ministry of Magic is to be held accountable. When muggle wizards are slain, who cares?" Anna fell silent. Severus added, "The individuals you captured in your photographs are all well-to-do. They are not unproductive, rootless, or without a stable income. These people are the backbone of the Death Eaters, and what they seek is magical freedom. This is a battle for survival between two races, not simply a societal issue as portrayed by the Muggle press." The derision in his gaze made her feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles, and she slammed her hands on the table, exclaiming, "Their magical freedom is an affront to humanity." "You do not acknowledge that the London government suppresses wizards," Severus nodded. "Do you recall how the Muggle housing magical modification safety tax came to be? Any public harm caused by magic must be compensated by the Ministry of Magic to the London government." Anna shook her head. "Whoever endangers public safety does not pay. When muggles cause damage and the perpetrator cannot be apprehended, the local government ultimately bears the cost as they collect taxpayer money. How does the ministry operate? They tax efficiently but are deaf and blind when it comes to capturing culprits. Their governance is inferior to that of pack animals." Severus chuckled. "Thus, it is entirely justifiable for the Death Eaters to overthrow the Ministry of Magic." Anna, exasperated, finally shouted, "Are you blind? The current Ministry of Magic at least has Arthur and Molly. If they were to take control, it would be rife with acanthus." Severus's lips pressed together, his tone steady. "When did you gain the ability to foresee the future?" "No, I do not," Anna replied, her eyelids drooping as she stuffed her hands into her pockets. "But I have eyes. If you insist on believing that those who killed Silas and Aaron were unrestrained underlings, then what of Brady, the main course? And those who set fire to my home, are they not unrestrained as well? If their leader is a scoundrel who devoured the Smith family fortune, does everything not align?" Chapter 74. How could I possibly miss such a splendid opportunity? Severus gazed downward for a long while before speaking in a hushed tone. "Though I possess half Muggle blood, I harbor no fondness for Muggles. The London government is theirs, not mine. Since my earliest memories, Muggles have brought me nothing but contemptuous and loathing glances, along with countless slanders and beatings." Anna took her seat, cleared her throat, and stated earnestly, "The injustices you faced in the past were the result of your original family circumstances. Their disdain for you has little to do with your being a wizard. Even if you were not a wizard, Tobias would have sought to harm you under a different pretext. A former classmate attempted to bully me simply because my father was of Chinese descent. Can you guess the outcome?" Severus's lips twitched, silently offering a handful of dirt to those who lacked insight. "Did they not end up with swollen mouths?" "Removed did." Anna nodded emphatically, her gray-blue eyes filled with nostalgia. "After just 3 days of play, they were on their knees begging for mercy. I initially intended to relent, but they attempted to bribe me with toys. Alas, after much struggle Severus was skeptical. Knowing Anna as he did, her priorities were play revenge money. "Huh? Struggling? Were you contemplating acquiring another toy? What kind of look is that?" she retorted, casting him a half-hearted glare. "They were offering me a globally limited edition toy, only hiring me as a bodyguard for 3 days. How could I pass up such a delightful opportunity?" Seeing the glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Severus suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and remarked, "Could it be a trap?" Anna nodded vigorously, eliminating the "could it be" in a. And then, Severus, unusually supportive, encouraged her. Anna's face lit up as she began to recount. A school bully was first sealed with super glue, and after I rescued him, he performed a public spectacle of eating feces. Back then, we had no airdrop skills. It was all about hand speed. It was exhilarating. Her eyes glimmered with regret. Unfortunately, they all transferred the next day. They? All. Severus grasped the situation instantly. You took photographs, goodness. So this isn't your first venture into the exposure game. Yes, she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. I still have the unflattering pictures of them eating feces. Severus felt a twinge of envy. But we are not you. Anna buried her head in her hands, wailing, you are a wizard. A simple spell to make someone vomit slugs is no less effective than forcing someone to eat feces. I, too, have fantasized countless times about using magic to retaliate. Her dark eyes shimmered with frustration. Brady did, and then he slinked away. Brady? He hardly slinked away at all. I believe he went abroad for work, and in his field, no less. Her gray-blue eyes crescent-shaped. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have never known he blew up a building. It was a whole building. Thankfully, there were no casualties. Severus's gaze turned vacant as he softly asked, what about Lily? Before we became friends, I often saw her alone in the little park. Anna, you must acknowledge that we are two distinct groups from Muggles. There's a saying in Mandarin, those not of my kind will have different hearts. When did you teach yourself Mandarin? Anna was taken aback by Severus's impeccable pronunciation, her expression exaggerated. Severus, undeterred by her theatrics, continued, you need not worry about my potential descent into madness and joining the Death Eaters. Frankly, I am perplexed as to why you are so anxious. I am well aware that the Death Eaters pose a threat to our safety, but I must remind you of something. Muggles are also a danger to our security. Muggles? How could they possibly threaten us? Anna weakly retorted. It wasn't a lack of conviction on her part, but rather the profound sadness etched on Severus's face. His dark eyes bore into her, as if questioning her foolishness. While wizards pride themselves on being the strongest species on Earth, it is an undeniable fact that the London government can suppress the Ministry of Magic. They certainly possess the capability to threaten us. Ah, I see. Anna exclaimed with a peculiar laugh, her tone buoyant. You're feeling your pride wounded. Severus's expression faltered. He struggled to suppress his embarrassment and retorted stubbornly. I merely refuse to accept it. Wizards are indeed powerful. Anna then produced the Encyclopedia of Earth-S Creatures. Flipping to a bookmark page, the African army ant, a top predator in the Amazon basin. Severus silently absorbed the information and finally muttered in Mandarin. Many ants can kill an elephant. Leaning on one hand, Anna scrutinized his sharply defined profile and teased, you are quite foolish. Who can single-handedly alter the course of a collective conflict? Even the Dark Lord does not dare to confront the wizarding world alone, let alone challenge the entire London government. In terms of individual strength, wizards are indeed superior. Yet, they are woefully few in number and lack unity. Severus narrowed his eyes, coldly retorting. To compare the London government to army ants is to overly elevate their status. The party strife depicted by the London press is more farcical than any collection of jokes. Huh. Anna clapped her hands in laughter. So you've seen the newspapers I brought back. Severus looked down at his tea and continued. Being a wizard was once my greatest source of pride. I always thought that once I entered Hogwarts and reached adulthood, everything would fall into place. Yet reality has delivered lesson after lesson. Muggles, devoid of magic and physically frail, have developed machinery that is surpassing our alchemical practices. Their understanding of the universe rivals ours, and they have even landed on the moon. In that moment, Anna noticed something shatter within his gaze. Those powerful wizards, whom she revered, lacked even the standing to contest the Muggle government. And what of us? One misstep, and we risk exorbitant taxes or must flee with our belongings. Are you a fool? Anna said with half-lidded eyes, her voice tinged with sarcasm. What heinous deeds have the Muggle government committed? Why must the mighty wizards feel compelled to contest them? Is this not a peaceful and stable society? You wouldn't have fallen for the Dark Lord's nonsense, would you? Severus's eyes darkened. Is there truly no extermination plan for wizards? Humph. Anna crossed her arms and scoffed. As long as wizards refrain from self-destruction, have more children, and avoid reckless behavior, a single generation of wizards can outlast several generations of muggles. Moreover, we occasionally see muggle-born wizards like myself, Lily, and Brady emerge. For true extinction to occur, it would require humanity to collectively commit suicide. Severus fell silent. I merely wish to remind you that in the eyes of muggles, we are no different from unproductive cultists. Anna shrugged. Is that truly a blessing? Severus's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips parted, yet he found no words to express his thoughts. Typically, Anna's every thought was transparent to him, yet at times, he found her reasoning utterly incomprehensible. Her striking blue eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness as she brandished her identification card, proudly declaring, I am a lawful citizen of the British Empire. Should anyone dare to defame or slander me, they may await my lawyer's letter. If they do not compensate me a staggering sum, this matter is far from over. You're trying to have it both ways. Severus exclaimed with incredulity. Are you not concerned that Bella might use the same tactic to profit? She won tea. Anna laughed. For she is genuinely a cultist. The dark mark is not only etched on her arm, but also resides in her heart. Severus's mirth dissipated. They will retaliate. They have always sought revenge against society, albeit in subtle ways. Exposing them would yield more benefits than drawbacks. Rising, Anna placed her hands in her pockets and approached Severus. Brady often complains about being ostracized by wizards and regulated by muggles. Yet, Fernando makes me believe that with an open mind, anything is possible. Under Severus's skeptical gaze, she quickly added, of course, not by imitating his deceptive and nefarious ways. What I mean is that magic is merely our asset in navigating the world, not a label of identity. Without magic, I could not have obtained the golden ticket that day. There are many paths in life. With an open mindset, we can collaborate and thrive. Severus's brow unfurled, the storm cloud of turmoil in his heart gradually dispersing. Chapter 75. Will I go bald? While Anna and Severus were engaged in their spirited debate, the other members of the household were eavesdropping from the staircase. The first to notice their quarrel was Big Zhuang, lurking nearby, ever ready to intervene. Soon, Broomstick joined, followed by Scissors. After a lengthy wait, the patient young sapling, who had been waiting for Big Zhuang's company, resorted to a dramatic display of tears and tantrums, ultimately being carried in by the Cauldron Dean to find Big Zhuang. The five sat in a row, transitioning from an initial state of hushed attention to gradually letting loose. What are they discussing? I can't make sense of it, Scissors exclaimed, legs spread wide in indignation. Muggles can suppress wizards? Broomstick sighed. It has been 1,000 years. We must accept reality. The newspapers brought back by the master say. What muggles write, you simply believe. Scissors scoffed. Don't just grow a mustache, grow a brain. Did you not hear Severus say it's more entertaining than a collection of jokes? Broomstick retorted. Are you only listening to what you want to hear? Have you buried all that you do not wish to hear? While you were recklessly casting spells at the moon, muggles had already claimed it. Thiefest logic. Scissors shouted. Taking a photo counts as claiming it? I've carved my name into Chuck's leg bone. Does that mean he belongs to me now? And you? If I give you a whack on the back, do you belong to me now? You. Broomstick, pushed back by Scissors' sharp legs, protested. You are heartless. You are cruel. You are being unreasonable. Are you not heartless? Not cruel? Not unreasonable? After reading a couple of muggle stories, you've gone mad? Scissors exclaimed in frustration. I even wished on the moon's spirit. And you were included. Not necessary. Broomstick, hiding behind Cauldron Dean, pointed a broomstick at Scissors. Was that a wish? That was a curse. Oh dear. Cauldron Dean sighed. Just as he was about to mediate, he received a swift kick from Scissors. Fortunately, Broomstick was considerate enough to pull him out of harm's way, or he might have truly met his demise. Humph. Scissors pointed at a small white spot on the edge of the cauldron, declaring, now Dean also belongs to me. I hereby betroth you to the cauldron, wishing you both eternal unity, locked together for 1,000 years. No, 10,000 years. Ah. Broomstick, infuriated, trembled. You madman. I will fight you. Meow. Big Zhuang shook his whiskers and moved his hefty paws to avoid the battlefield. While the other side had reconciled, this side was on the verge of a brawl. Wah, the young sapling extended a branch, snagging Big Zhuang's tail. Brother, the bad guys in Anna's hair are eating. Huh, eating. Meow. Big Zhuang roared in anger, his hind legs powering up as he extended his claws. With a powerful leap, the stout figure crashed through the expanding battlefield, scattering the scissors and kicking aside the broom that obstructed the view, much like a valiant portly tiger charging directly at Anna's face. Ah, my leg. It's broken, exclaimed the scissors lady as she collapsed in a dramatic split. Ouch, my waist, whimpered the broom girl, toppling beside the great cauldron and casting a furtive glance at the scissors, murmuring, Grandfather Cauldron, you must bear witness and prevent her from pinning this on me. Oh dear. Anna, preparing to ascend the stairs, was suddenly overshadowed by her hefty baby, whose weight caused her scalp to prickle painfully, bringing tears to her eyes. Just as Severus settled in front of the fireplace, intending to read, he swiftly cast a levitation spell in an attempt to rescue Anna's hair. The spell struck the hefty creature, lifting its substantial form into the air, but its mouth was too quick, ensnaring a significant tuft of hair. Fortunately, Anna reacted swiftly, firmly grasping the roots of her hair. Let go, you big oaf, she cried, delivering a frustrated slap to the creature's pudgy head. With a mournful sound that sent shivers through her scalp, the creature emitted a whimper. Spit it out. Anna finally realized that the beast had a magical core lodged in its mouth. Severus and two small branches rushed towards Anna simultaneously. Whack! The unsuspecting Severus was struck squarely by one of the branches, leaving a red stripe across his cheek. Ugh, get off and stop causing chaos, he protested, collapsing to the ground. Severus's spell accurately hit the hefty creature, but Anna sensed something amiss, albeit too late. The spell rebounded, but Severus nimbly dodged, narrowly avoiding a fate of unconsciousness himself. The creature opened its mouth wide, letting out a thunderous roar, its pink tongue sticky with a burning sapphire. Anna yanked her damp hair back, coaxing the airborne beast. Be a good boy, that thing is toxic. You must spit it out. It may be bad, but it's not toxic. It whined. It's a nuisance. It eats your hair. I caught you red-handed. Who knows how much you've devoured already? Anna clutched her head in despair, crouching down and lamenting. Will I go bald? No, the injury isn't severe. The creature's saliva isn't poisonous, and it won't cause hair loss, Severus assured her, casting a cleaning charm on her hair. No, Anna lamented, kneeling with a deadpan expression. The magical core has been consuming my hair. Glancing at Anna's thick locks, Severus comforted her. It appears you haven't lost many. Who doesn't shed a few strands daily? These days. Anna sprang to her feet, exclaiming, I haven't lost hair. It's all been devoured by it. Embracing the floating creature, she reached to pry open its mouth, demanding, spit it out, or your tongue will burn. It wouldn't dare. The creature protested. Just stop provoking it. Anna's arms grew weary. Her frustration simmered. You need to shed some weight. Achoo. Just as Anna was about to unleash her fury, the beleaguered creature sneezed, dropping a gooey magical core onto Anna's hand. With a soft puff, the core's flame was faint, failing to ignite despite its struggles. Squinting in pain, Anna extended her hand, asking Severus, can clear water cleanse it? Oh dear, what is this? She mused, recognizing it as reminiscent of Chuck's ghostly fire eye. Yes, yes. The broom girl and scissors lady edged closer to observe. The great cauldron, Dinah, arrived last, and upon seeing the magical core, uttered, fallen sand. Anna nodded, indeed. Its effects are comparable to fallen sand. However, Dinah remarked, this is the genuine fallen sand. That potion merely borrowed its name. Its efficacy pales in comparison. Oh, Anna gasped, then inquired, do you know how to cleanse it? The depths of the sea are its final resting place, it replied. Meow, came the agreement. I disagree. Anna shot a glare at the two small beings. Haha. Dinah rolled forward, soothing the whimpering sapling, murmuring, magical creatures consume magic. Is that not the most natural thing? Your growth is due to consuming Anna's magic, is it not? Chapter 76. I challenge you to a duel. Wah. I am now entirely self-reliant. Meow. I am not. Haha. Dinah gently patted the two small ones, showering them with affection. The hefty creature has certainly benefited from Anna's magical nourishment. Otherwise, how could Severus understand your meows? Severus's gaze shifted. Anna's magic is unlike mine. Dinah chuckled. The Master's magic is akin to that of the princes. They are both divinely gifted. Anna furrowed her brow. Why does hearing that term bring me no joy? It feels rather ominous. Dinah replied solemnly. Indeed, it is ominous. Even in the height of elemental magic during the Middle Ages, divine gift-bearers were exceedingly rare. Temples and the clergy pursued them fervently, only to see them fade away. Anna's brows knitted. While I appreciate literature, your pedantic phrasing gives me a toothache. These are Prince's words, Dinah explained without irritation. I suspect the magic of divine gift-bearers is meant to benefit others. Severus's expression grew serious. Anna, we must be more cautious. Stay in the great house before school starts. Venture out as little as possible. Her blue eyes darted, unwilling to comply, though slightly apprehensive. Her intuition told her it was unnecessary. Just tell me how to cleanse it. She insisted, pointing at the slimy magical core. Yet Dinah asked, what do you need that for? Anna's mouth tightened in frustration. I have an enemy, the one responsible for my mother's death. His magic is as deep as a chasm. I cannot defeat him, so I must poison him. Has Lady Mother already passed? The broom girl choked out. Since witnessing Anna's mother, she had envisioned herself in a mundane heroine's tale, now replaced. Anna's eyelids fluttered, quickly clarifying, he killed my second mother. The scissors lady interjected. The Lord must have been quite the charmer. With such a beauty as Lady Mother, he still sought a second wife. The broom girl swayed, certain there was a misunderstanding. The Lord must have lost his memory while traveling. What nonsense! Anna declared, asserting her authority. Silence. Dinah hurriedly spoke up. It is weak now, starved. If it consumes some magic, what can it burn? Anna raised her hand, sending a wave of magic towards the core. Can it absorb magic on its own? It has devoured enough of my hair. How could it be starving? Dinah sighed. The fallen hair holds negligible residual magic, unless willingly given. Who can drain the magic of a divine gift-bearer? W.O. Anna exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Why didn't you say so sooner? You nearly scared me to death. Before Dinah could respond, Severus's scoff echoed in her ears. Is there any distinction? Anna's eyelids drooped. What do you mean? Your gaze seems to belittle my intelligence. Severus nodded. Remove the seams. Fuming, Anna clenched her teeth. I challenge you to a duel. Severus regarded her with disdain. A duel of wits or of strength? Anna, laughing in disbelief, retorted. What do you think? The disdainful glance and dark crown of hair were Severus's only reply. Are you afraid? Keep up. A throng of figures eagerly trailed behind the master of the house, rushing towards the second floor. In the open space of the greenhouse, Anna and Severus stood in a tense standoff, while the other 5 concealed themselves behind towering corn stalks. Would the master truly strike down Severus in a fit of rage? The broom girl fretted. His temper was rather fierce. Madame Scissor scoffed. Though the master possessed formidable strength, her intellect was lacking. The outcome was still uncertain. Meow, be gentle. We still need him to prepare our dinner tonight. Wah, don't listen to that foolish cat. Holding back guarantees defeat. Shut up, you two. Wah, let go of me. You fatso. Suddenly, the great cauldron D-Knight proclaimed, Today, the master shall surely lose. Anna, hands in her pockets, replied, I would not deal a fatal blow to my best friend. Severus shook his head. During a duel, you'd best regard me as a distant relative. The kind you find rather annoying. As you wish, Anna said, stepping into the space and teleporting behind Severus. In the next moment, a dagger pressed against Severus's back. You have lost. Severus turned. No, you have lost. With a puff, a cloud of powder dispersed, and his large gray-blue eyes instantly clouded over. You're cheating. Bang. Anna collapsed onto the soft earth. When she awoke, it was already midnight. She rubbed her grumbling belly, her lips quivering. Severus, I want that powder too. If you want it, get up first and come downstairs for dinner, Severus replied without lifting his gaze from the book he was reading on the sofa. This duel is unfair, Anna exclaimed, her hair resembling a bird's nest as she sat up. Severus closed his book and stood. There was no suspense in this duel. You didn't specify whether it was a battle of wits or strength. Anna rolled her eyes, revealing a mischievous grin. By the rules of a battle of wits, I have already won. Severus shook his head. In a battle of strength, whoever first loses their fighting capability loses. In a battle of wits, whoever falls first loses. Anna retorted, Is that really how the game goes? I had no idea. Severus's gaze locked onto her as he softly stated, If you do not deal a fatal blow, you are destined to lose. It applies to both battles of wits and strength. Anna felt exasperated. How could I deal a fatal blow to you? Am I supposed to chop off your leg? Wizards are not muggles. A broken leg is not a grave injury. Severus, in a slow, deliberate tone, uttered something that sent chills down her spine. You, Anna, now infuriated, tugged at her hair. I should first blind you with dung and then deliver a flying kick. Severus replied calmly, Though I may not perceive your movements, I can deduce your patterns through daily observation. A thorough cleanup, coupled with sleep powder, means you still lose. Sleep powder? Anna's eyes brightened. What a splendid name. It doesn't sound like you at all. Severus sighed, producing a 3-inch sealed bag filled with a bulging white powder. Anna eagerly accepted it. When did you make this? The principal ingredients are a mixture of corn leaves and the liver of a steel-haired magic rat, combined with rubble and restorative herbs. He barely finished before Anna erupted into excitement. All the main ingredients are readily available? Are there side effects? Her eyes sparkled. It was practically a substitute for sleeping pills. Unfortunately, it cannot be authorized by the Pharmaceutical Bureau. Otherwise, you could present it at Harvard, Severus remarked. Muggles cannot use it. He added. Ah, Anna exclaimed in astonishment. It seems so unremarkable, yet it is so powerful. How severe are the side effects? Would Muggles die from it? Severus chuckled. The only medium for the drug's effects is magical power, especially targeting instinctively cast spells and excessively rapid reactions from wizards. Disbelief and arrogance flickered in Anna's eyes. Huh. Can I also impose academic pressure on you? You actually developed this just to defeat me? No, Severus firmly denied. Chapter 77. No matter how long life lasts, fate remains capricious. Sleep powder is not of my invention. The formula was provided by D-Knight. Severus's gaze deepened as he spoke. He mentioned that this is a standard method employed by the church to hunt down rogue wizards. Anna's lips twitched. She was fortunate to have been born in 1960 rather than 1060. Severus nodded. Having read history, I must concede that the modern era is indeed a good time. Yet, even born in this era, magic remains a double-edged sword. Have you realized this? Anna, momentarily stunned, finally stammered. You want me to refrain from using instinctual magic? That is my instinct, like eating when hungry or drinking when thirsty. Severus replied, I do not know. I merely wish for you to be more cautious. If 1,000 years ago the church could create sleep powder to combat gifted wizards, who knows what unique threats may exist 1,000 years hence? Anna sighed. No wonder wizards live long lives, yet are so few in number. Truly, no matter how long one lives, fate is ever fickle. Severus's gaze fixed on the magical core hidden within her disheveled hair. D-Knight stated that no one can siphon your magical power, yet you may willingly give it. What you are doing is perilous. Humph. Circling around, waiting for me. Anna pouted. The magical core is my weapon of choice. I keep it for a purpose. It will consume only as much as I allow. Everything is at my discretion. Severus revealed a peculiar smile, softly stating. The true name of the magical core is Fallen Sand. It is a magical creature said to be capable of sustaining a magic-absorbing array during its infancy. And in its mature phase, what can it do in its mature phase? Anna inquired, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she pursued the taciturn Severus. I do not know, he replied, his voice cool, his gaze slithering over Anna's eager face. Would you like to try? Anna began to speak, but was halted by his piercing gaze. Do you still believe that everything is at your discretion? Severus's voice sent a chill down her spine, wiping the smile from her face. Why did Prince describe the divine bestowers of his era as fleeting and ephemeral? No matter how much magic one possesses, it cannot compensate for being a spendthrift. You have already developed an obsession with it. Do you recall Penny with the goat's head? Anna lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. I am not like her. Darkness filled her eyes, reflecting helplessness. Slaying the red-eyed Dark Lord has become your inner demon, while the desire for a powerful weapon is your fixation. Severus's chilling voice made her heart race. The words never managed to escape her lips despite her several attempts. You say there are many paths in life. Prosperity, flourishing like a fish in water, thriving, and other various beauties can all be our goals. Yet, killing should not be among them. Severus's voice was soft, causing her eyes to sting. Meeting his dark gaze, Anna earnestly replied. Professor Dumbledore once said that killing is a painful act, a choice made out of desperation, and you have grasped that, while I am only now coming to terms with it. With that, she yanked the magical core from her hair and placed it into a crystal glass vial. Ensuring it stayed there, my hair clippings and nail shavings will suffice for you. Huh. Anna let out an odd laugh. How could I say something so lewd with a straight face? Huh. Severus regarded the still rosy tips of her eyes. Are you hungry? After having dinner and a midnight snack, Anna, yawning, laid her head down to sleep once more. Yet Severus remained awake throughout the night. While Anna slumbered, D-Knight warned that Fallen Sand is an exceedingly dangerous magical creature, typically sealed within magical pattern arrays. Those who acquire Fallen Sand do not come to good ends. He inquired at that moment, why not speak of this in Anna's presence? Dianette retorted, is it of any significance? Observe how her eyes are already tinged with red. She is entranced. The more one speaks, the more one reveals, ultimately only exacerbating her condition. The juvenile phase of the Fallen Sand is capable of sustaining a grand magic array, a pinnacle of defensive enchantments from our era, prevalent in numerous magical estates. It was not until a deranged cardinal began to nourish the Fallen Sand with sorcerers that it became evident that the mature form could drain the entirety of a grand sorcerer's magic in a mere breath. Severus queried, is there no cost? Dianette replied, none whatsoever. It merely requires proper nurturing, particularly the essence of the God-given. The Fallen Sand has an insatiable appetite for it. Severus, perhaps his expression amused Dianette, took a moment before leisurely continuing. The sole flaw is that the mature Fallen Sand is uncontrollable. Even the God-given cannot govern it. Severus's countenance shifted in alarm. So, it would indiscriminately attack everyone? Dianette shook his head. Of course not. It will not assault the God-given. Well, perhaps it cannot absorb magic through an attack. Severus fell silent for a moment, then promptly responded, surely there must be a way. Otherwise, how would you know? Dianette's voice turned somber. There is indeed a method. The spatial explosion of the God-given results in mutual destruction. Severus glanced at the four frolicking in the distance. Then at Anna, who lay soundly asleep on the ground. I shall cast it into the sea this very moment. Dianette remarked, the moment you toss it, it shall return. What you must do is persuade Anna to cease feeding it magic. Severus inquired again, do you possess knowledge of how to inscribe the sealing magic array? Dianette chuckled derisively. I do not. The God-given space is the strongest defense. Prince has always scorned magic inscriptions. The magic array in the manor was inscribed by hiring someone, and it was the cheapest variant. Your ability to independently devise a summoning array is already remarkable. Chuck has mentioned that only a grand sorcerer or higher could inscribe a magic array capable of sealing the Fallen Sand. Severus pondered for a long while before asking, if we were to maintain it in its juvenile phase, could that be? Dianette's voice suddenly became sharp, greedy, and delusional. It is merely a matter of time. If it does not mature in the hands of the ancestors, it shall in the hands of the descendants. Those who nurture the Fallen Sand invariably seek to use it to harm others. Once is not enough. They crave more, leading to their own demise. After escorting Anna back to her room, he remained deep in thought regarding a solution. This magic core could neither be discarded nor sealed. Entrusting it to Headmaster Dumbledore would be an excellent approach. provided he could first convince Anna to halt her nurturing. He had attempted to touch the magic core while Anna was in a deep slumber, only to have a significant portion of his magic siphoned away. It was an entirely different experience compared to when he had probed in Anna's presence that day. It resembles a stone, yet possesses cunning deeper than the ocean trench. Anna always imagined he would follow Voldemort, while he harbored the illusion that Anna desired to become the Dark Lord herself. Had he not seen the line in her notebook that afternoon, he would have remained oblivious to the weight of Anna's murderous intent towards Voldemort. Kill Voldemort 7 times. This sentence filled an entire page of the open notebook. Severus tossed aside the covers, rose, and approached the bookshelf. He knew that even if Anna fervently declared she would not feed the magic core, she had not abandoned her intention to poison Voldemort. If the magic core consumed Voldemort's oceanic magic, would its influence over Anna not intensify? Chapter 78. Would you dress it? Having enjoyed a restful night, Anna appeared rosy and vibrant. She sat at the dining table, watching Severus prepare breakfast while chattering. Sev, that magic core has practically become sentient. I locked it in a crystal vial, and yet when I awoke this morning, it was nestled in my hair. As Severus deftly plated 2 servings of red bean milk cake, he added, indeed, even if you were to toss it into the abyss, it would find its way back. Despite your utter neglect, it remains infatuated with you. I barely brushed against it yesterday and had a substantial amount of my magic siphoned away. Pausing from reaching for the milk cake, Anna yanked the magic core from atop her head, her eyes gleaming with ferocity. Will this thing attempt to hunt when I'm not paying attention? Puff, puff, puff. The flames upon the sapphire flickered as if they were anxiously defending themselves or lamenting in sorrow. Severus lowered his gaze and murmured, if the fallen sand reaches maturity. Anna, on Christmas Eve, come to our humble abode with Severus and celebrate with us. The 2-sided mirror on the table suddenly sprang to life. Anna swallowed her mouthful of milk cake and opened the mirror. Molly, aren't you returning to the old house? We were expelled. But of course, it is not because we were expelled that we invite you to our humble abode. It's just a day earlier than planned. Anna laughed heartily. No need to explain. Explanations are merely veils. When will you come to fetch us? Right now. Excellent. Just in time for you to taste Severus's version of red bean milk cake. Anna dashed toward the door, knowing that if Molly said now, it would be a matter of moments. Hey, Anna, a tall figure stood at the entrance. It's almost the holiday. I came to check in. Chuck. The suddenness of the situation caught Anna off guard, making it difficult for her to manage her expression. Come in and sit. Severus's calm voice resonated from behind. Thank you. Chuck tipped his hat in greeting. The hat was not a luxurious item from Anna's father, but rather a brown-green baseball cap. His glasses had also changed to the latest trendy red-tinted shades from the most advertised newspaper. Quietly assessing Chuck's stylish attire, Anna exclaimed in genuine admiration. You look like you just returned from Paris Fashion Week. Chuck, settling at the dining table, chuckled softly. Thank you for the compliment. London's fashion is half a century behind Paris. Anna laughed. Have you struck it rich? That outfit must have cost a pretty penny. Chuck shrugged, revealing a dazzling smile. You overestimated. I bartered for these. Anna smiled slightly. Then you got the short end of the stick. Chuck nodded. I know so. He pulled several small items from his pocket and tossed them onto the table. Before Anna could examine them, the items swiftly enlarged. Every piece of attire Anna had gifted him remained intact. Your outfit. Anna smirked. Is that a form of spiritual compensation from you? Chuck nodded. What a clever turn of phrase. I've learned something. Sitting silently beside Anna, Severus suddenly cleared his throat. This time. Once I finish, I shall depart. Chuck's tone was rife with sarcasm. Not a minute longer. Thank you. Severus's voice was sincere. I will grant you your freedom, true freedom. Anna's doubtful gaze darted between the 2 men. Is there something I should know? Seeing Chuck remain tight-lipped, Severus felt compelled to explain to Anna. So that's how it is. Her eyes sparkled with a fiery intensity. Am I just a greedy, insatiable, delusional person? She slammed the magic cord down on the table. If you have the ability, take it yourselves. Severus observed her reddening eyes, his voice soft and humble. I am sorry. I was clumsy with my words. I let my imagination run wild. And I doubted my friend. If you are willing to cooperate, you may propose any condition. Her large gray-blue eyes darted. Really? Before Severus could respond, Chuck removed his sunglasses and interjected. Aren't you going to hear my conditions first? In that fleeting moment of eye contact, they both turned to Chuck, whose eyes flickered with a flickering flame. First and foremost, regardless of whether a resolution can be attained, Prince must grant me my freedom. Chuck's tone was languid, yet his words brooked no dissent. Of course, as long as you exert your utmost effort, I shall set you free, Severus declared, placing the sapphire upon the table to demonstrate his sincerity. This was Chuck's soul crystal. After a night of reflection and finding himself at an impasse, he resolved to take a bold risk. Dianette's deliberate mention of Chuck was certainly not without purpose. The old cauldron had endured for a millennium, revealing not but the most superficial aspects. He could not fathom why one would choose to conceal half of the truth. Perceiving no malice in him, he feigned ignorance. Secondly, the surplus materials of the fallen sand shall belong to me. Chuck turned his gaze towards Anna. Narrowing her eyes, she inquired, "What do you need the fallen sand for?" Chuck leaned back, crossing his arms, his elongated skeletal fingers lightly tapping his arm. "It is of use." "Use for what?" Anna was not easily swayed by mere social niceties. She insisted on getting to the root of the matter. "Though I am but 10 years old, and you are a millennium old, as parties to this transaction, equality is paramount. I reject all forms of deceit." Chuck chuckled lightly. "Equality? You possess my soul crystal. Do not feign sympathy. It does not suit your character," Anna retorted, rolling her eyes. "If you are unwilling, the deal is off." With a flick of her finger, the magic core began to roll urgently towards her. "Do not rush," Chuck interjected, pressing his skeletal finger down on the tumbling magic core. "I can inform you that the condition is the preservation of the integrity of the mansion. What I mean is that it must remain unchanged. No part of the mansion can be discarded, harmed, or destroyed." Anna laughed in disbelief. "You wish to purchase the mansion from me? You cannot afford it." Chuck shook his head. "If you do not agree, I can leave right now. The world is vast and thrilling. I have yet to experience its wonders." Anna and Severus exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "We agree," ensuring the mansion remains intact. "As for the surplus materials of the fallen sand, you may receive a portion, provided you guarantee they will not be used to harm others." Anna added, then inquired further, "What do you mean by surplus materials?" Chuck did not answer immediately, but instead began to elaborate. "You refer to it as a magic core. Dionette calls it fallen sand. But my ancestors referred to it as a fetal stone. My kin believe that fetal stones are manifestations of the earth's veins, and by adorning them, one can help them establish their presence in the world. In return, they will serve the giver of the garments for a lifetime. Are you willing to dress it?" Anna was momentarily speechless, while Severus appeared astonished. "Brooms, scissors, large cauldrons." He struggled to ask, "Is that so?" Chuck nodded. "They are all fetal stones adorned by my kin. The scissors and broom, having refused to serve Prince, had half of their cores excised, resulting in a significant loss of intellect." Anna's lips trembled as she stammered, "And you? Your soul crystal is also a sapphire, and your fiery eyes and magic core are quite similar." Chuck twisted his neck, producing a series of creaking sounds, and replied slowly, "Prince is merely the remnant core of the broom and scissors, forged into my corporeal form, alchemized into my soul crystal." Chapter 79. Just be yourself. His long skeletal fingers lightly tapped the table, his azure flames meeting Anna's gaze. "I hear you have a nemesis responsible for your mother's demise?" Anna nodded. "I cannot defeat him. I wish to use the fallen sand to ruin him." With sharp clicks, Chuck's white teeth clashed together as he donned his red-tinted sunglasses, offering a friendly reminder. Fetal stones that are adorned can no longer serve as fallen sand. Anna fell silent instantly, a tempest brewing in her eyes. Severus took her hand. "You told me yesterday that a change in perspective can make anything possible." Shaking off Severus's hand, she stood up and snatched the magic core from the table. Her expression resolute. "Last time we met, you said wizards disregard the will of the elves, branding their souls with slave marks, forcing them into servitude for generations. If the slave mark is ineffective, they are transformed into puppets. How do you differ from those who laid hands on the fetal stones?" Chuck scoffed. "There is an ocean of difference." Anna seethed with laughter. "I want the magic core as a weapon of defense." Glancing at Severus, she continued, "I promise not to kill unprovoked, but I shall never lay down my weapon. I can accept modifications to the magic core, but I refuse to squander it." Severus fixated on her eyes, now more crimson than the previous night. His gaze dimmed. Chuck raised his chin. "Why not ask your magic core if it desires to become fallen sand?" After a brief hesitation, Anna opened her palm. "How do I ask?" Severus interjected. "Fallen sand is a weapon, a consumable destined for oblivion. Only friends can accompany one for eternity." Anna turned to see Severus's unwavering gaze locked onto the magic core. "Who are you addressing?" Chuck continued. "My ancestors believed that fetal stones possess pure natures, acting solely on instinct. Consuming magical energy is their nature. It is the wizards who compel them to consume magic that are the true source of evil." Anna remained silent for a long while before placing the magic core back on the table, whispering, "How is the garment donned?" Chuck inquired. "What do you hope it will assist you with?" "What?" Anna chuckled oddly, aware that her desires were no secret. "In other words, it must do something in return for you. In this regard, you may make requests." "Humph. No need for that." Anna scoffed coldly. "I require nothing from it. It should simply be itself. Wizards compel it to follow its instincts and consume magic, which is wickedness. Yet you want it to don garments and work, which is righteousness. Hypocrisy. Are you certain?" The azure flames in Chuck's eyes flared brilliantly. Even through the red-tinted glasses, they were blinding. Anna's expression grew stern as she countered, otherwise? I choose fallen sand. You too, along with the 3 in the staircase. Are you ready to execute Plan B? Clearing his throat. There are still tasks to complete in the courtyard. I shall assist you, he said, casting a glance at the 3 who were stealthily retreating. Come here, all of you. It's time for a meeting. Meow. One of them protested. I said I wouldn't come. Wah wah wah. Another whimpered. You never said that. The 2 hidden within the belly of the cauldron slowly emerged. I allow the new members to be themselves. Do you have any objections? Anna's gaze swept over the 5 who were seated in a row. The large cauldron, Dionette, humbly asked, Ahem, what does being oneself mean? Does it imply not having to work? Yes, the broomstick twitched. Madame Scissors immediately expressed her discontent. So, you're saying they can just loaf around? Wah wah wah. Another whined, just like the fat one. Meow. Another threatened, I'll kill you. The robust figure and the sapling within the cauldron began to tussle. Ahem. Help. I'm going to die. Dionette spun like a top. Ha ha ha. Chuck chuckled uproariously, his red-tinted glasses slipping down to reveal flickering flames in his eyes. Choose a suitable appearance for your new member. If you do not know how to select, you can refer to those 3. What do you mean by those 3? Madame Scissors fumed, performing a dramatic pose. I'll kick you to death. Do you believe me? Huh. The first thing you do after seeing the world is to belittle your own family. The broomstick chimed in, leaping forward. Get out of the way. You're so unrefined. Look at all the dust you've brought in. Pulling a broomstick hair out of her nose, Chuck laughed even harder, suggesting, lay them out first. The magic core can choose for itself. I've been to Hong Kong, where there's a blessing ceremony called Zhou worth emulating. What are you all thinking? Severus, with a face as solemn as the depths of the sea, fixated on the seemingly busy broomstick girl, while Anna, hands in pockets, stared intently at the magic core. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Severus suddenly spoke, his dark eyes shifting towards Anna. I know, Anna nodded. If the magic core is a being with free will, I cannot unilaterally decide its way of life, though I am deeply inclined to do so. Upon concluding her words, she produced a collection of items, encircling the magic core. Choose, she intoned. A rolling pin, a doll, a knife, a pen, a notebook. What's that remaining item? The scissors lady murmured as if reciting a menu. The broom girl, cornered by Severus's gaze, seized the opportunity to squeeze forward. That is a handgun, a Browning. The 2 adjacent boxes are magazines. The magic core, silent as a lifeless object, suddenly quivered. The doll, the dagger, the Browning, and the magazines were irresistibly drawn towards the center, as if they were iron filings attracted to a magnet. Isn't that a bit excessive? Anna exclaimed in astonishment. Can this even work? Chuck chuckled, perhaps. This is the greatest joy of being oneself, is it not? To possess everything one desires. Extending a skeletal hand, he addressed Anna. The term clothing signifies protection. Are you willing to safeguard it? If so, please grant me your blood and hair. Severus advanced with a glass bowl, his voice grave. Remove your hand. Use this. Chuck remained non-committal, retracting his palm. Anna extended her finger towards Severus, stating, You shall draw the blood. As she activated the void blade to sever a lock of hair, letting it fall into the glass bowl, Chuck applauded. The grand estate is rightfully yours. After you. There shall be no true prince. Anna scoffed. The estate is utterly empty. Chuck grinned widely, his glistening white teeth clicking twice. Trust me, you won't regret it. The magic core is leaping in. The skeletal hand rapped against the glass bowl on the table. Suddenly, a towering flame erupted from the bowl. As the azure flames turned black, Chuck began to chant in a language Anna could not comprehend. During this incantation, the doll, the Browning, the magazines, and the dagger flew sequentially into the black fire. The dark flames, fueled by Chuck's chant, gradually transformed into a viscous liquid. Within the clasped glass bowl, the thick black substance bubbled ominously. When Chuck ceased his chant, the liquid solidified into a lump the size of an apple. Anna squinted. Is that it? Chuck nodded. I told you it was a world apart. Do you now believe? Anna frowned. Huh? Severus clarified. Chuck did not expend a shred of magic. All the fusion and concoction were accomplished by the magic core itself. Anna teased with a crooked smile. Then what was that chant? Background music? Chuck replied earnestly. An elvish song, a guide for reshaping the primal stone. It could have been omitted, but if it had heard any other sound during the process, resulting in peculiar changes, you, as the protector, would bear the responsibility. Anna, curious, poked the black lump in the bowl. What strange changes? The broom girl explained, tempted by the demon. It transforms into fallen sand. Chapter 80. I say, leave at once. Immediately, Anna raised her gaze to the row of non-humans opposite, her voice laced with indignation. I consider you family, yet you treat me as a fool? No, you don't comprehend how perilous fallen sand is. The broom girl stammered. You are still immature. You cannot handle it. By Merlin's grace, we are merely underage, not foolish, Severus interjected, pointing his wand at the great cauldron. How did the red fruit powder get stained on the broom's bristles? Wow. The scissors lady suddenly stood, exclaiming, You've messed up. I report you. It's all a conspiracy between the cauldron and the broom. Anna, hands on her hips, shouted, Confess. Otherwise, you will all be expelled from the grand estate. Ahem. Chuck feigned a cough to clear his throat, a friendly reminder. You must ensure the grand estate remains intact. You cannot discard, damage, or destroy any part of it. Anna fell silent. You skeletal fiend. The great cauldron swayed slightly, its voice barely a whisper. I cannot endure much longer. I need to be laid to rest. Before Anna could react, D-Knight darted up the stairs like a battery-powered top, effortlessly dragging away the sapling and the large creature entangled by branches. He vanished around the staircase corner in the blink of an eye, leaving no sound of mewing or whimpering. Curse it! The scissors lady fumed, pursuing him with fervor. Anna, half-lidded, glared at the broom. Aren't you going to run? Heh. The broom girl chuckled nervously, explaining cautiously. The day you brought back the magic core, we realized. The three of us unanimously believed the master to be too young and unstable in temperament. If a mistake were made, the world would face utter ruin. Why fabricate a lie about Anna being influenced by the magic core, leading to her obsession? Severus interrupted. The broom girl hastily waved her hands. I did not lie. The master truly is obsessed, though not to such an extent. However, to draw attention, I used the red fruit powder as embellishment. Receiving Severus's meaningful glance, Anna pulled out a small mirror. She was taken aback upon glancing at her reflection. Why do I look as if I've been punched twice? The broom girl, sounding feeble, stammered. This is a gradual process. It will slowly fade starting tomorrow. Is there no immediate remedy? Anna inquired, exasperated. Severus interjected. Red fruit powder does not possess gradual effects. Only when layered with sleep powder can such side effects arise. Yes, the broom girl admitted, her strength waning as if she might collapse. Anna rubbed her forehead. You have orchestrated a grand scheme. Haven't you? Couldn't we have discussed this amicably? The blood feud of the master's mother runs deep, irreconcilable. We are concerned you might choose to let the magic core transform into fallen sand. The broom girl attempted to clarify. Anna queried. You don't mention the transformation method. I had no idea the magic core could only change into fallen sand. I intended to use it directly. You all should have seen that. Yes, the broom girl confessed earnestly, then carefully explained. Did the master plan to drop the magic core into the belly of the enemy? That would be futile. Even the drool of the large creature would render it ineffective. While contact could allow it to absorb magic, there are numerous ways to isolate magic. The methods of adult wizards are countless. A cub that escapes from a seal possesses only passive defenses. Severus's gaze flickered slightly. So, you intentionally exaggerated the danger of the magic core to guide me into summoning Chuck back to the grand estate, solely to complete the transformation of the magic core? The broom girl chuckled nervously. If the magic core fell into the hands of evildoers, it would become fallen sand. Anna interrupted. You're lying. Absurd. Who could seize something that has entered her grasp? Severus nodded. It was for surplus materials. The broom girl fell silent. To have her schemes exposed before the master was indeed humiliating. Yet, if it could save Grandpa Cauldron's life, it would all be worth it. A clicking sound emanated from the glass bowl. A mini Anna, no larger than a thumb, squatted at the bottom of the bowl, voraciously chewing on black fragments. Can you leave a bit for Grandpa Cauldron? The broom girl implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Anna leaned closer, her eyes fixed on the mini-figure at the bowl's bottom, unable to stifle a soft gasp. She even has the same patterns on her clothes as I do. You may grant me a name. The mini Anna looked up momentarily. Lee Aaron. Anna replied with a slight smile, offering her Chinese name. Thank you. The mini-figure, hands in pockets, exuded a cool demeanor. Your mother's murder is my concern. If you wish to eliminate anyone, just tell me. Lee Aaron. If you don't eat it all, could you spare me a piece? The broom girl humbly pleaded. Receiving no response, she turned to Anna with teary eyes. Master. Anna, maintaining a stern expression, replied slowly. D-Knight, carrying the sapling and the large creature, runs faster than any dog could chase. That is merely an illusion. The true effort comes from the sapling. The broom girl lamented. Master, I implore you. As long as you allow Lee Aaron to leave a portion for Grandpa Cauldron, I shall join him in avenging you. Anna scoffed, questioning why Dionette did not come himself to demand it. They have all fled, leaving you here to weep. The broom girl's voice was tinged with sorrow, for it was on that fateful day that I untied the werewolf's collar. It is indeed a tragic tale. The broom fell in love with the werewolf and aided him in freeing himself. When the werewolf departed, he truly took the broom with him. The cauldron assisted them in opening the apothecary door, when suddenly the werewolf decided to take the cauldron along as well. Chuck appeared, and a fierce battle ensued. resulting in the old cauldron's belly being ruptured. The broom girl choked back her tears, her broom bristles trembling like wild grass in the wind. Is escaping the apothecary of any use? Anna questioned. The broom girl sobbed in response. Chuck promised to help us open the stone door. Severus's gaze shifted to the ever-astute Chuck. Oh, why does the werewolf wish to take the cauldron? Anna inquired once more. The broom girl wept bitterly, saying, without the cauldron to brew potions, the wounds will not heal. Ah, I see. Anna mused, propping her chin on one hand, captivated by the unfolding drama. And then what happened after Chuck and the werewolf fought? Chuck donned his sunglasses, glancing towards Severus. It is your turn now. You are free. Severus lightly tapped the soul crystal on the table with his wand. In a blaze of magical light, the soul crystal transformed into countless sparkling shards, all of which entered Chuck's body. W.O., Anna gasped in admiration. You look so vividly alive. At that moment, Chuck no longer resembled a mere skeleton. He possessed human-like skin and features. If one did not scrutinize his hair, he could easily be mistaken for a living person. Severus squinted. Your hair. Chuck chuckled. That is wolf fur. His sea blue eyes met Anna's, a glimmer of amusement dancing within. Eventually, Chuck devoured the werewolf. He had been waiting for the day to be reborn. Suddenly, Reborn appeared, poised in midair with his small sword aimed at Chuck. Get lost. Chuck laughed heartily, raising his hands in surrender, though tempted. He valued his life more. Reborn coldly retorted, I said leave. Immediately, the broom girl softly interjected, Reborn, Chuck is your guide. Silence. You fool. Reborn brandished a small handgun, adding, if you were not my guide, you would have already been obliterated. Chuck rubbed his chin and stood, smiling at Severus. You are fortunate. Severus calmly nodded. So are you. Chuck departed, with only the broom girl seeing him off. Anna and Severus exchanged glances. He wishes to consume me. Severus nodded. I recall you mentioning not to provoke the ancient ones who have lived too long, for they possess unknown trump cards. Thus, he opened his palm to reveal a small blue gemstone, merely a fifth the size of the earlier one. Anna's eyes sparkled. This is a backup left by Prince. Severus's gaze was fixed on the two figures by the stone door, contemplating whether Chuck had acted with intention. Chapter 81. I am the bodyguard. Go fetch old D and scissors, Reborn commanded imperiously from the edge of the glass bowl. After sending Chuck away, the broom girl felt despondent. But upon hearing the command from the diminutive figure before her and spotting the surplus materials in the bowl, she was instantly rejuvenated. All right, just wait. The broom girl altered her usual leisurely pace, dashing upstairs like a whirlwind. Seeing Reborn's cherubic face, Anna felt a surge of delight and longing. Who wouldn't want a doll that mirrored oneself? Though slightly smaller, she was alive, cool and adorable. Who could resist? She extended a finger towards her. Do you need me to infuse you with some magic? Thank you. Reborn knelt like a knight, bowing while presenting a kiss with a hand that was longer than her leg. Anna's smile widened, while Severus felt a tickle in his nose. A mere grunt wouldn't suffice to quell it. Having just been outsmarted by the three, he turned to be captivated by the newcomer's two sentences. His dark eyes fixed on the back of Reborn's head. Why does Chuck fear you? Click, click. Reborn busily scraped the bottom of the bowl, urging Anna to toss him aside multiple times. Whoever listens to you is a dog. Severus remained silent, yet sensed hostility emanating from the small figure. Anna leaned on one hand, watching Reborn toil at the bottom of the bowl. Hearing Severus's words piqued her curiosity. After she finished her task, sitting on the edge of the bowl to rest, she asked, why does Chuck fear you? Reborn chuckled. 3 parts disdain, 7 parts arrogance. Because I can shatter his soul. A fragmented soul can only exist as scattered essence, devoid of power and freedom, ultimately becoming nourishment for the Earth Mother. Wow. Anna clapped in admiration. You're amazing, darling. Meow. De Zhuang pounced, evading Anna's outstretched arms, and slapped Reborn. Bang. Reborn's head struck the bottom of the bowl with a resounding thud. De Zhuang. Anna exclaimed, forcibly embracing the furious baby, then peering down at Reborn, who was rubbing his head. Are you all right? Reborn stood up, dusting himself off. Chubby, I am Anna's bodyguard. Meow, 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 roll. I am the bodyguard. I am the baby. I am. Anna stifled a laugh. You cannot be both the baby and the bodyguard. You each take one role. Whoosh. A small twig swooped in, striking Reborn like a whip. Bang. His head slammed against the bowl a second time. Wah. Roll. I am the bodyguard. Anna cried. Everyone be quiet. There can be many bodyguards. Meow. I will defeat you and you. Both the bodyguard and the baby are mine. Wah. You are useless except for pooping. Meow. I will drown you in my spit. Wah. I will strangle you with a branch. Uft. Severus erupted in laughter. Anna, astonished, asked, can you understand? Severus shook his head. I cannot understand, but I can see. Sigh. Anna lamented. Even the greatest water-fetching master has only 2 hands. Whoosh. The young tree struck fiercely, taking away a tuft of beautiful fur from De Zhuang's forehead. Meow. The irate De Zhuang broke free from Anna's grasp, charging straight at the great cauldron's belly. Bang. The sapling struck at its roots, flailed its branches wildly. The newly risen Li Aaron became entangled in the small branches, using them as a club against De Zhuang. Chubby. 2 tails. Li Aaron growled. I am doing this for Anna's sake. For her sake. For her sake. Observing the 3 who were dazed and the other 3 who wore smiles, Anna issued a red card warning. If the 3 of you do not cease fighting, I will have Li Aaron teach you a lesson. Wah. The broom girl protested. Why should we? Mrs. Scissors, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, help. The great cauldron let out a wailing cry. The broom and scissors wasted no time, diving into the great cauldron's belly to rescue the baby and bodyguard. It was only when the great cauldron cried out a second time that the 5 finally halted their conflict. Looking at the 6 lined up, Anna gave a slight beckon. De Zhuang and Li Aaron, you 2 shall henceforth be my baby bodyguards. Meow? Aren't they not allowed to serve dual roles? Li Aaron protested, his disheveled hair atop De Zhuang's forehead. Cooperate well. I will treat you to delicious things, she said, hastily stuffing a pill into De Zhuang's mouth before he could get angry. Meow. De Zhuang instantly transformed, sounding like a chipmunk. Wah. What about me? Silence is golden. Anna unleashed a deadly beam upon the willow tree. Whoosh. The branches swiftly retreated into the belly of the cauldron. That great cauldron. Diani, you're the mastermind. Of course. Anna crossed her arms, accusing the head of the family of scheming and sowing discord among the family members. Can I still trust you? Head of the family. It was all my idea. The broom girl knelt forward, her voice trembling. A broom nestled around a broom bristle larva advanced, providing an amusing sight. Anna suppressed a laugh. However, the scissor lady interjected, stop the theatrics. I distinctly heard you emphasize that the 3 of us reached a unanimous decision. Great cauldron. Diani sighed. Whatever punishment the head of the family deems fit, I shall accept. The scissor lady retorted, punishment? I refuse to accept that. Is Li Aaron any better than the fallen sand? The broom girl stammered. The head of the family focus isn't here. Silence. If you're kneeling, do it properly. The scissor lady's blade-like legs cracked, standing her ground. Does it matter which point is more significant? I ask. Is the outcome not the most important? Yes, this matter ends here. Not so fast. After a lengthy pause, Anna finally spoke slowly. What do you mean? Not so fast. The scissor lady folded her blade legs. The one who killed the second matriarch, I shall slay. The broom girl chimed in. I shall go as well. Yet, great cauldron. Diani remarked, I shall not be joining. All eyes turned toward him. On what grounds do you refuse to go? Li Aaron questioned, towering over Diani. I will prepare a potion for the broom to take. Great cauldron. Diani stated softly, but firmly. Li Aaron scoffed. I just saved you. And now you're concocting potions for yourself? Are you out of your mind? He pulled 3 black pellets from his pocket and tossed one to the scissor lady and another to the broom girl. The broom girl stared at the pea-sized pellets on the bristles. Aren't they a bit small? I'll give mine to Great Cauldron. You fool. The crack is no smaller than his. Eat it yourself. Li Aaron waved dismissively. No need. I have enough for myself. Great Cauldron. Diani stuffed the pellet into a crack. Having already digested her pellet, the scissor lady suddenly clutched her head and wailed. I am Nana. Nana was not merely a name. It seemed also a spell. After exclaiming her name, her form ceased to be a towering pair of scissors and transformed into a pair of scissors with a human face at its center. I am Kasha. The broom girl's face appeared on the pole. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Diani. A bearded face emerged on Great Cauldron's belly. Li Aaron remained silent for a moment before asking, did you have a name when you were dating a werewolf? The broom Kasha's eyes flickered. 3 seconds later, she broke down in tears. Scissor Nana shouted, beautiful appearances are a dime a dozen, but interesting souls are rare. Ignoring her fierce gaze, Li Aaron casually asked, which side does she occupy? He flew toward Anna's shoulder, whispering, thank you for allowing me to choose for myself. Do you have any enemies? I will take care of them all. Anna laughed in astonishment. Currently, there is only one enemy, but it's quite difficult to kill. Perhaps, I need to kill them 7 times. Severus felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing this. Why? Li Aaron, however, did not hesitate, declaring resolutely, trust me, it will be fine. Chapter 82, Mother only chose work. Severus glanced at Li Aaron. Kasha can clean, and she knows all about Prince's library. Nana tends to plants and is well-versed in magical flora and their accompanying creatures. Diani is skilled in potion making and knows various rare recipes by heart. Li Aaron turned sideways. I can easily eliminate all 3 of them. Severus nodded and Li Aaron shook his head. That's all. Severus inquired, what for lunch? I'll prepare it. Ha ha. Anna laughed heartily. After enjoying Severus's meticulously prepared lunch, Anna caressed her satisfied belly and sighed contentedly. For dinner, I wish to have dumplings. Anna. Severus' gaze fixated on the double-sided mirror on the table. Molly, her hand on her belly, paused, and she hurriedly opened the double-sided mirror. The arrangement with Molly had completely slipped her mind. But did they forget, or had something happened to the Weasley family? Uft, 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 away with such ominous thoughts. Anna, I am so sorry. After waiting for a while, Molly's weary voice finally came through the mirror. Are you and Arthur, Bill? All right? Anna asked rather rudely, but her heart raced, disregarding any formality. We're fine. Gideon was injured, and I just finished tending to him. I'm on my way to pick you up. The words hung on the tip of her tongue, but Anna swallowed them back. It would be inappropriate to interrupt now, an outright refusal wouldn't do either. She decided to wait for Molly to arrive and gauge the situation. Just as she set down the double-sided mirror, she heard Severus greeting someone at the stone door. Magic is wonderful. The most remarkable aspect is that as long as you know where the person you wish to see is, you can meet them. On Christmas Eve. Where did you spend it? Anna discreetly wiped the moisture from her eyes and turned to call out. Where's Molly? It was Arthur who came to fetch them. Cradling Bill. Anna glanced at the red-haired baby fast asleep at the dining table and lowered her voice. Is something serious happening? Have some tea. Severus poured Aaron honey tea for the ravenous Arthur. After finishing an entire plate of red bean milk cake and another of fried fish fillet, Arthur finally managed to smile. Thank you for the hospitality. I missed breakfast and had no time for lunch. Promotion is a good thing. Why the quarrel then? Anna asked, perplexed. Molly didn't come to tend to injured Gideon. Rather, it was a dispute among the three siblings in the shabby house. Arthur rubbed his face and replied. I got promoted, and the Pruitt brothers helped me. The condition was that Molly resigns and returns home. I feel uneasy about it. Is the head of the unauthorized use of Muggle artifacts office as salary good? Anna inquired curiously. Not bad. It's on par with Jacob Slughorn, who is the head of the misuse of magic office. Both are subordinate departments of the Ministry of Magic's law enforcement. As he spoke about this, Arthur's eyes lit up a bit. Then you. Doing this seems a bit ungrateful, Anna pouted. Don't argue with me. Arguing means I'm right. Arthur smiled wryly. But Molly is more capable than I am. She feels that way. Can you cook? How is your magic with household chores? Can you take care of Bill on your own? Anna's barrage of questions struck Arthur like three little hammers, rendering him speechless. After Bill was born, it was all thanks to Molly that she could sneak away from work to care for him. Wizards can flash back and forth in the blink of an eye. With a rocking crib to help, everything was manageable. But now, the red-haired baby was simply terrifyingly powerful. No rocking crib could escape unscathed from Bill's magical retaliation. Arthur's parents had already passed away, but Mrs. Pruitt was still around, and her opinions aligned surprisingly well with the Pruitt brothers. Molly must have made the optimal choice after weighing the pros and cons. Anna lifted her chin slightly, speaking softly. She isn't just a mother who can nurse babies. She made a choice between nursing and being an Auror. She prioritizes her family over work. Bill is so fortunate. He has a wonderful mother. Mother merely chose her work. It's all right. She is already a little adult. She can take care of herself. Holding back tears, Anna asked again, now that Molly has resigned. What grievances do the Pruitt brothers still have? Arthur hesitated, ultimately revealing a couple of points. They were injured, and it's very likely there's a mole in the Auror office. Their team leader is dead, and no one is willing to take over. Gideon stepped up? Anna asked with certainty. Arthur shook his head. It was Fabian who took over. Gideon was injured more severely and cannot take the position. Severus inquired, what injury? A wizard who sustains severe wounds would invariably seek treatment at St. Mungo's. If he can return home, then the injury cannot be too grave. To be able to visit the burrow yet unable to assume leadership. What an odd notion of a serious injury. Arthur sighed, revealing that he had depleted his vitality and could only recuperate gradually. Molly insisted he take a leave of absence, but he refused, citing the precarious situation and Fabian's struggle with a single arm. Molly, in a fit of exasperation, berated her brother for being incapacitated. After sipping tea, he mimicked Molly's voice. What chaos does a cripple add? I shall assist Fabian. Then, lowering his voice to imitate Fabian, he retorted, where are you off to? What about Bill? Let Gideon tend to the child. I'm already incapacitated. How can I nurse the baby? As for Arthur, with his fiery red hair tousled, he mused. When I left, Molly was perilously close to jamming her wand up her brother's nostrils. Alas, after this ordeal, I shall surely receive a good thrashing. Haha. Anna laughed heartily, pounding the table. That's my sister Molly for you. Anna, have you all tidied up? The two-way mirror bounced about, and Molly's voice stirred the red-haired infant from slumber. Almost ready. Anna replied cheerfully. Are Fabian and Gideon here? Severus and I have prepared gifts for them as well. Oh, my little sweetheart, you are truly kind. Since you've suggested it, I shall invite them to dinner. After stowing away the two-way mirror, Anna turned to Arthur. May I bring Big Strong along to the burrow? Of course, Arthur replied, producing a bracelet. It has a key. It's quite convenient. The Christmas Eve of 1970 was the most tearful, yet the most joyous one Anna had ever experienced. In the years that followed, regardless of whether they were filled with happiness or sorrow, she could never laugh as heartily again. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, it was time for the joyous ritual of unwrapping gifts. Gazing at the myriad of boxes, Anna's eyes sparkled with delight. Humph, Li Yueshi and Black, GG. I am doing splendidly well even without your Christmas Eve. Anna Severus glanced her way, gently wiping away the tears from her cheek. With a smile bright as the sun and tears cascading down, are you overwhelmed by the sight of so many gifts? Hey, Fabian winked at Anna. These are for you. That box is for Severus. 9-1. Anna pouted, her cerulean eyes brimming with suspicion. Are you hiding some nefarious intentions? Fabian stifled a laugh. Let us open it and find out. It's quite fitting. Haha. Anna's laughter erupted like thunder, startling Big Strong into a frenzy, and causing Liaren to tumble from Big Strong's neck fur to his belly fur. What is this? She carefully removed the badge from her chest. It was a rather punk rock, black and red gem badge, the size of a fingernail, lacking a pin yet automatically adhering. This is my magical artifact, the Lifesaver badge. Wear it, and when you call for help, the sheer volume of your voice can intimidate your foes, Fabian exclaimed, brimming with pride. Isn't it splendid? Anna's lips parted in surprise, contemplating whether to retort or concede. After all, the notion of winning without battle was not without merit. If the other 8 gifts were of a similar ilk, then perhaps it would suffice.